Chapter 1. Is one destined to perish in the womb? The Da Qing Dynasty. The Wu Wang Mansion. Su Weiner, you wretched woman. You cannot even serve tea proper Lido, you wish to scald me to death? Do not think that by bearing a bastard you can leap to greatness and become the legitimate wife. You are merely a bumpkin from Tianlan County. Tonight, crawl to the woodshed and reflect upon your mistakes facing the wall. Unless summoned by me, you shall not eat or drink a morsel. Smack! A woman clad in red shattered a Celadon teacup, her hand striking out with a crisp sound that echoed throughout the courtyard, before she swept away in a huff. Two handmaidens followed closely behind, casting derisive glances at the figure in a green dress, Su Weiner. The country bumpkin always dreams of ascending through bloodlines, but in the eyes of the madam, she remains but a jest. Su Weiner pressed her hand against her left cheek, struggling to conceal the vivid red marks of 5 fingers, tears glistening in her eyes yet refusing to fall. Clutching her burgeoning belly, she crouched down with great effort, gathering the shards of the broken porcelain. Looking down at her abdomen, she murmured softly, "Do not worry. Once your father returns home, everything will be well again." She longed to retort, yet for the sake of her unborn child, chose to endure. Meanwhile, within the womb, Yi Chongqing stirred from slumber, absorbing the chaotic sounds of the world outside, his heart heavy with bitterness. When he returns, I doubt there will be any change. As the Da Qing Wu Wang, how could he be unaware of what transpires in his own estate? However, it is merely indulgence. Despite being an observer within the womb, Yi Chongqing saw through it all with clarity. The attitudes of the clan elders mirrored those of Wu Wang Yihao, did they not? Such occurrences had been frequent over the past months. At 2 months gestation, Yi Chongqing's consciousness awakened as his mother strolled by the lakeside, only to be nearly toppled into the water by a reckless handmaiden. Saved only by the vigilance of patrolling guards, otherwise, she might have drowned. Later, the legitimate wife, Lin Yao, intervened to shield the maid from punishment, with no repercussions in sight. Rumor had it that the guard had been buried at the bottom of the mansion's well. At 4 months, a distant cousin from the Northern Duke's estate entered the inner courtyard, drawn by Su Weiner's beauty, feigning drunkenness to provoke her. Just as he was about to strip away his outer garments, the clan elder arrived, barely preventing her defilement. This was also orchestrated by Lin Yao, who sought to tarnish her mother's reputation and drive her from the Wang mansion, rendering her unborn child useless. There were many such incidents, and Su Weiner dared not resist openly, ultimately retreating to hide in the courtyard. All she wished was to protect her child. Yet Yi Chongqing could only watch helplessly as others conspired against him, his heart seething with unexpressed fury. Moreover, his father, Yi Hao, had been a side branch of the Wu Wang mansion, wronged and exiled in his youth to Tianlan County, where he encountered his mother, Su Weiner, during a trial. Upon learning that the Su family was one of the 3 great clans of Tianlan County, Yi Hao sought to ingratiate himself with Su Weiner, ultimately marrying her. With the Su family's cultivation resources, he rapidly ascended, re-emerging in the imperial city, returning to the Wang mansion to seize power and become the foremost prodigy of Da Qing. Yet, as Yi Hao's status rose, he ultimately did not bestow the position of legitimate wife upon Su Weiner, instead marrying Lin Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Northern Duke, who was 10 years his senior, to solidify his standing. Were it not for the birth of a bloodline and the protection of clan elders, this so-called childhood sweetheart would have long perished at the hands of the Northern Duke's daughter. In a month or 2, I will be born. Once Lin Yao discovers I am a boy, I fear I will not survive 3 days. Yi Chongqing felt despair wash over him. For being yet in the womb, he could do nothing but await death. Death itself is not terrifying. What truly frightens is the interminable wait for it. The Su family, behind his mother, had suffered greatly over the years for aiding Yi Hao in ascending the throne, losing numerous formidable warriors, now reduced to a state of decline. There was no reliance to be found. Yi Chongqing could see no possibility of survival. A heavy sensation enveloped him, and just as he began to drift into slumber, a transcendent voice resonated in his mind. Searching for a suitable host for the divine supplementation system, binding in progress. A surge of joy filled Yi Chongqing's heart. A golden opportunity had arrived. At last, the path to survival had revealed itself. He had narrowly escaped death multiple times before even being born. As long as he could grow up, Yi Changqing would ensure Lin Yao's demise at the earliest opportunity. The binding of the divine supplementation system was complete when the host manifested before others. They would believe wholeheartedly, and favorable outcomes would materialize within the host. If others believe I possess the strength of a sage, can I not directly attain sainthood? Yi Changqing pondered. This could not be achieved, for the energy of a sage is far too immense, and being in the womb, one lacks the cultivation to bear it, leading to immediate death as scenario not beneficial to the host. Talented physiques may be attained, it merely requires a change in the foundation. As your strength increases, should you reach the Quasi-Saint realm in the future, manifesting as a sage before others would allow you to bear that energy and ascend to sainthood. Voices echoed in Yi Changqing's mind, first joyful, then bewildered. The effects were indeed remarkable. To actualize what others envisioned required merely that he present himself before them and display ostentation. Yet now, a critical issue arose. He was still in the womb. Every day posed a danger. Whether he could even be born was in question. How could he manifest before others? Was this not absurd? A silence fell over Yi Changqing's heart. Had he not fallen into another deadlock? At that moment, he sensed a gentle movement within the womb, as if his mother was caressing her abdomen, her soft voice resounding. Perhaps I was truly mistaken in the past. The elders of the Su family have sacrificed many for his sake. 50% perished beyond the imperial city, 30% at the borders, striving for his glory. Yet now even the ancestral lands of Tianlan County are beyond preservation. I, as a mother, am powerless, confined to this Wu Wang mansion, awaiting your birth. Your grandfather once said that my bloodline is strong and illustrious, for our Su family birthed a legendary sage in ancient times. I do not know how formidable it truly was, but all living beings seek the path of longevity, yearning to become sages. Your father possesses remarkable talent, a first tier. If I can activate the sage bloodline of the Su family, he will surely soar to greater heights. Su Weiner's expression was resolute, as if she clung to the last straw in dire straits. Once you grow up safely, I will seek out your grandparents' remains and bury them together. I miss them. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing fell into silence, a flame igniting within his heart, slowly rising, poised to incinerate the entire Wu Wang mansion. At that moment, the system in his mind chimed. Your mother firmly believes in your possession of the Su family's sage bloodline, convinced that the combination of the sage bloodline and Wu Wang Yihao's talent guarantees that you will undoubtedly be a genius, surpassing even first-tier talent. Supplementation progress at 100. You have acquired the rare, innate spiritual body of the world and activated the sage bloodline of the Su family. The essence of the sage resides within your dantian, aiding your growth. As your cultivation increases, the shackles of your bloodline will be lifted, revealing the techniques and legacy of the Su family sages. Zing! A warmth coursed through his body, gradually spreading throughout him before settling in his abdominal dantian. A faint spiritual energy began to flow within, cleansing his sinews and marrow. Yi Changqing even felt an unusual closeness to the spiritual energy within him. It is known that in the Tianyuan realm, talents are divided into 9 grades, with 1 being the strongest and 9 the weakest. Achieving 5th grade is already considered exceptional. His father, Yi Hao, possessed first-tier talent, a standout within the Daqing dynasty. Yet he had transcended this categorization, attaining an even higher innate spiritual body. As long as he could grow up safely, he would surely become a formidable martial artist. As his physique transformed, images of the outside world began to surface in his mind. Before him lay a dilapidated woodshed, with broken doors and windows, the silvery moonlight casting its glow upon a delicate young maiden clad in a simple skirt. She curled up in a corner, hugging her legs, her back against the firewood, appearing fragile. Drip, drip, raindrops fell upon the shattered tiles of the roof, seeping into the room, the damp and cold environment making Su Weiner feel increasingly chilled, her body trembling. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the woodshed flowed towards Su Weiner like fine threads, permeating her meridians, the warmth gradually comforting her as she succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. For these past months, I have protected you countless times. Now it is my turn to shield you, mother. Not just the Northern Duke's mansion and all of Daqing. None can harm you. By the time I am born, you will at least reach first-tier talent. Yi Changqing's thoughts echoed. Su Weiner's talent was already 50. Her current practice was weak merely because she had not trained diligently in her youth. With the transformation of his own physique, his mother Su Weiner's talent would also shift, significantly improving. The innate energy within the spiritual womb could cleanse her sinews and marrow, transforming her physique during the nurturing of the spiritual womb. A portion would feed back to Su Weiner, and achieving first-tier talent was absolutely within reach. Chapter 2. Sage Bloodline, Spiritual Womb, Transcending Mortality. Yi Changqing returned to his senses, feeling an unusual sensation throughout his body, a subtle restlessness. The flow of spiritual energy accelerated, circulating through his dantian after completing a full cycle. Is this the sign of transcending mortality? Though he had never undergone training, the Wu Wang mansion was suffused with martial energy, and over the months, he had heard many tales. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Even those of exceptional talent must comprehend the heavens and earth, absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, shed their mortal forms, and grasp transcendent power, capable of shattering mountains with a punch. This is but the first realm. The second realm is the fusion of blood, refining the muscles and bones throughout the body, tempering the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels, rendering oneself impervious to blades and spears, with a sudden surge of vitality and blood power. The most accomplished among them can wield a force of 30,000 pounds with a single arm. The third realm is the awakening of the spirit, where one opens the dantian within the abdomen, beginning to comprehend the essence of the universe, exuding spiritual energy and soaring through the skies. The fourth realm is the gathering of the mind, where one opens the sea of consciousness, refining the soul. One can kill without a trace. Even if the physical body turns to ash, the spirit can endure, marking one as a formidable being. Beyond this lie the Earth Origin Masters and the Celestial Mystic Powers, whose names are not commonly heard. Yet, each one is a sovereign-level existence. Among the nobles of the great Qing dynasty, every lord is at least of the Earth Origin realm, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, and with a mere wave of their hand, they can upend the heavens and the earth, truly terrifying. The innate spiritual body is a constitution bestowed upon those favored by great fortune, capable of achieving the mortal transformation prior to birth. An ordinary first-grade genius, despite possessing exceptional roots, still requires the cleansing of sinews and marrow to commence true cultivation. As for me now, I am precisely at this stage. Yi Changqing felt a surge of excitement, for he recognized a significant difference between himself and those innate prodigies. That difference lies in his retained consciousness, allowing him to cultivate even within the womb. This implies that he is not confined to the realm of mortal transformation. He can aspire to break through to the fusion of blood realm. Achieving a higher realm in the innate stage would yield a more complete and harmonious connection with the universe, paving a smoother path for future cultivation. This is the advantage of an innate special constitution having transcended ordinary beings even before entering the world. As long as one can grow smoothly, the future will be a broad avenue. Yi Changqing immersed himself in thought, the only cultivation technique he currently knew being the Su family scripture practiced by his mother. Over these past months, he had heard it countless times and could recite it fluently. Then, I shall first attempt to cultivate using my mother's technique. Solidify the foundation of the heart, guard the luminous platform, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Waves of spiritual energy began to flow into his body, circulating in a continuous cycle. The once fatigued spirit began to rejuvenate. As time passed, the spiritual energy accumulating in the woodshed grew denser, coalescing into a thin mist, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, creating an ethereal and hazy spectacle. Cradling his beloved Su Weiner, her brows relaxed, the spiritual energy within her also gradually filled, allowing her cultivation to slowly progress even in her slumber. The long-standing bottleneck from years without practice began to loosen. However, she remained unaware of all this. As the night deepened, faint footsteps could be heard outside the woodshed, the silhouettes of two figures clad in black flitting by. Who would have thought the defenses of the Prince Wuss Manor to be so lax that we could infiltrate so easily? But, brother, is the information really reliable? The prince's concubine is actually sleeping in a woodshed? Be silent. This operation to retaliate against the Prince Wu is a plan devised by the higher-ups of our sect. It cannot possibly be mistaken. However, it is unfortunate for this striking beauty, suppressed within the manor, now destined to become a sacrifice for Yi Hao. One of the men in black spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with regret. Recently, Yi Hao had risen in power at the border, with several lords protecting him, and he had slain several prodigies of their sect. This bloodbath at the Prince Wuss Manor serves as a retaliatory warning. The two of them, being at the initial stage of spirit awakening, had disguised themselves as guards of the manor, infiltrating a fortnight in advance to avoid raising suspicion. Yet, killing a concubine at the fusion of blood stage would be more than sufficient. Rumor has it they were childhood sweethearts. The tragic death of Su Weiner would surely enrage Yi Hao. Not good. Yi Chongqing, who was in the midst of his cultivation, felt a jolt at this revelation. As an innate spiritual body, his consciousness was keen, perceptive to the world around him. He heard every word exchanged outside the woodshed. Despair washed over him. Why? Just as he was beginning to make progress, was he faced with a life-and-death calamity? The critical issue was that he was powerless to intervene. Moreover, how could the illustrious Prince Wuss Manor be unaware of two spirit realm warriors infiltrating their grounds? Damn it, it must be that venomous woman Lin Yao. Perhaps she was aware of this information all along, intentionally sending my mother to the outer courtyard's woodshed during the day. She is simply using others to do her dirty work. Yi Chongqing found it hard to believe that such coincidences could exist in this world. Within the inner court of the Prince Wuss Manor, there were clan elders stationed, ensuring safety even when facing formidable foes. They could hold out until reinforcements arrived. But the outer courtyard was different, equipped only with basic defensive formations and patrolling guards, utterly incapable of fending off strong adversaries. How ruthless! To eliminate the unborn child at the cost of plunging the manor into crisis. Yi Chongqing forced himself to remain calm. The most pressing matter was to awaken his mother, for that would provide a glimmer of hope. As he pondered, a spectral, aged voice echoed above the Prince Wuss Manor. 3 days ago, Yi Hao slaughtered 5 true disciples of my 7 Stars Pavilion in Nanling. Today, I bring a calamity to the great Qing Prince Wuss Manor as a token of reciprocation. The calm voice belied a terrifying intent to kill. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the great Qing imperial city. Flames erupted across the sky like a torrential rain of fire, engulfing the entire Prince Wuss Manor, raising the temperature to an unbearable heat, instantly transforming it into a sea of flames. Numerous black-clad warriors revealed themselves throughout the manor, the air filled with cries of agony, as servants and maidens collapsed in pools of blood. Enemy attack! A sharp, urgent voice rang out from the inner court. How dare the thieves of the 7 Stars Pavilion strike within the manor? They seek death. Several elder figures appeared, scanning the surroundings with furrowed brows, perplexed as to why an assault would occur in the great Qing imperial city. Yet there was no time to ponder. They joined the manor's guards in a fierce counterattack, suppressing the intruders. Deep within the inner courtyard, dozens of black-clad corpses lay strewn about. Powerful presences stood hidden in the shadows, arms crossed, their expressions indifferent. The 7 Stars Pavilion disciples attempting to infiltrate this place were swiftly cut down. On the second floor's railing, a beautiful woman draped in a crimson robe gazed into the distance, observing the Chapter 3. The celestial phenomenon unfolds. Has the sacred body emerged? In the outer courtyard's firewood room, 2 martial artists clad in black, upon witnessing the signal, drew their sharp blades without uttering a word. A dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped their swords, emanating a chilling intent that Suwana, awakened by the cacophony of slaughter, felt cold sweat trickling down her pristine forehead. In a flurry, she rose, hastily removing the golden hairpin from her head, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for confrontation. Who are you? This is dire. Yi Chongqing, sensing the impending violence, felt a surge of panic. That moment, A wave of heat erupted from within his abdomen, yearning to burst forth. Hum. A faint humming resonated above Su Wanner's head, where a strand of sacred, luminous energy spiraled, harboring terrifying power that sealed the entirety of the firewood room. The two black-clad warriors found themselves immobilized, their limbs rendered motionless, their blades clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Their pupils widened in horror, a palpable sense of death creeping into their hearts, as if they were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast. Even though they hailed from the Seven Stars Pavilion, they could not comprehend the nature of this power. Merely a wisp of energy could bind them, leaving no room for resistance, slicing through the air. The pure white essence of the sacred rank severed the throats of the two men, thick blood gushing forth, their vitality evaporating in an instant as they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. At that moment, not only did the martial king's residence cease its carnage, but many ancient beings within the grand capital of Deqing also awoke, for the aura that had emerged far surpassed the realm of Tianxian. And even a fleeting glimpse instilled fear in countless hearts. Across the expanse above the royal city, a terrifying consciousness radiated, searching repeatedly, yet the sacred essence had already returned to Yi Changqing's Dantian. Su Wanner, clutching the golden hairpin tightly, found herself in a state of stupor. She was equally perplexed, questioning who had intervened. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief, despite the raging inferno outside, within this firewood room. She felt no unease. Her gaze softened as she looked towards her abdomen. Surely, it is the manifestation of our ancestral sage, protecting our lineage. The Su family shall not perish. Perhaps you are truly extraordinary, capable of leading the Su family to resurgence. That I in that moment. Su Wanner genuinely believed that her ancestors had once been sages, for the scene before her was inexplicable that a subtle tremor in her abdomen seemed to respond. Yi Changqing, feeling a wave of relief, thought to himself that it had been a harrowing experience. Thankfully, the sacred essence had manifested earlier. Otherwise, a prodigy like himself might have perished in the womb. The revelation of the sacred presence was perceived by his mother, Su Wanner, as being connected to him. She firmly believed in the ancestral sage's protection over their progeny. Her imagination ran wild, reaching 100% completion. The Su family's ancestral grave had become a land of fortune. And with disciples returning to Tianlan County for cultivation, they would surely reap twice the rewards with half the effort, enhancing their chances of breaking through bottlenecks. All descendants of the Su family would receive the auspicious protection of a sage, likely encountering fortuitous opportunities in the unlikeliest of places. And even in seemingly fatal situations, there would be a glimmer of hope that Yi Changqing couldn't help but smile inwardly. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined. Little did he expect that this assassination attempt would benefit the entire Su family. However, this single encounter would irrevocably alter the fate of the Su clan, intertwining their destiny with numerous tales of great fortune in the future. At this moment, Su Wanner managed to compose herself, gripping the golden hairpin firmly that I must also endeavor to cultivate and elevate my prowess. Otherwise, encountering such situations again would spell disaster. She realized she could not entrust her fate to others. This experience made her acutely aware that had she diligently practiced and broken through to the spiritual connection realm, things would not have been so precarious. When the overwhelming pressure had descended upon her, despair had consumed her, leaving her with no choice but to fight desperately. Thus, alongside nurturing her womb, she needed to attempt breaking through to the next realm that at critical junctures, no one could be relied upon. Inside her womb, Yi Changqing felt a surge of joy. After all, the Su family's previous weakness made it challenging for them to aid his breakthrough within a month, given the current training environment was unsuitable. Progress would be slow. If only his mother could discover a superior cultivation method and impart it to him, he would undoubtedly break through to the blood fusion realm. This would provide him with more means of self-preservation upon his birth. The Northern Town King's residence loomed large in his mind. How many times could the sacred essence save his life? If he were to encounter a master of the gathering spirit, or even the earth origin realm, what would he do then? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the firewood room, several clan elders appearing with forlorn expressions. Upon seeing Su Wanner safe, they breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. All is well. All is well. Had Su Wanner met her demise, they would have faced the wrath of the martial king. After all, no one knew if she carried the future legitimate heir of the residence within her womb. Casting a glance at the two corpses on the ground, they refrained from overthinking, concluding that the martial king might have left some measures by her side, which was only natural, with a swift motion of his hand. One elder coldly commanded, "Bring Madame Sue back to the inner court." They harbored a flicker of anger, for the events of the night seemed too coincidental. Although Sue Warner often faced bullying from Lady Lin, it typically occurred within the inner court, right beneath their noses. Yet today, she had been punished in the outer courtyard firewood room, only to have such an incident unfold. They were not oblivious to the implications. However, the Northern Town King's influence was overwhelming. Even if they understood the underlying currents, they dared not confront him openly. Moreover, as long as Sue Warner was unharmed, that was all that mattered to them. Sue Warner glanced at the indifferent elders, choosing not to say much, and followed a group of royal guards back to her courtyard. Yet, as she passed the main courtyard's loft, a chilling gaze descended upon her from the second floor. She did not perish, crack. The railing on the second floor shattered in response. Lin Yao slightly lifted her eyelids, her gaze frosty, but she said nothing further as she turned to enter her chamber. For she could afford to make countless mistakes, as long as she succeeded once. The commotion within the Martial King's residence was considerable, as many elders spent the night attending to the aftermath. However, the ancient beings who had awakened from slumber had no inclination to dwell on such a trivial attack. At most, it was a slight blemish on the dynasty's reputation. Yet the aura that had manifested earlier filled them with dread. Some of the weaker practitioners might not have felt much, but those of their caliber nearly fled in panic, fearing it was the divine punishment of a formidable being that in the grand palace of Daqing. Within the main hall, an elderly man clad in pristine white robes sat upon the dragon throne. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in a light yellow dragon robe, wearing a bitter smile. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, as the ancestor had unexpectedly emerged from the forbidden grounds, leaving him awkwardly standing there. Below, several indistinct figures sat, each exuding an aura as terrifying as the abyss. Yet now, they all displayed signs of agitation, struggling to calm the turmoil within their hearts. "Your Majesty, you must have sensed the previous aura. We are unsure which ancient powerhouse has emerged from seclusion, and they are now within the Daqing royal city. What should we do?" The elderly man in white rolled his eyes. "What can we do? Even if the owner of that aura appears. Let alone us mere Tianxian realm cultivators. Even the esteemed figures of the Qingyang sect would be insufficient. The old fellow from the Celestial Observatory has already gone to conduct his divination. Remain calm." After a full hour, the hall doors creaked open, and a feeble elder stepped in, his complexion pale and devoid of color, slightly bowing in greeting. "Reporting to your Majesty, I have divined the celestial phenomenon and observed the purple micro-star trembling. In a few months' time, a descendant connected to the sacred rank will descend. The earlier commotion was likely a manifestation of the innate sacred body's energy leaking. This is the most plausible explanation." The hall fell into a profound silence. The many elder nobles and the ancestral figures of the Daqing dynasty wore expressions of shock. "Innate sacred body? Are you certain you aren't jesting?" They felt somewhat dazed, finding the notion implausible. How could such good fortune befall the Daqing dynasty? Was it possible that their ancestral grave had emitted smoke? One must understand that the rise of every innate sacred body was accompanied by countless legends. They were destined to be the most resplendent stars of an era. For those favored by heaven and earth could seamlessly ascend to the sacred rank without obstruction, with the only bottleneck being a lack of resources. Even the Daqing ancestor clenched the dragon throne, his breathing quickening. "Are you saying that our Daqing dynasty will also give birth to a sage? What about the scope?" The master of the Celestial Observatory wore a bitter smile. "The range should be within the Daqing royal city. Likely related to the royal family." The Daqing ancestor's expression stiffened. "What do you mean by likely? Can't you be more precise?" Within the entirety of Daqing royal city, there were millions of cultivators, many of whom were connected to the royal family. "How do we discern?" The master of the Celestial Observatory shook his head. "This scope has already cost me 300 years of lifespan. If I were to be more precise, I would have to gamble my own life, and even that might not suffice. The karmic ties involved are too immense." The Daqing ancestor waved his hand. Then find those within the royal city connected to my royal family and who have been pregnant for several months. Bring them all to me. Let your descendants not indulge their emotions. Now look what has happened. A descendant suspected of being an innate sacred body is about to hide among the vast sea of humanity. In an instant, he cast a fierce glare at the contemporary Qing Huang behind him. Qing Huang hesitated, recalling that in those days, the venerable ancestor had more than 20 princes, not to mention the illegitimate offspring. However, after some contemplation, he deemed it unnecessary to bring up past matters, as it would only serve to slap him in the face and diminish his dignity. After all, he was a formidable sovereign in his own right. Qing Huang clasped his hands in response, determined that both grandfather and grandson would exert every effort, even turning the imperial city upside down, to locate this innate holy body. That night, the entire Deqing imperial city was rife with unrest. Chapter 4. The clan elder guards the path. Mothers hold power through their offspring in the courtyard. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth invisibly converged, forming a white mist that shimmered under the moonlight, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yi Chongqing, engaged in his cultivation, sensed a troubling stagnation in his progress towards the breakthrough of the blood fusion realm. It was exceedingly challenging to surpass this stage in his innate embryonic state, as it required not only superior cultivation techniques, but also rare treasures of heaven and earth for nourishment. His mother had begun to focus on her own cultivation, able to call upon him in her dreams, and exchange the martial arts practices of the Wang family, which he could study and record. Returning to Tianlan County would enhance his cultivation speed. Even without spiritual treasures, he could likely achieve a breakthrough before birth. Yi Chongqing pondered deeply. Breaking through to the blood fusion realm would solidify his foundation, allowing him to avoid several years of detours, which would be immensely beneficial for his future, saving him considerable time. Previously, the emergence of the holy tier primordial energy had stirred many ancient beings within the Deqing dynasty, prompting the head of the Qi Tian Observatory, Yi Guantian, to forecast that in a few months, a being related to the royal family would undoubtedly be born as an innate holy body. After a lengthy investigation throughout the night, approximately 6,300 individuals were found to be connected to the royal family, with 6,200 excluded, due to the peculiarities of the Wang family. A night search was deemed inappropriate, and he had been identified as a key focus. Once, the Wang family had also welcomed a royal bride, naturally possessing some shared bloodlines, thus falling within the scope of inquiry. Such fortuitous developments? Yi Chongqing, troubled by the difficulties in breaking through to the blood fusion realm, realized that if he were recognized by the royal family as an innate holy body, he might even have the chance to challenge the spiritual connection realm. This presented a significant opportunity for him. The northern town king's residence was powerful, and the Su family was nearly annihilated, leaving them virtually without any backing that if he could grow strong in his youth, he would possess the means for self-preservation. Of course, showcasing his talents publicly posed a challenge that he needed to rely on his mother, Su Wanner, to reveal his extraordinary nature. Yi Chongqing began to channel his spiritual energy, observing the courtyard where the energy was abundant, reaching a level bolstered by the formation, slightly exceeding the main courtyard. It was noteworthy that since Lin Yao took control of the Wang family, all resources from the side courtyard had been withdrawn, let alone the spirit-gathering array. Thus, there was potential for progress here. Yi Chongqing began to cultivate his spirit, adjusting his state to the optimal condition, activating the foundational scriptures of the Su family, circulating his energy through the meridians, allowing every strand of spiritual energy to merge with the holy tier primordial energy. The low humming sound resonated within the side courtyard as countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards Su Wanner. Even in her slumber, the bottleneck of her cultivation gradually loosened. As time passed, the spiritual energy trickled into her dantian, filling it like a reservoir, until she broke through to the spiritual connection realm. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the spiritual energy in the entire side courtyard became wild, as if celebrating. Su Wanner's delicate body shuddered, awakening her from her slumber, surprise illuminating her hazy eyes. Have I broken through to the spiritual connection realm? She thought, feeling a complex mix of emotions at the sudden surge in her power, as she had been stuck at this realm for several years. Since marrying Wang Yihao, she had not practiced cultivation. Starting from last night, various occurrences hinted at something extraordinary. And now, she had even broken through in her dreams, leaving her unable to calm her heart. Glancing at her protruding abdomen, she gently caressed it with her delicate fingers. It seems that it truly is because of you. Little one did she owe her astonishment. Even before birth, this child had already brought her such immense joy. However, she could not solely rely on this unborn child. She too needed to strive for her own cultivation. At the very least, to ensure she had the means for self-defense should such perilous circumstances arise again. The events of last night still left her in trepidation. She did not wish to feel powerless again. She promptly gathered her focus, seated herself in a meditative posture, and commenced the practice of her techniques to stabilize her freshly attained realm to avoid a regression. Why has the speed of my energy absorption increased by nearly half? Su Wanner was exceedingly astonished. The spiritual energy entered her body, circulating through her meridians without obstruction, a stark contrast to her previous experiences in cultivation. This was a state achievable only by one with superior innate talent. Could it be? Su Wanner dared not speculate further. Innate talent is formed at birth, and altering it later is exceedingly difficult, requiring countless rare treasures to wash the marrow and refine the bones. Yi Hao had once promised that upon inheriting the title of Wang, he would utilize the resources of the residence to reconstruct her foundation, elevating her to a third-tier talent, but of course, that promise had long since faded into obscurity. Yet now, merely due to the extraordinary nature of her child, her talent had transformed, instilling in Su Wanner a newfound hope for the future. She suppressed her excitement, practicing the foundational scriptures of the Su family. Realizing that her techniques had some delays, she murmured softly, "Once I stabilize my new level, I should replace my cultivation technique. Perhaps before my child is born, I can break through to the mid-spiritual connection realm." A gentle humming sound emanated from within her as her realm solidified, and the spiritual energy in the side courtyard grew ever more abundant, far surpassing that of the main courtyard at this moment. Outside the courtyard, several clan elders hurriedly arrived, their eyes widening at the extraordinary sight before them. The earlier commotion had been considerable. They feared the remnants of the Seven Stars Pavilion were launching another attack. Upon learning it was the side courtyard, they rushed over to prevent any mishaps. Yet they could hardly believe their eyes. A breakthrough in cultivation. Hadn't Su Wanner ceased her cultivation since entering the Wang residence? The pallid-faced elder, draped in a blue robe, inquired in a hushed tone. The other elders nodded slightly. Indeed, she originally possessed a fifth-tier talent, not too shabby. Had she cultivated earlier, she would have long since broken through to the spiritual connection realm. The elder fell into deep thought, a glimmer flashing in his profound eyes. The two individuals who fell last night were found to be in the spiritual connection realm. Initially, we presumed they were remnants of the princess schemes. But it appears this was not the case. Even if Su Wanner had indeed broken through to the spiritual connection realm, such a commotion was unprecedented. The swirling spiritual energy must be related to the fetus. As ancient texts have recorded the extraordinary nature of spiritual fetuses, perhaps our stance needs to shift that we cannot allow the daughter of the Northern Town King to dictate terms. Dispatch someone to prepare some profound-grade spiritual herbs to solidify her cultivation foundation. And send them to the side courtyard early in the morning, that if the princess questions this, let her know it was my suggestion, he commanded. Additionally, arrange for 2 female cultivators in the gathering spirit realm to keep watch outside the courtyard and find trustworthy individuals. Lady Su, now several months pregnant, faced numerous inconveniences. Having an extra person to assist would be prudent. The clan elders exchanged glances, startled, but soon nodded in agreement with this approach. Should Su Wanner truly give birth to a spiritual fetus, the decline of the Wang family would be reversed, restoring them to their former glory, though it would merely be a matter of time. Excitement welled up within them that AS for the Northern Town King's stance. It paled in comparison to the prospect of an innate spiritual fetus. We, the old fellows, shall guard the courtyard entrance to prevent any petty thieves, one elder declared in a low voice, his energy surging around him, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain to AT this moment. In the main courtyard on the second floor, Lin Yao, clad in a sheer red gown that subtly revealed her mature and graceful figure, turned her head to glance aside that a faint chill flickered in her eyes, and her heart grew increasingly uneasy. She uttered no more words but turned to leave, leaving behind fingerprints on the already splintered wooden railing. As time passed, an hour later, with the first rays of the sun cascading down, the thick mist gradually dispersed. Creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a flushed Sue Warner stepping out. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she momentarily froze. The clan elders stood guard at the entrance, alongside several robust spiritual herbs placed nearby, all displaying warm smiles. "Madam, having just broken through, be cautious not to disturb the fetus's energy. These herbs are profound grade and exceptionally suitable for stabilization and nourishment. That I observe that your current technique seems to still be the foundational scripture of the Su family. Our Wong residence possesses two preserved celestial tier techniques. Perhaps a change would allow you to cultivate more swiftly," suggested several elders, their attitudes drastically altered from the previous day. Chapter 5. What is the Northern Town King's residence? Warner need not stand on ceremony. I express my gratitude to the esteemed clan elders. Su Warner offered a faint smile in response, never having anticipated that her actions would stir the elders of the Wangfu, along with a multitude of profound medicinal herbs. For practitioners at the Spirit Connection realm, this was indeed a luxury. However, the Su family's investment was evidently more substantial. Su Warner accepted this with a sense of rightful entitlement, for it was a debt that Yi Hao owed her. Upon hearing the words of these old men, the embryonic Yi Changqing felt a surge of joy within. Initially, he believed that the Wangfu could only produce one or two local-level cultivation techniques, and he would be grateful for that. In the Deqing dynasty, cultivation techniques were categorized into 5 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and Common. Each level of technique represented a vast chasm in differences, both in terms of cultivation speed and the quality of spiritual energy. Among practitioners of the Spirit Connection realm, one who primarily cultivated a yellow-level technique would be utterly crushed by another who practiced an earth-level technique, with no chance of a comeback. The enduring presence of aristocratic families and sects in this realm is not solely due to the number of prodigies they produce, but also because they possess cultivation resources that are unattainable for commoners. Cultivation requires wealth, techniques, companions, and territory. The aristocratic families hold 3 of these. Fortuitous encounters are a rarity. Only a select few can experience them. Naturally, the prerequisite is possessing sufficient talent and comprehension. Otherwise, acquiring a superior technique would be no different from grasping a book without words. Just when he found himself lacking in techniques, he thought, "Very well. If the lady does not mind, let us move these spiritual herbs into her courtyard." The elder in the azure robe waved his hand with a smile. Several maidservants lifted the spiritual herbs and entered the courtyard. The elder then turned to Su Warner, speaking kindly, "Why not choose now, my lady? Conveniently, we old fellows are here. The 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion requires the tokens of a few elders to unlock." The elder's gazes reflected anticipation. The stronger Su Warner's cultivation became, the less likely it would be for any mishaps to occur during childbirth, thus avoiding any possibility of stillbirth. "Then I must trouble you." "Esteemed elders," Su Warner said, placing her hands on her waist and bowing respectfully. The Su family, after all, lacked heaven-level techniques. Acquiring one would allow her future child to cultivate as well. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, and she would not refuse it. Following several elders, she proceeded deeper into the inner estate. Before her stood an ancient tower, marked by dark red bloodstains that had not dissipated, still infused with a faint aura of the Great Tao, revealing traces of a remarkable battle. The newly crafted plaque boldly inscribed Scripture Pavilion in powerful strokes. Yet at the entrance of the tower stood a beautiful young girl accompanied by 2 formidable practitioners clad in black robes. The elder's expressions shifted slightly. This was the personal maid of the main wife, Lin Yao, named Yu Ling. What did her sudden appearance signify? Her gaze was sharp as she scanned Su Warner, a faint smile gracing her lips as she calmly stated, "Today is an auspicious day. The lady is to receive a Buddhist blessing in the Scripture Pavilion. Praying for the safety of the prince at the borders, that I kindly ask the esteemed elders to step back and return on another day." The manifestation of spiritual energy in the courtyard earlier that morning had left Lin Yao feeling quite unsettled. Knowing that these old fellows intended to have Su Warner cultivate heaven-level techniques infuriated her. She directly sent her personal maid to find an excuse to close the Scripture Pavilion. The elder's eyelids drooped slightly as he calmly replied, "I support the lady's Buddhist blessing. However, she is yet to enter the Scripture Pavilion to peruse the texts, and she will have at most 1 hour. Step aside, that I do not wish to repeat myself, that he was acutely aware of the situation, but it was essential to alter Su Wanner's perception and ensure she would keep the child within the Wangfu. Thus, he needed to assert his position that a gentle stream of spiritual energy surged from his dantian, tumultuous as waves, seeking to assert its dominance. The air around them began to stir, gradually transforming into a fierce wind. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. The two black-robed practitioners retreated 3 steps, spreading their spiritual energy to form a barrier. Yu Ling was momentarily taken aback, her expression astonished. She had not anticipated that the old man from the Wangfu would dare to strike after summoning the lady. It was known that such confrontations had not occurred in the previous year, as the Wangfu elders would always retreat. But now, they were so resolute. Who said this concubine was absent? As the auspicious time drew near and the Buddhist blessing commenced, did the elder not wish for her husband to return safely? A somewhat piercing voice, laced with anger, echoed throughout the scripture pavilion. Lin Yao, adorned in a flowing red gown, approached with an air of authority, flanked by several robust black-clad guards from the North Town Wangfu. Even with the support of the Wangfu elders, she aimed to suppress Su Wanner. Did she think to nurture an illegitimate child without consulting her? Lin Yao? The elder's white brows furrowed slightly, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, veins bulging. Lin Fei, do you truly wish to escalate matters? Does the Wangfu still possess the capability to create a ruckus? Lin Yao responded with a slight arch of her brow, a smile playing upon her lips. Though her voice dripped with sarcasm, Su Wanner met her gaze, infuriated by the condescending demeanor. All she desired was to safely deliver her child. And even in the face of humiliation, she had retreated time and again, nearly suffering harm. Yet what she received in return was an insatiable demand for more. With a fierce glare, Su Wanner rebuked, her voice icy. I am but a concubine of the Wangfu. You lack a legitimate pretext to act against me. Yet today, I shall convey this. Should anything happen to my child, I will return as a vengeful spirit and ensure you pay the price. Months of repressed fury erupted in an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth. Lin Yao could no longer maintain her composure, her expression turning menacing. Such audacity. A mere concubine dares to speak back. Yu Ling, slap her until I am appeased. At her command, Yu Ling hastened forward, intent on venting her mistress's wrath. But at that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Stop! A middle-aged man clad in a pale yellow brocade robe strode in with an imposing presence, hands clasped behind his back. Both the elder and the Wangfu elders, as well as Lin Yao, were taken aback. Earlier that morning, news had reached them that the royal family's 6th offering, Master Qinghe, had come to visit the Wangfu. However, due to Su Wanner's breakthrough, both parties had wished to conclude their matters before extending a proper welcome. Lin Yao suppressed her fierce gaze, adopting a gentler demeanor. I apologize to Master Qinghe. Allow me to discipline these underlings, and I shall ensure they are well received. Yu Ling stepped forward, raising her jade hand, ready to strike. Did the master not say to stop? Are your ears deaf? With a resounding slap, Yu Ling was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Yao and the elders were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Master Qinghe, standing with hands behind his back beside Su Wanner, felt relieved upon seeing her unscathed. It was known that when the phenomenon occurred at the Wangfu, the emperor had sought him out immediately to investigate its authenticity. Now, it appeared there were indeed no signs of prolonged cultivation. And with her breakthrough to the spirit connection realm, there was a significant possibility she was carrying a sacred fetus. Should anything go awry, jeopardizing the fetal energy, he feared he would be torn to pieces by the ancestors of the Qing. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings. I do not concern myself with the internal affairs of your Wangfu. That is not within my responsibilities. However, should anyone dare to harm Su Wanner, I will personally ensure their demise. Not even the North Town Wang will dare utter a word against it. Understood? As his words settled, his gaze fixated on Lin Yao. Feeling a chill spread through her limbs, as if plummeting into an abyss. Lin Yao trembled. When had she become entangled with the royal offerings? A flicker of resentment and malice surged within her depths. Each royal offering was a guardian of the Qing dynasty, possessing extraordinary strength. The weakest among them had reached the level of Earth Origin Master. Even the North Town Wangfu would not easily provoke them. Yet now, This offering openly stood beside Su Wan'er, even asserting that the North Town Wangfu was beneath notice. Lin Yao felt a profound sense of frustration. How could she, a main wife, be suppressed by a mere concubine? There must be hidden truths at play. She decided to bide her time. For as long as Su Wan'er remained within the Wangfu, she could strike whenever she wished, suppressing her turbulent emotions. Lin Yao inhaled deeply, channeling spiritual energy to quell her rage. The significance of Master Qinghe was different. Should a confrontation arise, the North Town Wangfu would suffer repercussions. Furthermore, he could not remain by Su Wan'er's side indefinitely. Opportunities would abound. There was no need to rush. Then she smiled. Had I known earlier that Wan'er was connected to the esteemed offering, I would naturally not have dared to impose punishment. Given the bloodshed witnessed today, it is not suitable for a Buddhist blessing. Let us defer it to another date at Yu Ling. Let us depart. With a flick of her sleeve, Lin Yao turned to leave, followed closely by several black-robed warriors at Yu Ling, struggling to rise from the ground. Her silken gown torn and her left cheek swollen, left in a most disheveled state. The elder and the other stared at Su Wan'er in astonishment, puzzled, for both the Su family and Su Wan'er. There had been no prior connection to the royal family. The visitors had come to the Wangfu clearly with Su Wan'er in mind, and there must be reasons unknown to them, rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar. Master Qinghe pondered for a moment, then opened his right hand to reveal a jade pendant, entirely green and translucent. This is my jade pendant. Should any danger arise, you may shatter it, but I will arrive within the royal city in no more than 15 minutes. After a night of investigation, it became evident that only 3 or 5 individuals possessed the extraordinary ability to alter the constitution of their biological mothers with a spiritual fetus, and Su Wan'er was among them. This was due to the genuine possibility that what she carried was a congenital sacred body. Establishing a favorable relationship in advance bore no disadvantages, and at the very least, it would ensure that she would become a prodigious talent of the highest caliber, capable of vying for the esteemed status of a grandmaster. Such a generous gift from the esteemed elder was not to be refused, and Su Wan'er expressed her gratitude to Lord Qinghe. Although she felt some inner conflict, the formidable influence of the northern town prince's residence ultimately swayed her decision to accept. Previously, even the Grand Elder of the Martial King's mansion and numerous clan elders had been suppressed. And if she remained within the prince's residence, she would constantly have to guard against Lin Yao's assassination attempts. Hence, it was indeed necessary for her to accept this favor, vowing to repay it in the future. Meanwhile, within the embryo, Yi Chongqing was acutely aware of the unfolding situation. That it was clear that any disturbance within the imperial city could not escape the notice of the Deqing royal family. The spiritual phenomena that emerged in the morning certainly attracted attention, particularly since the commotion from the previous night had prompted the royal family to investigate, seeking a connection to the congenital sacred body. The only individuals with potential ties to the royal family were the princes and grandsons who had left their marks outside, along with various noble houses formed through marriage alliances. Most of the relevant bloodlines had already been traced. And now Su Wan'er was undoubtedly a focal point of interest. Ding. Master Qinghe, it is highly likely that you are bearing a congenital sacred fetus, and this news has been conveyed to the royal family. Due to the presence of 4 women exhibiting unusual phenomena during their pregnancies, they are presently at an impasse. At the very least, there has been some progress, and if her cultivation can advance swiftly, exhibiting extraordinary abilities, then my congenital sacred body will be secured. As Yi Chongqing pondered, Su Wan'er and several clan elders entered the ancient tower, ascending to the 5th level of the scripture repository. With a resounding rumble, the heavy stone door slowly trembled and shifted aside, revealing a dim light flickering on the walls of the pavilion. That a row of dust-covered bookshelves appeared, neatly lined with over a dozen ancient texts. The Grand Elder's deep voice resonated. These are the treasured collections of the prince's residence, with the least valuable being earth-grade techniques, intended for the cultivation of masters at the very top tier. There are the only 2 celestial-grade techniques, namely the congenital spirit formula and the great void divine formula. These 2 techniques are exceptionally unique, remnants of ancient times, and they form the foundation of the Martial King's mansion standing within the Deqing dynasty. Very few have been able to comprehend them in the past 300 years. Only the current Martial King has succeeded in cultivating the great void divine formula to the 2nd level. The practice of the congenital spirit formula nourishes the fetus, providing spiritual energy and complementing one another. It is said that a female cultivator once comprehended this method and gave birth to a congenital spirit body. A remarkable feat if perfected. This technique could allow an extraordinary prodigy to cultivate in their youth, solidifying their innate foundation, preserving their innate energy until the age of 7, thereby enhancing their cultivation efficiency. However, this is exceedingly challenging, and many congenital spirit prodigies have failed to comprehend it. The great void divine formula, created by an ancient deity, is shrouded in mystery. Once understood, it allows for the absorption of the world's power from the moment one reaches the blood integration stage, enabling mastery of the principles of the great Tao, thus easily overpowering peers of the same realm. Should one fail to comprehend it, Lady Su might consider other earth-grade techniques. As long as they promote her cultivation, they will provide nourishment for the fetus. The more powerful the cultivator, the greater the innate talent of the child born. This is akin to the inherited power of bloodlines, even if one is fortunate enough to conceive a congenital spirit body. Insufficient cultivation could lead to complications during childbirth, endangering the life of the infant. Ancient texts have recorded instances where a mortal woman, upon uniting with a powerful being, bore a talented spirit body but perished during childbirth due to being unable to withstand the energy within the child. The Grand Elder and others hoped that Su Wanner could comprehend the congenital spirit formula, as it represents the safest approach. They did not wish for any tragedies to occur. The thought of a child capable of returning spiritual energy to the mother was simply unfathomable, and they held great expectations. Even if it meant opposing the princess, they were willing to take that risk that we shall await outside the scripture repository. Should you have any questions, Lady Su, do not hesitate to ask. The Grand Elder led the clan elders away, closing the stone door to avoid disturbances. That Su Wanner began to peruse the ancient texts, the obscure characters making her head spin, far too profound for her to grasp. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing within the embryo was thoroughly engrossed. The celestial grade techniques were indeed astonishing. The great void divine formula might genuinely be the creation of a deity. According to the records, it could potentially lead to transcendence and enlightenment, allowing one to draw upon the world's energies, contemplate the sun, moon, and stars, purify the body, and align with the principles of the great Tao, enhancing one's affinity with it. This was not merely about surpassing peers. It was akin to crushing them. That in O Wonder Yi, how could ascend to the position of martial king with a first-grade talent, receiving overtures from all sides. The great void divine formula was undoubtedly instrumental in that success. While a first-grade talent is formidable, within the vast Qing dynasty, only a select few can truly rise to prominence. Talent merely signifies future potential. It does not guarantee achievement. After taking note of these insights, Yi Changqing began to cultivate, seizing the optimal moment as a congenital embryo, resulting in rapid progress. In mere moments, he felt a vague connection to the laws of heaven and earth. I shall remember this for now. Once I grow, it can serve as my primary cultivation technique. Presently, it was not suitable, as he had yet to be born and could not yet connect with the forces of nature to refine his body. This method was exceedingly difficult. Inside the pavilion, however, Su Wanner shook her head, attempting to cultivate but repeatedly failing without any response. Ultimately, she opened the congenital spirit formula, reading it back and forth in hopes of comprehension. Yet it remained elusive. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement. The congenital spirit formula primarily utilizes innate energy to nourish the physical body, allowing for a cultivation speed that far exceeds ordinary celestial grade techniques. Yet only infants possess the richest innate energy, and within 3 to 5 months after their birth, that energy dissipates, making it impossible to cultivate this method. It was clearly tailored for prodigies. My advantage is even more pronounced. I can now guide the innate energy to cultivate the spirit connection stage. This truly holds promise. Yi Changqing's heart surged with excitement. This was undoubtedly the most suitable technique for him, and he immediately began to draw in the spiritual energy, attempting to cultivate, as the innate energy flowed through his limbs, leading to rapid improvement in his cultivation, swiftly breaking through to the mid-stage of transcendence. Chapter 7. What dynasty? The Qing Celestial Dynasty. Yi Changqing focused intently on his cultivation, feeling the energy coursing through him, filling his limbs. This sensation was extraordinary, incomparable to the Su family's foundational texts. Within his dantian, the sacred level primal energy subtly vibrated, growing stronger alongside the influx of spiritual energy. Cultivating with the congenital spirit formula actually enhances the sacred level primal energy. It was worth noting that this thread of sacred level primal energy could dissipate at any moment. Previously, it had saved his life. If he could maintain it, it might yield remarkable results in the future. That he steadied his mind and accelerated his cultivation, Su Wanner ultimately chose an earth-grade technique to practice. Drawing in spiritual energy. Having enhanced her abilities, she now possessed third-grade talent, making it feasible for her to attempt this. As time passed, 3 whole days elapsed, and Su Wanner finally made her breakthrough. However, she felt perplexed. She had somehow reached the peak of the spirit connection stage. Normally, having merely begun an earth-grade technique, such rapid advancement was unfathomable. That if such efficacy existed, it would surely transcend the mere classification of an earth-grade technique. 3 days prior, she had broken through the spirit connection stage in her dreams. Now, even just by contemplating the technique, her cultivation was ascending quickly. Perhaps this was connected to you. Su Wanner gazed at her abdomen, where the fetus resided, reflecting thoughtfully. She then fell into deep contemplation, not rushing to leave the scripture repository. The upcoming events in the prince's residence would likely be fraught with peril. Lin Yao surely harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Although there was Master Qing's promise and the protection of the clan elders, she could be targeted at any moment. Defenses would be futile. Entrusting her life to others left Su Wanner feeling profoundly insecure. This stemmed from her own frailty, compounded by the overwhelming power of the northern town prince's residence, which was particularly prominent within the imperial city. Returning to Tianlan County might be the best course of action. The ancestral formation still stood, capable of safeguarding their mother-child bond. The Su family once basked in glory, holding a distinguished position among the illustrious clans of the Daqing dynasty. Though they later fell into decline, they managed to maintain their status as one of the 3 great families of Tianlan Prefecture. Even now, despite the loss of 9/10 of their formidable members due to the demise of Yi Hao, the Su family has not been extinguished. Their profound lineage endures, while the protective boundary of the ancestral formation is limited and has suffered damage. With the utilization of spirit stones, it can fend off assaults from Earth master practitioners. Unless a legendary figure of the celestial profound realm intervenes, one can be assured of their safety. After all, I have wronged the Su family by forging a bond with Yi Hao. It is imperative that I give birth to this child, as they represent the hope for the resurgence of the Su family. At this moment, as Yi Chongqing, who was diligently cultivating, overheard this conversation, he breathed a sigh of relief. The current royal mansion is indeed fraught with peril. Lin Yao now harbors murderous intent, unmasked, and may strike at any moment. Should they summon the formidable warriors of the Northern Defense Prince's mansion, they could easily concoct a pretext to eliminate my mother. Upon returning to Tianlan Prefecture, with the protection of the ancestral formation, it is undoubtedly safer than here, allowing for more efficient cultivation, bolstered by the fortune of our saintly ancestors. That if I emerge into the world, it will not take long before I can contend with the so-called Northern Defense Prince's mansion. By then, no matter how vast the dynasty may be, it shall pose no threat. Moreover, the Daqing royal family has foreseen the arrival of a preternatural saintly body, who knows what intentions and harbors. Knowing my own talents, it is possible they wish to mold me into a mere puppet of cultivation, a war machine. Caution is paramount. What I lack most at this moment is time. With a thunderous rumble, Su Wanner pushed open the stone door of the 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, where several clan elders awaited her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Has the enhancement of her cultivation truly progressed so swiftly? The Grand Elder, clad in a blue robe, displayed a look of exhilaration. Su Wanner's rapid ascension to the peak of the initial spirit connection stage within a mere 3 days validated their earlier assessments. In the past few days, their hearts had been fraught with anxiety. The current Martial King's mansion is reliant on Lin Yao, yet they found themselves at odds without full certainty. This could lead to tremendous losses for the mansion. But now, there is no cause for concern. She must be a natural spirit body. With such an extraordinary talent, they could accept the loss of the Martial King's mansion without hesitation. Excellent. I never expected your cultivation to stabilize so rapidly. From here on, Focus on nurturing the child. As long as you remain within the mansion, there shall be no dangers. Leave it to us, old fellows, the Grand Elder declared, his deep-set eyes shimmering with vitality. Grand Elder, I wish to return to Tianlan Prefecture to nurture the child. I am not entirely at ease within the mansion. Su Wana shook her head, resolutely declining, making her stance clear in recent days. She had become aware that several dangers had been averted thanks to the clan elders. However, Lin Yao's domineering humiliation had gone unchecked. She understood their intentions well. They merely wished for her survival to produce a male heir for the Martial King's mansion. If a daughter were born, her fate would be of no concern to them. At present, the peculiar occurrences surrounding her have led them to suspect the child possesses tremendous potential, regardless of gender. The child would become a pillar of the Martial King's mansion in the future, explaining their willingness to assist. Their aid is driven by self-interest, which is far less reliable than her ancestral formation. Upon hearing her words, the Grand Elder revealed a bittersweet smile, fully aware of the recent events. The clan elders merely aimed to ensure Su Wano's survival and the child's well-being. Within the mansion, absolute safety is not guaranteed. The martial consort would surely act before the birth. Yet he still urged her to reconsider, hoping to retain her presence. After all, should the child grow up in the mansion, a bond would be formed, ensuring that even if this natural spirit body becomes an unparalleled powerhouse, a connection would remain, providing protection for the Yi family for countless generations. That I deeply apologize for your disappointment in the mansion. While Tianlan Prefecture is indeed the foundation of your Su family, it pales in comparison to the Northern Defense Prince's mansion. Why not remain with us? We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. And with Master Qing's assurance, Lin Yao's consort will not find success easily. That Su Wana shook her head once more. My decision is firm. I shall depart in 3 days to return to Tianlan Prefecture. She places greater trust in her family's ancestral formation. Seeing her determination, the Grand Elder, unable to dissuade her, pondered for a moment before speaking. Since you have made up your mind, I shall escort you back to Tianlan Prefecture. Though time is of the essence, I am still an Earth Master and possess the strength to protect you. Furthermore, the clan will prepare various rare herbs to assist in nurturing the child. However, for the consort to return home, Lin Yao's approval is necessary, which may prove challenging. I shall find a way. With that, several clan elders accompanied Su Wana back to the side courtyard, while the Grand Elder hurried off to make preparations. However, the news of Su Wana reaching the peak of the initial spirit connection stage within 3 days quickly reached Lin Yao and Master Qing. Master Qing promptly reported to the Emperor of Daqing. The ancient beings felt a surge of excitement. The most likely candidate for the Martial King's consort was now in sight. Upon learning of her intent to return to Tianlan Prefecture, the Emperor immediately issued orders to monitor the Northern Defense Prince's mansion closely. Moreover, along the route to Tianlan Prefecture, suitable Earth-grade spirit herbs were placed to facilitate her cultivation and nurture the child, fostering a beneficial relationship. All of this transpired in secrecy, as such matters should not be brought to light. The Daqing royal family wished to keep the news of the natural spirit body under wraps. If a saint were truly cultivated, it would no longer be a dynasty, but rather the Daqing celestial dynasty. Chapter 8. Su Wana, bearing a natural saintly fetus, due to her mother Su Wana's rapid cultivation enhancement. The Daqing royal family deduced the likelihood of her bearing a natural saintly fetus. Having just broken through to the late stage of transformation, Yi Changqing was stunned. Such rapid feedback. The Daqing royal family certainly has eyes and ears within the Martial King's mansion. Less than an hour after leaving the Scripture Pavilion, the news spread like wildfire. Indeed, this Martial King's mansion is not a place to linger. Every action of his mother is likely under scrutiny. Now, there is no need for him to dwell on such matters. He must simply await the arrival of the child in a month's time, but he should focus on elevating his innate cultivation to the spirit connection stage, which would be immensely beneficial for the future. Calming his mind, he felt the nourishing effects of the earth-grade medicine, warmth enveloping his limbs. Upon returning to the side courtyard, Su Wana immediately began to absorb the earth-grade medicine sent by the Grand Elder. She was acutely aware that her child was incredibly gifted. Even drawing the attention of the royal family, that it was imperative to gather ample rare resources to nurture the child, laying a solid foundation for greater realms and potentially stepping beyond the Daqing dynasty. Thus, Su Wanner could not afford a moment's negligence. As several herbs entered her body, their rich medicinal power formed a pure white radiance that enveloped her, illuminating the entire room. The nourishing effects of the medicine surged into Yi Changqing's dantian. The abundant spiritual energy poised to break through the bottleneck of his late transformation stage. Moreover, as Yi Changqing's cultivation advanced, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy quickened, nearly overflowing that Su Wanner, having reached the spirit connection stage, was perfectly positioned to absorb this excess energy. Were it not for the sluggish pace of energy transformation, he would have naturally broken through to the mid-spirit connection stage by now. It is worth noting that if this rapid cultivation rate were known to the outside world, many hidden sects would vie to take him as a disciple in a mere 3 days. He was on the verge of breaking through a significant realm, poised to surpass a smaller stage. Even a first-grade talent in the spirit connection stage requires months of accumulation and profound insight to achieve such a feat. In Tianlan Prefecture, he would be regarded as a minor expert. Given his age, he could rank among the top 10 geniuses in a region. As Su Wanner concluded her breathing exercises, she took a deep breath, rose, and retrieved a transparent crystal with a pyramid shape that tapered upwards. She placed her palm, facing downward, upon it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A drop of her essence blood flowed from her fingertip, mingling with spiritual energy and surging within. In an instant, brilliant light surged through the third, sixth, and beyond, maintaining its momentum that a blush crept onto Su Wanner's face, excitement swelling within her, for she realized she was no longer a 5th-grade talent, but had ascended to 4th grade. As she reached the 7th layer, the pace of light growth slowed, gradually surpassing the 8th layer. This indicated that her current talent had reached 2nd grade. She had cast aside the promises made by Yi Hao. Yet her child had transformed her own potential. It is no wonder her rate of spiritual energy absorption had nearly doubled during this time. Her understanding of high-tier techniques and martial arts had also deepened remarkably. The root of all these changes lay in her enhanced talent. Su Wanner had suspected this while in the scripture pavilion. The cultivation in the spirit connection stage had progressed steadily throughout her 20 years of life, far surpassing her previous experiences. That if she could reach the peak of the spirit connection stage before the child's birth, in conjunction with the ancestral formation, she would possess a measure of self-defense. As Su Wanner contemplated, an aged voice resonated from outside the courtyard, slightly subdued. Madam Su, all preparations are complete. We can depart the royal city tonight and return to Tianlan Prefecture. With a creak, Su Wanner quickly pushed open the courtyard door, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated such quick arrangements. Given Lin Yao's temperament, he would not so easily permit her to leave. The expression of Grand Elder Yi Tianyuan, however, appeared somewhat grave. There are no obstacles from the consort side. That I shall personally escort you, madam. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, he was filled with profound bewilderment. For upon receiving the royal decree, he was required to report to the princess. After all, the return of a concubine to her homeland was always a matter to be navigated carefully. Yet before he could present the decree, Lin Yao had already granted her consent. This exhibited a certain peculiarity. The process was far too smooth. It seemed that this journey home was fraught with peril, and the Grand Elder had even prepared himself for the worst, merely to safeguard the demonic lineage of the royal house. Very well, I shall quickly gather my belongings and depart at once. That Su Wanner thought little of it, believing the Grand Elder possessed remarkable powers. In a mere quarter of an hour, she hastily collected her cultivation techniques and some treasures, and then followed the Grand Elder onto the ancient cart drawn by the demonic tiger, a battalion of elite guards, all at the spirit connection realm and loyal to the royal house, accompanied them. In the shadows, 2 peaked spiritual elders served as protectors, with the Grand Elder, a master of the earth origin, by their side. They could traverse safely unless confronted by multiple masters. As the cart rolled away, Lin Yao stood on the 2nd floor of the main courtyard, observing clearly. Behind her, the bruised cheek of Yu Ling cautiously inquired, "Is the lady truly so easily allowing that wretched Su Wanner to leave the royal city? Within the martial king's mansion, it would be child's play to eliminate her, given the power of the northern king's house. Yet now, with that old fellow Yi Tianxian protecting her, the means available in Tianlan County are considerably limited. This moment, she yearned to dismember Su Wanner, for even a casual slap from a master could inflict lasting harm. Without a recovery period of 10 days to half a month, her injuries would not heal. Now, 5 vivid fingerprints marred her skin. Her resentment towards Su Wanner had reached a boiling point. Were it not for her, how could she have offended Master Qinghe? Had she not been Lin Wangfei's maid, countless would have eagerly offered to deal with her, burying her in the moat. Lin Yao shook her head at Yu Ling's words, choosing not to elaborate further. You may leave now. That a familiar presence suddenly emerged in the courtyard. That ASU command. My lady Wai Yu Ling suppressed her bitterness and exited the main courtyard. That moment, a stooped, spectral old figure emerged slowly from behind the screen, lifting his eyelids slightly to reveal a gentle smile. Little Yao, do you not understand? Lin Yao turned, tears shimmering in her eyes. Ancestor, you have always cherished me most dearly. Yet now, I am humiliated by a lowly concubine, and you allow her to depart unscathed. That I truly do not comprehend. That it was well known that her current status was a result of the ancestor's favor. Even the contemporary Northern King, her father, could not compare. Since being rebuffed by Master Qinghe 3 days prior, her mind had churned with a myriad of vengeful thoughts. She had attempted to send word to her father, hoping to leverage the power of the Northern King's mansion. But her plea was denied, for it was the will of the ancestor. Now, permitting that woman to leave the Martial King's mansion only deepened her frustration. If all went as expected, Su Wanner was indeed the source of the recent disturbances. The Celestial Bureau had expended 300 years of lifespan to deduce that our great Qing dynasty was about to give birth to a congenital holy body. For during her self-assessment of talent, the old man had witnessed through his divine sense an ordinary cultivator of 5th-grade talent suddenly soaring to 2nd-grade potential. The child she bore must surely be a congenital holy fetus. The old Northern King's complexion flushed with excitement, while Lin Yao stood frozen in disbelief that Su Wanner was carrying a congenital holy fetus. How could that be? Her aptitude was feeble, and her bloodline of the strong was thin. Even with her husband's enhancement, it was inconceivable that she could nurture a congenital holy fetus. Lin Yao felt a wave of despair wash over her. For years, since Yi Hao had risen to prominence in the royal city, she had developed a fondness for him, even leveraging her family's influence to marry him. This was perfectly aligned with the ambitions of the Northern King's mansion to seize control of the Martial King's mansion, command a 1,000,000-strong army at the borders, and dominate numerous subordinate forces in preparation for the future. Thus, she had consented to support the collateral Yi Hao in ascending to the throne of the Martial King, to seize control of everything. However, a small mishap occurred. Su Wanner became pregnant. That if it were a male child, the future would be unpredictable, jeopardizing the plans of the Northern King's mansion. Hence, they had always sought to eliminate her. Yet, she had not become pregnant until now, and the elders had covertly resisted, allowing Su Wanner to survive to this day. But Lin Yao was unperturbed, as the legitimate daughter of the Northern King's mansion. It would be a simple matter to crush Su Wanner, the rural concubine. She had always approached it with a playful attitude. Little did she expect that Su Wanner would suddenly receive the protection of many powerful figures. Even the royal family's offerings came to her. At this point, she began to feel anxious, eager to conclude this game swiftly. Yet from the mouth of the ancestor, she learned of Su Wanner's child. In this moment, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing around her. The old Northern King, observing the distraught state of his granddaughter, spoke calmly. Rest assured, I can assure you of this news, for I have perused ancient texts. Even if one carries a congenital spirit fetus, the enhancement would be minimal, not as terrifying as you believe. Thus, whether in the royal city or Tianlan County, the great Qing royal family will not permit you to act against her. There is no distinction. Even if you were to forcibly eliminate Su Wanner, the Northern King's mansion could invite disaster, leading to its downfall. It seems there is only Yi Tianyuan, yet the royal family's protectors are not few in number lurking in the shadows. Unless you act personally, no one can harm Su Wanner. Lin Yao stared blankly, murmuring, So, ancestor, do you mean to say that I must forever play the role of her subordinate? This was a notion she could not bear. She had subjected Su Wanner to countless humiliations. To have all those indignities returned upon herself was beyond her imagination to know. It is not as such. The reason I previously had you agree to Su Wanner's return home was precisely to facilitate our plans. My old body, due to hidden injuries from my youth, is nearing its end, and I had initially contemplated seizing a few first-grade talents. Yet now it appears that Su Wana's congenital holy fetus is the most desirable. Once the child reaches the age of 1, the congenital essence will be fully formed, at which point my soul will lie in wait near the Su family, ready to seize the opportunity. The depths of the old northern king's eyes glimmered with fervent anticipation. Seizing the fetus before the age of 1 would make it difficult to ensure a complete congenital holy body. It would require the essence to be fully developed that if successful, not only would the great Qing dynasty be nothing compared to him, but he could even stand at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm, establishing an unparalleled lineage. Lin Yao, jolted from her stupor, felt a surge of excitement course through her as she spoke urgently. Ancestor, do you mean to say that she must safely give birth to the child? No, you must proceed with your plans, eliminate the cultivators of the Su family, and gain control. Only then can I rest easy and seize the opportunity to— As the words fell, the old northern king transformed into a wisp of green smoke, his spectral form dissipating. Lin Yao could not help but feel exhilarated, her eyes brimming with a frenzied light as her lips curled into a smile that Su Wana, even if you bear a congenital holy body, it will merely serve as a wedding garment for my northern king's mansion. Chapter 9. Opportunities abound. All are great medicines. A neatly paved stone path stretched ahead, the demonic tiger pulling the cart swiftly onward. Yi Tianyuan bore a heavy heart, ever vigilant for ambushes, having laid down several invisible defensive formations, his divine sense sweeping across dozens of miles ahead. Thus, 3 full days passed without a hint of the anticipated crisis. Instead, the journey was smooth and uninterrupted. Moreover, after depleting the medicinal supplies they carried, they frequently stumbled upon various profound and even earthly-grade medicinal herbs along the roadside, growing undisturbed. Strangely, no one had gathered them, nor were any demonic beasts guarding the vicinity. This marked the 7th time he had encountered spiritual herbs by the roadside, which was quite peculiar. He had traversed this route from the royal city to Tianlan County at least 80 times. Is it truly the case that opportunities and spiritual herbs abound throughout our great Qing dynasty? Yi Tianyuan expressed his bewilderment, standing by the roadside, feeling a sense of disarray in the wind. Was this truly something that would only be documented in tales of the martial world? He then respectfully presented a terrestrial-grade spiritual herb to Su Wana, my lady. This spiritual herb has reached the initial stage of the earthly grade, possessing extraordinary efficacy. It is a 1,000-year-old Qinglian seed, typically found in Tianan Lake. It is also suitable for nourishing the fetus, serving to strengthen the foundations and enhance vitality. There have been instances where Earth Origin masters, gravely injured, relied on this herb to revive. What struck Yi Tianyuan as most peculiar was that all these spiritual herbs were remarkably suited for Su Wana. Could it be that she truly had the fortune of great luck? Those of exceptional talent, blessed with destiny, often encounter opportunities and treasures that are elusive to ordinary cultivators. Meanwhile, Yi Chongqing, who was currently cultivating within the embryo, also found the situation strange that if such high-grade spiritual herbs were indeed commonplace within the great Qing dynasty, then it would not merely be a matter of controlling a territory of 10,000 miles, but rather becoming a dominant force within the Tianyuan realm. The 2 earthly-grade spiritual herbs they had found were astonishing, and the others began at the peak of the profound grade. This was utterly outrageous. Such treasures would be deemed invaluable, even to Earth Origin masters. The Grand Elder believed it to be a manifestation of your exceptional talent, coupled with the fortune of the heavens, hence why you would come across these significant herbs on your journey. The progress of the narrative reached 60%. Are they truly found by the roadside? Yi Chongqing was somewhat astonished, while Su Wana wore an expression that was a mix of amusement and exasperation, politely declining. Grand Elder, you need not go to such lengths to procure spiritual herbs for me. The efficacy of the medicines I've taken during this period has already peaked. Even if you were to bring a few more earthly-grade herbs, it would bear little significance that I end the span of a single day. 5 powerful medicinal herbs have already been consumed. The effects of the medicine permeate through the meridians, yet there has been no time for proper digestion. Should another dose be taken, it would merely overflow and dissipate, leading to a wasteful outcome. Moreover, where in this world could such precious treasures be found scattered by the roadside? After over a decade of cultivation, having embarked on my journey since the age of 8, I have yet to encounter even a low-tier spiritual herb, let alone chance upon a profound tier 1. In her eyes, These must certainly have been carelessly discarded by the Grand Elder in advance. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell into contemplation for a moment before breaking into a rueful smile. "Madam, you are overthinking this. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have not yet reached the level of extravagance where I would freely bestow low-tier spiritual herbs upon others. Even the Marshal King's residence lacks such resources that a few herbs might be manageable. But with such a plethora, I could never part with them. At my age, such high-grade spiritual herbs are undoubtedly reserved for my own longevity or breakthroughs in cultivation. Besides, this is entirely tailored for Sue Warner." Sue Warner was momentarily taken aback. It was not the Grand Elder after all. Could it possibly be related to her own child? She swiftly accepted the spiritual herbs and returned to the carriage. Gently caressing her belly, she smiled warmly. "May the ancestors of the Sue family bless us that I have read in ancient texts that some unparalleled prodigies encounter fortuitous opportunities everywhere, surviving even the direst circumstances. Who would have thought that my family, too, is under the protection of the heavens? The road ahead is surely one of smooth sailing, that I hope that upon returning to Tianlan Prefecture, everything will proceed smoothly without any unforeseen events. Your mother believes you to be a legendary bearer of great fortune, holding steadfast faith in this notion. Progress at 100, that you have received the blessing of cosmic fortune. Your path of cultivation is destined to be unobstructed, with a 50% increase in the success rate of all endeavors. Fortunes are to be found in abundance. For you, there are no absolute dead ends in this world. Even the mightiest adversaries may leave a sliver of survival. As your strength grows, you will be able to defeat other prodigies, thus seizing their fortunes to enhance your own, with the effects gradually amplifying." Yi Changqing was somewhat astonished to have such benefits from fortune. If a success rate in achieving enlightenment was merely 30%, an increase of 50% would elevate it to 80. Would that not make the path to immortality far more attainable? And if he could amass enough fortuitous encounters to reach 70 or even 80%, that would certainly be intriguing. Just as Yi Changqing was reveling in his joy, a reminder echoed in his mind. The old Northern Town king, while searching for a vessel to possess, learned of the innate holy fetus and discovered that Sue Warner's talent had ascended to the second tier. Firmly believing that you are the one predicted by the heavenly monitoring master. Progress at 100, that your physique is evolving. Within 3 days, you are set to break through to the holy body, accompanied by a profound divine ability. The so-called innate spiritual body is nothing but commonplace. For you possess the most noble endowment in the world, that as long as your resolve remains unbroken, and you follow the path step by step, you shall surely attain sanctity and achieve immortality. Yi Changqing initially felt elated. He was on the verge of breaking through to the innate holy body as long as his cultivation speed increased. The dangers within the Deqing dynasty would pose no threat to him. Yet he suddenly realized a troubling point in the initial statement. The old Northern Town king had discovered his mother's talent? Did that mean he had been keeping a close watch on the Marshal King's residence? If he firmly believed that he was the innate holy fetus, did that not imply he was preparing to take action against him? A sense of urgency gripped Yi Changqing. The old Northern Town king was likely the one nearing his demise from the Tianxian realm. In that instant, he also understood that, given Lin Yao's character, she would surely take the initiative to ambush him during his journey. Yet, no danger had yet emerged, indicating she likely intended to wait until after his birth to strike. There was no need to overthink matters. He had yet to be born, and even if danger loomed, there was little he could do to prevent it. He must hasten his ascent to a higher realm to be prepared. Yi Changqing resumed his practice, inhaling the medicinal essence and continuously circulating his energy, preparing to break through to the blood integration realm. Chapter 10. The Sue family must be expelled. The carriage continued along the straight stone path. In the shadows of the trees to the left, 2 indistinct figures emerged, clad in luxurious garments, one of whom was Master Qinghe. They both exhibited expressions of astonishment, as Sue Warner had once possessed merely a 5th-tier talent in her youth. Yet now, in just a few days, she was advancing towards the late stage of the spirit connection realm, set to reach it in 3 to 5 days. It seems the speculation of the Deqing as first emperor was not unfounded. This innate holy fetus is indeed the child Sue Warner carries. Once this child comes into the world, Sue Warner will likely break through to the gathering spirit realm, an event that would leave countless cultivators envious. Should we continue to arrange for spiritual herbs? One of the royal offerings inquired. Master Chinga shook his head. There is no need. These medicinal effects will suffice for Su Wan for 2 months. By that time, the child will have already been born. The dangers surrounding Tianlan Prefecture have been dealt with by the Imperial Guard, correct? The royal offering nodded in affirmation. Communication from that side has confirmed that all threats have been quelled in their infancy, and numerous measures have been laid in secret. Even if the northern town king's residents were to act, they would return empty-handed. You must understand that the entire royal hierarchy has been alerted. We are merely waiting to cradle the little ancestor in our palms. Any cultivator above the blood integration realm is strictly forbidden from approaching this path. It is nearly sealed off that we shall make another round to check for any high-tier warriors that may have been overlooked and drive them away. Master Chinga spoke. Establishing a good rapport with one who bears an innate holy fetus could prove to be invaluable in the future. Many occurrences in this world are bound by unseen threads of fate. By sowing good fortune today, when this innate holy fetus rises, even a mere token of gratitude could grant them great rewards. After all, they had nearly fought tooth and nail for these few opportunities previously. This was indeed a grand chance for them. The two formidable masters departed, their figures sweeping away like a tempest in Tianlan Prefecture. At the city gates, crowds flowed in and out. 2 robust young men clad in simple garments. Their faces pale, pushed against the tide of people, gazing into the distance with expressions of gentle longing. According to the news from my little sister, she should have arrived in the prefectural city around noon. Why has she not yet appeared? The more mature of the two, gripping a sword sheath, voiced his confusion. Beside him, the younger man appeared somewhat frail, missing a portion of his right arm, his demeanor anxious. I heard that my sister has not been faring well in the royal city, that if only she had returned a few years earlier. Our father perished in battle, and the Su family is not faring any better now. Returning to Tianlan Prefecture may not necessarily be a good thing. That scoundrel Yi Hao, all his promised support has vanished, and he has never responded to any of my messages. The Zhang and Yu families have recently seen a surge in power. It won't be long before the position of our Su family among the 3 great clans is compromised at that time. We may find ourselves without even the resources to nurture the fetus. The mature man fell into silence. Ever since assisting Yi Hao in becoming the martial king, the Su family had lost 9/10 of its cultivators, leading to a steady decline. Recently, the other 2 great clans had begun to act against them, creating difficulties and seizing their spiritual veins. Now the Su family was in dire financial straits. Upon hearing of his sister's pregnancy, they had prepared some treasures to send to the royal city. But now their envoys could not even leave Tianlan Prefecture. Of course, if the martial king's residents were to intervene, there would be no need for further discussion. They could easily resolve the matter. Yet now, the residence was under the control of Lady Lin, whose hostility was palpable, representing the entire northern town king's residents. The Yi family did not dare to act lightly in offering assistance. Once, the Su family had sought to leverage their influence to emerge from Tianlan Prefecture, nearly suffocating the Zhang and Yu families in the process. But now, due to the northern town king's legitimate daughter, no one dared to offer aid. Many allied sects had also fallen silent, unwilling to respond at that moment. Amidst the throng, several robust warriors with imposing auras forged a path, and a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Oh, aren't these the 2 young masters of the Su family, Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng? How have you fallen to the point of standing at the city gates? Could it be that the Su family has become so impoverished? If things get dire, perhaps you should consider selling those 2 spiritual veins to my Zhang family. I'll offer you 20 spirit stones to take them off your hands." The 2 brothers turned around. Their brows furrowed, and a fierce glint flickered in their eyes. "Zhang Tai, if you seek death, I can gladly escort you on your journey today, that I have no desire for bloodshed. Leave at once that moment." A debauched young master with a wavering step emerged from the crowd, revealing a faint cold smirk. What grand words! Do you truly believe the Su family is still as it once was? If you 2 do not break through to the gathering spirit realm, you would have already been expelled from the ranks. What right do you have to stand here speaking with me? Today just so happens to be the day you venture forth from the ancestral formation of the Su family. I shall graciously accept your lives. Zhang Tai licked his lips, and with a wave of his right hand, several formidable warriors behind him swiftly advanced to encircle the obscure array of runes that emerged around them. connecting their vital energies to form a terrifying force. This was a battle formation, and a group of peak spirit realm cultivators was sufficient to exhibit the combat strength of the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, they only needed to delay for a short while until the Zhang family's reinforcements arrived. During this time, the Su family had been hiding within their ancestral formation, only exerting themselves during the contest for the spiritual veins. While avoiding confrontation at all other times, that Su Qingyun furrowed his brows, a murderous intent surging within his eyes. The two had come specifically to retrieve Su Wanner, having meticulously disguised themselves and employed some means of altering their appearances. To their dismay, they were still discovered, numerous ordinary people scattered in haste, unwilling to linger nearby. Even the soldiers of the county quickly retreated, not daring to intervene. After all, the Zhang family was now one of the overlords of Tianlan County. And even the lord of Tianlan City had to give them some face. They needed to resolve this matter swiftly and bring their younger sister home. Su Qingyun spotted a carriage bearing the banner of the Martial King's residence in the distance. His eyes flashing with fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. Su Wanner was not faring well in the royal residence either, and neither of them wished for her to witness this humiliating spectacle. Given the current decline of the Su family, Su Qingyun, do you still wish to leave here alive? Our orders are to eradicate the Su family at this moment. A silver-armored youth, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, stepped forward with deliberate slowness that a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. It was known that this was the command of the Lin princess. Should they eliminate the Su family, they might secure a position within the Northern Town King's residence. At that time, the Zhang family's influence would extend well beyond Tianlan County. Chapter 11. The Royal Residence's Decree? I have never heard of such a thing. The Martial King's residence is indeed unreliable. A ruthless glint emerged in Su Qingyun's eyes. It was evident without speculation that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Lin princess. When Yi Hao married the legitimate daughter of the Northern Town King and bestowed upon her the position of the primary consort, all resources from the Martial King's residence were severed. The Su family had suffered the loss of 90% of their cultivators, and the Zhang and Yu families dared not act boldly, remaining submissive. Even when they later discovered a shift in the Martial King's residence's attitude, they did not dare to strike, only covertly seizing resources like spiritual veins. After all, Su Wanner had some standing within the royal residence. Who would dare to cause a fatal incident? But now, with the command from Lin Yao, it was equivalent to having the backing of two colossal powers, and the Zhang and Yu families no longer needed to exercise caution. Even daring to act brazenly in broad daylight. Kill. The silver-armored youth wasted no words, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. With a wave of his hand, several spirit realm warriors erupted with terrifying spiritual energy, crashing forth like a tidal wave. Their movements were swift as lightning, flashing cold light and shimmering blade shadows. Su Wanner and the others could not move, at least not openly, lest the current Martial King be enraged, as he had once harbored feelings for them. However, it would be of no consequence to quickly eliminate the Su family and absorb them. The Zhang family could then seize control of Tianlan County. Far surpassing the Yu family, the battle erupted. Spiritual energy surged violently. Meanwhile, in the distance on the street, several young men clad in brocade garments and adorned with jade belts, wielding long swords, appeared. Behind them were several elderly figures with deep breaths and formidable strength, revealing expressions of shock at the audacity of the Zhang family to openly slay members of the Su family. Were they not afraid of retribution from the Martial King's residence? Some youths hesitated. The Yu family also wished to act but had been weighing the royal residence's stance, unwilling to act recklessly. But now, the Zhang family's actions were too startling, as swift as thunder. The Zhang family has received orders from the imperial city. Our Yu family has long been suppressed by the Su family, and the future of Tianlan County is no longer ours. An elder of the Yu family shook his head with a sigh. It was evident that those who had climbed the ladder of power were not fools, quickly grasping the essence of the situation. The faces of the Yu family members were marked with resignation. They would need to tread carefully moving forward. The Yu family's strength was not weak, yet in the face of the imperial city's nobility, they had to retreat, unwilling to provoke them. They had always reserved their stance towards the Su family. And even during the contest for the spiritual veins, they had striven to avoid conflict. Who knew if Su Wanner might one day gain favor? These were all unpredictable outcomes, but the Zhang family's willingness to act signified that they were thoroughly prepared. The Su family was undoubtedly doomed. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar rang out from the city gates. The clash of blades echoed as Su Qingyun struggled to protect his younger brother, Su Qingfeng, and in an instant, they fell into a disadvantageous position that Su Qingfeng had lost an arm while saving Yi Hao and could not recover, now possessing only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, unable to unleash even half of his potential. The silver-armored youth was the young master of the Zhang family, possessing extraordinary strength, ranked among the top in Tianlan, and was able to suppress them thoroughly with the battle formation. Su Qingyun was ambushed by one of the cultivators, a long sword piercing through his back, soaking his pure white garments in crimson blood, rendering him utterly disheveled. These spirit realm warriors, with their formidable vital energies, bolstered by the formation, had all temporarily achieved the initial stage of gathering spirit. The four, along with Zhang Tai, besieged him, making it difficult even to defend against the blade intent. "Brother, burn your essence blood and annihilate them all. We have nothing left to lose," Su Qingfeng roared in a low voice. Also suffering greatly, with broken ribs from the heavy blows. Forcing himself to endure the pain, he leaped backward, his form ragged as he prepared to burn his essence blood for a final struggle. "Good!" Su Qingyun suddenly slashed backward, decapitating the peak spirit realm warrior. The sharp blade intent erupted, his long hair billowing behind him, his frail figure resembling a deity of blades as he leaped to his younger brother's side. Just as he was about to ignite his essence blood and fight desperately to resolve the Zhang family's threat and welcome their younger sister back to the Su family, several venerable elders clad in Zhang family attire appeared. Walking slowly towards them, one of them, bearing a scar on his face, smiled faintly and spoke, "Nephew, it is time for you to accompany your Su family ancestors to the underworld. This place possesses excellent feng shui. Let us lay you to rest in this auspicious ground." The four great elders of the gathering spirit realm, along with the family head Zhang Cheng, all made their appearance. Today, they were delivering the token of allegiance to the Lin princess as a show of their stance. Su Qingyun's heart sank. Today, it seemed he could only perish here. At that moment, a voice filled with age and fury resonated from the city wall. In my view, this place is your Zhang family's grave. The grand elder of the royal residence, robed in azure, wore an expression of extreme displeasure. His spiritual sense had detected the fluctuations of a battle at the gathering spirit realm in Tianlan County and had rushed over, fearing for the safety of the Su family, only to find the situation dire. Though this area lay at the border, it was still under the suppression of the Great Qing dynasty. How could there be a situation of gathering spirit realm slaughter occurring within the county city? The key was that it involved the elder brother of Madame Su. This was undoubtedly related to the Lin princess, and his heart seethed with anger. Seeing the scene below, his blood pressure surged. Su Wanner was currently pregnant with a primordial spirit-level child, destined to be the guardian of the entire martial king's residence. Yet now, her two elder brothers were on the brink of death, ready to burn their essence blood. During the internal strife of the royal residence years ago, the Su family had expended their entire clan strength to allow Yi Hao to ascend to the martial king position. Subsequently, due to matters involving the Lin princess, their resources were cut off and they faced covert suppression, which had already left the Su family dissatisfied. This time, Yi Tianyuan had primarily come to clear up misunderstandings and mend relationships. How could it be that the Su family was nearly exterminated? Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a master descended upon every member of the Zhang family. Crack! The spines of those behind them felt a twinge of pain, as if their bones were fracturing, their bodies crushed under the weight of a mountain. They were stunned. This was the pressure of a master. Predecessor, please do not meddle in our affairs. Do not jeopardize your own future. Although you are in the Earth origin realm, our actions are sanctioned by the martial king's residence. If you aid the Su family, you should consider the consequences. The family head, Zhang Cheng, clasped his hands behind his back, forcibly suppressing the pressure and channeling spiritual energy to create a barrier, speaking in a low, authoritative voice that he was not afraid. Who among the great Qing dynasty did not fear the 7 royal residences? Even a master would need to weigh their own capabilities. Yi Tianyuan, upon hearing these words, was so enraged that he laughed. Good, good, good. I am the Grand Elder of the Martial King's residence, accompanying the lady back to her homeland. How is it that I have not heard of such an order? To impersonate the Martial King's decree is a crime compounded. Today, the Zhang family is to be expelled from Tianlan County. The Su family's already poor perception of the Martial King's residence had now plummeted further. How could they regain any goodwill? With a step forward, his right palm lightly descended upon Zhang Cheng's crown. A resounding crash erupted, and a mist of blood burst forth. All the Zhang family members were astonished. Did not the Lin princess's orders say to act with peace of mind, that no one would dare to interfere? Why then would the Grand Elder of the Martial King's residence stand opposed to them? Before they could react, that withered hand would obliterate all the present Zhang family's strong members, extinguishing their souls directly. The once imposing Zhang family members beneath the city gate were left as nothing more than a puddle of blood and mud. Chapter 12. The abandoned city lord in the carriage, Su Wanner paused her cultivation as they neared Tianlan County. Feeling an intense unease stirring within her. Rising to her feet, she slowly lifted the jade curtain to gaze into the distance, only to be met with a sharp, acrid scent of blood that I in the womb. Yi Chongqing, while cultivating, heard an ethereal voice echoing in his mind. Due to the Lin princess's decree, the Zhang family was set to act against the Su family, leading them into a crisis. The ancestral luck of the Su family, guided by the revered sage, has shielded them. However, the steeds of the martial practitioners have faced a series of unfortunate events, resulting in their arrival only this morning. Your two uncles managed to sustain themselves until the carriage reached the county town, where the Grand Elder intervened to offer salvation. Did my mother's two brothers encounter peril? Wasn't the Northern King planning to wait until my birth to seize control? Why then did Lin Yao send someone to act? Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment before discerning the underlying reason. The princess had long harbored a grudge, the humiliation of 3 days prior etched deeply in her heart. But if she could not target my mother, she would undoubtedly strike at the Su family instead, thus allowing her to vent her pent-up rage. Furthermore, if there were an extended silence, it would not align with Lin Yao's character and would raise suspicions. It seems that the ancestral luck of the sage is indeed potent. Had it not been for my mother's prior intervention, I might have returned home today only to partake in the Su family's memorial rites. Yi Chongqing exhaled deeply. Even though the Martial King's residence had recently reversed its stance and even positioned itself against the Northern King, all these actions were motivated by self-interest that if my mother had not exhibited any extraordinary signs. Even if a male infant were born, Lin Yao would have no qualms about disposing of him the very next day, and these clan elders would remain silent. Now, it was merely about seizing an opportunity. Therefore, in Yi Chongqing's heart, his sense of belonging to the Su family was profound, particularly due to Su Wanner. Despite possessing memories of a past life, the multiple instances of mutual protection ultimately allowed Yi Chongqing to feel the selfless devotion of his mother. The carriage gradually came to a halt at the city gates, and the demon tiger sneezed, casting a disdainful glance at the bloody scene around. Standing atop the carriage, Su Wanner wore an icy expression, a hint of coldness emanating from her, for both of her elder brothers bore grave injuries, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the Zhang family. What transpired was self-evident. She then alighted from the carriage. Supported by two graceful maidens, that a sense of guilt surged within her, her eyes shimmering with tears, her ruby lips quivering. Eldest brother, second brother, I am sorry. It is all my fault for being so impulsive back then. When Su Wanner had taken her vows, intending to assist Yi Hao, her two elder brothers had deliberated for 3 days before ultimately deciding to lend their support. The Su family had once been a prominent clan, but refrained from expanding towards the core of the Qing dynasty. Fully aware of the complexities surrounding the imperial city, when the birds have flown, the good bough is hidden. When the crafty rabbit is dead, the hounds are cooked. Such tactics have always been employed by the powerful. They had long suspected that once Yi Hao ascended to the throne, the Su family's fate would not be a pleasant one, that the same applied to their little sister as his partner. Yet they had resolutely chosen to assist, spurred by a combination of gamble and Yi Hao's earlier kindness, but more so due to Su Wanner herself. Had they stayed safely in Tianlan County, although their grandfather had aged, he remained a master of the earth element, and with the strength of the Su family's cultivators, they could have weathered the passing of centuries. How could the mere Zhang family dare to encircle and slay them? The two once proud scions were now stripped of their former vigor, left only with exhaustion and disarray, that Su Wanner felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow and regret that Su Qingyun, suppressing the pain in his back, raised his right hand to gently ruffle Su Wanner's hair, a look of ease on his face as he smiled. "It is nothing, do not fret. Even if the Tianyuan master had not arrived, the two of us could have managed. Rest assured, even if the Su family faces a calamity, we shall remain as steadfast as a mountain here in Tianlan County. No one wished for their loved ones to suffer in sorrow and guilt." The injured Su Qingfeng, however, remained silent, choosing to disregard his broken ribs, standing tall with a calm gaze, as if the earlier ambush was of no consequence. Let us return to the Su family to recuperate. Su Wanner managed a faint smile, assisting her two brothers onto the carriage. She was fully aware of many matters deep within her heart, but refrained from voicing them, not wanting to expose her brother's facade of strength. Yet, at this moment, she yearned to grow stronger, not to rely on the Grand Elder. After all, the Su family had once been abandoned by the Martial King's residence, reduced to a pawn, yet now they were being rescued. The emotions of the three siblings were exceedingly complex. The carriage rolled forward along the deserted street, the demon tiger surveying the surroundings with a watchful eye as they made their way to the Su family. This signified the return of the fierce tiger. While the happenings in the imperial city remained unclear, the Su family was not to be trifled with. All the spiritual veins previously seized must be returned in full. Additionally, procure several high-grade medicinal herbs to mend injuries, accompanying me to pay respects to the Su family, bowing low and seeking their forgiveness. Among the Yu family members observing from a tavern, a leading young man spoke calmly. In the competition for resources with the Su family, no lives have been lost, so there must be room for negotiation. It is merely a matter of territorial disputes. Abandoning past grievances to become a vassal is a path to survival. Several elders hesitated, wishing to advise caution, for the Yu family had maintained its reputation among the three great clans for many years and was reluctant to bow down. Yet, the young master of the Yu family gazed toward the city gates, declaring, "We need not proceed. My Yu family will share the same fate as the Zhang family." The elders instantly awoke to the reality, resolutely stating, "Very well, we shall act at once." At this moment, Yi Tianyuan stood at the city gates. His fists clenched tightly beneath his flowing sleeves. Veins protruding, he cast a cold gaze toward the tardy city guards and the rotund figure dressed in pale silk and satin, reeking of wine. "Master Yi, I hope for your understanding that I was outside the city repairing the embankment and was unaware of the events within. The Zhang family has displayed audacity by instigating a battle within the city." Yet before he could finish, a fleeting shadow struck his plump face with a resounding slap, smack. The sound was crisp and clear, causing the city lord to collapse unconscious, Dawai Tianyuan coldly declared, producing the royal token from his embrace. "Drinking in broad daylight and disregarding the county town. 3 days hence, someone will come to replace you as city lord. Throw him into the dungeons. I, the Martial King's residence, will interrogate him personally. Furthermore, seal off Tianlan County. Surrounding the Zhang family, if a single fly escapes, the consequences shall be on their heads." Numerous city guard leaders shuddered in trepidation, hastily detaining the city lord of Tianlan before mobilizing their finest troops to swiftly invade the Zhang family estate. This token represented the entirety of the Martial King's residence. The Seven Kings token could summon troops beyond the imperial city, a privilege indeed. While ousting a county lord was complex, a minor offense would suffice. With a chilling intent of murder, Yi Tianyuan strode toward the Zhang family, followed closely by thousands of city guards that on the city tower. The weary master Qing'e seethed with rage. What are the imperial guards doing? Are they merely clearing out mountain bandits along the road? They just eliminated several gathering spirit realm bandits. If the imperial guards had intervened at this time, they could have won the favor of the Su family. They are all utterly useless. Send a decree. Suppress all matters related to the Zhang family in Tianlan County. Moreover, relay this matter back to the imperial city. If necessary, let His Majesty reprimand the Northern King's residents. What does a mere princess think she is, believing she can act with impunity? In less than an hour, the Zhang family, numbering 3,000, was swept away in a bloodbath, the entire estate suffused with a strong stench of blood. The Zhang family met a mysterious end. Although the Princess of Lin had made promises, Why did the Grand Elder of the Martial King's residence still intervene on behalf of the Su family? Even wandering heroes had witnessed the Imperial Guards outside the county town purging all forces associated with the Zhang family. In just half a day, the entire county town was thrown into chaos. A family that had stood for millennia collapsing in an instant. Numerous sects and families realized that the Su family had reclaimed its position of dominance. They hurriedly investigated whether any within their ranks bore enmity toward the Su family, directly stripping away their cultivation and expelling them. This was a show of allegiance. Simultaneously, they rushed to present precious medicinal herbs or renowned treasures to the Su family, seeking to express their apologies. After the Su family's fall from grace, the doors had been left wide open, but never had there been such a lively scene. Yet the Su family remained closed off. Unresponsive, Su Wanna stood in the main courtyard. Gazing at her surviving relatives, their spirits diminished, and she could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Eldest brother, second brother, I have wronged you both over these past 2 years. All of this is the result of my grave error from years past. Once, she had held on a hope for Yi Hao, believing that everything could be resolved upon his return from the frontier. However, the Su family had desperately escorted him back to the imperial city. Her grandfather, a master of the earth element, had even risked his life multiple times. Yet after Yi Hao ascended to the throne of the Martial King, the Su family had faced such decline that they could not even protect their spiritual veins. Even though Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng tried to conceal their predicament, Su Wanner could sense the urgency. The Martial King's residence had not genuinely aided the Su family. A wave of shame washed over her. Su Qingyun's face was pale as he waved his hand, offering a calm smile. That is of no consequence. The past is behind us, that we can only blame our Su family's blindness, that we never anticipated that Yi Hao could be so heartless. Do not dwell on it. Focus on nurturing your child. Now that the gathering spirit realm experts of the Zhang family have all been eradicated, even if we divide with the Yu family, it should be sufficient for us to stand firm that in a century, as our descendants multiply, the Su family will rise once more. Su Qingfeng chuckled. Who knows, perhaps our little nephew will become the next leading figure. He waved his right sleeve, which fluttered in the wind, causing a pang of sorrow to strike Su Wainer's heart. That moment, a somewhat piercing voice echoed through the courtyard. Even if a son is born, would he not also be one of the Martial King's people? What connection does he have with my Su family? Is it truly becoming a leader only to send the remaining frail and sickly members of the Su family to their demise? The Su family is now left with only a few dozen individuals to Su Wanner. Could you refrain from causing further turmoil? During one return to our homeland, it nearly resulted in the deaths of Qin Yun and Qing Feng. A voluptuous matron entered the courtyard, her eyes brimming with discontent. Sister-in-law, Su Wanner, am rendered speechless. She was acutely aware of her sister-in-law's wrath that in years past, Su Qingyun was indeed the pinnacle of talent in Tianlan County. Yet due to provocations from certain noble offspring in the royal city, he suffered grievous injuries to his foundation, which he now barely manages to mend. Furthermore, she had persuaded her own family to intervene, only to lose both parents. Leaving her with white hair before her time, Su Qingyun furrowed his brows and rebuked. What do you understand of a woman's compassion? Even if my younger sister does not return to Tianlan County, the Zhang family would still be incited to act. Were it not for the intervention of that esteemed elder, our Su family would have already faced annihilation. The misstep taken by the Su family back then had sealed their fate. Today's salvation was solely due to the elder from the Martial King's residence. The previously warm atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy. After all, the events of those years had cast a long shadow. With many of their loved ones perishing in the royal city, that if they had died with honor, it would be the Su family's choice, and there would be no grievances to voice. However, Yi Hao's vacillation had ignited the indignation of all members of the Su family. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan, standing to the side with 2 clan elders, stepped forward with a bitter expression and said, "Rest assured, everyone, from this day forth, the Su family will reign supreme in Tianlan County. Regarding past matters concerning the Martial King's residence, I shall convey my apologies on behalf of the prince." With a grand gesture, he commanded the soldiers behind him to bring forth wooden chests filled with numerous bulging Qiankuan bags, from which a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated. These are the assets of the Zhang family, including tens of thousands of spirit stones, numerous high-tier medicinal pills, and various treasured secret techniques. The 5 spirit veins of the Zhang family now belong to the Su family, and I have already settled matters with the city lord. Yet, this is merely the beginning. From this day forth, resources will be dispatched to the Su family monthly from the Marshal King's residence, including 2 volumes of local-level cultivation methods that I only hope this can alleviate some of the grievances in your hearts. The elder understood all too well that to win over Su Waner, one must first appease the Su family. During the previous bloodbath of the Zhang family, he had instructed the city guards to gather intelligence on the Su family over the past 2 years. Ultimately, he could not help but curse He Hao for a prolonged period. Since ascending to the Marshal King's position, he had completely abandoned the Su family, showing no concern for their lives or deaths. Although there were influences from the Princess Lin, as a dignified prince, how could he allow himself to be entirely constrained? It was merely a reluctance to confront the scrutiny of the northern town king's residence. The sister-in-law who had previously questioned him now stood silent, her face reflecting guilt. I apologize, younger sister. I have wronged you. She had just emerged from the inner courtyard, unaware of the prior events. Little did she expect that upon her return, she would bring forth a great gift to the Su family, resolving the current crisis. There is no need for apologies, sister-in-law. All the fault lies with me from those years. Su Waner pursed her lips, for her only desire now was to repay the Su family. She then retrieved the cultivation methods she had transcribed over the 3 days in the scripture pavilion from her Qianquan bag, presenting more than 10 volumes. These are treasures from the Marshal King's residence. Each volume represents a local-level cultivation technique that I hope that our Su family may once again produce a grandmaster and thrive. Upon witnessing this, the elder felt a pang of regret, while the 2 clan elders were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Su Wan had transcribed all the local-level techniques. However, in order to smooth relations between the Su family and Su Waner, they had no choice but to accept it as long as it ensured the return of Su Waner's child to the royal residence. Everything else was worth it at this juncture, the elder coughed lightly, preparing to shamelessly remain. Given the current dangers in Tianlan County, I shall take up residence in the Su family to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, I observe that Su Qingyun's talents are not inferior. He has previously engaged in battles with the prodigies of the royal city. Were it not for encountering those few individuals of equal renown to the prince, he would not have faced such misfortune. For the next 2 months, I shall attempt to teach him and see if I can impart some insights on the foundation stage to assist in his breakthrough. Su Qingyun and the others felt as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. A grandmaster was voluntarily offering to stay and teach. Moreover, there were over 10 volumes of local-level techniques, along with tens of thousands of spirit stones, 5 spirit veins, and the entire Zhang family's assets. Resources would be sent monthly. Such bounties were beyond their wildest dreams, and they sensed the goodwill of the elder from the Marshal King's residence. Chapter 14. Breaking through to the spirit communication realm. The Marshal King arrives. Thus, the Su family began to summon their disciples to return to the family, and within 3 short days, 100 had returned. Many expressed their indignation upon seeing the elder from the Marshal King's residence. But once they learned he was there to apologize, their anger subsided somewhat. Yet the delayed expression of regret after all these years left lingering resentment. Eventually, they discovered that all of this was due to the fetus in Su Waner's womb. The elder did not disclose the matter of the innate spiritual fetus, fearing it would cause chaos, and he was also concerned that the Su family might exploit emotional ties to retain Su Waner. However, he was unaware that Su Waner had no intention of returning to the Marshal King's residence. From the moment she transcribed the local-level techniques from the scripture pavilion, she had resolved to sever all ties. The Su family was merely reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. The fetus, Yi Changqing, observed this scene with a sigh. In this world, strength must ultimately be attained through one's own efforts, even if one assists others to success. They could be cast aside when the time comes, leaving only impotent fury with no recourse. Each morning, the martial arts field was filled with hundreds of Su family disciples listening to Yi Tianyuan's lectures. Su Waner, cradling her burgeoning belly, sat nearby, absorbing knowledge as many previously obscure shackles were dismantled. Upon reaching the late stages of the spirit communication realm, Su Qingyun and the others were taken aback. After all, They had endured life and death, possessing third-grade talents, and had only just reached the gathering spirit realm at around 30 years of age. Yet Su Wanner, at merely over 20, had already broken through to the late stages of spirit communication. The key was that her foundation was solid, without the slightest hint of instability, and her aura was rich beyond compare, far surpassing their cultivation at the gathering spirit realm. This was undeniably the demeanor of a grandmaster. Given Su Wanner's pregnancy, they placed great emphasis on her well-being, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Now, they were even more vigilant, ensuring that the entire Su family was laid out as a smooth path, as even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. What if she were to twist an ankle? There could be not the slightest hint of danger. On the 7th day of instruction, the fetus, Yi Changqing, successfully broke through to the mid-stage of blood fusion, mobilizing innate energy to refine his meridians, far exceeding ordinary innate spiritual bodies. That on the 9th day of instruction, the Yu family came to submit for the 3rd time, seeking to pledge allegiance. And it was then that Su Qingyun accepted this vassal family. The entire Yu family breathed a sigh of relief, as they had been living in constant fear of retribution. On the 15th day of instruction, 3 more members of the Su family attained the gathering spirit realm. When facing the Thunder Tribulation, they felt a sense of disorientation. It was almost too easy. They had prepared numerous defensive formations and various high-tier spirit pills for recovery. Yet ultimately, none were needed. Why Tianyuan was equally astonished. He had repeatedly cautioned them, fearing they might perish during the Thunder Tribulation. Yet the Su family disciples broke through with such ease. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could their talents truly be that exceptional? Moreover, their speed of cultivation under his teachings was remarkably swift. He had even brought talent stones, initially expecting to find 3rd-grade qualifications, only to discover that these individuals were merely 4th or 5th grade. Only Yi Changqing understood that this was merely the protection of a saint's fortune. However, he genuinely hoped for the Su family's continued growth, for only in this way could they withstand the Northern Town King's residence. Presently, the old Northern Town King had his sights set on his corporeal form, awaiting the moment of his emergence to seize it, hence the current tranquility. Otherwise, should the Northern Town King's power be unleashed, the Su family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. He too immersed himself in cultivation, and on the 45th day of Yi Tianyuan's teachings, Yi Changqing broke through to the spirit communication realm. Due to the nature of his saintly body, the process was seamless. However, the commotion was considerable, causing Su Qingyun and the others to fear that Su Wanner was about to give birth prematurely. As the surge of spiritual energy responded, Su Wanner too reached the half-step gathering spirit realm that night, on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, she held back, fearing that it would attract a thunder tribulation and affect the child. The entire Su family's midwives took turns standing by, on high alert. After the 55th day of Yi Tianyuan's lectures, the Su family welcomed their 7th gathering spirit cultivator. Both Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng reached the mid-stage of the gathering spirit realm. With over 30 individuals in the spirit communication realm, the Su family now possessed the air of a dominant force. Even though the direct descendants numbered but 100, they were all elite members. Not only was Yi Tianyuan perplexed, but even they themselves sensed something peculiar. Upon returning to Tianlan County, their cultivation seemed to progress at a dizzying rate, at least doubling compared to the past. Yet their innate talents had not improved, which was utterly bewildering. After attempting various explanations to no avail, they ultimately attributed it to Su Wanner's child, who bore great fortune, shielding the Su family. Consequently, Yi Changqing's fortunes surged once more, enhancing his success rate. Yi Changqing felt a twinge of anxiety, for he was about to emerge and would face the old Northern Town King's attempt at seizing his body, a situation that weighed heavily on his mind. Just 2 days before the expected delivery date, a directive arrived from the border, summoning Yi Tianyuan to the front lines to serve as a guardian. He wished to see the child. The 2 clan elders stood beside him, gazing at the written order in silence for a moment before finally speaking. "Elder, are you preparing to head to the border?" Yi Tianyuan gazed into the distance, his eyes slightly squinted, and calmly remarked, "Why did he not come when Su Wanner was suffering? Why did he not come when the Su family was on the brink of ruin? Now, upon discovering the extraordinary events surrounding Su Wanner, he wishes to reclaim this child and cultivate her by his side. Such matters in this world are hardly so simple. The two clan elders, upon hearing this, were somewhat perplexed. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" One queried, "Isn't it the case that the prince keeping him close makes him part of our Wu Wang mansion as well? This does not significantly deviate from our initial plan. After all, we originally intended to approach with goodwill, seeking forgiveness, and then have Su Wanner reside permanently within the Wu Wang mansion to aid in nurturing her innate spiritual body. Having the Wu Wang nearby yields the same result. Does it not?" The elder's lips twitched slightly. Although their household was known as the Wu Wang mansion, it did not imply that all were simpletons devoid of intellect. Firstly, let us set aside the child's future. The talent Su Wanner has exhibited today suggests she will, at the very least, become a master of the Earth Yuan, that a cordial relationship between the prince and her does not equate to a harmonious rapport between Yi Hao and her. Furthermore, Yi Hao and Su Wanner are destined to sever ties, that we must choose sides. And considering Su Wanner's bloodline as an innate spiritual body, why should we continue to exalt Yi Hao as the Wu Wang? To speak plainly, if he could be ungrateful, is it not possible for him to eventually cast aside the Yi family, the Wu Wang mansion, and us old fellows? Su Wanner, at the very least, is deeply sentimental. Without Yi Hao, this connection would not exist in the future. Moreover, why should we, the old folks, bear the brunt of his mistakes? Now that the fruits are ripe, he dismisses us. The elder's anger boiled over, and he erupted into a tirade. The two clan elders finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Although Su Wanner's child had yet to be born, in their hearts, this child was already envisioned as the future Wu Wang. At that moment, outside the grand courtyard of the Su family, a resounding voice echoed through the air. "The Wu Wang has arrived." Chapter 15. The division of the Wu Wang mansion outside the Su family courtyard. To the left and right stood elite warriors clad in heavy armor, each exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust that a luxurious carriage, drawn by a dragon steed, measured 7 meters in length and moved slowly along the street. A handsome young man emerged draped in silk and brocade, a jade belt cinching his waist, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Upon noticing the closed gates, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Is it truly the case that no one has come to greet me?" Once, in his fallen state, he had sought the Su family's assistance, showcasing his talents and background. Yet now, having ascended to the position of Wu Wang, commanding 100,000 troops on the borders, and having reached the realm of Earth Yuan Master himself, he found it audacious that the Su family retained their former haughty demeanor. "De Wanner, I have come to bring you back to the mansion." His voice, calm and indifferent, carried an overwhelming authority that brooked no dissent. In hearing that his progeny was an innate spiritual fetus and that even his concubine Su Wanner had broken through to the mid-level of spiritual communication, the peculiarities hinted at an extraordinary bloodline. With proper cultivation, this child could assist him in his quest for the throne of the Deqing dynasty. With a creak, the gates of the Su family courtyard slowly opened, revealing Su Qingyun clad in a pale, white martial robe, who faced the Wu Wang directly. "Your Highness Wu Wang, my sister's time of delivery is imminent. She cannot return to the mansion for the time being." Her eyes subtly betrayed a hint of disdain. This young man before her was ruthless in his dealings. Having allied with the Northern Town King, he had callously abandoned the Su family. Ever since Yi Hao's arrival, it was the first time he had set foot in the Su family estate. It was merely because he had learned of the remarkable child in Su Wanner's womb that Yi Hao raised his gaze slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, that Su Qingyun, this matter ultimately pertains to my family. Your Su family meddling in this is not altogether appropriate. Furthermore, my consort is giving birth at her family home. Does this not suggest to all of the Qing that the Wu Wang mansion is incapable of accommodating her? Is it not for you to decide whether we can accommodate her?" Su Qingyun retorted coldly. "Such audacity to disrespect the prince!" An armored warrior bellowed, his blood surging like a tidal wave, exerting a tremendous force that bore down upon them. A dull thud echoed as Su Qingyun felt her insides tremble, staggering back a step amidst the rising dust. Clenching her fists beneath her sleeves, she yearned to draw her sword, yet the Wu Wang's power was overwhelming. In this moment, she recalled the gentle and refined Yi Hao of the past, whose demeanor had been so proper. She had been blinded by her own naivety, seeking her grandfather's intervention. Once, Su Qingyun had been the Su family's eldest son, destined to inherit the family's authority, having gambled on his character, believing him reliable, The result had been a resounding failure. Now, he stood above her, exuding an intimidating presence, a transformation so profound that she hardly recognized him. With a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, her expression icy. "Your Highness Wu Wang, please leave that my sister has already made it clear that she will not leave the Su family until after giving birth." Yi Hao raised his head slowly, speaking indifferently. "Had it not been for the Su family's assistance in the past, after your 2 refusals, the Su family would have already been trampled by my elite forces. In 15 minutes, I demand to see Su Wana." This was not a request, but an edict. Thus, he sat in the carriage, calmly observing the Su family estate, while the elite warriors beside him connected their bloodlines, forming an overwhelming force that subtly pressed upon the entire Su family courtyard, akin to dark clouds gathering over a city that Su Qingyun felt as if a mountain weighed upon her back. "Your Highness, this must end here. The lady has already expressed her stance. Why persist in this futile dispute?" A vast aura surged forth from the depths of the Su family, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Elder Yi Tianyuan, striding forth with the majesty of a dragon and tiger, positioned himself at the entrance. The 2 clan elders stood behind him, their spiritual energy surging, signaling their allegiance that in recent times he had discovered the Su family's potential, which was indeed formidable, that if they continued to grow at this pace, it would not be long before they produced dozens of gathering spirit masters and earth yuan masters, coupled with the innate talents of Su Wanner's child. It was only a matter of decades before they would become a colossal force in the Qing dynasty. Should this alliance succeed, the Wu Wang mansion would rise to prominence. Even the royal family would hesitate to provoke them. Thus, even if it meant opposing the prince, it was a risk worth taking. Seated in the carriage, Yi Hao furrowed his brow, an undercurrent of anger evident. "Elder, do you comprehend the nature of your actions? Did I not issue a decree for you to guard the borders? Why remain in the Su family?" As an elder of the Wu Wang mansion, he stood against his own prince. The indignation burned on his face. "I, a man who has lived for centuries, certainly know what I am doing. Now is a critical moment for the lady. A delay of a few days will not matter. The borders do not lack a master nearing his end." Yi Tianyuan stepped forward once more, his presence imposing, surveying the surroundings. "Are the prince's troops intended to deal with our own? Whoever dares to act, let them not blame me for being ruthless." Each elite warrior was, after all, a member of the Yi family, the weakest among them having reached the realm of spiritual communication. The elder's words left the soldiers exchanging anxious glances, their expressions filled with fear. After all, they had been raised under the elder's watchful eye, and their kin belonged to the mansion, falling under the elder's jurisdiction. The consequences of turning against the Su family were too dire to contemplate. Yi Hao, witnessing the scene, revealed a chilling expression and rose to his feet. "Good. Very good. I had not anticipated that while I was away for months, the mansion had already submitted to the Su family. Does the elder truly believe I would refrain from taking action? Do I require an elder's consent to see my concubine?" With his blood surging, ancient and obscure runes began to manifest around him, signaling a martial prowess that sought to unleash its fury. To that moment, 2 indistinct figures emerged from the side of the street, revealing themselves to be the master of Qinghe and another royal patron. Upon witnessing this scene, they recognized their opportunity to intervene. Yet, considering the formidable power of the Wu Wang, Master Qinghe smiled amiably. "Your Highness, please reconsider. It is merely a matter of birthing location. There is no need for force. His Majesty has issued an edict allowing Su Wanner to safely give birth in Tianlan County, that I hope you can remain calm." Yi Hao's brows arched at the mention of His Majesty. When did royal affairs become entangled with his own? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. After all, his authority hinged on a single word from the emperor. Now, though he had reached the initial stage of Earth Yuan, he was still no match for the royal family, but he exhaled slowly, his expression cold as he spoke. "Since His Majesty has issued a decree, as a loyal subject, I shall comply. Let Wanner deliver her child in the Su family, and afterward she shall return with me to the mansion. During this time, I shall reside at the Su family." With that, he strode boldly through the gates of the Su family, exuding an unmatched dominance. Chapter 16. An early delivery, a newborn. Su Qingyun stood nearby, desiring to intervene, yet found herself unable to approach, repelled by the overwhelming aura of the master. The Grand Elder was equally powerless to prevent the situation. If the King of War could not even enter his wife's family home, it would bring disgrace upon the entire House of War. Ultimately, he shook his head and retreated into the courtyard. Casting a glance at the two royal offerings, his eyes filled with confusion. Could it truly be that the lady's pregnancy with a primordial spirit fetus warranted the Emperor's attention? It was indeed peculiar. Although a primordial spirit body is rare, it would only elicit the royal family's interest, not their interference through a personal decree, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, his curiosity was soon assuaged, and no wonder they encountered no bandits or robbers while journeying southward. While the banner of the House of War could intimidate most, there would always be desperate mountain bandits. Indifferent to such threats, it turned out that the royal family had acted covertly. This matter must be reported to the lady. Seeing this, Master Qinghe revealed a bitter smile. Yi Hao's entry into the Su family was indeed beyond reproach, and he could not intervene. After all, the prodigy had yet to rise, remaining essentially a weakling. Confronting the King of War directly would entail significant peril. He then waved his hand, signaling the hidden royal guard stationed in the streets to withdraw. Initially, upon witnessing the encirclement of the Su family, he had dispatched the royal guards to the city to prevent any conflict. The events of that brief quarter hour had startled the entirety of Tianlan County. The King of War had entered the county, intending to bring his concubine home, only to be obstructed. Moreover, a royal master appeared, leaving all factions in a state of shock. Upon learning this news, the Yu family was instantly invigorated. The Su family had evidently ascended to greater heights. And as long as they played their part as loyal subordinates, their future was promising. Yi Hao stepped into the main courtyard of the Su family, gazing at the graceful woman before him, and waved his hand. "You all go and station yourselves in the side courtyard." There was no inquiry, as if he were issuing orders in his own royal residence. The clattering of armor shattered the tranquility of the Su family. Numerous Su family disciples gathered in the main courtyard, their faces contorted with anger. After all, this was the Su family's inner sanctum. What did it mean for soldiers to be stationed here? Su Wanner sat upon a wooden chair, cradling her prominent belly, and even the loose, pale blue gown could not conceal her condition. She glanced at the familiar, handsome figure, her eyes dimming with unspoken sorrow. She had not anticipated that he would become so overbearing. The contrast to his former elegance was stark. Familiar yet strange to why Yi Hao paid no heed to the hostile glares from the Su family members. Instead, taking a seat beside Su Wanner, he lifted a jade green teacup, blowing gently across the surface of the tea before speaking calmly. "Why do you refuse to return to the royal residence? Do you intend to leave my bloodline here in Tianlan County?" His aptitude and talent did not belong to this place. He needed a larger stage for his future, for the resources of this borderland could not facilitate his growth. After the child is born, return with me to the royal residence. I can overlook what transpired before. You are currently in your pregnancy, and I can converse with you calmly. Should anyone dare to obstruct me at the borders, they shall face execution. Yi Hao took a measured sip of his tea, turning to Su Wanner with a composed gaze. That Su Wanner slightly pursed her lips, trembling ever so slightly. "That I never imagined you held such disdain for Tianlan County. Once you lived and grew up in this borderland. The Su family aided you when you were struggling. Have you forgotten?" Her heart was stirred, incredulous that Yi Hao could be such a person. Yi Hao disregarded her sentiments and continued. "My offspring shall be like dragons and tigers, not shrink within this place. There is no need to discuss the Su family any further. Were it not for me, you and the Su family would have long since perished in the Green Mountains." He did not feel indebted to the Su family. His ascension to the throne of the King of War was primarily due to the power of the Northern Protectorate. Subsequently, Lin Yao had dispatched numerous assassins to annihilate the Su family, which was one of the conditions set by the Northern Protectorate. Their survival today was solely due to him. How absurd! Su Wanner's fair cheeks flushed with anger, her jade-like hand striking the wooden table, causing splinters to fly. "Since you look down upon the Su family so much, then let us part ways. All these years have my feelings been fed to the dogs?" At that moment, within the embryo, Yi Chongqing observed the scene with a slight sigh. His father was indeed a despicable man, capable of speaking so grandiosely. The truth was that the current Su family was of no use to him. All the strong had perished. Would he dare adopt such an attitude if several earthly origin masters were present? Moreover, How could he remain unaware of the myriad events occurring within the royal residence? To put it plainly, their bond had only been forged because the Su family had once been of utility to him. An endless aversion welled up within him, that why Yi Hao maintained his calm demeanor. Unfazed, as he gently blew across the tea. Part ways? I only speak of dismissing a wife. This bloodline shall return with me to the royal residence. I could cast you aside without causing you harm. This is your second act of defiance against me. Matters should not occur thrice. I do not wish to take action, that as long as I retrieve my offspring. Nothing else matters. The current Su family holds no value for me. The Grand Elder, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anger. He had been unaware of such matters during his time in the inner courtyard. After 2 months of information gathering, he understood that this current king of war was a treacherous wolf. The key point was that he dared to dismiss his wife. Only by committing an egregious error would a royal concubine be cast aside, which would severely tarnish Su Wanner's reputation. The Su family now had considerable potential, with several individuals likely to ascend as earthly origin masters, that as long as Tianxian did not emerge. The Su family would undoubtedly become a formidable lineage within the great Qing dynasty. Yi Hao was truly a fool to that moment. He became even more resolute in his thoughts. Yi Hao must be ousted from the position of king of war, leaving it to Su Wanner's child. To exhibit such arrogance at the mere initial stage of earthly origin, did he not regard the Grand Elder of his own royal residence? What would happen in the future? He then spoke. Enough. The lady is still in her pregnancy. Your Highness should return to the side courtyard to rest, and Su Wanner's gaze became somewhat dazed, her jade-like hand trembling. The words of this youth made her 2 years of steadfastness in the royal residence feel utterly futile. Suddenly, her blood surged, and she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, gradually bending over as a faint crimson hue stained her pale gown. This is bad. She is going into premature labor. Quickly, take the lady back to her chamber. The Grand Elder exclaimed, as several maidservants rushed to assist, and midwives, prepared in advance, arrived promptly. The entire Su family descended into chaos at Su Qingyun, and the others glared at Yi Hao, their faces ashen, in just a few words. He had provoked his younger sister into premature labor. Yet now was not the time to dwell on this. They quickly raced outside to wait that I end the main courtyard. Only Yi Hao remained, seated steadily on the wooden chair, calmly blowing across the tea in his jade-green cup, that he was unconcerned with these matters. As long as the child of this primordial spirit body belonged to him, everything else was inconsequential, even if it meant disregarding the life and death of a wife who had endured hardships. Chapter 17. Celestial Anomaly. Gathering of divine thunder tribulations at this moment. Yi Changqing felt the embryo quaking, as if his soul were being struck, inducing drowsiness. The primordial energy was continuously dissipating, and Yi Changqing cursed in his heart. This Yi Hao was truly a fool. Disrupting his plans, he longed to eliminate him. With over 10 days remaining until the due date, his holy body would likely bear a flaw now, insufficiently perfect, requiring postnatal compensation. Previously, within the royal residence, he had nearly been killed by Lin Yao, and now he was on the verge of being harmed by this king of war. Once I achieve the Tianxian realm, I shall bring ruin upon your house of war. You wish to keep me by your side, to cultivate me as your weapon of offense. Do you think you are worthy during this time? The events unfolding within the Su family had revealed to Yi Changqing that this so-called father had a cold heart. The chivalry he once displayed had been merely a facade. Now that he wielded power, he did not regard those who had once aided him with any respect. The Su family was treated like ants, dismissed by him. Even a tiger may devour its young, that a low humming resonated from within the embryo. As wisps of chaotic spiritual energy filled the courtyard, wild and unrestrained, that Yi Changqing gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, within the room, Su Wanner's face was slick with beads of cold sweat, each droplet falling onto the bedding. Excruciating pain coursed through her entire body, threatening to render her unconscious at any moment. Yet she persevered. Several midwives trembled, fearful of any mishap. Lady, hold on. It will be over soon. The child is about to be born. It is a boy. Congratulations, lady. Congratulations to the Su family. An elderly midwife, cradling a male infant in a swaddling cloth, could not help but brighten at the sight. The child's skin was pristine and flawless. Chubby little hands flailing, a faint glow surrounding him, signifying his extraordinary nature. This child is truly remarkable. Bring the child to me. A weak voice called from behind the bed curtains. The midwife cautiously handed the infant over. Sue Warner held the swaddled child tightly, a gentle smile illuminating her face, radiating maternal warmth. You have finally arrived safely. It is a profound realization that, despite the perils we have faced, both my child and I have evaded the clutches of Lin Yao. All thanks to you. Your extraordinary nature has not only transformed my constitution, but also bestowed upon us the protection of the royal family. Even the clan elders and the grand elder are willing to sever ties with Yi Hao. And this is all due to your influence. My dear, I feel utterly useless. Su Warner is filled with self-reproach. Her child is destined for greatness, yet even before birth, has already drawn the attention of the ancient powers of the Deqing dynasty. This is certainly not a positive omen. Yi Chongqing slowly awakens, feeling warmth as he opens his bright, expressive eyes. Instead of crying, he gazes intently at the frail woman before him. He extends his chubby little hand to wipe away the tears on Su Warner's face. Mustering the strength to utter, "Mother, do not see, or why did I in the Tianyuan realm?" Any infant with innate constitution possesses the ability to speak, so Yi Chongqing is untroubled by the thought of being deemed an anomaly. Su Warner finds nothing extraordinary about this. After all, her child is of the innate spiritual body, a fact she learned long ago from the Grand Elder and others. She senses the surging waves of spiritual energy within her child, yet is taken aback, for it far exceeds the level of blood fusion. She softly declares, "From now on, your surname shall be Yi, and your name shall be Chongqing. Though you possess an innate constitution, I still hope that you can stand tall like an evergreen tree, unwavering. May this name bring you good fortune." The surname Yi is a reminder to cherish your father and to never forget the kindness one receives. As Su Warner speaks, sorrowful memories flood her mind, casting a shadow over her expression. That moment, Yi Chongqing hears a prompt in his mind. You have successfully been born. The myriad paths of the sacred body have taken shape. Due to the immense fortune bestowed upon you, you far surpass other possessors of innate sacred bodies. One of your ribs has been tainted by the essence of the sacred order, transforming into a divine bone. This divine bone can be used to nurture Taoist methods. Every cultivation practice you master will yield spiritual essence, exponentially enhancing its power. The myriad paths of the sacred body will reveal their terrifying nature during your cultivation. Once you formally begin to harness the power of the great Tao, your progress will soar, far surpassing other innate sacred bodies. Your birth has summoned blessings from the heavens, purifying your physical form and solidifying your sacred body. Yi Chongqing's mind is momentarily stunned. The emergence of an additional divine bone is unexpected, that a wealth of information regarding the myriad paths of the sacred body fills his consciousness. His affinity with the great Tao is exceedingly high, nearing perfection, ensuring that his future cultivation will encounter no obstacles. Should he truly reach the pinnacle of mastery, he could potentially seize the powers of the heavens for his own use, excelling in both cultivation and combat. Each sacred body possesses unique abilities, and his is evidently more remarkable, a testament to the benefits of great fortune. As he contemplates, Su Warner, in her frail state, is drawn by Yi Chongqing's myriad paths of the sacred body, merging with the surging spiritual energy, directly shattering the shackles and breaking into the gathering spirit realm. Why? A look of terror flashes in Su Warner's eyes. Under normal circumstances, she would not fear a breakthrough into gathering spirit. However, having just given birth and in her weakened state, with barely 30% of her strength, the arrival of a thunder tribulation could spell disaster. There is no preparation. Boom! She stumbles, clad in thin garments, attempting to send her child away, but ominous roars echo from the heavens. Layers of dark clouds gather, and flashes of lightning illuminate the sky, a sense of destruction enveloping the entire Su family courtyard. This is bad. How can there be a thunder tribulation? Within the room, a surge of spiritual energy indicates that her younger sister has indeed broken through to gathering spirit, as Fu Qingyun instantly realizes. His heart trembling, creak, the door swings open as Su Warner prepares to hand over her child, but a devastating bolt of thunder suddenly strikes the courtyard, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that tosses the Su family members aside. This is not good. She has truly broken through. This is a warning from the thunder punishment. Everyone must exit the tribulation zone. The Grand Elder's expression grows grave as he waves his sleeves, casting numerous members of the Su family out of the courtyard. For when the thunder punishment descends, no one can intervene without defying the will of the heavens. Each living being present within the range of the thunder tribulation amplifies its energy. With over 100 individuals present, all of considerable strength, remaining here would mean certain obliteration for the entire Su family. The Su family and the clan elders gaze intently at the thunder tribulation in the heavens. Is the heavens truly intent on destroying our Su family? Su Qingfeng's voice is solemn. If all else fails, we shall activate the ancestral formation and withstand the thunder punishment with our flesh and blood. As long as my sister and the child survive, there is hope for the future. Many Su family disciples nod in agreement, fully aware that the revival of the family's former glory cannot rely solely on them. Tension fills the atmosphere as the gathering spirit realm begins, and one must face the great tribulation of the heavens. This is a life-or-death trial for cultivators, as the thunder punishment escalates according to one's strength. Reaching the peak of their realm, to overcome it, extensive preparations are essential, whether it be defensive formations, healing elixirs, or rare materials. These are indispensable. Even so, this is a formidable chasm. Only a fraction of those who reach the gathering spirit realm are able to do so. This explains why fewer and fewer powerful individuals emerge in subsequent realms. Within the Qing dynasty, those in the gathering spirit realm are not considered weak. Earthly realm masters, even nobles, would not dare to provoke them lightly. Thus, when the Su family previously faced the thunder punishment during their breakthrough, they did so with ease, leaving the Grand Elder astounded. However, now Su Wanner has just completed her labor, yet to cultivate her foundation, and is at her weakest with barely 30% of her strength. Even a single bolt of thunder punishment could annihilate her. The Grand Elder's expression fluctuates between hope and despair as he solemnly states, "Do not act rashly. The thunder punishment has yet to descend. The tribulation you faced during your breakthrough was not overly difficult, so she stands a chance. This is certainly related to the innate spiritual womb. This child can surely avert calamity amidst the thunder tribulation, so there is no need for concern. Should danger truly arise, I will intervene and rescue them." The Grand Elder's resolute words alleviate Su Qingyun's anxiety. At that moment, Yi Hao stands with his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression indifferent, hands clasped behind him, observing silently before the hundreds of armored guards that he does not utter a word, merely watching with quiet intensity. He possesses certain means to evade the situation, but only after Su Wanner has perished. Boom. The sky is engulfed in thunderous roars as silver lightning snakes down like a torrential downpour, crashing down upon the courtyard. Crackle. The entire main courtyard seems submerged in a sea of lightning that Su Wanner, once tense, is now utterly bewildered, for each bolt that strikes her feels as though it carries vitality, coursing through her meridians, not only repairing her foundation, but also cleansing numerous impurities. The Yi Chongqing waves his chubby little hand, feeling the overwhelming power of the thunder punishment surge toward his dantian. He promptly activates the innate spiritual formula to refine it, seeking to merge with the essence of the sacred order. The power of the thunder punishment inherently contains a sliver of the great Tao. In mere moments, a second essence of the sacred order, pure and immaculate, materializes at the center of his dantian. The enhancement of his cultivation is astounding. Yi Chongqing continuously suppresses it, yet in a quarter of an hour, he reaches the mid-tier of the spiritual connection realm. Of course, amidst the raging storm of lightning, no one notices his breakthrough, allowing him to advance without concern. Su Wanner's beautiful eyes widen as she gazes at her child in the swaddling cloth, her jade-like hand trembling. The spiritual connection realm. To reach the spiritual connection realm means that one's spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, no longer superficial, but capable of solidifying, even able to strike down foes from 1,000 meters away. Coupled with the overwhelming vitality, is this truly her newborn child? An idea keeps bubbling in her mind. Could her child's constitution be far beyond just an innate spiritual body? During this period, she has been perusing ancient texts. The so-called innate spiritual body is one that is blessed by heaven and earth, forming consciousness from the embryo stage and self-cultivating, allowing one to reach the blood fusion realm upon birth. Yet now, Yi Chongqing has evidently broken through to the mid-stage of spiritual communication. Su Wano's emotions were complex, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow, that if only her father and grandfather were still alive to witness the emergence of such a prodigious descendant from the Su family. How overjoyed they would be. She shook her head. The Su family has embarked on a new path, and there is no need to dwell on the past, with the potential for the Su family to become a colossal force. It is merely a matter of time. As for revealing this to others, that is out of the question. The number of fallen geniuses is countless. What she needs to do now is to protect her child diligently. With her mind clear and having let go of the past, Su Wano's realm has directly ascended to the peak of the initial stage of spirit gathering. As the bolts of lightning descended, the speed of her growth continued to accelerate. Moreover, the profound energy contained within the tribulation was sufficient to solidify her foundation, preventing any premature breakthroughs that could lead to an unstable realm. The previous advancements in the realm of spiritual communication had not yet been solidified, but now, all impurities could be purged. Once Su Wano cultivates the profound martial techniques, few cultivators at the same level will be able to contend with her. Buzzing, at this moment, the surging spiritual energy, intertwined with lightning, enveloped Yi Chongqing swaddling, with his cultivation having already reached the peak of the mid-stage of spiritual communication. Yi Tenyuan and others, who had retreated to the outer courtyard, were left dumbfounded. How could one withstand such a tribulation? Their expressions were blank, as the torrential downpour of punishment from the heavens seemed to leave him unscathed. Even the swaddling cloth remained intact. Has he reached such a monstrous level? Give him 20 years, and the entire Deqing dynasty will tremble. Yi Tenyuan could hardly contain his inner excitement. The bet was right. The so-called martial king is nothing compared to the heir. Roar! At this moment, the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed across the sky that a faint golden dragon-shaped phantom soared through the clouds, dispersing the dense black clouds and revealing boundless majesty. A pale white tiger-shaped phantom stood proudly, treading upon pure white clouds, looking down upon the myriad beings of the world. However, this extraordinary phenomenon was only noticed by a select few. Soon, it transformed into two beams of divine light, rushing into the main courtyard of the Su family, entering the infant body of Yi Chongqing. Heaven and earth bestow blessings. You have received the innate great techniques of the True Dragon and White Tiger clans. A Celestial Commendation. Chapter 19. Late Stage of Spiritual Communication, Catching Up to the Martial King. Such good fortune exists. It turns out to be the great techniques of the True Dragon and White Tiger clans. Yi Chongqing was somewhat astonished. Each great technique transcended the heavenly tier martial arts and was treasured by various sects and even sacred lands when he was still in the embryo stage. Yi Chongqing had heard that the Deqing dynasty could stand firm today because the royal family possessed a certain great technique. Once, an existence beyond the heavenly profound realm visited the dynasty but was repelled by the ancestor of Deqing, which secured their position. However, great techniques are categorized into tiers. The True Dragon and White Tiger clans, not only in the Tianyuan realm, but even in the broader universe, are supreme existences. The innate great techniques they possess are the pinnacle, far surpassing those held by the ancestor of Deqing. In his mind, obscure scriptures surfaced, manifesting within his consciousness. The Dragon Roar divine technique stimulates one's blood and energy. With a single utterance, all beasts shall submit. Capable of annihilating the enemy's spirit upon reaching completion, effective even in the Earth origin realm. The White Tiger Slaughter technique can triple one's blood and energy in a short span, with each attack breaking limits. Capable of tearing apart the sun and moon and shattering the stars upon reaching completion. Of course, the prerequisite is to reach the Earth origin realm to wield it. Yi Chongqing's lips twitched slightly. One must know that masters of the Earth origin realm are considered nobility within the Deqing dynasty. Is this merely the threshold for casting spells? Naturally, it can also be used in advance, but at the cost of burning one's essence blood. This could be practiced beforehand, to be employed in critical moments that if he reaches the Earth origin realm before the Northern King makes his move against him. This Dragon Roar technique could send him straight to the afterlife. Yi Chongqing felt a sense of relief. At the very least, he now possesses a certain means of defense, with a powerful figure from the Tai Xian realm watching, ready to seize control at any moment. It was too suffocating without any countermeasures that as he pondered. The external tribulation had already reached its conclusion, and his cultivation had officially ascended to the late stage of spiritual communication. One must understand that even an ordinary innate saint body cannot compare with him at the outset. Holding two methods of slaughter, along with great fortune by his side, it would only take a short while to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. In just a few years, there will be few in the entire Qing dynasty capable of threatening him at this moment. Feeling a warmth on his cheeks, his mother, Su Wanner, felt as if she were in a dream, wanting to confirm the reality. With a pinch of her finger, Yi Changqing couldn't help but grimace. Ouch! It seems to be true. Heaven bless, both my child and I are alive. Su Wanner let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Changqing rolled his eyes. Why not pinch yourself? A dignified spirit-gathering realm cultivator still fears pain. She then turned her lively, curious eyes to survey the Su family's main courtyard, which had become a desolate ruin. Flowers and grass withered, and the loft reduced to ashes. Next, she needed to cultivate, but now there were too many people from the Su family around. At the very least, some outsiders should not be present. He was still weak and needed a quiet place to practice, free from disturbances. Certain secrets must not be discovered. Then, in a muffled voice, she murmured, "Mother, there are too many people in the Su family." Every word was somewhat laborious. After all, having just been born, even an innate saint body requires time to develop. Of course, an ordinary person needs 3 years, but Yi Changqing only needs a month. Su Wanner nodded slightly upon hearing this. She shared the same sentiment. Her child should not be exposed to the public eye, as it would attract many ill-intentioned individuals. Currently, it was just Yi Hao, Lin Yao, and others that if news of surpassing the innate spiritual body were to leak. Then before Yi Changqing could rise, the entire Su family would face calamity. All right. Mother will handle it. Su Wanner exhaled a breath of turbid air, stepping calmly out of the ruins of the main courtyard. Her aura faintly discernible, brimming with vitality. Eldest brother, second brother, the rebuilding of the Su family is entrusted to you. From this point forward, the Su family will close its doors for a year, seeing no one. She then turned to look at Yi Hao, her expression complex. Yet the love she once felt had dissipated. Regardless of whether His Highness the Martial King wishes to divorce or separate, this child belongs to the Su family. In the future, I, Su Wanner, shall have no dealings with the Martial King's residence. Yi Hao raised his gaze slightly. The fact that you can stand here and discuss this issue with me stems from your status as my concubine. Even if I were to cast you aside, I would still take the child with me. Do you understand? His tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of anger. How dare a concubine command him? If it weren't for needing this child to consolidate his position as Martial King, to assist him in the future, he would have already sent his guards to flatten the Su family. Su Wanner smiled faintly, speaking in a composed manner. If you choose to act against me, then the ancestral formation of the Su family shall once again manifest in Tianlan County. Your Highness, you are merely in the Earth origin realm. Our Su family's ancestral formation has previously defeated those in the heavenly profound realm. That if you wish to try, Wanner can accommodate you. In that moment, she no longer acted obsequiously, no longer enduring humiliation. For her child is her greatest source of confidence. She was unafraid even when facing the lofty Martial King. Su Qingyun and others instantly understood the situation and activated an ancient token in their hands, infusing it with spiritual energy. Around the Su family courtyard, gray and white formation symbols emerged, floating in the air, gradually connecting to form a formation, a thick aura of slaughter enveloping Yi Hao and the 100 or so personal guards. This was also why they dared to let the other party enter the residence. Even if things turned chaotic, they could still activate the ancestral formation to strike them down. Your Highness the Martial King. It is time for you to leave. Yi Tian also spoke up, his vast blood energy rising into the sky, his silver hair billowing behind him like a deity of war. Despite the firm stances of both sides, he still stood fervently in support of his family, if it weren't for the fear of repercussions from the Qing royal family. After all, slaying a Martial King is tantamount to waging war against the entire dynasty. He would have acted long ago. The Northern King's interference was becoming increasingly frequent, and expelling Yi Hao from the position of Martial King was the best course of action. Moreover, there was now a most suitable replacement. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Hao's eyes. He hadn't expected the elder of the royal residence to side with outsiders and seek to kill him. Yet his expression remained calm. The overwhelming pressure made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if bearing the weight of a mountain, that he then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Today, I shall divorce you. However, 3 years from now, I shall personally come to claim the child. If anyone from the Su family dares to obstruct me, they need not exist that I in a span of 3 years. As long as one strives to reach the pinnacle of the Earth origin, it would suffice to withstand this ancestral formation. Indeed, it once bore resounding renown. But now it lies in ruins, posing a threat only to my early self in the Earth origin realm. Immediately, as the words fell, accompanied by over 100 personal guards, he departed. Chapter 20. The Confused Martial King. In bewilderment on this day, the Su family expelled the Martial King from Tianlan County. Within the gathering of the divine thunder tribulation, there echoed faint sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling. Master Qinghe and another royal disciple employed their ocular techniques to glean a general understanding and subsequently disseminated this news that on this day, a subtle violet aura drifted across the great Qing dynasty, spreading for miles afar. The progenitor of the great Qing, accompanied by several elder nobles, swiftly concealed themselves, remaining undetected that on this day, in the Kanglan main domain, many ancient beings sensed a trace of aura related to the saint level, emerging from their secluded meditations to gaze upon the heavens and the earth, eager to deduce its meaning, yet only encountering a veil of obscurity. However, all these disturbances bore no relation to the current Su family. The power of the entire Tianlan County was devoted to assisting in the reconstruction of the main hall, creating an atmosphere of harmony and extraordinary liveliness. The Yu family and other leading factions even sent their heads of families to participate. For with the Martial King having been expelled, the current Su family was indeed unfathomable that if one were to serve them well, not only would wealth and nobility be within reach, but at the very least, one would not incur the ire of a tiger lying on their bed, ensuring safety. Yet within a certain tavern in Tianlan County, an aged figure, donned in a wide-brimmed hat, stood in the shadows, gazing intently at the Su family. Yi Hao's return to the imperial city would inevitably lead to the cleansing of the Elder S faction, and he would certainly not relinquish his pride, unable to wait several years for vengeance. It was likely he would seek me out at the Northern Town King's manor. News must be sent back. Any actions targeting the Su family must be met with refusal to assist. Even if Yi Hao harbored dissatisfaction, it was of little consequence. The recent thunderous punishment, though seemingly astonishing, resembled more a blessing from the heavens, that Su Wanner had just given birth. It was impossible for her to withstand the divine gathering realm's thunder tribulation. That she emerged unscathed and the infant remained unharmed was decidedly peculiar, akin to a celestial reward. Those with extraordinary fortunes had experienced such phenomena before. Moreover, the manifestations of the true dragon and white tiger, shrouded within the thunder tribulation, raised the question of how this child could surpass the innate sacred bodies documented in ancient texts. During this period, the old Northern Town King had been lurking beside the Su family, observing daily. His excitement grew as he concluded from various observations that Su Wanner's child possessed truly exceptional potential. Now, it was merely a matter of refining the spirit and elevating the essence to its peak. When the child reached their first year, a decisive strike would be in order. At that time, with the clandestine assistance of the Northern Town King's manor, the path of growth would be remarkably swift, potentially allowing entry into the Qingyang sect to vie for the position of the Divine Son. Presently, the old Northern Town King's gaze had shifted away from the great Qing dynasty. For no matter how powerful a mundane dynasty might be, it ultimately had its limitations. The Kanglan main domain housed 7 foremost powers, including the Great Qing dynasty and the Seven Stars Pavilion, both vassals under the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect rivaled the legendary sacred powers, serving as a threshold for becoming elders. The younger disciples were also formidable, with a core disciple from centuries past showcasing extraordinary combat prowess, reaching the heavenly profound realm and astonishing awe. Thus, the innate sacred body was assuredly within my grasp, and none could thwart this endeavor. Immediately, the figure began to fade away, commencing the arrangement of formations and mystical methods around the Su family to facilitate the advantage of seizing a new body. Upon Yi Hao's return to the imperial city, he was met with suspicion, for the Northern Town King's manor had subtly distanced itself from him during this period. After 2 months of cultivation, seeking to regain face, he requested the master of the Northern Town King's manor to intervene, only to be met with 2 refusals. This left him feeling uneasy, prompting an investigation into Su Wanner's affairs. However, many details were obscured by a mysterious force, preventing his inquiry. Why Hao felt a sense of confusion. Having been away from the imperial city for merely a year, how had Su Wanner become so inscrutable? Yet, having already spoken of divorce, there was no turning back. He needed to quickly increase his strength and resolve matters with the Su family before the child developed too much self-awareness, bringing them back under his wing. The Great Qing Imperial Palace, the Emperor, who had been reviewing memorials, sensed the presence of the ancestors and promptly rose, vacating the dragon throne. That a soft humming sound resonated, as several ancient figures emerged from the void within the grand hall, one of whom was the progenitor of the Great Qing, who raised a teacup and drank it in one gulp. Fortunately, they had prepared adequately, concealing the commotion of the extraordinary phenomenon. Otherwise, news of the innate sacred body would have reached the Qingyang sect and other factions. They had made extensive preparations 2 months prior to obscure the signs of its birth. Several heavenly profound realm old-timers were even more anxious than the Su family had been, fearing that any delay in action might lead to exposure. After all, their ambitions were great this time, aiming for the Great Qing dynasty to rise and stand on equal footing with the Qingyang sect. If a saint were truly born, this would be entirely possible. However, for now, Yi Changqing needed time to grow. At the very least, he must not expose himself before reaching the heavenly profound realm. Show me the information regarding this period in Tianlan County, the Great Qing progenitor spoke calmly. The emperor presented several memorials, detailing all that had transpired in the Su family during this time. What is this about the Yi family? A divorce? The corners of the Great Qing progenitor's mouth twitched slightly, leaving him utterly bewildered. To possess mountains of gold and silver, yet remain oblivious. They still wished to eradicate them completely. It seemed that immense wealth had slipped through their fingers. The Yi family was destined for decline. However, the actions of the Yi family's elder surprised him, as he had actively severed ties with the royal manor, aligning himself with the Su family. That a clever individual indeed. Dispatch orders. If the Martial King's manor truly harbors intentions against the Su family, take decisive action to eliminate them without hesitation. No one shall impede my plans. He genuinely hoped for the other side to act. In doing so, the royal family could openly intervene, allowing the Su family to owe a significant favor. Understood. The emperor bowed slightly, preparing to send additional royal disciples to stand guard nearby. At that moment, the Great Qing progenitor scanned the surroundings with a calm demeanor, stating, "The old Northern Town King has reached his end. Everyone, follow me to take a look." That he harbored concerns, for the effort to conceal the extraordinary phenomenon had been met with reluctance. The absence of the Northern Town King indicated his imminent demise, rendering him unable to take action. Thus, the Great Qing progenitor resolved to investigate the truth, fearing the old Northern Town King harbored other thoughts. Immediately, several elder nobles followed closely behind, traversing the void to arrive deep within the Northern Town King's manor. Upon probing with their divine senses, they discovered that the old friend upon the jade bed was on the brink of death, his vitality nearly extinguished, and his spiritual energy dissipating rapidly, having succumbed to severe illness. The Great Qing progenitor concealed himself within the void, ultimately confirming the situation before departing with reassurance. That at this moment, the ailing Northern Town King slowly rose, revealing a faint smirk. "I have concealed a hand, refining a second avatar. Otherwise, I would truly have been exposed today." His true self indeed faced imminent demise. Yet the second avatar had also cultivated to the heavenly profound realm, remaining undisclosed for the sake of convenience in certain matters. Having successfully concealed himself, he ensured that he would not be suspected in the future. Chapter 21. Yi Changqing, manifesting sanctity before the world. Time flowed swiftly, and 2 months later, in the Su family's Qingfeng courtyard, a porcelain doll resembling a 2-year-old, with bright, lively eyes, waved its small hands. Rich spiritual energy gradually converged, entering its body. Should anyone from the outside behold this sight, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for this child was none other than the recently born Yi Changqing, who had already commenced his cultivation. During this time, the Su family continuously utilized the blood of fierce beasts to cleanse his physical body, alongside various profound-tier medicinal baths to lay a solid foundation. At the moment of his birth, Yi Chongqing's cultivation had already reached the spirit communication realm, and in just 2 short months, he had attained the pinnacle of spirit communication. However, his physical refinement was insufficient. When he swung out an arm, he could muster approximately 80,000 pounds of strength, yet he had yet to reach the 100,000-pound threshold. This was also the reason why Yi Chongqing had not yet broken through to the divine gathering realm. According to the inheritance memories within the myriad paths of the sacred body, the ultimate limit of each realm was merely the threshold of physical and spiritual endurance, that as long as one could surpass it. Every slight enhancement would yield significant benefits. While he was lost in contemplation, a gentle voice rang out. "Chongqing, the alchemist you sought has arrived. My uncle and the others have brought a master-level figure for you." He was once a renowned disciple of the Qingyang sect. That Su Wanner pushed the door open, adorned in a flowing gown embellished with delicate white floral patterns. Her skin was as white as snow. And after her cultivation had progressed, she radiated an ethereal aura, imbued with a hint of enchanting beauty. For over a month now, this child had been clamoring to learn the arts of alchemy and formations. Though merely 2 months old, she could already rival toddlers of 2 or 3 years. That Yi Chongqing's bright, expressive eyes blinked with excitement. For in order to confront the northern king of the old town, he needed to enhance his cultivation swiftly through elixirs, aiming for a breakthrough that a year was an exceedingly brief period. Under normal circumstances, he would only manage to ascend to the Earth origin realm. Sufficient for others, but for him, facing a life-and-death crisis, it was intolerable. Thus, he secretly perused ancient texts and engaged in self-study, becoming quite familiar with the material, having mentally rehearsed the alchemical processes countless times. Now, with a formula and an alchemical cauldron at his disposal, Yi Chongqing felt confident in his ability to concoct a profound-grade elixir. With the aid of the myriad paths of the sacred body, he could also summon alchemical flames. The formations, however, were of paramount importance. Only by perfecting the ancestral array of the Su family could he hope to eliminate the northern king of the old town. He needed to be thoroughly prepared. With the foundational cultivation techniques, he could now also refine basic profound-grade formation runes. Guidance would expedite his progress. Additionally, he sought to gain insights and display his talents. For only then could he maximize his potential. While Yi Chongqing was deep in thought, a voice filled with age and authority echoed from outside the Qingfeng courtyard. "That I'll speak plainly. The alchemical talent of your Su family is woefully inadequate. Over the years, the disciples you've summoned to seek guidance have all been of poor quality. That if such a situation arises again, do not blame me for being unsympathetic." An elderly man in simple robes strode in with a commanding presence, cursing as he went. Several disciples from the Su family followed closely behind. Su Qingfeng waited in the courtyard, and upon hearing the angry reprimands from afar, he could not help but smile bitterly. After all, spiritual formation masters and alchemists were exceedingly rare. In the entire Deqing dynasty, there were hardly a handful who had reached the Earth-tier master realm. Baiyu, who had attained mastery in both alchemy and formations, was particularly difficult to approach for ordinary Earth-tier masters. Were it not for his own weak martial talent, which had kept him stuck at the spirit-gathering realm, he could have advanced in both alchemy and formations to the celestial tier. Had it not been for the connections his grandfather had once established, it would have been nearly impossible to invite him. Seeing Baiyu appear before him, Su Qingfeng bowed slightly and respectfully spoke. "I have the honor of meeting Master Baiyu." Baiyu, upon noticing him, revealed a hint of surprise in his gaze. "You have a broken right arm, which is akin to losing a segment of your innate meridians. Yet you still managed to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm. It seems the recent rumors about the Su family are indeed true. However, driving the current martial king from your residence was a misstep. The disparity between your families is too vast that if you find yourselves in dire straits, shatter this token, and I shall come to assist your Su family in overcoming the calamity once." From the callous palm of his hand, an ancient wooden token materialized, which he tossed to Su Qingfeng. "Thank you, Master Baiyu." Su Qingfeng's smile was tinged with bitterness. Receiving help during the Su family's decline was already a tremendous favor. They knew not if they could withstand the retaliation from the martial king's residence when it came. This promise bore significant weight, potentially safeguarding the lives of key figures within the Su family. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us bring forth the individual in question, that I wish to see a prodigy of alchemy arise from your Su family. Bai Yu lifted his gaze slightly, speaking calmly. His lineage had long struggled to find suitable true disciples to carry on their legacy. Despite having nearly a dozen talented individuals as registered disciples, the weakest among them possessed at least third-grade martial talent. Yet none could pass his assessments that Su Qingfeng chuckled softly, knowing that his nephew Yi Changqing was a prodigious talent. At that moment, Su Wanner entered the main courtyard, leading a porcelain doll-like child by the hand. That I have the honor of meeting Master Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu's aged face displayed a flicker of confusion. Su Wanner, did you not fail your assessment back then? Su Wanner's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly replied, Master Bai, it is not I, but my child, Yi Changqing. He has a profound interest in both alchemy and formations, which is why I brought him for your assessment. Bai Yu turned his gaze toward the seemingly 2-year-old porcelain doll dressed in azure silk embroidered with a Qilin pattern, her skin fair and slightly plump, exuding an adorably charming aura. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback. Which family begins training in alchemy at such a tender age? Is this a jest? How could a child so young be learning the arts of alchemy and formation? Yi Changqing's soft, youthful voice chimed in. I can. Bai Yu forced a smile. You possess some talent. I owe your Su family a favor. Regardless of who you are, as long as you are recommended by them, I shall teach you earnestly. However, should you fail the assessment, do not blame me for my indifference. That so. Is your Su family certain? Su Wanner nodded firmly. Absolutely. Bai Yu inclined his head slightly, no longer dwelling on it. This was the Su family's choice, that he could simply dismiss this child and take his leave. Yet, upon gazing at the porcelain doll before him, Bai Yu found himself somewhat astonished that a child of merely 2 months. Their vitality was robust, and it seemed they possessed considerable cultivation, thanks to the concealing effect of the sacred level innate energy. Unless they made a move, even Bai Yu and the northern king of the old town would be unable to discern their true nature. Could the rumors circulating outside be true, that the Su family had given birth to an innate spirit body? Bai Yu was utterly astounded. Though still too young, in a few years he could be accepted as a disciple. Satisfied within, he recognized that an innate spirit body was exceedingly rare. If it was associated with the fire element, it would be even more perfect. That he then spoke. Alchemists are exceedingly rare and highly esteemed by martial artists. I shall first assess your speed in alchemical cultivation. Here is a technique. Within 3 hours, if you can summon alchemical flames, I will accept you as my disciple. That if you cannot, I shall return in 5 years. He then handed over an ancient tome. With a calm demeanor, Bai Yu contemplated how he would guide the child 5 years hence. The Yi Changqing perused the text. Indeed, it was several tiers above the alchemical cultivation methods of the Su family. However, he had already mastered it, thus finding no difficulty. With a pure, flawless hand, he spread it open, gathering a faint aura that coalesced into a flickering flame. Before him, did I ask this what you meant? Just as Bai Yu lifted a teacup to his lips, he spewed a mouthful of water in shock. What on earth? Chapter 22. Sacred Level Alchemical Talent. 90%. Bai Yu stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. Atio merely read through a cultivation method and achieved such results. This talent was utterly astounding. Yet, Yi Changqing had only been born for 2 months, and the Su family had no alchemical masters to guide him. This child could not have trained in advance. The alchemical flame had formed in an instant. Such talent surely surpassed even that of his own master. He had only encountered individuals of sacred-grade alchemical talent in ancient texts who could summon alchemical flames from birth. Intimately familiar with celestial materials and treasures, effortlessly concocting exceptional elixirs, was it possible that this old man had encountered one of them? Every genius with sacred-level alchemical qualifications, upon grasping the craft, could seamlessly merge with the essence of alchemy and break through limits effortlessly. No, he must observe further. If this lineage could indeed thrive and even surpass his master, it would be remarkable. Bai Yu suppressed his internal excitement, clearing his throat. Cough, cough, indeed impressive. You possess some talent that I, too, took a quarter of an hour to summon alchemical flames back in the day. Now, I shall assess your first attempt at alchemy. This elixir is called Transforming the Mundane. If you can succeed within 3 attempts, I will accept you as my disciple. Under normal circumstances, one would not assess alchemical skill in this manner. But Bai Yu wished to further probe Yi Changqing's talents and ascertain whether he possessed sacred-level alchemical qualifications. At this moment, the elder Yi Tianyuan, who had rushed over to protect him, fearing any unforeseen incidents, rolled his eyes at Bai Yu's words. This was an outrageous claim. If he could summon flames in a quarter of an hour, why was he still merely an alchemical master? Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. His only concern was protecting his heir from any potential mishaps. Nonetheless, his expression was grave. Could an innate spirit body possess such extraordinary capabilities? Just 2 months old, and already able to summon alchemical flames? The talent was unfathomably exceptional in this moment. He felt even more fortunate to have aligned himself with the right side. If Yi Changqing were to become the martial king and break through the celestial realm, mastering alchemy and achieving the rank of master, even the Deqing royal family would find themselves overshadowed. With this thought, the elder straightened his stooped form, while Yi Changqing observed as Bai Yu continually retrieved herbs. Lost in contemplation. Despite the latter's outward calmness, the hints he perceived in his mind were unmistakable. Bai Yu was immensely shocked by the speed with which he had summoned the alchemical flames. Even he had taken a full 12 hours in his youth. The notion that Yi Changqing possessed sacred-level alchemical talent left him indecisive, eager to test the child's alchemical prowess. Brainstorming progress achieved 30. Upon reaching 100, he would gain sacred-level alchemical talent, devoid of any bottlenecks, able to transcend with his cultivation, entering a state of perfect harmony with the elixirs, effortlessly achieving the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. Indeed, revealing his talents before the public was the best means of gaining insights, and at his current age, he would shine even brighter that if he could secure sacred-level alchemical talent. He would have 10 months left to make a final push. In the depths of Yi Changqing's heart, an overwhelming surge of emotion stirred. As long as he resolved the issue with the northern king of the old town, he would be free from worries in the near term. As for the transformation pill, it was merely a rudimentary elixir, one he had long since memorized and mastered. Every martial artist, if lacking in aptitude, would find it impossible to breach the transformation realm without the aid of medicinal pills, which served to forcibly break through barriers. The transformation pill, as its name implies, assists cultivators in transcending the transformation stage. While it is an introductory elixir, its successful refinement remains exceedingly challenging, for the ingredients are all common earthly herbs that require exceptionally precise control of the alchemical flame to merge into a singular form. Now, observe closely as I demonstrate. Master Bai Yu proclaimed, retrieving an ancient bronze alchemical cauldron from his cosmic bag. Even without igniting the alchemical flames, a rich aura of spiritual herbs emanated from it. Despite being merely an introductory elixir, he was prepared to exert his utmost effort in the refinement process, aiming to ensure that Yi Changqing willingly became his disciple. First step, prepare the herbs, Master Bai Yu shouted, as over 10 herbs were enveloped in spiritual energy, and faint flames flickered within the cauldron. The technique of condensing the pill flowed like water, occasionally producing astonishing phenomena that left Yi Tianyuan speechless. Was this a mere display of skill? The entire Su family's courtyard began to heat up. In a brief moment, Master Bai Yu lifted the bronze cauldron, revealing 3 round, lustrous pills before the astonished onlookers, a delicate mist of spiritual vapor wafting around them. This is the mist of pills. Only when the quality of the medicinal pill exceeds 95% does the efficacy overflow. Most alchemists struggle to fully condense the medicinal effects into the pill. Achieving 60% efficacy on the first attempt is already considered a success. Let the process begin. Master Bai Yu stepped back, handing the bronze cauldron to Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing nodded slightly, having understood that ordinary refinement achieving 60% efficacy was merely the passing mark, while reaching 80% would yield enhanced effects. 95% would produce the pill mist, maximizing the effects of the dozen herbs. A perfect 100% would result in the rare pill cloud. With a gentle exhale, he expelled a breath of turbid air, drawing upon the spiritual energy within his dantian, condensing it into alchemical flames in his palm. Buzzing, threads of faint, clear flames enveloped the herbs, continuously refining their medicinal properties. Master Bai Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Was this method of alchemical refinement so remarkably adept? Was it true that he was innately gifted in the art of alchemy? Yi Changqing's fluid technique astonished him to the core. How could a child of merely 2 months possess such skill? He reaffirmed his earlier conjecture, recalling that he himself had taken a month to barely succeed in refining a transformation pill. As Yi Changqing concentrated on condensing the pill, a notification resonated within his mind. Master Baiyu, in a moment of chilling realization, acknowledged that there truly existed individuals born with an innate understanding of alchemy. Progress. 90. Yi Changqing felt a sense of satisfaction at this revelation. Suddenly, a blaze of alchemical fire engulfed the bronze cauldron, transforming each herb into a potion that ultimately coalesced into pills. Even Su Wanner and the others drew closer in astonishment. When the cauldron was unveiled, the 3 crystalline pills presented a faintly floating mist, clearly rivaling the pills Master Baiyu had previously refined with all his might. By the heavens, first-time pill mist. Master Baiyu could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming aloud that I've stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 23. Can one not cultivate 3 paths simultaneously? Yi Changqing's small face flushed with heat, the alchemical fire rendering him warm all over. As a notification echoed in his mind, AT merely 2 months old, having condensed alchemical flames in a quarter of an hour and achieving pill mist on his first attempt. Master Baiyu was unwavering in his belief regarding your divine aptitude for alchemy and desired to take you as his apprentice. Progress. 100. That you have acquired the divine aptitude for alchemy. Each time you refine pills, you will achieve a harmonious unity of man and pill, effortlessly surpassing limits, engaging seamlessly with any cauldron. Entering the realm of divine alchemy will become second nature to you, and as your cultivation level rises, your alchemical talent will likewise ascend, allowing you to easily deduce the most complete formulations from any incomplete recipe upon a mere glance. Now at the pinnacle of spiritual connection, you can refine mid-tier profound-grade pills once you master the recipes. Yi Changqing sensed a wondrous transformation within himself. The alchemical flames in his palm grew increasingly solid, as countless insights into the art of alchemy flooded his mind. Gazing at the 3 freshly forged pills before him, his small face scrunched up in apparent disdain that if I refine again, I could achieve pill clouds, allowing those at the pinnacle of transformation to break through to blood fusion realm, effectively elevating them by a tier. Master Baiyu's face flushed red with excitement as his calloused hands rubbed together anxiously, casting furtive glances at the child before him. May I ask, young friend Changqing, do you have any interest in primarily pursuing the path of alchemy? I shall not hide it. With your talent, surpassing so-called masters in the field of alchemy will be a mere trifle. Regardless of your martial aptitude, there is no need for you to pursue that path. For you have the opportunity to glimpse the realm of divine alchemists. Before he could finish, Yi Tianyuan felt a tremor in his heart and rushed forward to intervene. Preposterous. My young master is a prodigy of martial arts. How could he squander his potential? If he were to become stuck at the earth origin or spirit-gathering realm, what good would his alchemical talent be? I can tolerate anything in the Su family, but I will not agree to this. Yi Tianyuan's eyes widened, staring intensely at Master Baiyu, expressing his discontent. Though alchemical masters are rare, they are indeed innate spiritual bodies. Supplementary cultivation is acceptable, but how could one primarily pursue alchemy? What a folly it would be to forsake the essence of martial prowess. Master Baiyu glared back. Do you, a mere earth origin cultivator, understand the significance of a divine alchemist? Do you comprehend the value of such a title? Even the esteemed Qingyang sect, which governs the Kanglan region, would treat such individuals with utmost reverence. Furthermore, I am unqualified to instruct him. Should Yi Changqing wish to focus on alchemy, I can immediately contact my master, a divine alchemist and elder of the Qingyang sect's alchemical hall, who would teach him personally, ensuring he has the opportunity to reach the divine realm. Do not mislead him. You are the one misleading him. My young master possesses unparalleled martial talent, destined to tread an invincible path. Come, let us settle this. Martial arts are of no consequence. If I were to break through the earth origin realm, I could easily take on 10, no, 100 of your kind. In mere moments, the 2 master-level figures stood poised for confrontation, arraying their formidable formations that enveloped the entire courtyard. The Yi Tianyuan gathered his vitality, reaching a peak of strength. Leaving Su Wanner and Su Qingyun bewildered, was it not a good thing for their child to possess talent? Why the discussion escalated into a potential brawl? Yi Changqing blinked his bright eyes and, in a soft, tender voice, spoke up, "But can I not cultivate both alchemy and martial arts? Also, I have a bit of interest in formations. Perhaps I could pursue all three paths that as long as he reached the Earth origin realm. His alchemical prowess would surely attain master level. And with the quality of his pills far exceeding his peers, he could easily elevate the Su family into a formidable superclan. His own growth would be assured." The path of formations was also quite significant. If he could advance in tandem, he would not need to lift a finger to crush his peers. Moreover, the ancestral formation of his family was extraordinary, having once caused a great calamity in the heavenly profound realm. This was merely in its incomplete state. If it could be restored, what if it were left by a revered ancestor? His safety would also be guaranteed. At this moment, Yi Changqing trusted no one but the Su family, especially after learning of the Northern King's intentions to seize control, viewing the entire world as a potential adversary, though his current cultivation was not high. He understood the necessity of concealing a trump card and not placing his safety in the hands of others. Yi Tianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth twitching as he exclaimed, "Young master, what books have you been reading? Why consider cultivating all three paths? Alas, that is merely a myth. Ancient texts recount how a prodigious individual sought to prove himself by cultivating multiple paths in his youth. Yet, a person's energy is finite. He had the chance to break through to the esteemed rank, but could not even cross into the heavenly profound realm." He panicked inwardly, regretting allowing his young master to peruse the obscure and legendary tales of the Su family. This was truly detrimental. Only Master Baiyu remained calm, lost in thought. Having possessed the aptitude for divine alchemy since childhood, he had sought guidance from others, leading to his relentless pursuit of a master. This child undoubtedly possessed martial talent, as evidenced by Yi Tianyuan's anxiety. Having severed ties with the martial king, he must certainly be an innate spiritual body. Such intelligence, yet he still chose to pursue alchemy and formations, indicated a natural affinity, suggesting his potential in formations might also be exceptional. The weakest among them would be of divine caliber. Let us give it a try. The child, having been born merely 2 months ago, has already demonstrated remarkable intelligence. Currently, he acts solely based on his preferences that if an ancient being were to seize control, even at their weakest, they would be at the celestial profound realm, rendering them unnecessary to seek guidance from a master like myself, as it would only expose their presence. After a series of contemplative reflections, Master Baiyu spoke. "You have only just arrived in this world, yet your affinity for the art of formations is evidently innate, which speaks volumes about your exceptional talent. Therefore, I possess foundational formation seals. If you can comprehend and craft one within the span of an hour, I shall take you under my wing on behalf of my master, allowing you to directly enter the Qingyang sect. This way, with dual paths of cultivation, no one shall voice any objections." As words trailed off, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yi Tianyuan. An hour, indeed, would indicate a talent of the highest caliber in formation arts. He was confident that he had not erred in his judgment. Had he discovered this talent earlier, his lineage would have truly struck gold. And in the future, they would be nurtured by the Qingyang sect. Yi Changqing found himself momentarily bewildered. How had the conversation transitioned to entering the Qingyang sect? My goodness, wouldn't that mean encountering even more ancient beings? Could there also be those who seize control? Yi Changqing felt somewhat uncertain, but he then shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, at which point a hint appeared in his mind. Master Baiyu believes you possess innate wisdom. Your desire to cultivate formations must surely have its reasons, likely indicating a talent comparable to that of alchemy, with the weakest being at least of celestial rank in formation arts. However, he remains indecisive, wanting to test the waters. The talent for sacred grade formations is at 30 completion. Chapter 24. The Old King of Northtown's Watchful Eye, Sacred Grade Formation Talent. Yi Changqing fell into deep contemplation. Should he accept this talent or not? It had been presented to him on a silver platter. All he needed to do was condense a formation seal within an hour to attain it. Yet, danger lurked in the shadows. Qingyang sect was unfamiliar and formidable, and even the records from the Su family were scant, yet they ruled over the entire Kanglan main domain. Any single formidable figure emerging from there would be sufficient to instill trepidation within the Deqing dynasty. If he were to display enough talent, would there be someone within the Qingyang sect to protect him, or would he face the threat of being seized? However, After repairing the ancestral formation, he would gain confidence. At the very least, to confront so-called celestial profound powerhouses and even higher-level cultivators, that he was entirely ignorant of the Qingyang sect. Yet if he were to enter, countless benefits awaited him. With his talent, he would undoubtedly receive abundant resources to foster rapid growth. In martial arts, one must strive. The sacred grade talent lay before him. If he hesitated and shrank back, fearing the future, how could he ever attain enlightenment? In all matters, fortune and misfortune are intertwined but a soft, mellifluous voice echoed. Then I shall heed the master's advice and give it a try. Master Baiyu pointed with his right hand, and it seemed as if numerous enigmatic symbols surged into his mind. This was vastly different from self-learning the art of formations. The process of condensing the seal was simplified by more than half, and its efficacy doubled. This illustrates the disparity between a grand sect and a humble martial artist. Of course, this was merely a basic amplification of a formation seal. Typically, Yi Changqing would require nearly an hour to complete this task. However, with the streamlined process, he could condense it in about half an hour. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tianyuan hesitated, words caught in his throat, before ultimately exhaling a soft sigh that if he were to enter the Qingyang sect, it would indeed pave a better path for him. It seemed that the position of Martial King would be challenging to retain for Yi Changqing. A prodigious genius could never settle for a mere corner. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, silence enveloping the space that a gentle breeze rustled through, and the sound of falling leaves was distinctly audible. Time slipped away slowly, that why Yi Changqing mobilized his spiritual energy, guiding it through his meridians, gathering it in the palm of his hand, and swiftly forming the seal that a faintly discernible, enigmatic formation pattern gradually took shape. Yet, at that moment, Master Baiyu's brows furrowed. His mastery over both alchemy and formations rendered his divine sense several times stronger than that of an average celestial realm cultivator. He faintly sensed another cultivator's divine sense surveilling this place. And their cultivation was not weak, at the very least at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. Had it not been for Yi Tianyuan's earlier discovery, a low hum echoed as a primitive formation disc flew from his sleeve, soaring directly into the air. The obscure, ancient formation patterns instantly coalesced into a formation, enveloping the entire Su family courtyard. He then dispersed his divine sense, discovering two venerable members of the Deqing royal family. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the Su family has certainly stirred quite a commotion of late, attracting the attention of so many. Yet he thought little of it, presuming these were merely some old-timers from the Deqing dynasty seeking to protect their path. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of a tavern outside the Su family, the old king of North Town wore a frown. Baiyu is indeed quite vigilant, despite my efforts to conceal my presence. He still vaguely sensed it. This Yi Changqing is truly remarkable, a natural saint body. Both alchemy and formations come effortlessly to him, that it appears that his physique surpasses even that of an ordinary saint body. However, this physical form shall ultimately belong to me in the future. Next, I must swiftly prepare the techniques for soul seizing and the necessary treasures. The distance from here to the gates of the Qingyang sect is vast, exceeding 100,000 miles. Even a master would require at least half a year to arrive. First, I must dismantle the communication array between Master Baiyu and his master, that I need to alter my strategy. The Su family must be eradicated first. The Spirit Vein Grand Tournament is imminent, and the Su family will undoubtedly take action to seize the opportunity as long as this natural saint body remains in Tianlan County. I can strike without hesitation. Even if his physique is incomplete, it is still better than failure. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in the depths of the old king's eyes. No one shall obstruct my seizing of Yi Changqing. The natural saint body is mine to claim. Of course, I shall not harm Baiyu. After all, he is a registered disciple of the Qingyang sect, a master in alchemy and formations. While he poses little threat to me, provoking the ancient beings behind him would be troublesome. Moreover, I can leverage his identity to gain early entry into the Qingyang sect and secure protection. Gradually, his figure faded into the shadows, beginning to lay his plans. Within the Su family courtyard, Yi Changqing, who was condensing the formation seal, furrowed his cherubic brow, but he sensed a wave of murderous intent, as if it had locked onto him. A sense of unease and helplessness began to spread within him, that a prompt echoed in his mind. The old king of North Town has discovered your prodigious talent, and is restless. Fearing prolonged delays, and is preparing to lay the groundwork for seizing your body. Progress of soul-seizing technique. 1-0 to why Yi Chongqing's heart sank. Why is this old fellow in such a hurry? I originally thought I had a year. But it seems I must act swiftly. Both the arts of formations and alchemy must be cultivated to rapidly elevate my realm and self-defense methods. With a blade hanging over my head, I feel exceedingly anxious. He hastened the speed of his seal formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation seal in his palm became increasingly solid, with spiritual energy melding within, completing in half an hour. Observing this, Master Baiyu's fists clenched beneath his sleeves, struggling to contain his inner excitement. Indeed, as I suspected, this young man possesses sacred grade talents in both alchemy and formations. How extraordinary! I once spent a full 5 hours condensing formation patterns in the blood fusion realm. Should I report this to my master, I could leverage it to free myself from being a mere registered disciple that I must promptly inform my master. Once I return, I will utilize the communication array to notify the sect, requesting someone to come and collect me. During this time, I will forge a good relationship with Yi Chongqing and impart to him the fundamentals of both alchemy and formations. With this goodwill and bond, I will be able to secure my place as a formal disciple within the Qingyang sect and walk with confidence. Overwhelmed with joy, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Though I am unable to become your master, I can take you as a disciple on behalf of my master. You shall temporarily be my junior brother, if you would agree. The journey to the Qingyang sect spans 100,000 miles, and the competitions among the younger generation within are exceedingly brutal. I shall take you as a disciple on behalf of my master, assuming the role of your elder brother, and during this time, I will teach you the basics of both alchemy and formations. What do you say? Greetings, Brother Baiyu. Yi Chongqing replied, extending his chubby little hand in a gesture of respect. He was indifferent to titles. All he desired was to cultivate swiftly and escape the impending crisis. Chapter 25. Mass production of spirit gathering realm. Upon hearing this, Master Baiyu's emotions surged with excitement, his calloused hands trembling slightly. His deep-set eyes brimmed with hope as he gazed at Yi Chongqing, who resembled a porcelain doll before him. This child is destined to be my future source of wealth, Tio put it bluntly. Should this junior brother within the Qingyang sect achieve breakthroughs in both alchemy and formations, not only will I shed my status as a registered disciple, but I may also etch my name in history, ranking among the revered ancestors. What of the spirit-gathering realm? I am merely a master. What of it? Just one phrase. My junior brother Yi Chongqing. Anyone who dares to disagree shall choke on their words. As Yi Chongqing's words faded, a prompt emerged in his mind. Master Baiyu regards you as a beacon of future hope, firmly convinced of your sacred grade talents in both alchemy and formations. Progress. 100 that you have acquired sacred grade talent in formations. The art of formations in your hands is akin to a mere toy. Your comprehension of formations is terrifying, surpassing all peers among spirit formation masters. You will seamlessly ascend to the sacred tier in the realm of formations as your own cultivation progresses. You have reached the rank of mid-tier spirit formation master. Yi Chongqing suddenly found himself enlightened regarding the art of formations. The patterns he had just condensed seemed to awaken with intelligence, brushing against his tiny hands before dissipating. Only Master Baiyu noticed this subtle occurrence, his pupils constricting as a hint of shock flickered in the depths of his gaze. Formation patterns possess consciousness? This is utterly astonishing. And this was merely the first attempt at crafting a formation. It is worth noting that during my own initial foray into the art of formations, I nearly faced obliteration due to the failures of my initial patterns. The disparity between individuals is simply staggering. To comprehend, one must first transcend the earthly realm, enabling the formation to exhibit a modicum of sentience. With renewed conviction, Yi Chongqing's innate talent in the art of formations shone forth, unparalleled and extraordinary. His entry into the Qingyang sect and the future of the Su family filled him with immense gratitude. Su Qingyun and numerous other direct disciples of the Su family bowed respectfully to Master Baiyu, their expressions brimming with excitement. The Qingyang sect loomed majestically over the Kenglin master domain, the great Qing dynasty. Despite housing several formidable celestial masters, could only occupy a subordinate position. Other contending factions, the 6 major powers, extended their realms across the entire master domain, yet remained mere vassals, should one gain admission and ascend to a core position. It would not only allow the Su family to rival the Marshal King's mansion, but even supplant the great Qing dynasty's leadership. Master Baiyu donned a sycophantic smile, shedding the austere demeanor he had exhibited upon entry. Ahem, esteemed friends of the Su family, fret not. From this day forth, anyone who dares to harm my junior brother shall find themselves at odds with me, Baiyu. With my junior brother having achieved some enlightenment, I shall commence teaching him from tomorrow onwards, facilitating his swift growth. During my stay, I humbly request your guidance and assistance. That Su Qingyun and the others were naturally elated. They were in the presence of a dual-path master of both alchemy and formations. Should he break through to the Earth origin realm, he might even glimpse the celestial level at that time. Even celestial masters would hesitate to act recklessly before Baiyu. After exchanging pleasantries, they arranged for Baiyu to retire to a side chamber for rest. Yi Chongqing cultivated for a while, but soon felt dizzy. The rapid breakthroughs in both alchemy and formations had overwhelmed him, necessitating time for reflection and absorption. As he prepared to return to his own quarters, he passed by the main hall and overheard indistinct voices, seemingly belonging to his uncle, Su Qingyun. The annual spiritual vein contest is on the horizon. Here in Qingzhou, we possess 7 counties. Currently, our Su family controls 7 major spiritual veins in Tianlan County, yielding approximately 10,000 spirit stones monthly. Although there is no immediate shortage, nearly everyone has achieved the spiritual connection realm, with over 10 having reached the spirit gathering realm. The swiftness of their breakthroughs is perplexing. After comparing notes with my second brother, we found that returning disciples have nearly doubled their cultivation speed. Furthermore, during tribulations in Tianlan County, the might of the heavenly tribulations has diminished, yet their efficacy remains intact, still refining the foundational physical body and solidifying realms. Starting tomorrow, I shall summon all external Su family disciples to return to Tianlan County, that we have birthed an extraordinary prodigy, yet we must protect him with our own might. Next, we will expand and enhance the Su family's strength. Otherwise, these spirit stone resources will be insufficient. Upon learning of his nephew, Yi Chongqing's extraordinary talents, the 2 brothers resolved to seize the opportunity of the spiritual vein contest, which would allow Yi Chongqing to quickly advance. That would be a travesty if his immense potential remained unfulfilled due to a lack of resources. My brother and I will strive to break through to the Earth origin realm during this period. Even with the presence of Senior Yi Tianyuan and Master Baiyu, the Su family requires its own masters. We cannot solely rely on ancestral formations to cower within the county. Simultaneously, the voice of second Uncle Su Qingfeng rang out. The spiritual vein contest is sanctioned by the dynasty, allowing prodigies under 20 to participate. The more opponents one defeats, the more points earned, thus elevating the family's rank and access to additional spiritual veins. The dynasty encompasses 7 states. Our Su family once aspired to dominate Qingzhou's spiritual veins, but was hindered by the Marshal King's affairs. Today, we must rally our spirits anew. Within 3 months, all Su family disciples under 20 must achieve at least the mid-stage of spiritual connection, with all resources for cultivation provided without limit. The Northern King's mansion has long desired the eradication of the Su family. When we welcomed Su Wanner back home at the city gates, we suffered a brutal ambush by the Zhang family, orchestrated by Lin Yao. The Su family has refrained from retaliation solely due to insufficient strength. This is a vendetta that could annihilate our clan. Su Qingyun and the others have kept this in their hearts, awaiting the opportune moment. Furthermore, having offended the Marshal King's mansion, if we do not rise swiftly to seize control of Qingzhou's spiritual veins, we may find ourselves at the mercy of others. Though the Grand Elder of the Marshal King's mansion stands on our side, the Princess Lin Yao is backed by the Northern King's mansion, and the disparity in strength between the Marshal King's mansion and us is staggering. Moreover, Yi Hao's public humiliation of his wife has drawn ridicule from the entire Qingzhou aristocracy, eager to strike a blow. Even during this period, Su family disciples venturing out have been severely injured, but if we do not grow stronger, we face certain doom. Why Yi Hao has even dispatched envoys, demanding that the Su family return Yi Chongqing to the Marshal King's mansion, alongside Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng's lives, lest the Su family face annihilation within a year. The Su family paid him no heed. Protecting Yi Chongqing ensures that the lineage of the Su family endures for millennia. This is a conclusion reached after much deliberation by Su Qingyun and the others. The ancestral formation, having become incomplete, cannot be repaired without a formation master, not even by Master Baiyu. Thus, we must carve a bloody path forward, accumulating resources swiftly to elevate Chongqing. We shall adhere strictly to the clan leader's decree. Voices of youthful exuberance echoed throughout the main hall that as the silver moon ascended, a pale light seeped into the courtyard, illuminating Yi Chongqing's porcelain visage. Indeed, the old rascal Yi Hao has begun his retaliation. However, now that I have attained the mid-level of the Xian grade in both alchemy and formations, I can concoct Xian grade pills to assist the Su family in mass-producing spirit-gathering realm pills. If one is insufficient, then 10. If 10 are inadequate, then 100. The Su family's expansion hinges upon sufficient spirit stones to sustain my future cultivation. That he clenched his small fist. He could not allow the elders of the Su family to fight for him without contributing in return. Of course, he must ensure that his alchemical pursuits do not interfere with his cultivation, as his realm forms the foundation for confronting the old Northern King. However, the pills I produce far surpass those crafted by other alchemists of the same tier. Even Master Baiyu's elixirs cannot compare to the quality of mine. Common spirit-breaking pills can enhance potency by 20%, while my pill mist quality can reach 30%. When I refine pills, I effortlessly achieve peak results, attaining a success rate of 40 or 50%. Coupled with mass production, it is absolutely feasible. The spiritual vein contest. Under 20, who in the entire Great Qing dynasty possesses more spirit-gathering realm cultivators than our Su family? He then made his way toward the depths of the Su family courtyard, preparing to refine the ancestral formation. The ability to manipulate the ancestral formation to launch attacks and initiate formations is a concept of two entirely different realms. Mastery of the ancestral formation is essential for Yi Chongqing to attain a sense of security. Chapter 26. Refining the ancestral formation, the alchemical cauldron's benevolence. Yi Chongqing stepped into the ancient courtyard. Feeling a touch of desolation, its center lay a piece of obsidian meteorite, surrounded by ethereal white ancient patterns that floated, exuding an air of mystery. Yet, each pattern bore flaws, appearing exceedingly fragile. The Su family disciples guarding the ancestral formation, upon recognizing the scion, relaxed their vigilance and retreated to guard the courtyard's entrance. That it was said that this young master had been taken under Master Baiyu's wing, possessing remarkable skills in both alchemy and formations. And thus they dared not interfere. For many years, no one had managed to tame the ancestral formation, relying solely on the formation orders to activate it. Should the young master succeed, the safety of the ancestral grounds would rise to a new level. Buzzing, Yi Chongqing concentrated, channeling a series of spiritual patterns into the obsidian meteorite. That a soft humming resonated, and the entire courtyard radiated a pearlescent glow. As celestial bodies reflected moonlight, they transformed into a vast starry sea. Enveloping Yi Chongqing's diminutive frame, that a minuscule spirit entity appeared before him. Though it looked exceedingly weak, its head drooping as it incessantly murmured, Yi Chongqing listened attentively, eventually revealing a bittersweet smile. The essence of its message was simple. The ancestral formation had endured great hardship over the past millennia. Once, the Su family basked in glory, but now it was gradually waning, lacking even a single celestial grade formation master. Even those formation masters they could invite were merely Xian grade. Even if they expended considerable resources to summon an Earth grade master, they would not dare to mend it. Consequently, the core energy of the ancestral formation diminished with each use, nearing depletion, and now it had fallen to the Earth grade, should no one undertake repairs soon. The formation spirit would shatter. Fear not, I shall mend you in the future. Yi Chongqing gently patted the formation spirit's head, condensing nourishing Xian grade patterns to flow within. His internal spirit energy was entirely drained, lasting a full 2 hours, during which the spirit's ethereal form became somewhat more solid. Eagerly, the formation spirit circled around Yi Chongqing, astonished it had not anticipated that the patterns created by this young child would be so exquisite, yielding significant results. This talent was truly extraordinary. Should it recognize a master, it may have the opportunity for restoration in the future. It emitted soft sounds, urging Yi Chongqing to refine it, extending its ethereal hand to grasp Yi Chongqing's fingertip. Yi Chongqing's heart leapt with joy. He had not expected such swift progress. Drip. Using spirit energy to form a line, he coaxed a drop of blood from his fair fingertip into the formation spirit's palm. The two formed a bond, an inexplicable sense of intimacy blossoming between them. Wai Changqing attempted to activate the ancestral formation, and faint starry patterns floated above the Su family courtyard. From now on, he would be privy to all that transpired within the Su family. Mission accomplished. Even if the old Lord of Jinbei were to make his move now, bolstered by the great fortune, it is still possible for me to resolve him. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to elevate myself to the Earth origin realm, to repair and enhance the ancestral formation. Once I reach the celestial tier, I can directly storm into the Imperial City and subdue that old wretch along with Yi Hao, reclaiming the formation spirit back into the fallen iron, and then return to the attic of Qingfeng Courtyard that I in my youthful form. I sit cross-legged upon my bed, preparing to break through my cultivation. A pale, ethereal mist drifts beside me, while my vigorous vitality surges within, akin to a fierce beast cub. After a night of cultivation, employing the innate spiritual technique to cleanse my flesh and meridians, my vitality has been refined, granting me the strength of 90,000 Jin in one arm, and I have half-stepped into the gathering spirit realm, having perused some cultivation manuals from the Su family's ancient texts. I may not know the realms of my predecessors, yet I understand that to traverse further along the martial path, one must tread the true path of extremity, honing each realm to its utmost. The ordinary spirit communicator realm can merely reach a physical strength of 60 to 70,000 Jin at best. Now, even when faced with the younger generation's prodigies, I can still suppress those in the early gathering spirit stage. However, achieving the utmost in each realm is not my aim. I seek to shatter the limits, lest the myriad paths of the sacred body fall into obscurity. Furthermore, since I possess the ability to concoct pills of the Dan Yun tier, my subsequent cultivation will proceed with unparalleled ease. With this thought, my spirit surges, and I begin to condense spiritual energy, infusing it into my head, gathering my consciousness to break through to the gathering spirit realm. The first step is to open the sea of consciousness, which harbors the spirit of the warrior. Spirit communicators, when confronted with the gathering spirit realm, cannot withstand even the mental pressure, yielding themselves to slaughter. This is precisely why there are throngs of spirit communicators while those in the gathering spirit realm are considered formidable. Once the sea of consciousness is expanded to a range of 1 meter, it signifies a successful breakthrough. Those of exceptional talent may reach 9 meters upon breaking through, provided they endure the baptism of the thunder tribulation that as time passes, I manage to open a small crack in the sea of consciousness. This requires the accumulation of time, and in about a month, I will grasp the opportunity to break free from my shackles and enter the gathering spirit realm. That if the outside world were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be terrified. For ordinary warriors, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even a lifetime may not suffice to break through the bottleneck of the gathering spirit realm that the crowing of roosters resounds. The beige sunlight spills in from outside that I can already hear the shouts of Su family disciples practicing in the martial field. Slowly, I open my eyes, and 2 graceful maidens enter, softly speaking. Young Master Changqing has awakened? We shall assist you in dressing. Master Baiyu has been waiting outside for a while, not daring to disturb your slumber. Moments later, I step out of my room, at tea this time. Master Baiyu is pacing back and forth in the courtyard, somewhat anxious. After all, possessing dual talents in both pill and formation arts at the sacred tier is a monstrous gift. To teach such a prodigy feels like squandering a treasure, Tio put it bluntly. Being his senior brother is quite the challenge, considering the level of my own master. Long ago, a prodigious figure in the sacred tier of pill cultivation emerged within the Lingyuan realm, attaining the yellow tier in a day, the profound tier in 7 days, the earth tier in 3 years, and the celestial tier in 30 years. Having gained renown in the Tianyuan realm at such a young age, many ancient beings sought a single pill from him. A task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. With my master having taken on a registered disciple like myself, it could be said that it is akin to the ancestral grave exuding green smoke. What nonsense about true inheritance. How could they possibly bring back a junior brother with sacred qualifications? Junior brother, good morning. Did I tea this moment? Master Baiyu notices a child dressed in a miniature martial robe and hurriedly approaches. Good morning, brother Bayou. I greet with a soft voice, extending my tiny hand that a smile spreads across Master Bayou's aged face. Today's lesson is prepared with some gifts for my junior brother. Although they may not seem precious to you, they are quite rare in Tianlan County, and even in Qingzhou, as he speaks, he flicks his sleeve, revealing a delicate jade cauldron that floats above his palm. Pure and flawless. Akin to mutton fat jade, adorned with auspicious beasts carved upon its surface. The Lingyu Pill Cauldron, of the Earth Tier, is a treasure exchanged with a master from the 100 Art Pavilion. This cauldron took 49 days to forge and is entirely made of ancient spirit jade. Valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones, it also possesses amplifying effects, reducing the loss of efficacy by 30%, aiding in the refinement of top-tier pills, and increasing the success rate of pills below the celestial tier by 20%. It has never been used before and is now entrusted to my junior brother for pill refining. Upon hearing this, my bright eyes gleam as I cradle the Lingyu ancient cauldron in my small hands. With my considerable fortune, which boosts the success rate by 50%, combined with the additional 20% increase in the success rate, does this not amount to 70%? Could I not refine Earth Tier pills? I shall certainly give it a try. Clang. A crisp sound resonates from within the Lingyu Pill Cauldron as faint white radiance flickers upon its jade surface. White mist coalesces, resembling a hazy little beast. Dancing around the cauldron, your great fortune activates, granting each Earth Tier Pill Cauldron a chance to communicate with spirits. Coupled with your sacred Tier Pill cultivation talent, it is willing to bond with you. Forming a cauldron spirit, you will wield this cauldron as an extension of yourself, having the time required for pill refining. Once the cauldron spirit fully manifests, aside from the condensation of the pills, all other processes may be omitted, allowing the cauldron to act autonomously. With the birth of a cauldron spirit, it will reach the threshold of quasi-celestial quality that my eyes shimmer with excitement. My senior brother is quite adept at managing affairs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the cauldron, a faint aura begins to strengthen, revealing its extraordinary nature. Master Bayou's smile abruptly ceases. Originally, he intended to use this Lingyu Pill Cauldron, but when he sought to bind it with a contract, it showed no response. Now, before even signing the contract, it seems to be eager to attach itself to me. Moreover, a cauldron spirit has manifested. It is worth noting that he had to infuse countless spirit herbs and communicate with the cauldron for over a decade to barely condense a trace of spiritual intelligence. The disparity between individuals is unfathomably vast. How could the quality of the cauldron have automatically surpassed expectations? I left it in my home for over 100 years without any change. Why do all the good fortune seem to land upon my junior brother? Nonetheless, I must congratulate you. Junior brother, you truly possess a heavenly disposition. Alas, what is the point of comparing myself to such a peerless prodigy? Let us commence the lesson. Herds are nurtured by the heavens and earth. Chapter 27. Has the Danyan quality been achieved? The lessons in pill cultivation resonate throughout the air as Master Bayou activates his innate pill cauldron. Commencing the process of pill refinement while teaching through practical demonstration, did I, too, gain some insights, my heart filled with astonishment at certain techniques, considering I have yet to engage in pill refinement. My skills and experience are nearly non-existent. Yet I learn immensely. After an hour, Master Bayou begins to impart the methods of pill refinement, unveiling various secret recipes that I attentively grasp each recipe, committing them to memory. The 9 turns body refining pill. A low-grade profound tier pill utilizes the blood of a profound tier fierce beast as its main ingredient, merging blood to be used by spirit communicators. Once consumed, it will cause a surge in vitality. Though great pain must be endured, a maximum of 3 pills may be taken, collectively enhancing physical strength by approximately 10,000 gene. The Spirit Law Pill, a mid-grade profound tier pill, upon successful refinement, condenses a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, allowing one to gather tenfold spiritual energy within 3 hours, with unlimited usage. However, each subsequent consumption will decrease efficacy by 30%. The Breaking Spirit Pill, a high-grade profound tier pill, forcibly opens the sea of consciousness, increasing the success rate of breakthroughs by 20%, yet the spirit will be weaker than that of an ordinary gathering spirit realm practitioner by 30%. With the quality of the pill mist potentially reducing to 10%. The Soul Melding Pill, also a high-grade profound tier pill, utilizes the power of heaven and earth, converging within the pill body for soul refinement. Each consumption can expand the sea of consciousness by 5 meters, with a maximum of 3 pills to be taken, after which the effects will diminish. As I peruse the recipes, my heart races with eagerness to attempt refinement. For the 9 turns body refining pill could directly elevate me to the peak of the spirit communicator realm. Should the breaking spirit pill reach Danyan quality, it would have no side effects. Once refined, it could save me a month of cultivation time. Thus, I begin to mentally simulate based on the recipes and refinement techniques provided. Initially, Master Bayu was quite pleased with his talented junior brother, finding him diligent and eager to learn. However, upon seeing the recipe sheets in my hands, he was momentarily taken aback. All are profound tier recipes and earth tier recipes. You do not even glance at the yellow tier. His heart sank as his calloused hand pressed down on the recipes. Junior brother, I know you are talented, but progressing step by step is essential. Point 1 cannot disregard the yellow tier pills simply because they are weaker. The art of pill refinement, much like martial cultivation, requires a solid foundation to truly grasp the profound path of pill arts. There have been some prodigies in pill cultivation who, in their impatience, sought to refine earth tier spirit herbs while still at the profound tier, seeking fame and fortune, only to fail spectacularly and damage their foundations that he did not wish to see his junior brother veer off course. My bright eyes flicker as I gaze intently at Master Bayu, my voice soft yet resolute. Brother, I believe I can refine profound tier pills. Even if they explode, it would not matter. A faint flow of spiritual energy circulates around my diminutive form, heavy as a mountain, solid and substantial. This is the level achievable only at the spirit communicator realm. Master Bayu's pupils constrict in astonishment. At merely 2 months old, you have reached the spirit communicator realm. No, you possess an innate spiritual body. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized the truth. No wonder he possessed the dual path sacred talent. It turns out that Yi Changqing was indeed extraordinary, and no wonder Yi Tianyuan was so adamantly opposed yesterday, even going so far as to provoke a schism within the Martial King's mansion 2 months prior. The reason lay in this very matter. This was undoubtedly the hope for the future rise of the Martial King's mansion. Tio put it bluntly, throughout the history of the Daqing dynasty, spanning thousands of years, not a single innate spiritual body had emerged. The 7 premier forces in the Kanglan main domain would be eager to vie for such a treasure, even if he were to join the Qingyang sect. He could potentially become a core disciple in the future. Had it not been for the overwhelming talent he displayed in alchemy formations, Yi Tianyuan would not have so readily yielded the realms of martial arts, alchemy, and formations. Could one truly cultivate all 3 simultaneously? Perhaps it was indeed a possibility. Master Bayu felt a tumult of thoughts within him, as he had not been entirely dismissive of the notion of an innate holy body. However, it felt unattainable. The challenges of cultivating a spiritual body were astonishing from the outset, let alone that of an innate holy body. Since the great calamity of ancient times, the Kanglan main domain had not seen the birth of one. Had it not been for the predictions of the Celestial Monitoring Agency and the overwhelming aura of a saint, even the ancestors of Daqing and many old noble families would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. This was also the reason they were reluctant to report to the Qingyang sect, wishing to keep Yi Changqing within the Daqing dynasty, that if he were to grow smoothly in the future, they too could benefit from his rise, shedding their vassal status and no longer being subjugated. However, they would need to temper the character of their junior brother, lest he develop an arrogant disposition. Since he wished to refine Xinggrade pills, they would allow him to try, so that he might understand the difficulties and lower his own standards, progressing gradually. Master Bayu pondered, after all, even their own master had spent 2 or 3 decades to achieve the status of an Xinggrade alchemist. The intricacies of the craft could not be grasped in merely an hour of instruction. Additionally, having reached the spirit connection realm, even if an explosion were to occur during the refining process, it would remain within a controllable range and would not have dire consequences that if his junior brother wished to dive straight in. Then his elder brother would stand by to ensure his safety. Should he succeed, he would only need to focus on teaching the craft, without hindering any of his aspirations. Begin the alchemy. Upon Master Bayu's command, a bronze alchemical cauldron soared from his sleeve, its weight causing a palpable heaviness in the air. The 9-turn body refining pill, primarily composed of the blood essence of a fierce beast, needed to be fused with 13 varieties of yellow-grade spiritual herbs. The two must be carefully balanced, for the risk of explosion was exceedingly high. And Xingrade Alchemist only needed to achieve a 50% success rate to be deemed qualified. This pill could amplify the physical strength of a Spirit Connection Realm practitioner from 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. Boom! The hand seals danced like a whirlwind, swift as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as ethereal flames enveloped the cauldron in an instant. The searing heat pervaded the entire courtyard. The merging techniques flowed seamlessly, without a hint of obstruction. The process of refining the pill was executed in one continuous motion. Within just half an hour, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Buzz! Master Bayou lifted the cauldron's lid, revealing a pill adorned with blood-red patterns, resting quietly within, emanating a remarkable vitality that a faint medicinal aura coalesced into a mist, floating nearby. The rapid refining had barely achieved the quality of pill mist, capable of enhancing physical strength by 4,000 pounds. Junior brother, would you care to give it a try? Master Bayou offered the materials alongside a drop of ferocious beast blood. All right. Yi Changqing tossed the spiritual jade cauldron into the air, which expanded to a height of 1 meter upon landing. Extending both small hands, he released his spiritual energy, gathering it like a flowing river to cleanse the fierce beast blood and yellow-grade herbs. Yet his mind was lost in contemplation. The pill mist quality could potentially reach 5,000 pounds of physical strength. Consuming it thrice could amplify his strength by 15,000 pounds. Only rare prodigies could achieve the pinnacle at every stage. Ordinary Spirit Connection Realm practitioners merely possess 6,000 to 70,000 pounds of physical strength, but if he could consume it at the 100,000 pound mark, perhaps he could break through the limits? Yi Changqing was eager to test this theory. Furthermore, he identified certain flaws in Master Bayou's techniques. While they were fluid, they were overly showy. During the fusion of the pill, nearly 10% of the medicinal efficacy was lost. Relying solely on experience and cultivation level to maintain the pill mist, Yi Changqing attempted to optimize the process. But given his limited experience in alchemy and lack of familiarity, he appeared somewhat clumsy. And the formation of the pill seal was slow. As time passed, half an hour slipped away, and the beast blood entered the cauldron. Observing the scene, Master Bayou stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes with a gentle smile. The talent was indeed remarkable, yet experience was paramount. Having missed the optimal timing for infusion, the continuity was diminished, resulting in a loss of nearly half the medicinal efficacy, leaving the quality at most at 70%. He was resolute in his thoughts. However, the more he observed, the more astonished he became. The earlier flaws in technique had been noticed and corrected by this young lad, and he learned it in one attempt. Junior brother, are you even human? Boom! In the spiritual jade cauldron, the flames danced, merging the essence and herbs. The entire courtyard was suffused with the fragrance of the herbs, stirring excitement in the blood. That moment. A notification echoed in his mind. You have skillfully employed advanced alchemical techniques for the first time, attempting to refine a pill of pill mist quality. With great fortune on your side. The success rate has increased by 50%, and the spiritual jade cauldron enhances the success rate by 20%, reaching a total success rate of 70%. Hearing the notification, Yi Changqing felt a surge of confidence. Concentrating fully as the speed of pill formation increased. After an hour, drenched in sweat, he placed his small hand on the cauldron lid and forcefully lifted it. Swish! A dense layer of white mist enveloped the dark red pill, obscuring it, just barely revealing its form. What? Master Bayou's smile abruptly ceased, and he tugged at his beard in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. Pill mist quality, still in Xingrade pill? Was alchemy truly this simple? Chapter 28. Surpassing Bayou. Each pill a pill mist. Master Bayou fell into deep thought. Originally, he intended to hone his junior brother's abilities, but he never anticipated that in Xingrade pill would be successfully refined. Achieving pill mist quality, more impressive than his own efforts. After another year or so, would there be nothing left for him to teach? Nevertheless, since you have successfully refined the 9-turn body refining pill, I shall no longer impede your progress. However, remember to refrain from attempting earth-grade pills for the time being. Should an explosion occur, the violent energy contained within would be beyond even an earth element master to handle. You are a true genius, and I hope that in the future, your miraculous feats will be known far and wide. That a smile graced Yi Changqing's youthful face. for this alchemical endeavor had imparted him with profound insights. He then waved his small hand, his soft voice chiming in, "Brother, you flatter me that in terms of the fluidity of technique and control of fire, I still fall short compared to you. Although this 9-turn body refining pill has achieved pill mist quality, concentrating all its medicinal effects within the pill body, it still harbors several flaws that I will diligently practice to refine my skills and strive to maintain the quality at the pill mist level." At this moment, he had elevated his alchemical prowess to a sacred talent, demonstrating acute sensitivity to all matters of alchemy, aware that there remained room for improvement. The previous success was primarily due to the fortuitous enhancement of the success rate. The blood essence had not been lost, allowing for a perfect fusion, thus achieving the pinnacle of medicinal efficacy. Master Baiyu listened to the first half of Yi Chongqing's remarks, preparing to offer words of encouragement. Yet upon hearing the latter half, he was rendered speechless. This young lad evidently regarded pills of lesser quality than pill mist as mere refuse. Yet he found himself unable to retort. After all, the boy possessed such abilities. Outside the courtyard, numerous young members of the Su family, along with children, gazed in astonishment at the cauldron that Yi Chongqing was just about to categorize this pill as a subpar product when he sensed the presence of the Su family members arriving. He waved his small hand, his soft voice ringing out, "Cousin Su Qingqing, Sister Su Xian, come and try the effects of this pill." The group of children, aged 7 or 8, brightened at his words and entered the courtyard. It was worth noting that the current Qingfeng courtyard had been designated as a forbidden zone by the Su family, with ordinary individuals prohibited from entering. Even those from the Su family's direct lineage, such as Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng's offspring, would not dare to step inside without being called. Furthermore, the children of his uncles and aunts were no less talented, with the weakest among them possessing 3rd or 4th grade talents. They had been nurtured since childhood, and upon reaching adulthood, they were likely to attain the later stages of spirit gathering, with some even breaking through to earth element that Yi Chongqing felt a faint sense of assurance, believing he could surpass the limits of the 9-turn body refining pill. Achieving a physical strength of 100,000 pounds would be a daunting challenge, but if the medicinal properties of the pill could break through those boundaries, it would lay a terrifying foundation for him. "Thank you. Cousin of my parents have always said you are a genius and advised us not to interfere with your cultivation. Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. I am merely practicing alchemy." Su Xian, resembling a delicate little princess, donned a light blue dress with a pale pink sash at her waist, sporting a charming smile as she skipped into the courtyard. Su Qingqing, no older than 7 or 8, extended his tender hand and bowed slightly. "Pardon the intrusion, young master." Though he displayed the poise of a noble, he remained quite young, his dark eyes twinkling with curiosity as he surveyed the Su family's forbidden ground. "Brother Su Qingqing, you should take this 9-turn body refining pill first. It will yield better results for you." Yi Chongqing offered the dark red pill. "No. Thank you, cousin." Su Xiaoqing swallowed in one gulp, then sat cross-legged on the spot, palms facing skyward, channeling the newly cultivated earth tier cultivation method, beginning to refine the dense, vital energy that weighed heavily upon his frail form. Occasional low rumbles emanated from within him, as he felt the power inside his body continuously ascend. The young members of the Su family outside witnessed this spectacle, their eyes reddening with envy. After all, this was a legendary pill of Dan Yun quality that a single mystic tier pill was worth several thousand spirit stones. And one of Dan Yun quality was undoubtedly worth over 10,000. Did it truly just arrive in such a pristine form? The young nobles murmured, "We also wish to partake." Sob. "Then let Sister Su Ling have this one. You 2 siblings possess greater talent than my brother and I, so I shall forgo it to avoid being scolded by mother for wasting," Su Qian said, sticking out her delicate pink tongue. Though she felt a twinge of greed, she still yielded, for the current Su family was indeed lacking in resources. Despite her tender age, she understood the rarity of mystic tier pills. Such treasures were scarce not only within the Su family, but throughout the entire Tianlan prefecture, with only a few other mystic tier alchemists aside from Master Baiyu residing there. This pill need not be used. Its quality is somewhat flawed, that I am in the process of refining several more for practice," Yi Chongqing remarked, his fair little face taking on a serious expression as he placed the pills crafted by his senior into the spirit jade alchemy cauldron. Upon witnessing this scene of brotherly camaraderie, Master Bai couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, only to have his countenance darken upon hearing Yi Changqing's words. What do you mean? Are you looking down on Dan Miss quality? He resolved that next time he attempted to refine a Dan Yun quality pill, he would absolutely refrain from showcasing it in front of Yi Changqing if he lacked confidence. With a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its peak, reigniting the alchemical fire within the Spirit Jade alchemy cauldron. Master Bai cast a handful of herbs and the essence blood of a fierce beast into the cauldron. Just then, a stern voice thundered across the training ground. You bunch of little rascals, are you not training today? Why are you all gathered in Qingfeng courtyard? Su Qingyun and Yi Tianyuan hurried over, their serious expressions softening instantly upon realizing that Yi Changqing was refining pills. The young members of the Su family dispersed in a rush, not daring to linger, returning to the training ground to practice. Their minds filled with amazement at Yi Changqing's pill-making techniques. The two adults observed for a moment, astonished, before quietly departing. They even set up barriers to prevent any disturbances from the training ground. The alchemical fire roared like a dragon, producing a continuous low rumble within the cauldron. This time, the duration of pill refinement was further shortened to nearly an hour, resulting in another Dan Yun quality 9-turn body refinement pill. Freshly produced. The remaining 3 youngsters watched eagerly, their bright eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief rest, Yi Changqing continued to refine, producing the 2nd, 4th, and 6th pills, with none falling below Dan Yun quality. His pill-consolidating techniques grew increasingly adept, subtly rivaling those of Master Bai from before. The time taken to produce each pill also shrank, now less than half an hour. Of course, there were 2 failures along the way, as Yi Changqing relentlessly pursued perfection, aiming for Dan Yun quality. However, connection issues arose, almost causing the pills to explode. As Yi Changqing's enthusiasm for alchemy surged, he sensed he could elevate the quality even further, aiming for at least 6,000 pounds. If he truly achieved this at the spirit connection stage, wouldn't he'd be able to enhance his physical strength to 100,000 pounds. It was entirely possible. His lively eyes sparkled as he glanced at his senior. Master Bai's mouth twitched, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, "That's enough. Where do you think you're going with your alchemy? I only brought these mystic tier herbs with me. Moreover, in your pursuit of perfection, you created issues when you clearly could have settled for a lower tier, achieving Dan Miss quality instead. You wasted it." Master Bai's expression was one of pained regret. Each set of herbs was worth thousands of spirit stones. And even he felt a sting in his heart. After all, every alchemist is a gold sink, requiring numerous failures to attain success, unlike Yi Changqing. Furthermore, Master Bai had nearly exhausted all his assets to break through to the earth tier, leaving him quite impoverished. Yi Changqing scratched his head, realizing there was some truth to this. Even though Dan Mist was a flawed product, it could still be sold. Very well, Senior He then distributed 3 pills to Su Ling, Su Qian, and Su Nian, for he needed to break through the limits of Dan Yun quality himself. Chapter 29. Progress of possession at 20% at this time. The night gradually descended, silver light illuminating Qingfeng courtyard. The 4 children experienced significant improvements, especially Su Xiaoqin, who inherited Su Qingyun's innate talent, reaching the 2nd tier. Now, at the age of 8, he had achieved a physical strength of 20,000 pounds, smoothly breaking through to the late stage of blood integration. The other 3 also managed to reach 15,000 pounds. Only Master Bai, with his deep-set eyes, bore a complex expression. The Su family's luck was indeed remarkable. Dan Yun quality pills seemed like mere toys in his hands, easily produced at will. Wang Yihao still could not seize such opportunities and deservedly remained at the Earth origin stage. After training concluded, Yi Tianyuan and Su Qingyun awaited at the entrance. Yi Tianyuan's expression was somewhat dim, as all of this was meant to belong exclusively to the Martial King's estate and the Su family. Father Su Ling spotted him and joyfully rushed over to Su Qingyun's gaze softened as he affectionately ruffled his little daughter's hair. But he then turned to the young Yi Changqing and said, "Changqing, the materials for your upcoming pill refinement will be provided by the Su family. However, could you spare 1 or 2 for the disciples of the Su family?" Su Qingyun, fearing misunderstanding that he was being greedy for the pills, quickly clarified that if we could have some pills to bolster our strength, it would greatly increase our chances in the Spirit Vein competition. After all, Our cultivation speed has accelerated, and there is a chance to reach the mid-stage of spirit connection, with one or two even potentially reaching the late stage. Those under 20 who can attain the late stage of spirit connection are the heirs of major families in various prefectures of Qingzhou. This level of combat strength was already more than sufficient. It is important to note that just a few months ago, they had not even dared to hope for the Spirit Vein competition and had nearly given up on this round. Yi Changqing was preparing to sell 2 pills in exchange for spiritual herbs to continue refining and attempting to break through the limits when he was surprised to hear that the Su family was willing to provide them. This was naturally even better, and no need to trouble my senior. Then came a soft voice, "Uncle, you are too polite. Being able to practice alchemy is already a great privilege. The pills I produce are at your and the Su family's disposal." He intended for a portion to be given to the Su family's disciples for a swift enhancement of their strength, while another portion would be sold to acquire spirit stones for his own cultivation. He desperately needed resources. To refine a pill that surpassed the Danyan level, he required honing. Moreover, even among close relationships, there should be mutual giving and understanding. The Su family had endured much during this time. After all, they were dealing with 2 royal estates. The old fellows of the royal family would not let him come to harm, but they might not care for the Su family. The act of alchemy served not only to elevate the Su family, but also as a means of self-preservation. Furthermore, they were family. After all he had been through, these mere pills were insignificant. These 3 9-turn body refinement pills are of no use to me. Uncle can take them. Yi Changqing extended his small hand. 3 round, translucent dark red pills resting quietly in his palm. Danyan quality was a treasure in the outside world, but for him, unable to break the limits, they were merely trashed. Su Qinyan's heart trembled at these words. "This cannot be. Elder brother, please do not refuse." This is Changqing's heartfelt gesture. This moment, his mother, Su Wanner, stood outside the courtyard, smiling gently. She had moved to the neighboring courtyard 3 days prior, knowing her child was extraordinary, and had reserved a portion of private space for him. Warmth surged through Su Qinyan's heart. The Su family has faced difficulties during this time. I thank you, little sister, and Changqing, that I shall not refuse then. He carefully accepted the 3 9-turn body refinement pills. These were of Danyan quality. Distributing them to talented disciples within the family would enhance their physical strength by 5,000 pounds. Bridging many gaps. Uncle, please prepare 20 sets of 9-turn body refinement pill materials for tomorrow. Yi Changqing's delicate face broke into a smile. He was now, in a sense, a gold sink. Originally planning to sell some pills to exchange for spirit stones. It was naturally even better that his uncle and the others would take care of it. All right, I will prepare this at once. Su Qinyan nodded solemnly, leading his little daughter, Su Ling, and calling out, "Xiaoqin, let us head home. Qianqian and Yin, you may play, but do not delay Changqing's cultivation and rest. You should leave together." Yi Changqing's progress in cultivation was now the top priority for the Su family. "Coming," Su Qian and Su Nian replied sweetly, their tiny feet moving in a hurried rhythm as they followed Su Qinyan away. The moment they left, he began preparing to gather numerous spirit stones for purchasing mystic tier herbs. Even though the Su family was particularly short of resources, they prioritized Yi Changqing's alchemical cultivation. Su Wanner approached gracefully. Her face, once ethereal, now bore a hint of otherworldliness. Her recent cultivation had brought about significant change. She then reached out her delicate hand to gently flick Yi Changqing's little head. "After a day of alchemy, you still wish to cultivate. Go back to sleep." She naturally understood in her heart that the child revealed his alchemical talent for the sake of the Su family. Yet, she felt a pang of sorrow, for he was still but a child, not yet a year old, and had to bear so much. Although Yi Changqing had never voiced his thoughts, Su Wanner was acutely aware that his heart mirrored that of Mingjing's, innately perceptive. And upon his arrival into this world, he even voluntarily chose not to resist the heavenly tribulation that he had never once inquired about his father's whereabouts or similar matters. Su Wanner was profoundly pained, wishing for him not to be too burdened, even if it meant sleeping for just a couple more hours. Yi Changqing stuck out his tongue and replied, "All right." Coincidentally, he too was nearly exhausted and required a brief respite. He then turned to his senior brother, blinking his eyes, and, with his back to his mother, formed a line of spiritual energy, almost as if transmitting a message. "Senior brother, spiritual herbs. This night, he intended to attempt breaking through the quality of the elixir, subsequently advancing his physical strength to an astonishing 100,000 pounds. Following that, he aimed to refine the Breaking God elixir to shorten the time required to open the sea of consciousness and break through to the gathering spirit realm. Thus, every moment was of the essence. Master Baiyu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, did he truly believe he was a repository of herbs? He then cupped his hands towards Su Wanner and said, Miss Wanner, I shall take my leave for now, that I will return tomorrow to instruct the disciple. Thank you, Master Baiyu, Su Wanner replied. After watching Yi Chongqing obediently climb into bed, she finally felt at ease and departed back to her courtyard. Yi Chongqing had been asleep for about an hour when he awoke, brimming with vitality. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he awaited his senior brother's arrival. At that moment, a notification emerged in his mind. The old king of Jinbei had condensed the soul-calming seal, found the annihilating soul array, gathered 1/5 of the preparations, and his possession progress was at 20. That a wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized that the communication array in Baiyu Mansion had been destroyed, severing his connection with Qingyang sect. And there was a plan to eliminate most of the Su family's members in order to clear some obstacles. The Yi Chongqing's heart sank. This old fellow was progressing rather swiftly. He too needed to hasten his pace. As he pondered deeply, the wooden window creaked open, revealing the aged figure of his senior brother, who appeared rather stealthy. Chapter 30. Breaking the limit of the physical body. Master Baiyu entered with a light step. But a hint of worry lingered on his weathered face, that he wished to speak but ultimately restrained himself. From his sleeve, he produced 10 beams of divine light, all of which were medicinal herbs. And they landed beside the bed. You should be resting well, yet you wish to refine elixirs? Yi Chongqing's fair and delicate face broke into a smile. That I had a slight epiphany during the day and wanted to see if I could break through the limits of the 9 turns body refining pill. However, I do not wish to cause my mother any concern, that I can only trouble my senior brother. Master Baiyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. Achieving perfect fusion of medicinal effects to condense the quality of the elixir cloud was already the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. You wish to break through the ultimate limit. His heart brimmed with skepticism, prompting him to seek verification. That a quaint array disc materialized in his palm, appearing ethereal as it hovered in the air. All right, I shall arrange it immediately. Ancient, cryptic array patterns radiated from the disc like countless stars, spreading throughout the entire Qingfeng courtyard. This concealment array was potent enough to shield all external spiritual sensing. Even if one were to blow up Qingfeng courtyard, the Su family would not detect any anomalies. Master Baiyu felt a surge of excitement. Had it been an ordinary alchemist claiming to break through the ultimate limit of elixir clouds, he would have surely dismissed it. But this child before him possessed the divine talent for alchemy. Who could possibly rival him? Once the concealment array was set up, Yi Chongqing sprang to his feet. Thank you, senior brother. He retrieved the spiritual jade alchemical cauldron from his Qingquan bag, preparing to refine the elixir. Hold your thanks for now. I have a question. Have you perhaps already sensed that someone has set their sights on you? Master Baiyu's expression grew grave. Yesterday, when I entered the Su family, I sensed many powerful spiritual presences lurking outside, and there might even be stronger ones. That I intended to report your situation to our master to prepare him in advance. However, upon returning to the mansion, I discovered that many of the arrays had been destroyed, including the communication array established with our sect. To stealthily dismantle a ground-level array. Even an array master would find it difficult. Only a celestial-level expert could achieve such a feat. I did not wish to share this news with you, but it seems you are already aware. Master Baiyu's tone was particularly solemn. In the vast Kanglan main domain, celestial-level experts were exceedingly rare. Yet one had now appeared in the remote Tianlan County that he had initially believed his abilities were sufficient to teach until their master arrived. But after the day's events, he realized that he had very little to impart. That at the current rate, it would be less than half a year before this disciple could casually refine perfect-grade elixirs. It would be prudent to inform Qingyang's sect in advance to send someone to escort him, especially considering that King Yi Hao might strike against the Su family at any moment. Compounded by the fact that the princess was the legitimate daughter of the Jinbei King's mansion, there could very well be unforeseen changes. Although he had broken through to the level of alchemist and array master, he remained merely a gathering spirit realm cultivator, not yet proficient in his mastery, and even his array skills were similarly limited. Faced with ordinary masters, he could barely hold his own if this cultivation progress were to be exposed. It would not be surprising if several major sects in the vicinity sent people to investigate. He could not protect himself. Thus, he wished to quickly notify Qingyang's sect, but with the communication array destroyed. The situation had evidently turned precarious, to why Yi Changqing remained calm as he organized the herbs, placing them beside the spiritual jade alchemical cauldron. He knew who was behind this. The destruction of the communication array was, in fact, favorable news for him that he maintained a certain level of vigilance regarding entering Qingyang's sect. Who could say if another old king of Jinbei might emerge? Was it truly strange for an ancient monster facing its demise to attempt to seize the body of a prodigy? This was precisely why he was so eager to assist the Su family in their growth. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, there was no one who could be absolutely relied upon. This was his perspective that he only believed in himself, in his mother, and in a select few members of the Su family, that he was willing to let Master Baiyu know this only because he was not a celestial-level expert. His sea of consciousness and spirit were not strong enough to emerge and seize control. That I understand, but I am powerless to change the situation, Yi Changqing replied, his youthful voice remarkably tranquil. Everything was progressing according to his plans. Within a maximum of 6 months, the Su family would rise to become a top-tier family within the Daqing dynasty, rivaling the 7 great royal houses that he, on the other hand, would rely on alchemy to reach the Earth origin realm. And with his array skills also breaking through to the master level, he would be able to repair the ancestral array and subdue the old king of Jinbei. When he attempted to seize control, Master Baiyu was taken aback. He had once seen a child of innate Dao body caliber in Qingyang's sect, and indeed, they bore striking similarities, young and perceptive. However, this child had only been in the world for 2 months. Yet he was astonishingly prodigious. His heart swelled with excitement. For only such a genius could establish a foothold in Qingyang's sect and contend against the exceptional prodigies of ancient sects and terrifying sacred lands. Rest assured, my junior brother, I will do everything in my power to protect you. The minor Tianshan Mansion, 7 Stars Pavilion, and even the Daqing royal family dare to covet my junior brother. They are courting death. As for that celestial-level expert lurking in the shadows, I will find a way to have the elders of Qingyang's sect act before he seizes control, eliminating the threat for you. Additionally, I will expedite the repair of the communication array to summon our master to escort you. A look of astonishment crossed Yi Changqing's delicate face, that he was aware of the Daqing royal family and the old king of Jinbei. But did the practitioners of Tianshan Mansion and 7 Stars Pavilion also have a presence in Tianlan County? His mother had already been divorced, and there was no longer any connection with the King's mansion. Why would 7 Stars Pavilion still be concerned? Tianshan Mansion was also one of the 7 major powers in the Kanglan main domain, with celestial-level experts stationed there and numerous masters under their command, occupying vast territories. Fortunately, his mother had broken through to the gathering spirit realm, and with the descent of heavenly tribulation, she had concealed the true dragon and white tiger phenomena. Otherwise, he sensed that the situation would not be as simple as just 2 families. Master Baiyu noticed Yi Changqing's furrowed brow and spoke. For now, do not concern yourself with these matters. Focus on your cultivation. I will handle the petty nuisances for you. You must be looking to assist the Su family in their ascent. Before I head to Qingyang's sect, I will ensure that Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng both break through to the Earth origin realm. And with Yi Tianyuan, they should be able to protect you adequately. Yi Changqing nodded. At this moment, he had no other course of action but to strive for improvement. Overthinking would yield no benefit. Of course, the plans in his heart now included Master Baiyu. If he were to break through to the Earth origin realm, his combat prowess would soar, and with the aid of arrays, he would be comparable to several masters. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he summoned the elixir fire into his palm and poured it into the spiritual jade alchemical cauldron. Breaking the limit of the physical body at the spirit connection realm would be invaluable for the future. Master Baiyu observed the alchemical process, learning from it as well, for many of the refining techniques were astonishing, providing him with profound insights that he felt that his success rate in refining elixirs of elixir cloud quality would significantly increase. The elixir fire surged and the entire room felt like a furnace. The first elixir, elixir cloud. The third elixir, elixir cloud. The fifth elixir broke through the limit. Chapter 31. The 7 Stars Pavilion comes knocking. Manipulating the Su family in the span of a single night, 10 translucent elixirs were placed aside. Master Baiyu gazed in a daze at the 3 particularly potent 9 turns body, refining pills among them. Astonishingly, they had truly been accomplished. These 3 9 turns body refining pills could likely enhance strength by 6,000 pounds. Even the esteemed Tianjia Danzun cannot shatter the pinnacle of Dan Yun. Such an occurrence is utterly impossible. Yet, a miraculous event has unfolded in the life of a mere child that he feels as though his belief in cultivation has crumbled. There truly is a distinction between prodigies and ordinary individuals. He once believed himself to be a child of destiny, having achieved the perfection of spirit gathering and reached the dual path of a master. While this may not be particularly remarkable within the Qingyang sect, it certainly marks him as a dragon among men within the Kanglan master domain. However, he finds himself starkly incomparable to his junior disciple, leading him to question whether his own master is truly fit to teach him. Could it be that he is squandering his potential? If he were to remain by his junior's side for an extended period, his own mastery of alchemy and formations might ascend to new heights. Should he manage to elevate his realm and glimpse the Tianjia, there would undoubtedly be hope. Currently, even the mere act of refining Xuanjia pills has imparted considerable knowledge upon him, for each creation possesses the quality of Dan Yun. Even imitating their essence significantly enhances his success rate. With that he spoke, "Then I shall not disturb you any further, that I will first investigate the movements of the Tianshan Mansion and the 7-Star Pavilion." The agents of these 2 factions have infiltrated Tianlan County, and they must have ulterior motives that if they pose a threat to the Su family, I shall take the initiative to eliminate them. He decided to refrain from visiting for a few days, handing over an ancient tome of Xuanjia formation techniques that if you can refine the formation patterns, you may attempt to create some ordinary formations. Once matters are resolved, he will return to impart teachings that he presented in ancient text, and Yi Changqing accepted it, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." As his words faded, Master Baiyu exited the door. Following this, it was evident that the junior disciple would engage in cultivation, and he knew it would be inappropriate for him to linger. Having safely navigated several centuries, he understood well that the secrets of prodigies should not be pried and indiscriminately point. One must possess a sense of boundaries in life. He swallowed 3 9 transformation body refinement pills in one go, channeling the spiritual energy from his Dantian as he gradually refined it, that in an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through him like tumultuous waves, impacting his internal organs with a sensation reminiscent of tearing pain. Nevertheless, Yi Changqing's expression remained serene, undisturbed by the tempest within. This sensation of empowerment was undeniably exhilarating. The warm currents of blood and energy transformed into strength, making him feel as though he possessed boundless vigor. Present, not only could he withstand the entire Qing dynasty, but even the entirety of the Kanglan master domain and the spirit connection realm posed no threat to him. He could even contend with the initial stages of spirit gathering, using only his physical form. The vast reservoir of vitality surged within him, now equivalent to a staggering 180,000 pounds of physical strength. This laid a robust foundation for the future. He resolved to attempt the practice of the white tiger slaughtering technique. Although his current cultivation level did not necessitate it, it was a skill he could not afford to ignore. This technique primarily involves the convergence and fusion of the body's spiritual energy and vitality, ultimately unleashing combat power far exceeding that of the same tier that in the dead of night Yi Changqing endeavored to cultivate. Possessing the myriad Dao sacred body made the process relatively straightforward, and he was nearly at the threshold of mastery. However, activating it required the sacrifice of vital essence, as the spiritual energy within his Dantian was insufficient. After several cycles of practicing the white tiger slaughtering technique, he suddenly detected an anomaly emanating from the ancestral formation. There are actually Earth origin realm experts infiltrating the Su family. Subsequently, a formation pattern coalesced before him, revealing the entire situation surrounding the Su family. 3 figures clad in black robes had entered the main courtyard. Several high-ranking members of the Su family were awakened and rushed inside at this moment. The Su family's main courtyard was brightly lit, Suwana, Su Qingyun, Su Qingfeng, and several newly advanced spirit-gathering experts bore grave expressions. Seated in the leftmost chair were the 3 black-robed figures, who spoke with an air of calm authority. "Esteemed guests, how have you deliberated? A quarter of an hour has passed. My patience is wearing thin. Become vassals of my seven-star pavilion, and we shall support your Su family in becoming the new generation of martial kings. I can assure you that within 3 years, at least one Earth Origin Master will emerge from the Su family, that we will also dispatch core disciples to act as Su family members during the Spirit Vein Grand Competition in 3 months. Ensuring you seize control of all spirit veins in Qingzhou. Your future rise is merely a matter of time. His finger rhythmically tapped the wooden chair, each strike resonating with an oppressive weight. The atmosphere in the main courtyard grew exceedingly tense. The seven-star pavilion had received word that Marshal King Yi Hao had met with obstacles in the imperial city and sought to target the Su family. Aside from the Northern Guardian King's mansion, none dared to respond. That it seemed the royal family had intervened, that Yi Hao's offspring was quite extraordinary. Even after a divorce, he still sought to reclaim what was lost. This was their opportunity. All members of the Su family fell into a heavy silence, their hearts brimming with frustration. Anyone could easily trample upon them. The Su family now stood on shaky ground. Aside from their territory in Tianlan County, all branches, whether collateral or direct, faced oppression during their external ventures. Many factions sought to curry favor with the Martial King and the Northern Guardian King's mansion. They were on the brink of collapse, to speak candidly. If Yi Hao were to break through to the late Earth origin stage in a few years, the Su family would undoubtedly perish. In this period, attempting a swift rise would be fraught with challenges. Now, even the seven-star pavilion wished to intervene. Yet, with 3 masters present, they dared not act carelessly. They had already notified Yi Tianyuan and now awaited further developments. Your Excellency, you have spoken extensively of the future. Why not discuss something more tangible? We do not require the empty title of Martial King, nor the assistance of other factions for the Su family. Additionally, the incident involving my younger sister's ambush at the royal mansion several months ago remains unaddressed, that Su Qingyan replied calmly. Over the years, numerous lives have been lost at the hands of the seven-star pavilion. The black-robed figure smiled faintly. Address. You, the Su family, are at odds with the 2 major royal mansions and are on the brink of annihilation. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate terms with my seven-star pavilion? I am here to deliver a message, not to request anything. Understood? A faint aura emanated from them, a pressure that weighed heavily upon the Su family members, rendering them unable to stand upright. That my seven-star pavilion merely requires the child of Su Wanner to contend for the position of Martial King. You are of little significance. You serve merely as a fa ade, that of course, should you refuse, this very night could see the Su family meet an early demise, that we need only implant the life and death curse seal within his consciousness. Though it may be a bit troublesome, you have 10 breaths of time to consider. The black-robed figure's tone grew impatient, and do you truly expect an apology and compensation from a concubine? The survival of the Su family can provide a pretext, aiding in their growth and the attainment of the Martial King position. Their demise would make little difference. Controlling Yi Changqing in the future would simply present more complications. What they desire is a Martial King they can manipulate at will. This borderland family is but an ant. Defiance equates to death to that moment, as Yi Changqing beheld this scene through the mirror formation. A chilling expression took form on his youthful face. Once again, the seven-star pavilion. When I grow strong enough, I shall eradicate this wretched faction at the first opportunity. Since you have invaded the Su family, you shall not leave unscathed, masters. How fitting to test the might of the ancestral formation. He immediately began forming hand seals, manipulating the ancestral formation as illusory stars quietly coalesced above the Su family courtyard. Chapter 32. Merit, the Su family's noble title. Su Qingyan stepped forward, shielding the Su family disciples behind him, firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. The stance was unmistakable. The Su family had severed ties with the Martial King's mansion and no longer sought the title of Martial King. The cold voices of the 3 black-robed figures elicited involuntary sneers. Eliminate all direct descendants of the Su family here. Controlling the collateral branches will suffice. That Yi Hao will come to reclaim his child. Ants daring to defy my seven-star pavilion, seek death. The 3 black-robed figures moved simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloping the main courtyard, leaving all Su family members feeling a profound chill in their limbs. At that moment, an elderly figure stepped into the main courtyard, a powerful aura surging forth, blocking all three of them. What audacity, disturbing my peaceful dreams. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be the wretches of the Seven-Star Pavilion. Behind him stood 5 or 6 elders from the Yi family, all at the half-step Earth origin level. After the severance, the elders supporting Yi Tianyuan had arrived at Tianlan County. They had remained hidden outside, waiting to ascertain the Su family's stance towards the Seven-Star Pavilion. At this moment, 3 indistinct figures descended from the sky, landing in the main courtyard, standing before the Su family members. To cleanse the Seven-Star Pavilion, all members of the Su family take half a step back. The leader was none other than Master Qinghe, his expression indifferent, originally taken by surprise when the communication jade was shattered. He now found it perplexing that in the current Tianlan County, the Su family dominated without peril. The 3 black-robed figures momentarily froze. How could this mere Su family summon so many powerful masters in an instant? Yi Tianyuan was anticipated, but these royal family disciples had been in Tianlan County for months and had yet to depart. Fury surged within them as they spoke. Very well, the Su family, is it? I shall remember you, if cooperation fails, you dare to scheme against us. From this day forth, you Su family shall be on my Seven-Star Pavilion's list of targets. With that, the 3 black-robed figures retreated violently, not daring to linger. They entered at will and exited as they pleased, treating the Su family as if it were inconsequential. Your junior has commanded that all intruders are to be eradicated. The 100-sword killing formation. Activate. Countless array patterns and talismans coalesce, resembling a myriad of stars, converging into sharp flying swords, chillingly cold, encircling the entire main courtyard. That a terrestrial-level killing formation rises from the ground, materializing in an instant. Master Baiyu strolls leisurely, initially intending to depart from the Su family to address the lurking threats. However, prior to this, Yi Changqing had utilized the ancestral formation to send a message, prompting him to rush to the Su family's main courtyard. Upon arrival, he discovers the situation is indeed genuine, his heart filled with astonishment. His junior brother, currently merely in Xian-level formation master, has already refined the Su family's ancestral formation, showcasing truly astonishing talent. That it is known that a Diyuan master can already fly through the air, covering thousands of miles in a single day. Coupled with a grasp of a few principles of the Tao and vigorous vitality, they are nearly immortal, making escape highly probable. Yet it was utterly unexpected that his junior brother had called him to deliver medicinal materials just at dusk. This thought, Master Baiyu suddenly freezes, his heart trembling. Could it be that his junior brother was already aware? The pretense of asking him to deliver materials was merely a facade, the true intent being to eliminate these hidden dangers. Indeed, a prodigy of such caliber is beyond my comprehension. Henceforth, I must assist diligently, harboring no other malevolent thoughts. The various factions that had been lurking here have already seen 2 parties exposed. The royal family's offerings are secretly protecting the Su family, while the Qixing Pavilion seeks to seize the martial king's position, to retaliate against Yi Hao, and to implant a stake within the Daqing dynasty. Master Baiyu grows increasingly alarmed, realizing that this youth is remarkably talented. However, it is troublesome that he has not departed. Instead, he is concealed within the Su family estate, indicating erroneous intelligence. The leader of the black-robed individuals seethes with rage. According to the information, Master Baiyu was supposed to return to his residence at dusk. Yet, how could he appear here? Though his mind is flooded with thoughts, the myriad flying swords, each nearing the battle power of the Diyuan realm, descend upon them, overwhelming their defenses. Meanwhile, ethereal starry apparitions fall from the sky, ensnaring the 3 masters. They labor to resist, their injuries worsening, yet they find no opportunity to escape. Anger fills the eyes of the 3, questioning how the ancestral formation could be activated so swiftly. The Su family's ancestral formation has indeed fallen to the terrestrial level, greatly diminishing in power, requiring time to mobilize. Hence, they dared to swagger in for negotiations. Could it be that someone leaked the information? Kill. Yi Tianyuan and Master Qinghe act instantly, ensnaring them, relying on the formation to wear down their physical forms. That in a mere half an hour, the 3 Diyuan masters lie fallen in a pool of blood. The onlookers are somewhat astonished. With 2 great formations assisting, the slaughter seems alarmingly effortless. Why does the ancestral formation feel significantly enhanced? Su Qingyun murmurs, recalling that his prior activation did not yield such overwhelming power. Moreover, the orderly methods of slaughter are astonishing, clearly indicating manipulation that he is aware of the earlier news regarding his nephew, refining the ancestral formation. But the rapid mastery is truly remarkable. Master Qinghe removes the masks from the three. Somewhat surprised, for these individuals are of considerable status. They are all elders of the Qixing Pavilion, and the Su family has achieved a significant victory this time. Even in the borderlands, they represent top-tier combat power. It could take a year and a half to slay even one. Wai Yihao's steadiness in the martial king's position is also attributed to his earlier slaying of 2 Yuan elders at the front lines. Henceforth, sealing a marquee title is assured. This is a grand triumph. Some petty individuals should now reconsider their own strengths. After the fall of 3 masters, they would hardly dare to act against the Su family. Master Qinghe does not claim these accomplishments for himself, but instead offers them all, forging benevolent ties. Originally, the royal family wished to assist the Su family, but found themselves at a loss, as they were surrounded on all sides. Only military achievements could earn rewards. Now, the heavens have bestowed an opportunity. Currently, there are merely a few dozen marquises throughout the entire dynasty, most gathered in the royal city, with only one marquis of Lingshan and Qingzhou. Su Qingyun feels somewhat dazed. Such monumental merits are being freely offered. My lord, this doesn't have much to do with the Su family. After all, it was all your doing. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? I am a vassal of the Su family. Had it not been for my 100-sword killing formation and the Su family's ancestral formation trapping these 3, how could they all have been retained? Master Baiyu retorts, puffing his cheeks in indignation. The Su family is simply too earnest, willing to cede their merits. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Even without these individuals. Relying on myself and the Su family's ancestral formation, I could still gradually wear them down and eliminate them, albeit at the cost of time. Wai Tianyuan clears his throat. Ahem, I have been residing in the Su family during this period, enjoying sumptuous hospitality and receiving spiritual stones for cultivation, which is also a contribution. Moreover, had it not been for your Su family restraining these 3, such achievements would not have been possible. The merit of sealing a marquee title should rightfully be accepted. Master Qinghe smiles lightly upon hearing this. This is what the Su family deserves. We 3 are royal offerings, with no further promotions possible, so you may accept it. Now, let tonight conclude here, that if there is any further danger, simply crush the jade pendant, and we shall arrive at once. That he tosses a shimmering jade pendant in a Su Wanneress hand, then swiftly departs with the other 2 masters, preparing to inform His Majesty of the night's events. The members of the Su family feel somewhat dazed. After years of misfortune, could it be that their fortunes are now turning? A wisp of beige morning light filters through auspicious clouds, cascading over the Su family courtyard. Su Qingyun gazes upward, beholding a radiant sun rising from the east. Perhaps today marks a turning point. Wai Yihaon bursts into hearty laughter. Su family head, summon the disciples. Gather at the martial arts arena. The plans of the day are laid in the morning. Cultivation must not be neglected. That a smile appears on Su Qingyun's previously gloomy face. Excellent. Chapter 33. Increasing hidden cards. Celestial mysteries await, having just finished a brief rest. Yi Changqing hears an ethereal prompt resonate in his mind. Your great fortune has activated. The elders of the Qixing Pavilion intended to select an auspicious day to strike when the Su family was weak, aiming to control you and seize the martial king's position. However, the intelligence gathered by those individuals, under the influence of your great fortune, led them to mistakenly conclude that the royal offerings had long departed. Compounded by Master Baiyu returning home at dusk, which misled the elders into regarding the Su family as a mere ant family, greatly underestimating them, thus approaching without concealment. The battle achievements have been secured and will soon be claimed. With the Su family poised to seal a marquee title, Wai Changqing marvels internally at the benefits of the heavenly fortunes enhancement. Had these 3 masters launched a covert attack yesterday, directly ambushing the Su family, the resolution would have been considerably more troublesome. Elder Yi Tianyuan voluntarily acknowledges himself as a vassal of the Su family, counting as half a member, simultaneously gaining the trait of achieving twice the result with half the effort. With his comprehension and talent subtly enhanced under the protection of the Su family's sage fortune, His cultivation bottleneck diminishes, allowing him to smoothly reach the pinnacle of mastery, with a faint opportunity to glimpse the celestial mysteries realm. Master Bayu, recognizing himself as a vassal of the Su family and thus half a member, acquires the same trait of achieving twice the result with half the effort. The Sage Fortune actively alleviates his bottleneck in the Di Yuan realm, allowing him to accumulate strength, and in 3 months within Tianlan County, he will break through to the Di Yuan realm. If either of them were to betray, they would be eternally cursed by the Su family's Sage Fortune, leading to immense misfortune, even choking on cold water, while those who sincerely join the Su family also receive the protection of their ancestors. Next, if I can break through to the Di Yuan realm ahead of time, I can concoct pills to assist Yi Tianyuan in breaking through to the celestial mysteries that I, in conjunction with Master Bayu, perhaps we can genuinely repair the ancestral formation. All of this could become one of the Su family's hidden cards. The old king of the north looms over him like a long knife, poised to strike in a few months. The more hidden cards he possesses, the steadier Yi Changqing feels within. Once this issue is resolved, he can then immerse himself in cultivation that as for the martial king Yi Hao. Yi Changqing has never truly regarded him as a significant concern that To speak bluntly. He is merely a one-pinnacle talent. Relying on the feedback from the innate spiritual technique, he had almost elevated his mother's talent to the first pinnacle at birth. Next, diligent cultivation will surely lead him to the zenith of the Di Yuan realm. And with his assistance, the celestial mysteries will be secure. This represents nearly top-tier combat power within the Daqing dynasty, posing little danger. After breaking through to the Di Yuan realm, he can resolve the martial king Yi Hao at any time. Those who insult my mother shall be killed. Even if the Su family members intentionally conceal it, the rumors regarding the divorce, spurred by the royal residents, have spread widely. There are even numerous rumors suggesting that Su Wanner, as a concubine of the royal residents, has been unrestrained, causing Yi Hao deep distress, and so forth. Such words are utterly beastly. Creak. The door swings open as Su Wanner enters with several maidservants, surveying the scene of devastation. Wooden chairs shattered, and the wooden table reduced to dust. This chaos results from the activation of the ancestral formation last night. She sighs softly. Had it not been for Changqing's summoning of the ancestral formation and Master Bayu's intervention, the Su family might have suffered significant losses. Her child no longer requires her protection. Waving her hand, she instructs the maidservants to tidy the room, then extends her delicate hand to wash Yi Changqing's face. From now on, Mother will not interfere with your cultivation. There is no need to hide within the room that I in the present day. Yi Changqing has already managed to alleviate the troubles faced by the Su family. Should the 3 elders attempt to flee, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Su clan. If a formidable expert were to orchestrate an assassination, the members of the Su family would find it impossible to escape Tianlan County, surrounded as they would be by peril at every turn. Moreover, the fact that this news could be concealed from the 7 Stars Pavilion for months is quite remarkable. During this time, they must swiftly enhance their family's strength. Yi Changqing chuckled, feeling invigorated. Next, his mother must also enter seclusion, hoping to break through to the latter stage of spirit gathering, thus bringing glory to the Su family in the spirit vein competition. Take good care of yourself, he advised, that a hint of regret flickered across Su Wanner's delicate face, for she too now stood at the threshold of 20, eligible to participate in the spirit vein competition. She wished to prove that the Su family could grow stronger without relying on others, making Yi Hao rue his decisions. Through numerous events, Su Wanner has come to deeply understand the significance of cultivation. Without strength, one is akin to an ant, easily crushed by others. Merely a pawn in someone else's game. Do not worry, mother. Yi Changqing's soft voice reassured her. After he finished freshening up, his mother, Su Wanner, hurriedly departed to enter her own secluded retreat. Upon leaving the attic, Yi Changqing discovered a mountain of spiritual herbs, more than just 30 portions. The Su family had worked through the night to clear out all the spiritual herbs in Tianlan County, purchasing everything, whether useful or not, solely for Yi Changqing's cultivation and alchemy. After all, one cannot expect the family's child to rely on Master Bayu's personal finances. Can they? Creak. The courtyard door opened, revealing the fatigued figure of Master Bayu. The investigation is nearly complete. There is no need to worry about the royal offerings. The 7 Stars Pavilion poses a significant threat, and Tianshan Mansion should be approached with caution. as they can be considered adversaries that if all goes as anticipated, their intentions appear to align closely with those of the Seven Stars Pavilion. I have a general understanding, Yi Chongqing replied calmly. Then let us begin refining the pills. He did not inquire further, knowing he merely needed to follow the instructions his junior had provided. This was his opportunity. He must not be as foolish as the martial king and should seize it firmly. At that moment, Su Qian and Su Xiaoqin, along with two other youngsters, appeared at the courtyard entrance, blinking their little eyes that Yi Chongqing had instructed them to return, and today, these pills were just right for them. After all, they were the direct descendants of his uncles. Come in. Take these few pills that as soon as he finished speaking, 7 9-turn body refinement pills of Dan Yun quality landed in the hands of the four youngsters. Immediately, Yi Chongqing summoned the Spirit Jade Alchemy Cauldron, intending to compress the time required for the 9-turn body refinement pill to just 15 minutes. Then, he would begin learning the Spirit Law pill. Aiming for mass production for the Spirit Gathering realm, he could not allow his mother to be harmed in the Spirit Vein competition. In Chapter 34, the loyal Marquis, Lin Yao, was furious. Su Qian and the others swallowed 2 9-turn body refinement pills in quick succession, reaching the pinnacle of the blood integration realm. With Master Baiyu assisting them, they effortlessly suppressed their vital energy and refined their internal organs. In pursuit of speed, Yi Chongqing produced 30 9-turn body refinement pills within just 5 hours. Although 5 of them were flawed due to hurried techniques. However, he did not discard them. Instead, he settled for lesser quality, as even that could still be sold, and nothing should go to waste. Master Baiyu also continued to learn and refine pills. Comprehending the methods involved, the success rate for achieving Dan Yun quality with the 9-turn body refinement pills was approximately 80%. In a mere day, the two of them nearly produced 100 pills of Dan Yun quality. Upon receiving this news, Su Qingyun waited outside Qingfeng Courtyard, refraining from interrupting, until the process concluded. All the pills of Dan Miss quality were promptly placed for sale at Wanbao Pavilion, selling out instantly and astonishing all the forces in Tianlan County. The Su family had unexpectedly produced a genius in alchemy who was even willing to sell pills of Dan Miss quality. Although the identity of this alchemist was unknown, an increasing number of martial artists began visiting, seeking a Dan Mist spiritual medicine for their cultivation. Had it not been for the knowledge that the Su family was protected by a master, many martial artists at the late spirit gathering stage would have attempted to force their way in, merely to catch a glimpse of the alchemist. Currently, among the Su family's disciples under 20, 30 had reached the initial stage of spirit communication, 10 were at the mid-stage, and 1 or 2 had already attained the late stage. Thanks to the 9-turn body refinement pills, everyone's physical strength had nearly advanced a level. An enhancement of 15,000 pounds of physical strength was sufficient to propel them to 70,000, or even 80,000 pounds of physical power. It is worth noting that in the entire Qingzhou, few possess such vitality. Aside from the few prominent families within Qingzhou City that prioritize nurturing their direct descendants, others could not even dream of such strength. However, now all disciples of the Su family were qualified to challenge this threshold, numbering in the dozens in the future, as they break through to the spirit gathering realm. Their potential would far exceed that of their peers. The process of transforming from ordinary to blood integration to spirit communication is fundamentally a consolidation of one's foundation. The higher the level of breakthrough, the greater the future potential. Once these Su family disciples mature into the spirit gathering realm, with a master overseeing them, they could virtually sweep through the entirety of Qingzhou. As time passed, Yi Chongqing gradually mastered the Spirit Law pill, achieving a success rate of over 90% for Dan Yun quality. Each Spirit Law pill condensed the power of the laws of heaven and earth, reaching 3 strands, and the gathered spiritual energy was a staggering 30 times that of ordinary pills. All disciples of the Su family who consumed the pills were utterly astonished, as these surpassed the Spirit Law pills available outside by more than a fold. However, many believed that it was Master Baiyu who had refined them. Just a few days prior, he had actively announced his status as a protector of the Su family, shocking all of Qingzhou. This was partly to obscure the source of the substantial pill production. If it were revealed that Yi Chongqing was the alchemist, the entire Kanglan main domain would tremble. Other factions would also begin to stir. Secondly, it was to create momentum, enhancing the Su family's reputation. It is well known that Master Baiyu is a recognized disciple of the Qingyang sect, and many are aware of this. coupled with his dual mastery. Even the noble families of the Deqing dynasty sought to form alliances with him, yet to no avail. The outcome was that a mere Su family from Tianlan County obtained his services. Various factions dispatched emissaries, hoping to glean insights, offering numerous promises to assist Master Baiyu in breaking through to the Earth Origin realm, only to be met with rejection. Master Baiyu was acutely aware of his situation. He had failed 3 consecutive breakthroughs to the Earth Origin realm and had consumed the Breaking Sect pill. Regardless of the heavenly treasures brought forth, the probability of success was nearly zero, and it was wiser to remain by Yi Changqing's side, for future opportunities would surely arise. Currently, the entire Su family was enveloped in rich spiritual energy, courtesy of the gathering spirit array set up by Master Baiyu. All disciples were consuming spirit law pills, nearly absorbing the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around. Just 2 or 3 spirit law pills could allow them to break through a minor realm. At present, the weakest among them had already reached the peak of the mid-stage spirit communication realm. With less than 2 months remaining, they would undoubtedly break through to the late stage. Yi Changqing had also become adept at refining the spirit law pill and the breaking spirit pill, capable of shattering limits. Over the course of 1 month, utilizing the hidden heaven array, he quietly opened his sea of consciousness, expanding it to an impressive 9 meters, which nearly terrified Master Baiyu during the Thunder Tribulation breakthrough. His junior truly was a prodigy in 3 disciplines. Today, Yi Changqing could proficiently refine medium-grade patterns of the Xiantir that in his plans. He aimed to reach the late stage of spirit gathering before the Spirit Vein competition. However, as he continued to refine the Breaking Heaven Soul Pill, he felt a significant strain, for this required immense spiritual energy to mobilize the power of the spirit world. This was a high-grade Xiantir pill, and normally one would need to break through to the late stage of spirit gathering or even reach perfection to refine it. Even though Yi Changqing's foundation was solid, having shattered the limits of the physical body at the spirit communication realm, each increase in minor realm was exceedingly difficult, necessitating continual expansion of the sea of consciousness in the Dantian. The gaps between stages were substantial. Martial artists who attain the spirit gathering realm are considered formidable, not only in Tianlan County but even throughout Qingzhou. They could establish minor sects or families, and even hold mid-level official positions within the Deqing military. Thus, Yi Changqing's frequency of pill refinement began to diminish, prioritizing his cultivation breakthroughs. Otherwise, he could only produce Dan Yun quality Breaking Heaven Soul pills, unable to surpass limits. Occasionally, he would make repairs to the ancestral array and nurture the array spirit. Each day was filled with purpose. Time trickled by, and with just a month remaining until the Spirit Vein competition, Yi Changqing broke through to the mid-stage of spirit gathering. The rewards from the Deqing dynasty arrived at 100 elite guards entered the city on horseback. Led by the current 3rd prince, startled, numerous families in Qingzhou flocked to pay their respects, eager to curry favor. Under the bright sun and cloudless sky, the Su family was bustling with activity. Su Qingyun, accompanied by over 100 members of the Su family, welcomed the imperial edict. The borders are tense, having suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Yet the Su family has displayed unparalleled bravery, ingeniously devising plans that resulted in the downfall of 3 Earth Origin experts from the 7 Stars Pavilion. Let the might of our dynasty resound. Today, I bestow the title of Loyal Martial Marquis upon the head of the family, Su Qingyun, with Tianlan County as his domain, for her numerous contributions to the Martial King's estate. Su Wan'er, despite being granted the title of divorced wife by His Majesty, has been recognized as Lady of the Court, elevated to the 3rd rank. She is awarded 3 Earth-tier spiritual herbs and 100,000 spirit stones. A young man clad in a python robe, exuding an air of tranquility, recited the imperial decree, yet his words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the land. The news here spread like a tempest, sweeping across the entirety of Qingzhou and even reaching the Deqing dynasty. Could it be that the Su family possessed the strength to eliminate 3 grandmasters? Had they been concealing their true capabilities all along? Moreover, during this period, the Su family had released a plethora of elixirs, all of the mysterious tier, reaching the realm of Dan Mist, which drew countless martial artists like moths to a flame. That of paramount importance was the royal family stance, which clearly indicated unwavering support for the Su family, subtly undermining the martial King Yi. On this day, within the martial king's manor, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed, as numerous treasures were reduced to mere fragments. Lin Yao had orchestrated many plans during this time, with the Seven Stars Pavilion bearing her influence, yet it had ultimately become a mere bridal gown for Su Wanner. Initially, she had felt immense satisfaction at Su Wanner's dismissal, believing she would seize control of the martial king's manor. Yet, to her utter dismay, the Grand Elder had taken a significant number of clan elders away, leaving her and the prince in a precarious position. Chapter 35. The Wrath of the Martial King. The Spirit Vein competition annihilates the Su family. Within the Martial King's residence, shards of blue porcelain littered the ground, and Lin Wangfei's countenance darkened as she sat in the principal seat. She could not comprehend how a mere concubine, cast out from the Martial King's manor, could rise against the odds. The three Grandmaster Elders of the Seven Stars Pavilion, capable of bloodshed in any corner. Why could the Su family withstand them? Although Yi Changqing would eventually be possessed by his own ancestor, as long as Su Wanner lived, her heart remained restless to why Yihao's handsome visage appeared somewhat haggard enough. What purpose does this baseless venting serve? Had you treated Wanner better in the past, we would not be in this predicament. Now my bloodline flows elsewhere, that he was furious, having divorced his wife in hopes of reclaiming the innate spirit-body lineage. Yet finding himself unable to do so, he understood that this lineage was the hope for the complete resurgence of the Martial King's manor. Once he acquired a marquee title, striking against the Su family would become exceedingly difficult. Especially with the royal family's stance complicating matters, regret gnawed at him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have sought Su Wanner back with a few sweet words. Now the Su family had grown formidable, proving to be of great utility to him. Furthermore, there was a master adept in both alchemy and formation serving as a protector. With their assistance, he could rapidly advance to the late Earth origin stage. Freeing himself from the constraints imposed by the Northern Town King's manor, that in his quest for the Martial King's throne, he had made numerous promises to the Northern Town King's manor, including this wife he held no affection for. Hearing the accusatory words, Lin Yao's expression twisted into a grimace, her voice low and menacing. Now you come to blame me? Yi Hao, you truly lack conscience. Had it not been for my father's assistance back then, how could you have become the Martial King? You were the one who drove Su Wanner away. Otherwise, by law, you could have reclaimed your child. Ha! A Martial King who cannot resolve an issue with a small family from the frontier is truly a joke. Before her words could settle, a crisp sound echoed as Lin Yao's face swiftly reddened, revealing 5 distinct finger marks that a glint of malice flickered in Yi Hao's eyes. You are worth less than a single strand of Su Wanner's hair. She bore me a prodigious offspring solely due to my exceptional talent. Yet you, after 2 years in the manor, have not stirred a single ripple that if you too had conceived an innate spirit fetus, would I have needed to find a way to resolve matters. I do not wish to quarrel with you now. What I seek to understand is the Northern Town King's stance. Should the Su family rise, not only will I be in peril, but so too will your Lin family. Lin Yao shielded her face, her expression contorted with resentment. Yet she did not weep, instead donning a cold smile. Yi Hao, the Martial King's manor is now in disarray. My Lin family once valued you for the power we could gain from the Martial King. Even if your manor were to fall and a new dynasty arise, it would never affect my Northern Town King's manor. Understand? A smirk slowly curled at the corners of her mouth, as if she reveled in Yi Hao's ignorance regarding his child, who was an innate holy body. Everything was part of her ancestors' grand scheme. Yet she would keep this knowledge to herself, allowing Yi Hao to wallow in regret that as long as her ancestor could reverse the cycle of life, the Martial King's throne would belong to the Lin family. Today's slap would be repaid 100-fold in the future, provided the Su family was completely annihilated. What right did a mere ant family from the frontier have to oppose her? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid garments entered the main courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. His expression was indifferent as he surveyed the scene of devastation. Why, Yi Hao, I do not wish to see such a matter unfold again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Upon seeing the visitor, Yi Hao hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Brother Lin Hai. The malevolent look on his face gradually faded, replaced by a smile as warm as spring, that he also bowed to Lin Yao. His previous anger had been vented, and he hoped for her understanding. Lin Yao felt a cold laugh rise within her. Had he truly cowered upon seeing her elder brother? His knack for changing faces was indeed remarkable. Lin Hai said little, for he still needed the martial king's authority. He waved his hand, and an elderly man clad in light white garments hobbled in. Greetings to the northern town, King's heir. The martial king, and the Wang Fei, the elder intoned. Lin Hai's calm gaze turned sharp as a blade. Yi Hao, the troubles with the Su family, though instigated by you, nonetheless make you my Lin family's husband. In this upcoming Spirit Vein competition, I expect you to display a resolute attitude that I do not wish for any disciple of the Su family participating in the competition to survive. Do you understand? Any family that seeks to rise within the Daqing dynasty must seek my Lin family's approval. They had received intelligence that the younger generation of the Su family was rapidly advancing, with even a gathering spirit realm individual emerging. Furthermore, the ancestor had issued a death order. If the Su family could not be resolved during the Spirit Vein competition, the person in charge could retire in disgrace. The old northern town king had observed the Su family's formidable momentum in Tianlan County, noting their swift rise, particularly with Bai Yu and Yi Tianyuan needing to perish. Otherwise, when he sought to possess, there would be repercussions if discovered. The entire Daqing dynasty would not tolerate him. The ancestral figures of the Daqing were waiting for Yi Chongqing to grow up and be nurtured. This time, he planned to leverage the Spirit Vein competition to annihilate the Su family entirely. Without familiar faces nearby, no one would detect the unusual circumstances. Moreover, the old northern town king was prepared to act preemptively. Even if the holy body would suffer some imperfection, it was a risk he was willing to take, and he simply wished for matters to settle swiftly. Lin Hai continued, due to the royal family's scrutiny, we cannot insert others into Qingzhou to participate in the Spirit Vein competition. Our two families' direct descendants cannot intervene. Therefore, you must return to the southern town pass quickly. The Seven Stars Pavilion will send 2 true disciples and an elder to pass through. And you must ensure they remain undiscovered, arranging their identities appropriately within the Su family. In that great tomb outside Qingzhou, something is on the verge of awakening. That it is said that a revered figure fell within. And your martial king's manor is responsible for providing rare materials to awaken it in advance. During the Spirit Vein competition, the Su family will undoubtedly vie for it, providing an opportunity to eliminate them, while also securing the revered tomb for ourselves. The Su family will dominate Qingzhou, assisting our 2 royal manors and supplying spirit stone resources. Meanwhile, you will successfully reclaim your child into the royal manor. This time, I expect no issues to arise. The hunchback Su Xiao wore a cold smile. Rest assured, Lord Lin, a mere Su family can be suppressed with ease. Yi Hao's expression shifted, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he nodded solemnly that he now sought to reclaim his bloodline, for he had mastered a secret technique that allowed him to seize talent if bloodlines were sufficiently compatible. He was acutely aware of his limitations. He needed to transform his physique to break through to the heavenly profound realm, possessing a unique spirit body that in due course, upon entering the Qingyang sect, he too could become a core disciple. Excellent. My thanks to Brother Lin Hai. Thus, the 3 parties solidified their plans for the annihilation of the Su family within the martial king's manor. Chapter 36. The Amplification of Fortune, Increased Success Rate. Time swiftly passed, and more than 2 months had elapsed. The transformation within the Su family was significant. The number of practitioners breaking through to the gathering spirit realm was steadily rising, and the younger generation faced their peers with newfound confidence. Forcefully suppressing many opponents in Tianlan County, within the Su family's Qingfeng courtyard, a gathering of high-ranking members of the Su family, along with Yi Tianyuan, convened, their expressions tense as they prepared for the upcoming event. Today, Yi Chongqing was set to collaborate with Master Bai Yu to concoct a low-grade earth-tier elixir, the Breaking Sect elixir. With only 5 days remaining before the Spirit Vein competition, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Yi Chongqing. A premonition that calamity might befall them during this competition. Indeed, the Su family's strength was not to be underestimated. Among the disciples under 20 participating in the competition, 3 had achieved breakthroughs to the initial gathering spirit stage, thanks to their use of spirit law pills and breaking spirit pills. The weakest among the remaining participants had reached the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm, with the majority attaining the late stage of the spirit communication realm. Moreover, the physical strength is not to be underestimated, as they strive to reach a weight of 70,000 pounds. The depletion during this period has been immense. were it not for the sale of some elixirs. The entire Su family would have been thoroughly drained. However, the top-tier combat power remains woefully insufficient, with only Yi Tianyuan and senior brother Bai Yu possessing the strength of the Earth origin realm. Should they encounter any real danger, this would be far from adequate. Thus, Yi Changqing has prepared today, in collaboration with senior brother Bai Yu, to concoct the Earth-grade mid-tier elixir, the Breaking Sect Pill. The minimum requirement for qualification is, at the very least, the quality of Dan Mist, with his own great fortune and the Spirit Jade Dan Cauldron beneath the heavenly grade elixirs. There would be an increase of 20% in the success rate of pill formation, presenting a formidable opportunity. However, due to his insufficient reserve of spiritual energy and the fact that his realm has not yet reached the requisite level, he can only assist in the alchemy process, thereby elevating the entire Su family to a new echelon. As long as no heavenly Xian experts emerge, they would be able to sweep through the small Qingshou region with ease. Ultimately, reliance on their own strength is paramount. Who knows what the royal family is contemplating or planning? These remain uncertainties. Entrusting one's life to others is not in Yi Changqing's nature. The translucent Spirit Jade Dan Cauldron stands resolutely in the Qingfeng courtyard. Master Bai Yu adjusts his spirit to the utmost, casting a heavy gaze upon the diminutive figure before him. Junior brother, I shall do my utmost to protect you that if the situation becomes untenable. Swiftly distance yourself from the cauldron. Even if the pill explodes, I shall shield you from the impact. Typically, he only concocts low-grade Earth-tier elixirs with a high failure rate, causing him to harbor concerns about potential mishaps. Moreover, the Breaking Sect Pill requires an Earth-tier Dao fruit, valued at 200,000 spiritual stones, yet is virtually unavailable on the market. Even now, he possesses only 3 precious ones intended for use in his final moments when attempting to break through. With the assistance of a senior brother in the past, he barely managed to achieve the requisite quality. Were it not for junior brother Yi Changqing's continuous miracles, he would hardly dare to attempt this. The two have been meticulously refining the recipe for the Breaking Sect Pill over the past few months, ensuring at the very least a successful pill formation, though the quality remains uncertain. Of course, should the ideal quality elude them, they can still sell it without incurring losses that a smile graces Yi Changqing's fair and delicate face. Senior brother, rest assured, I have thoroughly memorized the method of concoction. Should there be any danger of explosion, I will be the first to retreat without hesitation. He yearns to test whether his collaboration in alchemy will attract a boon of fortune. As words fell, he placed his small hand upon the cauldron, briefly communicating with the cauldron spirit that a wisp of crimson Dan fire ascended from his palm, slowly flowing into the cauldron. The profound spiritual energy caused Su Qingyun and others to pause momentarily, revealing bittersweet smiles. Their little nephew is indeed a prodigy, having reached at least the spirit-gathering realm. The potential for his future accomplishments is simply unimaginable. They had once endured countless trials and tribulations to reach this stage, and the comparison between individuals is truly incommensurable. The eyes of the two brothers brimmed with pride that in just a few months, with the assistance of their little nephew, the Su family is on the brink of restoration to its former glory. At this rate, once the current generation of young disciples matures, the Su family will undoubtedly become the dominant family in Qingshou, surpassing their former selves. Merely a matter of time. Boom! Master Bai Yu stepped forward, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from within him as profound spiritual energy surged into the cauldron. The Dan fire, like a dragon, instantly soared to its peak temperature. Add the medicinal ingredients. Yi Changqing's diminutive frame was remarkably agile, wrapping each of the profound-grade spiritual herbs in spiritual energy and sequentially placing them into the cauldron. This moment, a prompt appeared in his mind. You are attempting to refine the Dan Yun level Breaking Sect Pill. Great fortune descends, bestowing upon you a 50% success rate. The Spirit Jade Cauldron senses your urgency and actively assists in merging the herbs, condensing the pills. The time required for pill formation will be halved, and the success rate will increase by 20%. Yi Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief, having previously worried that his status as a mere assistant would negatively impact the process. It seems he can indeed exploit this loophole. This implies that in the future, as long as he participates in pill refinement, even if only as an assistant, the boon of fortune will grant him a 50% success rate. This means he could also assist others in refining sacred-grade elixirs. It is something to consider for the future. Boom! As the spiritual herbs entered the cauldron, a faint medicinal aroma wafted through the entire Qingfeng courtyard. Master Baiyu began utilizing the Dan fire to dissolve each herb, ultimately converging them at the core to commence pill condensation. However, he found this process remarkably effortless, far less challenging than anticipated. Clearly, the cauldron spirit was lending assistance. Otherwise, relying solely on his current realm, sustaining the process to this stage would have consumed most of his energy. Yi Changqing also contributed significantly in the merging of the spiritual herbs. The tension among the onlookers heightened, their spirits elevated to the utmost, ready to respond to any potential explosions. As time gradually elapsed. After a full 8 hours, a faint Dan fragrance began to emanate from within the cauldron. Yi Changqing also sensed a wave of fatigue. The final step of condensing the pills requires his control to prevent the loss of medicinal potency. Master Baiyu's comprehension of alchemy, having matured over this period, still lags behind Yi Changqing. He then took his position, sealing the cauldron with his small hand and beginning to urge it. Buzz! After a moment, a low rumble resonated, as the terrifying medicinal potency transformed into a shockwave, surging outward. It's done. Master Baiyu's eyes lit up as he extinguished the Dan fire and opened the cauldron. A pill, resplendent and translucent like jade, lay peacefully within, a delicate mist of spiritual energy wafting outward. The connection between the two had encountered some issues, resulting in only achieving the quality of Dan mist. Astonishingly, it reached Dan mist quality. This means all medicinal effects were condensed without significant loss, increasing the success rate of breaking through the Earth origin realm by 30%. This junior brother is indeed remarkable. Initially, he thought achieving a successful pill formation and meeting the basic standards would be commendable. Little did he expect they would reach Dan mist. It truly succeeded. Changqing, you are indeed a blessing to our Su family, having collaborated to produce a breaking sect pill of Dan mist quality. This is a manifestation of our ancestors' protection and a sign of fortune. The Su family shall thrive. Su Qingyun's voice trembled as he spoke, fearful of disturbing the moment, yet tears glimmered in his eyes. Over these years, the Su family had witnessed a decline from its zenith to obscurity, only to rise again in mere months. It felt surreal, almost unbelievable. Elder uncle should take this pill and rest for an hour. Senior brother will continue afterward. Yi Changqing's tender and soft voice carried a hint of authority as he distributed the pill. At this moment, a prompt flickered in his mind. Elder uncle Su Qingyun believes that the Su family's fate is not meant to end, firmly convinced that this is a manifestation of ancestral protection, and recognizes that you possess the fortune of heaven and earth to achieve this. Progress of mental visualization. 100. That the fortune conferred by the ancestors of the Su family grants protection to all with Su blood, even beyond Tianlan County, enabling them to achieve results with half the effort. Your great fortune has increased once more, raising the success rate of all endeavors by 5%, reaching 55%. This was an unexpected revelation. Even outside Tianlan County, one could achieve a doubling of cultivation speed. Previously, he believed he needed to remain within the Su family for an extended period. Moving forward, this will not hinder his opportunities for experience. No ordinary sacred body could rival him. He then sat down directly, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, his spiritual energy surging. In just an hour, he restored himself to his prime. Together with senior brother Baiyu, he commenced alchemy once more. Building on their previous experiences, their collaboration became even more adept. The second pill directly reached Dan Yun quality, raising the success rate for breaking through the Earth origin realm to 40%. The third pill also achieved Dan Yun quality. To push the limit further, they would need to rely on their own efforts. Chapter 37. Elder Uncle's Breakthrough. Birth of a Master. Master Baiyu also displayed an expression of excitement. No matter how one looks at it, these 3 Dan Yun quality breaking sect pills are greatly tied to his own efforts, marking a breakthrough for himself. Moreover, the insights gained from this experience were profound. He even felt that if he were to refine the breaking sect pill, the success rate could surpass 80%. There is even a chance to touch upon the quality of Dan mist. He has the opportunity to challenge the bottleneck of becoming an Earth-grade mid-tier alchemist, a barrier that has hindered him for over a century. He never anticipated that merely spending a few months alongside a young boy like Yi Changqing would lead to such insights and breakthroughs. This, too, is a form of fortune. Dwight Eon gazed at the Dan Yun quality-breaking sec pill before him, his expression somewhat dazed, a bitter taste rising in his heart. If only Su Wanner had not left the royal residence. If only Yi Hao and she still shared the bonds of marriage. All of this, which should rightfully belong to the Yi family, now rests with the Su family. Such is fate, alas, over these past 2 months. He often fantasized about what might have been had everything transpired within the Yi family. Perhaps when Yi Chongqing reaches maturity, the Marshal King residence would have burgeoned into a colossal entity, potentially birthing another heavenly Xian expert. Not even the Deqing dynasty, nor the Qingyang sect, could hope to contain the Yi family. Regrettably, there remains no possibility of redemption. Henceforth, I can only ensure the continued amicable relations between my lineage and the Su family. As well as with Yi Chongqing, that I in the future, I aspire to reclaim the title of Marshal King and maintain this auspicious connection. At this moment, he recalled the teachings of the late Marshal King, who spoke of the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, where every action has its consequence. Once, Yi Hao paved the way for the entire Su family. Now, am I not also repaying a debt on behalf of the Marshal King's residence? After a brief respite, Yi Chongqing produced 2 broken sect pills and directed his gaze toward the elders of the Su and Yi families that he entrusted the second pill to his second uncle, assuring him that Master Bai Yu would craft a formation for transcending tribulations, striving for success in a singular attempt. As for the third pill, while speaking, his keen eyes were fixed upon Brother Bai Yu. During this period, Brother, you have contributed immensely, even offering 3 earth-grade Dao fruits that I hope your cultivation can ascend to a higher level, mastering the 3 paths of alchemy, formations, and martial arts. After all, relying solely on the resources of the Su family renders the refinement of broken sect pills utterly unfeasible. In essence, it is still Brother Bai Yu's contributions that matter. Yi Chongqing has always cherished the kindness of his teachings, that if I can assist him in breaking through to the Earth origin realm, it would be a fitting repayment. Moreover, there exists another pressing reason. After Yi Chongqing ascends to the high-tier formation master, he realizes that the ancestral formation is beyond his current capabilities to repair. At best, he can nourish the formation spirit. This ancestral formation is formidable, with an outer layer of 36,000 high-grade formation runes, an inner layer of 1,200 earth-grade runes, and at its core, 108 heaven-grade runes. Following Brother Bai Yu's investigation, it is highly probable that the formation I consists of Dao-grade runes, nearly 90% of which lay in ruin. Even Master Bai Yu was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the Su family's formations. They are far too astonishing for a frontier family to command. This indicates that their ancestors indeed experienced glory, though now they have fallen into decline. Over the past month, the two have managed to restore roughly 3,000 high-grade runes. Yet this remains woefully insufficient. Presently, they can only contend with Earth origin late-stage masters. Furthermore, each engagement depletes the runes, necessitating Brother Yu's breakthrough to the Earth origin realm and the elevation of his formation mastery to the mid-tier for even a fraction of the original power to be restored, sufficient to vanquish martial artists beneath the heavenly origin realm. Of course, to restore it to its former glory requires rare heaven-grade iron and stones to reforge the foundation of the formation eye, a daunting task indeed. That an even more critical factor is that after his breakthrough, Brother Bai Yu would be able to tenuously control the Su family's ancestral formation, allowing for movement beyond mere Tianlan County. As he prepares to lay all his cards on the table in Qingzhou City, Yi Chongqing seeks to ensure safety. He is still young, with only a few months to his name, and wishes to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. It is well known that there are many who recognize him as a congenital holy body. The former king of Jinbei has been intent on weakening the Su family and would surely consider the most foolproof method of seizing his essence. Families and sects in the nearby counties have subtly opposed the Su family, resulting in considerable friction. Over a dozen Su disciples have returned from outings severely injured. The spirit vein competition promises to be tumultuous. Thus, Yi Chongqing is prepared for a grand display. Those who refuse to comply shall be decisively subdued. In this regard, I am grateful to my junior brother. This matter has been privately discussed between the two, and Bai Yu is fully prepared to lend his support. Present, he has placed all his hopes for advancement upon his junior brother, wishing for no mishaps to occur. Coupled with the disruption of their communication array with the sect, it is evident that someone has been lurking in the shadows, necessitating the resolution of this crisis. Earlier, when he intended to head directly to Qingyang's sect, he was ambushed just outside Tianlan County City. Had it not been for his prior arrangements of an escape formation, he would have perished on the spot. Yi Chongqing turned to the Grand Elder, expressing gratitude for his support during this time, which has allowed the Su family to persist in its struggle for survival, that in the future, I can guarantee on behalf of my brother that once the 5 clan elders of the Yi family stabilize their realms, they will assist them in breaking through to the rank of master. The Yi family has contributed significantly during this period. Without these elders and the Grand Elder's presence, at least half of the younger Su disciples would have perished. Were it not for the mere existence of 3 earth-grade Dao fruits, he would have wished for the elders of the Yi family to break through as well, as both families are now in the same boat, united in their cause. However, these items are of extraordinary value and are difficult to procure in Tianlan County. Even if my uncle has notified Wanbao Pavilion, it will require time for them to dispatch the resources, ranging from 3 to 5 months, or even up to a year. Chongqing, your intentions are commendable, Yi Tianyuan remarked, stroking his beard with a benevolent smile, that as long as the Yi family's goodwill is remembered. That is enough. The Martial King's residence and the Su family are destined to exist in a state of life and death opposition. Only one can endure as long as my lineage persists. I can once again take the helm of the Martial King's residence and pass the position on to Yi Chongqing, that of course, whether or not he accepts is another matter entirely to this moment. The elders of the Yi family are rubbing their hands together, their eyes filled with anticipation. They have been trapped at their current realm for decades, even centuries, and with their time running out, a breakthrough would grant them a new lease on life. They even feel that the treatment accorded by the Su family is perhaps superior to that of the Martial King's residence. Such high-grade pills, even the Martial King's residence would require great effort to procure. The broken sect pills available on the market only enhance the success rate by 20%. Naturally, they would not allocate them for use by these elderly fellows, deeming it a waste. Just then, a series of booming sounds erupted from within Su Qinyuan, reverberating like thunder. Countless dark clouds gathered above the Su family courtyard, lightning flickering ominously, resembling a doomsday scenario, as if divine retribution were descending. Everyone retreated, clearing the area to allow the head of the Su family to break through. Chapter 38. Augmented Comprehension. Mastering the Essence of Thunder. Yi Tianyuan and the other disciples of the Su family quickly vacated the Qingfeng courtyard. Their brows were furrowed in confusion, as it is typically illogical for someone to break through to such an extent so swiftly, especially given that this pertains to the Earth origin realm, where achieving mastery signifies becoming a martial arts master, a feat exceedingly rare within the entire Daqing dynasty. Ordinarily, one would require 3 to 5 days to prepare, adjusting their spirit and energy to the utmost. Alongside various recuperative pills and the establishment of a high-grade defensive formation before attempting to break through to Su Qingyuan discerned the bewilderment among the crowd and offered a wry smile. Chongqing's broken sect pill possesses an excessively potent effect. The spiritual energy is too overwhelming to contain that my second brother and senior by you should prepare treasures to withstand the thunder tribulation before consuming the pills. Otherwise, they may end up like me. A sudden breakthrough without sufficient preparation carries a significant risk of failure. Even Su Qingyuan, despite possessing the Rongtian Soul Pill and having expanded his consciousness to 50 meters, surpassing ordinary gathering spirit realm practitioners, anticipates an even more ferocious thunder tribulation. Without the aid of magical treasures, Su Qingyuan lacks confidence in overcoming it. After all, a realm achieved solely through the accumulation of pills is inherently unstable. Yet time is of the essence, and he must press on. The Su family requires a master to preside over their affairs. Thunder rumbled ominously as the dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun, and thick silver-white bolts of lightning descended with ferocity that Su Qingyuan instantly summoned his spiritual energy, forming a barrier and executing the earth-grade martial technique he had practiced months prior. The Earth origin realm must endure 4 rounds of divine punishment. This was merely the first tribulation, yet already his garments lay tattered, his skin marred and bloodied, that a complex expression crossed Yi Chongqing's youthful face. It is highly probable that this endeavor may end in failure. It seems reliance on pills alone is insufficient. one must also solidify their realm. With the second round of divine punishment looming, it is likely that my uncle will be utterly exhausted, that he then abruptly turned to Brother Bayou. Brother, do you currently possess any materials for supplementing spirit pills, recovery pills, or spirit essence blood fusion pills? If there are no preparations, we must resort to improvisation, though we cannot simply watch my uncle perish. Can we? Supplementing spirit pills of mid-tier quality can rapidly replenish spiritual energy within a quarter of an hour for those below the Earth origin realm. Recovery pills, also of mid-tier quality, can nurture the sea of consciousness and restore it in a short span of time. Finally, spirit essence blood fusion pills of superior quality can mend bodily injuries and internal organs within half an hour, drawing upon the vitality contained within spiritual energy. Master Bayou paused momentarily. Indeed, he then retrieved a large assortment of mid-tier materials from his bag, sufficient to concoct approximately 3 pills of each type. However, time may prove insufficient. The refining process for restorative pills typically requires a minimum of half an hour, necessitating the consolidation of spiritual energy and the infusion of the vitality of heaven and earth. Moreover, Yi Changqing has no prior experience in refining and will require time to learn. Even a master alchemist would find it challenging to complete within half an hour. While Yi Changqing is exceptional, he recognizes the improbability of success. The difficulty is immense, and even he cannot achieve it, that I shall handle it. 15 minutes will suffice. Yi Changqing summoned the spirit jade alchemy cauldron, flames erupting from his palm and flowing into the translucent cauldron. With a swift motion, his delicate hand seized a handful of ingredients and cast them into the cauldron. The robust flames instantly melted the spiritual herbs, leaving Master Bayou in a state of astonishment. Is this even possible? How can I, with my mundane talent, judge my junior brother? Master Bayou swiftly reflected. This is indeed the legendary holy grade talent in alchemy. To think that producing pills within 15 minutes would be commonplace. You are attempting to refine a mid-tier supplementing spirit pill within a quarter of an hour, harnessing the celestial energies to maximize the preservation of efficacy, thus increasing the success rate by 55%. With the Spirit Jade Alchemy Cauldron Spirit aiding you, the time required is reduced by more than half. Master Bayou firmly believes in your ability to refine a mid-tier pill within a mere 15 minutes. Recognizing your legendary holy grade talent in alchemy, with a mind brimming with imagination, you have acquired the means to swiftly concoct elixirs that in the future you shall effortlessly forge profound-grade pills, your innate talent allowing you to transform decay into the miraculous. Yi Changqing felt a surge of joy. Though he had previously found it somewhat challenging, numerous insights into rapid alchemy now blossomed in his mind, leading to instant comprehension of many techniques. Controlling the flames, condensing the elixir, the seamless art of alchemy flowed like a river, as he propelled the alchemical fire to its zenith, followed by the refining of spiritual herbs, a rich fragrance wafting forth. Commence, Yi Changqing commanded as he initiated the process. Throughout, his mind relentlessly simulated the procedure, bolstered by the terrifying innate talent of a master alchemist, absorbing experiences that in a mere quarter of an hour. The alchemical fire extinguished, and he unveiled the cauldron that a thin veil of spiritual mist transformed into a delicate cloud, enveloping the replenishing elixir, maintaining the quality of the pill's cloud. Uncle, catch! With a flick of his right hand, the replenishing elixir shot forth like a divine beam, landing steadily in Su Qingyun's grasp. As he faced the tribulation, he swiftly consumed it, the elixir dissolving within him, a warm current surging from his dantian, replenishing the previously expended spiritual energy, leaving him feeling invigorated. While a typical replenishing elixir required a quarter of an hour to restore vitality, this pill of cloud quality sufficed in merely 3 breaths. To have Changqing in the Su family is truly a divine blessing. Su Qingyun felt an overwhelming excitement. With the enhancement of the elixir, he could withstand the tribulation with only minor injuries. The first bolt of lightning from the tribulation gradually dissipated, dark clouds once again coalescing into a thunderous dragon, heralding the descent of the second strike. At this moment, Yi Changqing had also completed the crafting of the spirit-nourishing pill and the blood-infusing spirit essence pill, presenting them to Su Qingyun. His damaged sea of consciousness was restored, and the injured skin began to heal, returning to its original state. The third bolt of lightning descended, Yi Changqing had already completed all the elixirs that Su Qingyan felt entirely rejuvenated, capable of facing 10 more tribulations. This sensation was exhilarating, that he recalled the exorbitant costs he had incurred in the past to acquire 2 low-grade profound pills to transcend the gathering spirit realm. A painful memory. Yet now, with the quality of the pills he crafted, he could produce them at will, and on-site no less, without concern for sustaining injuries to his physical body or spirit, allowing him to fully embrace the tribulations. Unprecedented. Master Bayu's lips twitched slightly. This was simply beyond comprehension, that in just 1 hour, he had crafted a total of 10 profound-grade pills, all of them unprecedented in his experience. Was this even human? How could these pills seem as easily attainable as candy? Crafted by his junior with such casualness, beads of sweat adorned Yi Changqing's small face. It was still somewhat laborious, even at the late stage of gathering spirit, as the energy consumption required for such intensive rapid alchemy nearly doubled. However, with the means to swiftly concoct elixirs now at his disposal, he could create pills at any moment. Even amidst battle, Tio put it bluntly, even if faced with disciples from sacred grounds, how could one compare to the convenience of self-crafted elixirs? Even when encountering monstrous prodigies, he could engage in prolonged battles, consuming pills without restraint. Who would fear whom? As the Earth's thunderous punishment approached its conclusion, the onslaught weakened, that Yi Changqing felt a subtle realization dawning upon him. He opened his palm and gathered some of the surrounding lightning into it. Due to the innate connection of the myriad paths of the sacred body, he felt an inexplicably intimate sensation. The thunderous punishment, embodying the force of destruction, could silence all living things. He experienced a profound insight, his young body seated upon the ground, as if spiritual energy surged forth from within, coalescing into delicate silver lightning that entwined around him. Observing this, Yi Tinyuan and the others stood agape. Wasn't the comprehension of the Tao the domain of masters? Yet here was a child, merely observing the tribulation, capable of profound insight. Such comprehension was terrifying. Far surpassing the so-called prodigies that in the past, he had invested months to grasp the power of heaven and earth, condensing a trace of the Tao. Yet this child was merely half a year old. They felt their worldviews subtly crumbling. As the thunderstorm concluded, dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the land. Su Qingyan's skin resembled pure white jade, his entire being radiating vitality, entirely unlike a warrior who had just undergone tribulation. He had never fought such a rich battle. The last gathering spirit tribulation had left him in recovery for nearly half a month. But now, his Dantian was brimming with spiritual energy, his physical body intact, and his spirit undamaged. What warriors feared most during tribulation was the harm to their spirits, as the destructive Tao contained within could linger for months, even up to a year. The mere act of recovery required vast amounts of heavenly treasures. This was why ordinary warriors found it difficult to break through their bottlenecks. Even when they advanced to gathering spirit, without ample resources to support their talent, further progression was impossible. The world's spiritual vein resources were monopolized by powerful factions. During this time, merely elevating the younger generation had nearly drained the Su family for the earth-grade breaking sect pill. The spiritual herbs needed alone cost between 200,000 to 300,000 spiritual stones. Were it not for Master Bayu's collection, the Su family would be unable to procure such resources that a mundane spiritual vein typically produced around 1,000 spiritual stones a month, without damaging its foundational essence. Low-grade spiritual veins yielded between 10,000 to 30,000 stones monthly, while mid-grade veins produced between 100,000 to 200,000 stones. Categorized by size, in the entirety of Qingzhou, there was only 1 mid-grade vein and 3 low-grade veins. All under the control of the Su family. As time passed, their resources only increased, and the young talents they nurtured grew stronger. Selecting a standout or two could reach mid-gathering spirit, easily overpowering many families and sections. This time, 3 disciples from the Su family had broken through to the initial stage of gathering spirit, and with the aid of elixirs, they had a chance to reach mid-gathering spirit in a short time, potentially controlling the spiritual veins of Qingzhou. Yet, what the Su family lacked now was spiritual stones. Without the ability to purchase medicinal materials in bulk, they could not enhance the strength of their lower-tier disciples. Most importantly, amidst all this, they could not afford to neglect the spiritual stones required for Yi Changqing's cultivation. This was the true hope of the Su family, that in the future, they would need to amass more spiritual stones to aid his cultivation, helping him break through to Earth origin and attain the celestial profound realm. Only then would they be qualified to stand firm within the Qing dynasty, even against the pressures from the Northern King and the Martial King's two great houses. Rising against the tide, Su Qingyun, brimming with energy and joy, wished to share the news of his breakthrough with his kin. He stepped lightly, only to find his younger brother, Yi Tianyuan, and the elder masters, their expressions grave, standing nearby. An invisible defensive formation had formed around a small boy seated cross-legged in the center. They were all guarding Yi Changqing, who was grasping the essence of the Thunder Dao. Su Qingyun paused momentarily. This Thunder Dao essence, is this not something that can only be grasped after breaking through to mastery? Only by reaching the Earth origin realm could one harness the power of heaven and earth, gradually comprehending and condensing one's own Dao essence. Yet his nephew had just reached gathering spirit, hadn't he? He had read in ancient texts about many prodigies who, even before breaking through, had already grasped the essence of the Dao, challenging Earth origin masters that he had thought such accounts to be mere fabrications. But now, a genuine case unfolded before him. At this moment, Yi Changqing found himself in a wondrous state, as if swimming within an ocean of thunder. Simultaneously, his spirit seemed to undergo refinement, and his sea of consciousness expanded by a fifth. Now, Yi Changqing's sea of consciousness could extend around 50 meters, while the normal extreme of gathering spirit was about 70 meters. And this was without consuming the soul-melding pill. With this newfound insight, he had already reached around 60 meters. Threads of lightning, resembling silver serpents, danced around him. After half an hour, he finally opened his eyes. The lightning dissipated, and the faint pressure that had enveloped the elder members of the Yi family lifted. The crowd, previously tense with anxiety over the potential failure of comprehension, finally exhaled in relief. Yi Changqing slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his miniature robe, his bright eyes blinking with curiosity. Did Uncle succeed in his breakthrough? Su Qingyun forced a bitter smile. He has succeeded. Yet it feels as though he is not. He realized it would take him at least a year and a half to condense his own Dao essence, while his nephew would likely advance rapidly upon entering the Earth origin realm, possibly surpassing him in the process. The joy of breakthrough dulled somewhat. What was there to be proud of when he could not even compare to a child of merely half a year? Yi Tianyuan silently stepped forward, beginning to repair the clear wind courtyard that had been affected by the tribulation. The elder members of the Yi family, seeing this, also rushed to help, seeking to improve their standing. Yi Changqing, somewhat bewildered, looked towards the one-armed Su Qingfeng. Second uncle is preparing the medicinal materials for the pills that I will begin refining them, striving to break through to the Earth origin realm as soon as possible. By the way, uncle, the previous materials were provided by senior brother Baiyu. We will need to replenish them later. Su Qingyun nodded. Agreed. But these materials might need to be postponed until after the spiritual vein competition concludes. We can acquire an additional Earth-grade spiritual herb as interest then. The Su family was currently in a precarious situation. Refining another batch of high-grade recovery pills would likely deplete their resources entirely. Although there were sales from the failed elixirs Yi Changqing had produced, they were but a drop in the bucket, given the extremely low failure rate. Most of the spiritual stone foundation had been utilized for enhancement. Coupled with Yi Changqing's nearly 500 spiritual stones absorption rate daily, which accounted for his rapid progress. This could not be interrupted, and no worries that I still have some reserves. I will retrieve them from the estate shortly. Master Baiyu revealed a faint smile, hinting at a certain anticipation. Each failure to transcend the tribulation only augured a more formidable lightning strike for the next attempt. Yet, with the recovery elixirs akin to those of his junior brother Dan Yun, what was a mere lightning tribulation to fear? While everyone busied themselves with their respective duties, a flustered disciple from the Su family rushed in from the outer courtyard, exclaiming, "Patriarch, we have a crisis." The disciples who ventured to Qingzhou City to procure spiritual herbs and secure lodgings for the grand competition were extorted by the eldest son of the Su family, who raised prices tenfold. In their defiance, 3 of them were severely injured, including Sister Su Qing, and they may not be able to participate in the spiritual pulse competition. Furthermore, the Su family has issued a statement forbidding anyone within Qingzhou from selling spiritual herbs to our Su family at fair prices, at least a tenfold increase. or they shall be deemed enemies of the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun's expression darkened, for Su Qing was a core disciple on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the gathering spirit realm. The crux of the matter was that without spiritual herbs, the path of pill enhancement would be irrevocably severed. The Su family, a dominant force in Qingzhou for centuries, had the backing of the northern town King's mansion. This implied that outside forces were at play. Chapter 40. Journey to Qingzhou, where the soul hijacking progress reached 85%. The Su family, the foremost lineage in Qingzhou, was guarded by 3 Grand Masters of the Earth Origin Realm. Their power overwhelming. Patriarch Su Yu, a Marquis of Linshan, was one of the direct disciples of the original Northern Town King, renowned for his military exploits and exceptional martial prowess. Additionally, he had 2 colossal royal mansions backing him. Confronting the current Su family was undeniably akin to striking a stone with an EGG. In recent months, the Martial King's divorce had become a tale spread across the rivers and lakes, tarnishing Su Wanner's name. The Su family attempted to voice their grievances, yet they could scarcely make their presence felt beyond Qingzhou. They could only endure in silence, striving to grow stronger, though the royal mansion appeared weakened. With its direct lineage in decline, the masters stationed at the border and the elders who secluded themselves within the mansion were still at their disposal. Yihao could summon them at any moment. Their lack of action thus far was due to the royal family's tacit disapproval, which posed as an impediment. The Northern Town King's mansion also harbored a formidable Tianxian expert, alongside numerous masters and vassal families. Only Yi Changqing understood that the previous inaction stemmed from the old Northern Town King's desire to seize his body, thus refraining from taking any drastic measures. Otherwise, the Su family would have been obliterated in an instant. This was precisely why Yi Changqing had exerted every effort to assist the Su family in their ascension, preparing for this very moment. Uncle, there's no need for overthinking. We must confront them head-on. For the Su family to rise, they must surpass the Su family, trampling them beneath their feet, and seize the mid-grade and low-grade spiritual veins in their possession. This battle was inevitable. Yi Changqing's youthful and gentle voice carried an undercurrent of authority. He desperately needed spiritual stones. Although his cultivation faced no significant bottlenecks, the demand for spiritual stones was immense. His rapid advancements in recent times were attributed to the consumption of tens of thousands of spiritual stones, a burden for the current Su family. It is time to emerge. Our Su family has been dormant for years. In the past, when my grandfather was in charge, the Su family would not have dared to be so rampant, blocking our channels for procuring spiritual herbs and suppressing U.S. Yu Qingyun nodded gravely, his deep-set eyes flickering with a glimmer of cold light. Who would willingly endure a lifetime of humiliation? Once his second brother and Baiyu broke through, the Su family would have 4 Grand Masters of the Earth Origin Realm at their disposal. What was there to fear from the Su family, moreover? Who among them was not a noble? What was there to dread? Furthermore, in the spiritual pulse competition, the outcome remained uncertain, as Yuana had successfully broken through to the late gathering spirit realm. Coupled with the 3 gathering spirit disciples, they would be more than sufficient to suppress all families and sects within Qingzhou. After months of upheaval, the entire Su family had undergone a profound transformation, ready to astonish the world. All Su family disciples devoted themselves to breakthroughs, setting off for Qingzhou in 3 days, that if the Su family dares to defy us, we shall subdue them. Su Qingyun's calm voice resonated throughout the Su family courtyard. The many disciples of the Su family felt a surge of resolve, as they too had been holding back their fury for months, concealing their strength for the competition. Everyone was determined to stabilize their realms and strive for higher cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing and senior brother Baiyu diligently refined formation patterns to complete the ancestral formation. The next day, Yi Changqing prepared a plethora of restorative elixirs, while his second uncle, Su Qingfeng, successfully crossed the tribulation, breaking through to the Earth Origin Realm, becoming the second master of the Su family. During his tribulation, Yi Changqing observed the lightning, deepening his understanding of the principles of the Tao and subtly condensing a second thread of Tao intent. On the 3rd day, Yi Changqing collaborated with his senior brother to coalesce high-grade, Earth-level formation patterns, bolstered by great fortune, achieving a success rate exceeding 60%. The ancestral formation had now reached perfection at the Earth level. It could vanquish all martial artists beneath the Tianxian realm and even attempt to control the size of the ancestral formation, allowing it to extend beyond the Su family. Even if they encountered formidable foes in Qingzhou City, they would remain undaunted that on the fourth day, as dawn broke, a soft crimson sun rose slowly in the east. Dozens of young men and women from the Su family stood solemnly in white martial robes. Several carriages drawn by demonic beasts swayed with a menacing aura as Su Wanner, clad in form-fitting attire and carrying a pale blue longsword, exuded an extraordinary presence. She held the hand of a child who appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, Yi Changqing, leading him out of the courtyard. Initially, she had not intended to bring Changqing along, fearing the danger that awaited them in Qingzhou. She wished to shield her child from peril. However, Master Bai Yu insisted that only he could command the ancestral formation, and for the Su family to ensure their safety, they had to bring him along. Her beautiful eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and affection as she gently ruffled Yi Changqing's small head. Speaking softly, "Once we enter Qingzhou, you must heed the elders' arrangements. Do not wander off, and do not reveal your cultivation." "Okay," Yi Changqing replied, his bright, sparkling eyes nodding in agreement, his gentle voice rising. However, he did not intend to let matters rest. It was not merely about retaliating against the Su family that, if possible, he sought to obliterate them entirely. After all, why would he allow his senior brother to lead the ancestral formation if not to eradicate the threat? One must eliminate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it would merely resurge like the spring breeze that he also remembered his cousin Su Qing, whose gentle nature typically led her to avoid conflicts with others. She had cared for him for half a month when he was just born. Yet now, she had been grievously injured by the Su family members. Could he simply endure this? Yi Changqing adhered to a singular principle, regardless of the severity of a mistake. Family matters should be resolved internally. And what was the Su family in comparison? "Everyone is gathered. Let us depart," that Su Qingyan observed the assembled Su family disciples and spoke. Just then, a group of over 10 individuals rushed in from the street. Among them a young man clad in fine garments, who urgently proclaimed, "Patriarch Su, please wait for us. The Yu family is willing to accompany you all to Qingzhou City for mutual support." The Yi Changqing was taken aback. Recognizing the young man as Yu Qi, a junior master of the Yu family, that he had handled matters adeptly, leading the Yu family to become a vassal of the Su family at the earliest opportunity. Certainly a perceptive individual. However, since the Su family had made their stance known, many of the noble families in Qingzhou were reluctant to associate with the Su family. Yet, they dared to join forces. This was both a declaration and a gamble. Even Su Qingyun was somewhat astonished. "Are you certain?" Yu Qi stood firmly, cupping his hands in a salute. "The Yu family is a vassal of the Su family. It is our duty to journey to Qingzhou together." This was a perilous gamble, but should it succeed, it would lead to untold wealth. Many elders within the Yu family opposed this decision, arguing that the Su family's foundations were too deep. With the royal mansion backing them, the two parties were simply not on the same level. Even if the Su family became a marquee house with the support of Yi Tianyuan and Bai Yu, it would ultimately be insufficient. The Zhangtian formation concealed the breakthroughs of the past 2 days, preserving their trump cards. Thus the outside world remained oblivious to the current advancements of the Su family. Yu Qi was resolute, firmly believing that the Su family was far more complex than it appeared. Otherwise, the two royal mansions would have long employed various means to reclaim Yi Changqing that he was an avid chess player. And this time, he had staked his life on the board. Soon, the two families set forth towards Qingzhou in grand procession. At this moment, Yi Changqing, seated within the carriage, felt a sudden tension as a warning emerged in his mind. The old northern town king had devised numerous soul hijacking methods to ensure his success. Planning to eliminate the Su family following the spiritual pulse competition, seizing the opportunity to take over Yi Changqing's body, and subsequently be brought back to the royal mansion for clandestine development. Enraged, he realized that the Su family had brought him along to Qingzhou, hastening their journey, potentially leading to the Su family's demise. That soul hijacking progress. 85 But that old man was about to make a move. Yi Changqing had made substantial preparations as well. The Su family's ancestral formation was exceedingly intricate. Even in a weakened state after his soul had left his body, the old northern town king could still be slain. Coupled with the backing of great fortune, they would be more than capable of confronting him. Chapter 41. Does the Su family have a Tianxian master in their midst? Qingzhou City was bustling with activity. Throngs of people coming and going, the sounds of vendors echoing through the air. Within the inner city, a grand mansion covering 10 acres stood proudly, its plaque reading Linshan Marquis Mansion, in the training grounds. Numerous disciples of the Su family stood in clusters, whispering among themselves that it was said that the eldest son was particularly incensed this time because that young girl from the Su family had not knelt in submission, daring to retaliate and revealing her gathering spirit cultivation, resulting in injuries to the eldest son. It is estimated that this is a prodigy painstakingly nurtured by the Su family, eager to showcase their talents in the Grand Spirit Vein competition. Yet they have unwittingly drawn the ire of the eldest son, which is truly unfortunate. The Su family is making a grand spectacle, with dozens of disciples participating in the competition, a mere act of throwing eggs against stone. A couple of early-stage gathering spirits practitioners cannot stir much turbulence. Despite the numerous discussions surrounding this, the younger generation of the Su family remains unfazed. After all, the Su family has dominated Qingzhou for centuries, a stature that cannot be shaken by a mere ant family from a border region. Even with recent noble titles, they lack substantial foundation. Such rumors are not confined to the Linshan Marquis. The entirety of Qingzhou City is abuzz with them. On one side stands the newly ennobled Su family, having offended the foremost family of Qingzhou, now suffering suppression. On the other, the hegemonic Su family, with its profound legacy, observes with amusement as onlookers revel in the unfolding drama. This moment. Within the rear courtyard of the Su family, several martial artists clad in black robes slowly make their entrance. Su Xiao, the stooped patriarch of the Su family, rises from his bamboo chair and bows respectfully. Greetings to the esteemed friends of the Seven Stars Pavilion. The leading black-robed martial artist unveils his mask, revealing a visage adorned with flowing white hair, his age evident and no need for excessive formalities. This time, we are here not merely to assist your Su family. His indifferent demeanor is laced with a subtle chill. The Seven Stars Pavilion has not suffered such a significant loss in a long time, having seen 3 Earth Origin Masters fall, one of whom was his own son. Yet, he refrains from direct confrontation. For the heavenly profound experts are not to be trifled with. The 7 great powers of the Kanglan main domain, to prevent cataclysmic warfare, officially prohibit heavenly profound experts from intervening, lest the balance be disrupted. Of course, private matters are a different story. You are the lord of the Yuhing Pavilion. Su Xiao's frail body trembles as he quickly bows his head in greater reverence, taken aback that such a figure from the Seven Stars Pavilion has come. Although the two factions have their share of conflicts, the mere presence of a heavenly profound expert invokes trepidation. Should they truly enrage him and act recklessly, the entire Su family could face annihilation. The Seven Stars Pavilion boasts 7 lords. The first 2 have vanished for over 1,000 years, likely perished. However, the remaining 5 are also heavenly profound powers, formidable not just in the Kanglan main domain, but even in broader realms. They are afforded considerable respect wherever they go. Even if they were to enter a prestigious cultivation sanctuary like the Qingyang sect, they would be eligible for the position of elder, having risen from humble beginnings to now govern vast territories with freedom. Yet, their limited talents hinder their ascension to greater heights, leading to an unwillingness to bow to others. That I wish to ascertain if the Su family harbors any concealed, heavenly profound experts. 3 Earth Origin Masters, with one having reached the mid-stage, cannot be quietly retained by even 7 or 8 noble lords of the Daqing dynasty. Apart from the intervention of a heavenly profound expert, I cannot fathom any other means. The Lord of Yuhing Pavilion, though calm, speaks with a tone that conveys immense pressure that a direct confrontation would ensure the safety of his own son. For he has provided numerous life-saving measures. His hesitance to act stems from a suspicion that the Su family may possess hidden heavenly profound powers, and a hasty move could lead to significant injuries or even demise. Combat at this level is a matter of life and death upon first encounter. After all, through his investigations, he learned that 2,000 years ago, the Su family was indeed remarkable, having once harbored a heavenly profound expert before the establishment of the Daqing dynasty, though they have since perished. Thus, he seeks to visit the Su family in Qingzhou, to probe further, bringing along the most outstanding core disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion. Should no heavenly profound expert be present, he plans to enlist the Su family and the Northern King's residents to eradicate the Su family. To assuage his grievances, that Su Xiao feels the weight of his frail body bear down, as though a mountain rests upon him. Please, esteemed elder, do not take offense. I cannot provide an answer to this matter. Currently, Tianlan County is under the Su family's dominion, and we have no means of investigation. Furthermore, our invitation to the esteemed members of the Seven Stars Pavilion is precisely to resolve the matter concerning the Su family. Beads of sweat trickle down the deeply wrinkled face of Su Xiao, but he is unaware of the current strength of the Su family. Otherwise, he would not have sought the aid of the Northern King and the Martial King. The Su family has risen too swiftly, with two overt masters now threatening the Su family status. Well then, let us put it to the test. Among my 3 disciples from the Seven Stars Pavilion, 2 are at the late stage of gathering spirits, and 1 has reached the peak that I end the Grand Spirit Vein competition. I demand the demise of all the young generation of the Su family. Additionally, the quotas you promised for the Tomb of the Virtuous must be increased by 2. This endeavor serves 2 purposes: to eliminate the Su family and to gain access to the Tomb of the Virtuous. To explore if there are higher-level techniques and cultivation resources within, enabling my own advancement. That my personal presence signifies my attitude and aims to elevate our bargaining power. That Su Xiao responds bitterly. Rest assured. Esteemed elder, I will confer with the Martial King and others. Moreover, I kindly request that the 3 young friends disguise themselves as disciples of the Su family. Additionally, I have arranged for the esteemed elder a secluded courtyard equipped with a profound-level gathering spirit array for rest. Should you require any resources, please do not hesitate to ask, and the Su family will do our utmost. The Lord of Yuhing Pavilion nods slightly, a sign of his satisfaction, but he then follows Su Xiao and the 3 disciples deeper into the Su family estate. Meanwhile, the banner of the loyal martial marquee flutters outside Qingzhou City, as numerous martial artists and disciples from various families reveal expressions of curiosity. The Su family truly dares to come. It seems they are indeed prepared to confront the Su family head-on. The clash between a newly minted marquee and an established one is rather intriguing to this moment. Along the straight road where the beast-drawn carriage moves steadily, Yi Changqing and his mother are practicing within their carriage when a notification appears in their minds. Due to the previous actions of the Su family, which led to the consecutive slaying of 3 Earth Origin Masters without a single escapee, the Lord of Yuhing Pavilion now harbors doubts regarding the presence of a heavenly profound expert within the Su family. Progress towards understanding. 30. Should this progress reach 100, the heavenly profound expert interred within the ancestral grounds of the Su family will resurrect, extending their lifespan by 100 years. Chapter 42. Entering Qingzhou. Declaring war on the Su family. Yi Changqing is taken aback, confirming the information repeatedly. The Lord of Yuhing Pavilion appears to be one of the 7 leaders of the Seven Stars Pavilion. He actually suspects that the Su family is protected by a heavenly profound expert. Presently, the Su family's ability to retain a master is solely reliant on precious elixirs, which have depleted their entire foundation. The key is that the ancestral grounds of the Su family indeed conceal a heavenly profound ancestor. This news is monumental for Yi Changqing. Should resurrection be possible, he would no longer need to conceal his identity, openly displaying his prowess in the near future. Moreover, this would provide him with an additional trump card against the old Northern King that I must find an opportunity within Tianlan County to quietly eliminate some of the masters from the Seven Stars Pavilion. Ideally, without a trace, he recalls that he had nearly perished at the hands of the disciples from the Seven Stars Pavilion before his birth, alongside his mother. Previously, several masters had appeared, seeking to control the Su family and eyeing the position of the Martial King. Had it not been for the return of Master Baiyu, matters would have been quite troublesome. Furthermore, if one can revive a heavenly profound expert, one of the revered sages of his ancestry, Yi Changqing ponders deeply. If he could awaken the sage ancestor, would he not be able to stride through the Kanglan realm with ease? Of course, this remains a preliminary thought. Ensuring his own safety and gradually growing stronger is the true path. As the carriage enters Qingzhou, the voice of Su Qingyuan resonates from outside. Sister, it seems we can only temporarily reside at the residence of the Yu family today. The Su family has swallowed all our assets in Qingzhou. Su Qingyun's tone carries a hint of bitterness, Despite their grand entrance into Qingzhou, they cannot even secure a place to stay that he sighs internally. Had it not been for his nephew Yi Changqing, the Su family would have struggled to participate in this grand spirit vein competition. Fortunately, the Yu family is yet to be affected. Thank you for your concern, elder brother, Su Wanner replies lightly. She lifts the carriage curtain, gazing into the crowd, lost in thought. Had she not chosen Yi Hao back then, the current Su family would not be in such a dire struggle, teetering on the brink of survival. Beneath her martial robe, her fists clenched tightly. This time, she is determined to bring glory to the Su family. During this period, her cultivation speed has been remarkably swift, and she secretly checked her talents, discovering that she has indeed ascended to the first tier. Of course, this is also related to her child. She cannot rely solely on Changqing, that Su Wanner wishes to provide her child with a secure environment for growth, that as she contemplates. A stern voice pierces through the street outside the carriage. Upon investigation by the Qingzhou government, the Yu family is suspected of collusion with the Seven Stars Pavilion, likely harboring their disciples within. All properties within Qingzhou are hereby sealed. No one is permitted to enter. Furthermore, all disciples of the Yu family must accompany the officials to prison for investigation. That a squad of martial artists stands before a courtyard, their robust presence emanating a powerful aura, sealing the entrance and drawing weapons toward the carriages of both families. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, exudes a faint aura of bloodshed. A peak gathering spirits general, the Yu Qi stands at the forefront of the convoy, his expression darkened. How dare they impose such baseless accusations? Behind him, two elders appear somewhat apprehensive, whispering, I told you, the Su family has just begun to rise. They are no match for a family with such deep roots. Young master, you have chosen poorly this time. In the Yu family, the most formidable among them is merely at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. That Tio put it bluntly, in a small place like Tianlan County, they might still offer some support. But within the vast expanse of Qingzhou Prefecture, they amount to nothing at all. Should the Su family choose to act, it would take no more than 3 days for the entire clan to be annihilated. At this moment, they are filled with trepidation, fearing entanglement in this impending calamity. Yet, at such a critical juncture, how can one afford to cower? Yu Qi glared at the two elders, his life a mere game of chess. Having long since cast aside concerns for his own mortality, he then took a deep breath and approached Su Qingyun, saying, Head of the Su family, it appears that the Yu family will be unable to assist in the forthcoming spiritual vein competition. From now on, the outcome will rest solely in the hands of the Su family's disciples. That if the Su family strikes first, I and the Yu family's disciples will find ourselves in prison. However, there are still several disciples of the Su family, including Su Qing, who are injured and cannot be imprisoned. It is imperative that you find a way to rescue them. Earlier, the Su family had sealed off the Su family's assets, leaving Su Qing and her companions severely wounded, with variations refusing them lodging, leaving them without a place to rest. Even Yu Qi had ordered the clan to provide care, bringing them to the Yu family's residence. Su Qingyun's heart simmered with anger as he spoke in a low voice. Nephew, there is no need for such concern. No one can harm you today. Lord Zhongwu, your words carry great weight. The silver-armored general retorted. When nobles violate the law within Qingzhou, they share the same fate as commoners. By order of the prefect, anyone who dares to obstruct will be deemed a rebel and executed. As he stepped forward, a powerful aura surged forth. At that moment, a soft, youthful voice emerged from a carriage, belonging to a child no older than 3 or 4, her expression unchanged. What this uncle says is quite reasonable. The eldest son of the Su family assaulted the disciples of the Su family in broad daylight, inflicting grave injuries. Has he been imprisoned? The silver-armored general sneered lightly. The prefect has not issued a decree. This matter does not fall under our jurisdiction. Yi Changqing nodded his small head. Understood. The Su family's lackey, he remarked. Senior brother, let us execute him. Bai Yu, witnessing the unfolding events, displayed a kind smile. Very well. As the words left his lips, the sky seemed to darken, and numerous intricate runes manifested, coalescing into a phantom beast, the white-eyed tiger, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The silver-armored general's expression morphed into one of shock as he drew his blade. Attempting to act, yet found himself unable to move at a ground-level formation. Fear gripped him as he turned to Su Qingyun and urgently declared, Lord Zhongwu, to slay a Qingzhou official in public. Are you seeking to rebel against the great Qing dynasty? Disbelieving, he could not fathom that they would dare to act against him, a government official and a protector of the Su family. Su Qingyun, momentarily taken aback, was about to speak when Yi Chongqing's youthful voice interrupted. In disorderly conduct, injuring the offspring of the Hou family, you, as an official, must take responsibility. The Su family has wreaked havoc in Qingzhou for centuries, bullying the weak and committing numerous heinous acts, yet you turn a blind eye, merely occupying your position while colluding with them. Such officials are a disgrace to the great Qing dynasty. Execute. The silver-armored general's countenance grew frantic as the white-eyed tiger lunged downward, consuming him whole. Hundreds of runes blazed with silver light, swiftly refining him, leaving nothing but a pool of blood. The soldiers, witnessing this, were thrown into chaos, fleeing in a panic, afraid to linger even for a moment. They were bewildered. Was there truly someone brave enough to challenge the Su family in Qingzhou? Was this a death wish? Seeing his nephew's bold actions, Su Qingyan understood and bellowed, the eldest son of the Su family has harmed others in public. He is to be handed over to the Linshan Hou family by today. If not, I shall bring the Su family to demand justice. His forceful declaration caused many onlookers from prominent families to tremble in their hearts. How dared the Su family declare war on the Su family? Were they mad? Perhaps you should hand him over first. Is the Su family courting death? Do you truly believe that a newly appointed Hou can contend with the Su family? If the Su family were to surrender him, they would be allowing their own gates to be trampled upon. Was the Su family delusional? They had anticipated a clash after the spiritual vein competition. Yet here they were, stirring up a storm upon entering Qingzhou. Have you considered that the Su family, merely 2 months prior, had slain the 3 great masters of the Seven Stars Pavilion? If they lacked the confidence, would they act so audaciously? Many warriors were taken aback. After all, none were fools. The rapid rise of the Su family must have its reasons. Moreover, a ground-level formation master was accompanying them. And who could say what hidden capabilities they possessed? Meanwhile, the members of the Su and Yu families had already entered the courtyard. That Su Qingyan walked alongside Yi Chongqing and quietly inquired, what if they do not surrender him within a day? He felt a sense of unease. Their plan had merely been to win the competition and seize control of Qingzhou's spiritual vein. This declaration of war might provoke an early conflict. If the Northern King's residents and the Martial King's residents intervened, the situation would become perilous. Furthermore, the Su family did not have many direct descendants to spare. Nevertheless, Yi Chongqing, now the backbone of the situation, was someone he needed to consult first. That a calm smile graced Yi Chongqing's small face as he replied, if the Su family does not surrender him, we shall proceed as you propose. Uncle, there is no need to worry about conflict. Senior brother will handle it. This time, we have brought the ancestral formation. For every master the Su family sends forth, we shall eliminate them accordingly. Indeed, when the spiritual veins are exchanged, conflicts are inevitable, and they must be resolved sooner or later. Moreover, the Yu family had indeed provided them with a place to rest. Should they be imprisoned, it was likely they would meet a grim fate by nightfall. Su Qingyun pondered for a moment, realizing that the Yu family was currently a vassal, serving them. If they could not protect them, it would only invite ridicule. Yu Qi, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. Astonished by the attitudes of the two, especially as Su Qingyun, the family head, was now consulting Yi Chongqing on all matters that he had previously surmised that the martial king sought to reclaim his offspring, but had been expelled. For someone as indifferent as Yi how to sway him, it must have been for a compelling reason. This implied that Su Wanner's child was extraordinary. However, judging by the age, he was merely half a year old. There was an implicit sense of control over the Su family's fate. Perhaps the changes within the Su family were indeed linked to him. They could not afford to underestimate this and remained quietly by the side. At that moment, Yi Chongqing suddenly spoke, Senior brother, procure 2 spirit law pills and 1 breaking god pill for the young master of the Yu family. That it was evident that the Yu family had assisted Su Qing and her companions in recent days. Even willingly entering prison, to offer no recompense would be ungracious. Yu Qi, upon hearing this, initially intended to decline, as he had already prepared a breaking god pill, hoping to naturally break through without relying on external substances. After all, pills often carried side effects, and to advance further in the future, residual impurities from these pills would hinder his foundation. Yet, this was a gracious gift from the head of the Su family. He bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Changqing." Master Baiyu waved his sleeves, and 3 streams of light gracefully landed in Yu Qi's hands that Yu Qi and the elders of the Yu family were momentarily stunned. The potent effects of these pills far surpassed mere spirit mist. Could it be that these were the Dan Yun level pills crafted by Master Baiyu? Such treasures were nearly priceless and rarely found in the market. A tremor coursed through Yu Qi as he hurriedly accepted them that moment. In the courtyard, the autumn wind howled, and fallen leaves carpeted the ground that a delicate young girl, clad in a white martial robe, limped forward, her aura faint. "Head of the family, I apologize. I have failed in my duties that I should not have acted on impulse and confronted the eldest son of the Su family. Though I was injured, I will give my all in the upcoming spiritual vein competition." Su Qing bit her lip, her body quivering, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. She had received resources from the clan to break through to the gathering spirit realm, making her a key disciple for this competition. Yet now, she was severely injured and had not even gathered the necessary spiritual herbs required by the clan. Feeling immense guilt, she thought it better to have allocated the resources to other clan members. "It's all right, Su Qing. Hurry and recover. You cannot enter the competition injured tomorrow," Yi Changqing said, his face brightening with a smile as he flicked his fingers. 3 beams of divine light landed in the hands of Su Qing and her 2 companions. Yu Qi's eyes widened. He had seen Spirit Yuan fusion pills before, yet the vitality contained within this one was far less than even half of what Su Qing held. The effects of this pill could even restore a ground-level master. Was the Su family truly so affluent now? How could such high-grade pills be tossed around, as if they were mere candies? Was this not a bit too extravagant? Though he knew that Master Baiyu had become a protector of the Su family and had long been acquiring medicinal materials for alchemy, the Dan Yun-level pills flowing out of Tianlan County were likely all produced by him. After all, they had previously been unable to solicit this alchemist's assistance. Now, producing so many, all of such high caliber, it was as though he were working day and night, like a beast of burden in the furnace. At that moment, Yu Qi was certain he had made the right gamble. Unless something unforeseen happened, the Su family was doomed. Such Dan Yun-level pills would be exceedingly difficult for the Su family to casually produce. He promptly returned to his own courtyard, attempting to consume and refine the pills to reach the gathering spirit realm. Only by doing so could he showcase his worth in the competition tomorrow. To put it bluntly, the current Yu family, aside from the loyalty they had previously displayed, was utterly lacking in other respects. They were not short on strong individuals or resources. Thus, the Yu family needed to demonstrate their own utility. Otherwise, why would anyone continue to carry them along? As numerous elders of the Zhu family witnessed the scene, memories of their previous counsel to the young patriarch flooded back, causing cold sweat to trickle down their brows. The members of the Su family were scattered across their courtyards to at this moment. Yi Changqing, standing beside Su Qingyun, calmly uttered, "Uncle, it is time to take action." "Very well." Yi Tunyuan, standing nearby, also adjusted his spirit to its utmost peak. If the Su family remained passive any longer, his own role would be rendered almost obsolete. After all, during this period, the Su family's ascent had been remarkably rapid, now boasting 3 grandmasters in residence. It would not be long before a 4th or even a 10th emerged in the Su family's courtyard. Su Xiao informed the master of Yuhing Pavilion about the recent events that transpired within Qingzhou City. It was evident that he harbored a simmering fury to demand his bloodline offspring. The audacity of the Su family was beyond measure. Should a battle ensue later, he implored the elder to provide support. Yet, the master of Yuhing Pavilion, at that moment, was equally astonished. Where did the Su family find such audacity? Could it be that a formidable Tianqian expert truly resided among them? Otherwise, how could they dare act so recklessly? At that moment, he increasingly believed in his suspicions and then spoke gravely. "We cannot act yet. First, you must surrender your eldest son." Chapter 44. The Su family bows down, shockwaves in Qingzhou, that Su Xiao was bewildered. To hand over his descendants, especially the current heir. Surely, the master of Yuhing Pavilion must be jesting. After all, you are a powerful figure of the Tianqian realm. Could you truly fear a mere Su family? He had come to report, hoping for the elder to provide support, planning to eradicate the Su family today, thus fulfilling the orders from the Northern King's mansion. Yet now, the other party was demanding he surrender someone. Master Yuheng, are you jesting? Su Xiao inquired with a heavy heart. The master of Yuheng Pavilion, seated upon a bamboo chair, cast a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Do you truly believe I jest? Use your intellect to ponder. On what basis does the Su family dare challenge you? There must be a reason behind it that if a Tianqian powerhouse truly resides there, what will you do? If I reveal myself and disrupt the established rules, will you not be inviting calamity from the old fogies of the great Qing dynasty?" Su Xiao was astounded that if this master of Yuheng Pavilion were to intervene, then the Su family would indeed be branded as traitors, facing extermination, their lineage wiped out. But to surrender someone directly was simply untenable, that if they were to fear even the small Su family, they would be ridiculed by countless nobles. "Elder, are you so certain that the other side possesses a Tianqian expert?" In the great Qing dynasty, he had never heard of the Su family having such a powerful figure. Even grandmasters were exceedingly rare, having long been reclusive in Tianlan County. Silently, he contemplated the prospect of eliminating 3 grandmasters. While it seemed absurd, it could indeed be achieved with a well-laid ambush that if the Su family were to be dealt with in advance, he could avenge his fallen son. There was no need to linger here and waste time. The master of Yuheng Pavilion casually indicated that even if the opponent had several grandmasters, he could easily handle them. A direct confrontation could lead to his own demise. Baiyu commanded a formidable ground-level killing formation, which was exceedingly alarming. This was also why he had longed for the other party to take action. With a slight elevation of his gaze, the master of Yuheng Pavilion spoke calmly. "I've conducted an investigation 2 millennia ago. Prior to the establishment of the Great Qing dynasty, there indeed existed a Tianqian expert whose whereabouts were enigmatic. And there were no reports of his demise in battle. The lifespan of a Diyuan realm cultivator is 700 years, while that of a Tianqian realm cultivator can reach 3,000 years. Moreover, some powerful figures have means to extend their lives. It is not uncommon for them to live an additional 1,000 years through seclusion. Furthermore, the Su family had remained sheltered in Tianlan County, never truly experiencing a life-and-death crisis, always having Duan grandmasters to protect them. Only in recent years, due to Yi Hao leveraging the Su family, did they begin to decline. However, in a matter of mere months, the Su family has risen against the odds. With the elders of the Yi family joining in, Baiyu, a dual-path grandmaster, is willing to serve. There's not something amiss here. It is entirely possible that the 3 elders from my 7-star pavilion have stirred this dormant Tianqian expert. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Today, upon entering Qingzhou, the Su family has declared war. If you do not surrender someone, they will come to your doorstep. Should a hidden Tianqian expert truly intervene, I will not reveal my identity. Do you understand? Revealing his identity could lead to entanglements, and should the old fogies of the great Qing dynasty arrive, he might very well meet his end here. For many years, he had survived through caution and prudence, ultimately attaining a position among the 7 pavilion masters. Was there truly such a matter? Su Xiao felt a tempest of emotions within him. Over 2,000 years ago, could the Su family have indeed possessed a Tianqian? He fell in a deep contemplation, increasingly convinced that the master of Yuheng Pavilion's assertions held merit, that I in a life-and-death crisis. The ancestor might emerge from seclusion to save lives, only to discover the clan in decline and offer assistance. Coupled with their unyielding stance and a desire to engage in battle even before the spiritual pulse competition, they must have absolute confidence. Everything seemed to align with logic at this moment. He felt a surge of panic. If a Tianqian truly appeared, would the Su family not be doomed? The master of Yuheng Pavilion continued in a detached tone. "Surrender your eldest son. Tomorrow, during the competition, my disciples from the 7-star pavilion will act on behalf of the Su family, exterminating the younger generation of the Su family. Should a Tianqian expert indeed intervene, they will be violating the established rules of the 7 major powers, thereby inviting pursuit from the entire Kanglan main domain. You can utilize the grand formation of Qingzhou to defend against it. Surely the old fogies of the great Qing dynasty will arrive in time, that if there is no Tianqian intervention, I will personally take action to annihilate the entire Su family." His calm tone belied a subtle chill. If there was no Tianqian, then this so-called newly ascended noble, even with grandmasters in service, would merely be a slightly larger insect to him. Easily crushed, should the opponent take action, they would face annihilation. And the Su family would still be obliterated. Thus, for the Su family to sacrifice their dignity could break the deadlock, but Su Xiu's aged face reflected a tumult of emotions, ultimately nodding slightly. Let it be as you say. Elder, we will surrender someone today, and tomorrow, during the competition, we shall annihilate the Su family. Only in this manner could the risks be minimized. Otherwise, if a Tianqian emerged, employing some clandestine means, 3 grandmasters would merely be a joke. Easily crushed, but he then swiftly departed the secluded courtyard, sending word below to surrender his direct descendant to the Yu family mansion that a storm of upheaval swept through the entire Su family, with members bewildered by the patriarch's actions. After all, the orders targeting the Su family had also originated from him. Now, with the Su family's brazen demands, the entire Su family was left in confusion. At that moment, within a certain courtyard of the Su family, a young man, poorly attired and wearing an eye mask, reached out towards the many fair maidens revealing their snow-white skin. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Su Xiu entered, a faint air of authority enveloping him. Patriarch. The beautiful women hurriedly adjusted their garments and retreated, their expressions filled with trepidation. But Su Mo, alarmed, quickly removed his eye mask, trembling as he stood to the side. Bowing his head, "Grandfather, you have arrived. Rest assured, I have resolved all that you entrusted to me. The disciples of the Su family have all been severely injured, and I have also dispatched people to seal the industries of the Su and Yu families." Su Xiu's expression was complex, his voice heavy. "Emor, you have done well. However, I need you to make a trip to the Yu family mansion. Could it be that the officials there failed to deal with the Su family?" "No worries, I will handle it. Grandfather, you need not worry. This mere newly ascended noble is no match for me." Su Mo, relieved that he was not in trouble, responded with ease. Su Xiu sighed. "Days ago, you acted publicly, and the Su family has demanded a surrender. Surrender? The Su family dares." Su Mo replied calmly with a smile. But in an instant, he realized and stood frozen in place. "Are you asking me to go to the Su family to bear the blame?" Su Mo was utterly perplexed. Did the Su family possess some hidden card that instilled such dread in his grandfather? "After the competition, I will bring you back to the mansion, and you shall take over the governance of Qingzhou." Su Xiu promised. Su Mo exhaled a breath of resignation. "Very well. At most, I will spend some time in prison. Everyone there is from Qingzhou, so I will not suffer." Once he returned to power in Qingzhou, he could seize resources through authority, aiming for the Diyuan realm, eventually succeeding his grandfather as the patriarch and inheriting the noble title. He then stepped out, and the news of the Su family surrender spread like wildfire throughout Qingzhou city. Numerous onlookers, including noble families and rogue cultivators, were left agape. "What? The Su family has bowed down." Chapter 45. Su Mo executed. Governing Qingzhou, in the Yu family mansion. The disciples of both families had just completed their arrangements and were preparing to adjust their states for the competition the following day. Yi Chongqing was about to summon the Lingyu Dan Ding to concoct a batch of restorative pills, his concern for his mother's safety lingering in his mind, when a thought suddenly struck him. The patriarch of the Su family and the master of Yuhing Pavilion believed that the Su family was overly confident, daring to declare war upon entering Qingzhou, and suspected they had some hidden support. Both were half convinced of the presence of a Tianqian expert among the Su family and ultimately chose to surrender the Su family's eldest son. Progress on this matter reached 70% in his mind. Yi Chongqing felt an ominous premonition that as one of the 7 heads, he ought not to be within the great Qing dynasty. How could news of these events reach him in less than half an hour? Moreover, it was one thing for the master of Yuhing Pavilion to speculate, but now he had involved the patriarch of the Su family. Was this man truly in Qingzhou city? Yi Chongqing's pupils tightened. This was not particularly good news for him. Previously, he had felt invincible due to the presence of the ancestral formation, which could suppress any master-level experts. However, now a formidable figure from the Tianqian realm had emerged, making Qingzhou city perilous. Yet, achieving 70 progress in his mental cultivation was a silver lining for him, that a smile flickered across his youthful face. The old king of the north was still by his side. As long as he had not usurped his body, he remained the protector of the path. Thus, he could act with greater audacity. Initially intending to seize the spiritual veins of Qingzhou, he thought that since he was merely a pawn of the king of the north, he might as well eliminate him, that if a Tianxian expert truly intervened, the suspicions harbored by the two old men would undoubtedly solidify into certainty. While Yi Changqing was deep in thought, a voice rang out. "This young master is here. What does Duke Zhongwu intend to do?" Suemo stood at the entrance, stepping forward with measured strides that he felt quite confident, believing that the Su family could do little against him. At most, they could send him to the Qingzhou prison. His indifferent gaze swept the surroundings, yet he was slightly taken aback to his surprise. The younger generation of the Su family included two individuals who had reached the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, Su Qing's injuries had completely healed. Her slender legs were straight as she practiced martial arts in a half-crouched stance that he had exerted deadly force against her, nearly delivering a fatal blow, and yet she had recovered so swiftly. The Su family was certainly suspicious. "Close the door," that a soft yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the courtyard. With a creak, the courtyard gate closed tightly. Several disciples of the Su family displayed anger. Such arrogance indicated a guilty conscience. Su Mo revealed a faint smile of derision. Is the Su family attempting to take the place of the Qingzhou governor and enact private punishment? The laws of the Qing still stood. He was an official, and even a newly appointed noble had no right to act against him. Even if a verdict were to be delivered, it would require the governor's intervention. Now that you're here, what can you do? Soon, the military would arrive, the Yu family would be purged, and the newly appointed noble would find himself without a place to stand. Today would become a laughingstock, and tomorrow's competition would likewise be a farce. Spiritual energy transformed into sound waves, spreading outward. The Su family prepared to turn the tables, seeking to diminish the Su family's prestige while salvaging their own face. Many onlookers from various noble families and independent cultivators nodded in agreement. Initially, they had thought the Su family would bow their heads and admit fault, but unexpectedly, they were the ones taking the offensive, eager to trample the Su family. That Su Qingyun wore a troubled expression. They had all prepared for a grand confrontation, believing the Su family would never agree to hand anyone over. Yet, to their astonishment, the opponent had come knocking on their door. Exceeding authority to enact private punishment was a grave taboo. At this moment, Yi Changqing had arrived in the front courtyard. His small frame radiated vibrant vitality, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a fierce beast cub. That a youthful voice chimed, "Oh, my Su family has just gathered some evidence. Su Mo, the eldest son of the Su family, has been bullying the weak and colluding with the Qixing Pavilion, which constitutes treason that he should rightfully be punished with death." Upon hearing this, Su Mo erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! A little brat who hasn't even grown hair, yet dares to judge me." Just then, several Qingzhou generals clad in ancient armor pushed the door open, their expressions fierce to be why the governor's order. Su Mo has injured someone in public, disregarding the law that he is to be imprisoned for 3 months as an example to others. Several individuals stood before Su Mo, forming an implicit confrontation that Yi Changqing's small face broke into a radiant smile. He took out a piece of white paper and scribbled a hodgepodge of testimonies, then crushed the jade pendant in his grasp, exerting pressure. Who couldn't do that? Su Mo couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. Just a little brat. You call this evidence? Fellow Taoists, please take me to the prison that I confess and willingly accept the 3-month sentence. That he then prepared to turn and leave. That at this moment, 2 figures stood atop the eaves. Exuding master-level pressure that gradually spread outward, Su Mo suddenly felt his limbs immobilized. "Qinghe, I borrow the royal seal." "Good." Master Qinghe did not hesitate, directly tossing a flawless white seal, as the royal family had the responsibility to oversee the noble houses of the Qing and the 7 states. Thus, their seal held greater authority than that of the Qingzhou governor. They had been lurking in the shadows, eager to assist the Su family when the time came, thereby forging a deeper bond while simultaneously annihilating the Su family. To put it bluntly, what did the 2 noble houses matter? The entire royal family was willing to support Yi Changqing. Who did Su Mo think he was? Reason? Law? Apologies, but Yi Changqing was now the ancestor of the royal family. Even the Qing emperor would yield to Yi Changqing grasped the royal seal, the blood-red imprint landing on the white paper. The allegations against Su Mo were fabrications, but the collusion with the Qixing Pavilion was not unfounded. The current master of the Yuhing Pavilion was indeed within the Su family. With a flick of his small hand, the white paper fell to the ground. With a whoosh, Master Baiyu stepped forward. Vast arrays of runes coalescing to directly suppress several officials, pinning them to the ground like dead dogs. Unable to move, Tsuemo stood frozen in place. This is a royal servant. He had seen them from afar during a royal ceremony. But why did these two master-level figures obey this little brat so readily? More critically, they represented the royal family stance. Why was that? The two noble houses had paved the way for them. Yet he felt utterly bewildered. Panic surged within him. It was not just his own demise at stake, but the entire Su family faced disaster. He immediately ignited his blood essence, breaking free from the array's suppression, and turned to flee the Su family, intending to inform his clan of the news. With the master of the Qixing Pavilion present, he could ensure his survival. Boom! Master Baiyu's right hand waved out a profound array, directly pinning him to the ground and sealing his cultivation, that I shall carry out the execution, that a clear, melodious voice echoed. As Yu Qing took a step forward, gripping a wooden staff, and struck fiercely. Previously, her opponent had exerted pressure, casually fabricating charges against her, intending to kill her in public. Had she not escaped quickly, supported by her family, she would have perished in prison. This resentment had festered in her heart for days. You cannot do this to me. I am the legitimate grandson of the Su family. Su Mo's eyes turned red, intense pain coursing through his body, but the array had sealed his vocal cords, leaving only heart-wrenching screams. Before long, the screams faded, and he lay bloodied and mangled, devoid of life, cast out like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. Had the Su family's eldest truly been executed? Earlier, two indistinct figures appeared, seemingly royal servants. Yet due to the array, their features had been unclear, merely a guess. But now, in a matter of moments, he was dead. This included the officials who had rushed in. Only a piece of testimony covered with a royal seal lay atop their corpses. Though hastily fabricated, every word was true. Master Qinghe, with his hands behind his back, stepped calmly out of the estate. His tranquil voice weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. The royal family's oversight mandates that before the conclusion of the spiritual vein competition, no one is permitted to leave Qingzhou City. All noble families were astonished. It was indeed true. The Su family had the backing of royal servants. At this moment, a storm was brewing, an overwhelming force bearing down on the Su family. Chapter 46. The competition begins. Su family makes their appearance. At this moment, concealed in the shadows, the cloaked lord of the northern town observed the situation with a shake of his head. The Su family truly are fools. They are following a plan of their own design. Yet with the core disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion present at the Spirit Vein competition, they could easily deal with the younger generation of the Su family. With the Tomb of the Venerable about to open, they could subsequently resolve the Su family's gathering of divine spirits that he intended to find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate Baiyu and that Yi Tianyuan. And before the old farts of the great Qing royal family could arrive, seize control of Yi Changqing. Thus, his plan would be complete. Afterwards, he could contentedly consume resources and steadily grow to the realm of Tianxian. Enter the Qingyang sect and become a core member of this generation. The future held great promise. Yet now, the Su family had complicated matters, utterly humiliating his northern town lord's house. An undercurrent of unease stirred within him. He wished to resolve this swiftly, unwilling to prolong the situation as for the life and death of the Su family. He remained indifferent. Gradually, he faded back into the shadows, quietly awaiting the Spirit Vein competition. Once this matter unfolded, the entire city of Qingzhou erupted in a frenzy. The Su family made a powerful entrance, backed by the royal family, signaling a concerted effort to annihilate the Su family. Many sects and families that sought to curry favor with the Su family in their campaign against the Su family fell into silence, abandoning their intentions. The once bustling Su residents now stood desolate, as various factions dared not visit before the situation clarified, fearful of retribution from the Su family after the impending disaster. Yet at this moment, all understood that the newly appointed Lord of Loyal Marshal was no pushover. Someone who could be trampled upon at will. Time trickled by, and as the sun set and night fell, the residence of the Yu family was enveloped in the concealment array. Yu Qi, utilizing medicinal pills, forcefully broke into the gathering spirit realm. Two other disciples, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, achieved breakthroughs on the spot, entering the gathering spirit realm as well. Along with the original three, Su Qing and Su Wanner. The younger generation now boasted 1 in the late gathering spirit stage and 5 in the early stages. The remaining participants in the competition had all reached the late stages of spiritual connection. Even Peking, this formidable combat strength was sufficient to dominate the entire spirit vein competition, making it difficult for the Linshan Marquis estate to compare. Every family had 3 to 5 quotas for the competition, based on their previous results. However, noble families enjoyed privileges, allowing them to send 30 participants. This was also the reason for the Linshan Marquis' increasingly profound foundation that, of course, it was not that the Great Qing dynasty was unfair. If noble families did not possess special status and power, who would willingly serve the royal family? That night, many disciples of the Su family found it hard to sleep. For several years, due to the attitudes of the Marshal King's estate and the northern town lord's house, the Su family disciples had refrained from claiming to be from the Tianlan Su family during their external training. Even when acquiring precious resources, if others discovered they were from the Su family, they would not hesitate to summon their elders and brazenly seize them. Moreover, they dared not report such matters to their clan, only adding to their troubles. The upcoming competition was to cleanse their humiliation. There was excitement and anticipation, yet they all understood deeply that this effect was solely due to Su Wanner's return to the family. Through the long night, as the silver moon descended and the morning sun rose, several squads of Su family youths, clad in white martial robes, emerged from their courtyard, spirited and vigorous, making their way toward the city lord's residence. The leaders included the masters Su Qingyuan, Su Qingfeng, Bai Yu, and Yi Tianyuan, along with a host of Su family warriors who had reached the gathering spirit realm, accompanied by the Yi family elders, creating a grand spectacle. Before their departure, Yi Changqing had given explicit instructions for this battle to be swift, precise, and ruthless, eliminating all Su family warriors without leaving a single survivor. This time, they were determined to seize the spirit veins of Qingzhou, ensuring it fell into their hands, combined with senior brother Bai Yu's alchemical prowess. They would swiftly break through to the Earth origin realm. They had refrained from seeking royal assistance to avoid prematurely revealing themselves under the royal family scrutiny, which would only lead to constraints. At the city lord's residence, on a martial arts plaza, numerous soldiers stood guard, armed with blades and spears, safeguarding the 4 entrances. The heads of various noble families, sect leaders, and their disciples had already arrived in great numbers. Totaling over 1,000, however, most dared not approach too close to the Su family's position, for the royal family stance was of utmost importance. That Su Xiao, hunched over in a wooden chair, bore a pallid expression on his aged face, tinged with a hint of iron blue, rendering him exceedingly unpleasant to behold. Yesterday, he had orchestrated a series of schemes intending to undermine the Su family's prestige, only to see his own kin slaughtered and their bodies discarded in the streets. Laden with numerous accusations, including collusion with the Seven Stars Pavilion. That night, the Qing occultist had led the Imperial Guards to investigate the Linshan Marquis' estate, ostensibly to declare their stance, but the fright it instilled in Su Xiao nearly caused him to faint. Had it not been for the presence of the Lord of Yuheng, who used his great powers to conceal their presence and movements, the Su family might have faced a night of total annihilation. He harbored a tempest of rage within him. His eyelids lifted slightly as he spoke coldly. A family from a remote border that unexpectedly obtains a noble title has become utterly deluded. Today, I do not wish for any disciples of the Su family to emerge from the martial arts secret realm. Moreover, since the various families cannot discern the situation, there is no need for them to remain within Qingzhou. His aged voice was calm as water, yet imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Yes, family head as command. 30 youths clad in dark armor shouted in unison, their robust vitality merging into a formidable formation. Among them were 3 disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion in disguise, possessing such strength that Su Xiao planned to seize the entire spirit vein of Qingzhou. In the past, it had been impossible to crush the conglomeration of family forces, which could muster 3 to 5 early gathering spirit warriors that if a conflict erupted, it would likely lead to mutual destruction, resulting in a severed lineage. Coincidentally, we too do not wish for Su family members to leave the martial arts secret realm alive. At that moment, Su Qingyuan, accompanied by numerous disciples, entered the city lord's residence, revealing a chilling smile. Such audacity to speak to the Marquis in such a manner. a peak-gathering spirit family head rebuked. Seeking to display his loyalty, with a crisp clang, a cold glimmer flashed as a blade cut through the air, directly severing the head of the peak-gathering spirit family head. The severed head soared into the air, rolling in astonishment, eyes wide as it grasped the reality of its own demise. The competition had yet to commence, yet the ground was already stained red with blood. Su Qingyan spoke indifferently, the pressure of a master enveloping the entire city lord's residence. Did this marquis invite your interjection? Protecting one's lord also requires one to be mindful of their own status. Su Qingyan's tone was domineering. On the way here, he had instructed his nephew to hold nothing back today. After all, the more they killed, the more ruthless their actions, the quicker their ancestral spirit would rise from its tomb. Countless gazes filled with shock turned towards Su Qingyan at merely 28 years of age. He had achieved mastery. According to prior intelligence, he was at most in the mid-gathering spirit realm. His rapid ascension was vastly different from the reported information. Was this ancient relic of the Su family truly still alive? Standing beside Su Xiao, the Lord of Yuheng, disguised as an elder, wore an expression of astonishment. By U.S. alchemical skills could not possibly account for such rapid advancement. It exceeded the bounds of normal growth. How bold! Su Xiao suddenly rose, exuding even more overwhelming might. Though the tiger is old, it is not yet dead. Very well, the competition is about to commence. Why quarrel over trivial words? The status of a noble is not something ordinary individuals can slander. Transgressing against it is a death sentence. The master of Qinghe waved his hand, dissipating the pressures of the two masters. That a quarter of an hour later, the spirit vein competition of Qingzhou commenced. With all young participants entering the martial arts secret realm, each kill would earn 1 point, and after 3 hours, rankings would be assessed. Chapter 47. The top spot, Su Honor. Su Xiao's expression darkened considerably. His heart in turmoil. What did this royal offering mean? Last night, the city of Qingzhou had already been seized by the imperial guards. His legitimate son, originally the lord of the estate, had been reassigned for oversight. This was a blatant attempt to undermine the Su family. Now, Su Qingyan had killed his subordinate in front of him, leaving his face stinging with humiliation. Yet he still leaned towards Su Xiao, indicating his stance on the side of the Su family. This was clearly a declaration of war against the Su family. Thus, he felt no need to spare him any face, merely a dog of the royal family. Did he truly believe himself to be the emperor? He scoffed quietly. Since the offering was so eager to initiate the spirit vein competition, the Su family would not disappoint him. His eyelids lowered slightly. With 3 core disciples of the 7 Stars Pavilion stationed, the complete slaughter of the disciples from the various families in Qingzhou posed no issue. Then let the Su family, whom he supported, meet a tragic end within the martial arts secret realm. Among his own, the weakest were all in the early stages of spiritual connection. What could the Su family possibly compare with? Su family disciples. Enter the secret realm, that he spoke calmly, reclining back into his chair. Behind him, 30 young warriors of the Su family enter the martial arts plaza in an orderly manner, a dense aura of killing intent subtly emanating, exuding immense pressure. Many disciples from the noble families of Qingzhou felt a surge of trepidation, their hearts quaking at the sight that I end this competition. They were advised to prioritize safety, keeping their distance from the disciples of the 2 marquis families. As long as they could secure 1 or 2 points, it would suffice to protect their spirit veins. With their focus shifted towards the other families that as the elders began their teachings, the fierce conflict between the 2 prominent noble houses erupted. They seized the opportunity to gain advantages, all while ensuring the preservation of their own lineage. Soon, numerous young martial artists, with hearts filled with trepidation, gradually entered the secret realm of martial arts, that Su Qingyan, however, remained unfazed as each participant was equipped with 2 spirit essence blood-melting pills that Su Honor exhaled a breath laden with anxiety. Having resided in the Martial King's mansion for years, she had seldom had the chance to engage in battle, and now faced the prospect of slaughter. Her emotions were in turmoil. That Wei Chongqing also harbored concerns. Despite being well-prepared, he wished for his mother's safety. With a small hand, he retrieved a palm-sized array disc from his Qingquan bag. Its surface adorned with ancient and intricate runes. Mother, there's no need to worry. This array disc was crafted by senior brother by you last night, that we can activate it once we enter. So there's no concern about energy consumption. Additionally, this white wooden box contains medicinal pills. Take them if you get injured. This small red wooden box can temporarily enhance combat strength. Yi Changqing presented all the medicinal pills to Su Wanner, including 2 or 3 dozen recovery pills of Danyan quality, such as Spirit Essence Blood Melting Pills, Mind Recovery Pills, and Spirit Replenishing Pills. There were also Qi Martial Pills that could increase martial prowess by 50% with minimal side effects. Given the rapid replenishment of spirit energy from the Spirit Essence Blood Melting Pills, sustaining for 3 hours should pose no issue, all of which were hastily concocted the previous night. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner pinched Yi Changqing's tender face. "You stayed up late again, didn't you? Why should a child worry so much? With just 2 punches, I could lay those geniuses of the Su family low. Just wait for your mother to return triumphantly." Despite her reassurances, Su Wanner carefully stored these treasures in her Chinquan bag, her expression calm, yet tinged with a poignant ache. Her child, barely a year old, was already burdened with the cares of the Su family and herself. Even though others hailed him as a prodigy, in Su Wanner's heart, Yi Changqing was simply a young child, and she wished for nothing more than his healthy and peaceful growth. With a resolute turn, she strode toward the martial arts arena, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a cold light. Today, she would extinguish the Su family's arrogance and send a warning to Yi Hao and the Northtown Prince's mansion. Anyone who dared to threaten her child would pay a steep price. Numerous disciples of the Su family followed closely behind her into the arena. The clan heads and sect leaders, along with the gathered spirit warriors, exchanged knowing smiles. This child of the Su family was rather amusing. Yet what use were the treasures he brought to the spirit warriors? In Qingzhou, the spirit pulse competition commences, roared Master Qing'e, brandishing an ancient token, channeling his profound spirit energy into it. Buzz, 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 a subtle hum resonated, and the space of the martial arts arena began to warp, becoming hazy as if a small world was manifesting, enveloping everyone. The figures of the young martial artists vanished as they entered the secret realm. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yi Changqing's mind. The master of the Yuheng Pavilion discovered that Su Qingyun had ascended to the Earth Origin realm, becoming a master, leading to increasingly fearful speculations about the presence of the celestial Xian ancestor within the Su family. Progress 90. Yi Changqing's dark pupils scanned the direction of the Su family. It appeared that this celestial Xian powerhouse was indeed hidden within the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to maintain constant vigilance. The Su family was truly audacious, daring to bring the head of the Seven Stars Pavilion here. Yet his heart remained undisturbed. The old Northtown king was likely concealed nearby. All that remained was to let this Yuheng Pavilion master witness the changes in the Su family, solidifying his belief that the Su family had the celestial Xian ancestor in residence, thereby making it an established fact that he then ceased his search, his gaze settling upon the martial arts arena. The secret realm resembled a mirror, floating in the air, vast and expansive, with a modest mountain range stretching across it, ancient trees lush and green, covering several dozen miles. However, it appeared somewhat hazy and unclear. The names of those participating in the competition were displayed in the mirror. This martial arts secret realm had some intriguing features that Yi Changqing's eyes brightened with excitement. Beside him, Master Baiyu gasped in alarm, quickly transmitting a message. "Young ancestor, do not entertain thoughts of the Xianling realm. This is a celestial-grade spirit treasure. If it were to be lost, the entire Deqing dynasty's old-timers would come after you." He then added, "Moreover, this city lord's token only activates an entrance passage. The genuine item resides within the Deqing Imperial Palace. Should you remember the location, what can that young ancestor achieve once he matures? Would those old-timers dare to say anything?" Yi Changqing silently committed this to memory, that in the secret martial arts realm, beneath a stone wall, the figures of many Su family disciples emerged. Leading them was the direct descendant Su who produced a strand of black hair, refining it with spirit energy and melding it into a compass. The needle began to tremble slightly, pointing towards the left. This compass was a tracking array. Days prior, when Su Mo had acted, he collected some blood and hair from Su Qing and others, integrating them within to locate the Su family's whereabouts. With the melding successful, the Su family members were traced to the west. They would follow this path, slaying anyone they encountered to seize points, to be the head of the family's command. This time, they aimed to wash Qingzhou in blood, while also sending a warning to those minor clans on the fringes. "Brothers, what say you?" As his words fell, he respectfully regarded the 3 Su family disciples beside him. 2 of them waved their hands dismissively. "It's just a few ants. Let us resolve this swiftly. The rewards for this expedition are meager, and I don't wish to waste time on them. Qingzhou is still too small. This young generation's cultivation is too weak to be of any significance." The third, however, wore a somewhat sinister smile, licking his lips. "That Su Wan'er is to be mine for the taking. Though lacking in essence, her status as the martial king's wife only enhances her already delicate beauty. Since Brother Haobai is interested in the martial king's wife, let us depart and swiftly locate the Su family members." The other 2 disciples of the 7 Stars Pavilion revealed faintly sycophantic smiles. For this individual was the youngest peak of the gathering spirit realm, a direct disciple of the Tiange Pavilion Master, Su, who led the way, hastily racing toward the west, slaughtering any Qingzhou noble disciples they encountered along the way, leaving only a sea of severed limbs and corpses. The Su family disciples' points rapidly climbed the leaderboard, placing them among the top ranks. Yet, currently at the pinnacle, stood Su Wan'er of the Su family. Chapter 48. What? Has my family become a sacred ground for cultivation? In the western part of the secret realm, ancient trees lay shattered, with remnants strewn across the ground, a vivid crimson hue greeting the eye. "Su Wan'er, what are you planning? Are you not afraid of retaliation for such slaughter against the Qingzhou disciples? The Zhang family of Shuling also has masters in residence, and the head of the family is sure to retaliate. We are willing to surrender our points. Please let us go, that we can keep the events of the secret realm confidential and even willingly seal this memory." Several young figures, battered and weary, leaned against a broken tree root. Gasping for breath, seeking mercy, fear was etched in their eyes. For ever since the Su family disciples entered the secret realm, they had commenced a massacre. Past grievances with various clans and sects were being settled, and the younger generation was being accounted for. Now, they found themselves with no escape, longing only to survive and leave this place. The Zhang family of Shuling discovered that our Su family disciples possessed 2 strains of Xiantir spirit herbs, setting traps in the mountains to kill and seize treasures that Dou now wish to leave here alive. "Anyone who has harmed the Su family disciple shall be held accountable today," the Su Wan'er spoke with a hint of anger, her delicate lips parting. Though adorned in a pale white martial robe, it could not conceal her tall figure and graceful curves, her presence exuding an ethereal aura with her rising cultivation. With a swift motion, she wielded her sword, cleaving towards the 3 individuals. Their heads flew into the air, crimson blood splattering onto the swaying green branches. Behind her, Su family disciples stood in droves, drenched in blood, having solidified the realms they had forcibly elevated through medicinal pills. Their fighting spirits surging, eager for a clash with the Su family disciples, the Su Qing stood nearby, hesitating to speak. "Sister Wan'er, we've killed half of the noble disciples. Won't this bring repercussions for our family?" She harbored concerns about the 3 major factions in Qingzhou, aside from the Su and Su families, which included the Zhang family of Shuling, the Shui family of Baihe, and the Xinyu sect. These 3 factions had previously held grievances against the Su family, and, having seen their decline in recent years, had naturally sought to take advantage, initially seizing territories outside Tianlan County. Subsequently, their disciples would act against any Su family members they encountered, especially if they bore treasures, resulting in injuries or even death. Now, having made an enemy of the Su family, the slaughter within the secret realm could not remain concealed and would surely spread. When the 3 major factions learned of this, it would inevitably disturb the balance of power, placing the family at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Yu family who followed were trembling, for the once gentle and graceful Su Wan'er had transformed into a figure of terror since entering. If they were to emerge from here, would the entire Qingzhou not turn against the Su family? Only Yu Qi's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. In his view, the Su family had already established itself. As the direct descendant, Su Wan'er's ability to slay the disciples of Qingzhou demonstrated that the Su family had devised countermeasures that, to put it bluntly, aside from the Su family, who would dare challenge the Su family? Were the so-called 3 major factions worth anything? The most critical point is that with so many casualties, wouldn't the vacant spiritual veins multiply? As a vassal, the Yu family is bound to fare better than before. Placing a bet is indeed correct. A faint smile appeared on Su Wanner's face. The spiritual vein competition merely grants the right to allocation. To claim all for oneself would inevitably lead to contradictions in the future. Moreover, since they had previously harmed numerous disciples of the Su family, there must have been tacit approval from the higher-ups, so now they are merely collecting interest. The Su family is not as fragile as you might think. Not only Su Qing, but many disciples of the Su family were also in a daze. Indeed, the transformation of the Su family over these past few months has felt surreal, like a dream. The family head has also broken through to the Earth origin realm, along with countless pills available to aid their cultivation. That Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, Sister Wanner. It seems I have overthought things. However, since this is a trial, let us leave the Shui family's young master and the true disciples of the Xian Yu sect for us to practice against that we can't have you. Sister Wanner, resolving everything in the Gathering Spirit realm. The other 4 younger clan members in the Gathering Spirit realm nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Sister Wanner, at least leave us two dead initially. They had anticipated a fierce battle. But as Su Wanner continuously intervened, a single disciple in the Gathering Spirit realm was able to eliminate an opponent in a mere strike, leaving them without any opportunity to showcase their skills. Yet, the revealed cultivation level astonished everyone. The late stage of Gathering Spirit realm. After all, Su Wanner had been cultivating within her own courtyard, and if she encountered anything unclear, she could directly ask the Grand Elder and Master Baiyu. Thus, the younger generation within the clan was not aware of her true capabilities, mistakenly believing she was merely at the early or mid-stage of Gathering Spirit realm. The reality, however, was overwhelmingly powerful, as she led everyone in a sweeping advance. All right. I will leave the Gathering Spirit disciples from the Su family and the 2 other families for you all, that Su Wanner smiled helplessly. Now that she was ranked first in points, she merely wished to convey to her son that her strength had reached the pinnacle among the younger generation. Alleviating some of his worries that, of course, the overall score of the Su family also ranked first, a feat that left many observing families utterly astounded. The disciples of the Su family, while out in the world, were well aware of their capabilities, having surpassed the Su family to temporarily claim the top spot, yet it felt almost exaggerated. Meanwhile, several young figures, hidden a few hundred meters away, held their breath as they attempted to escape. They had arrived with grand ambitions to make a name for themselves in the competition, only to discover that the Su family had as many as 6 or 7 disciples in the Gathering Spirit realm. How could they possibly fight against that? Charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, they had previously seized inheritances and treasures from the Su family disciples. Earlier, when Zhang Hao revealed his identity, even his threats as a master were ineffective, that if they were to encounter the Su family now, their outcome would be no different, that it would be wise to make a swift exit, that moment. A group of 20 to 30 martial artists sped towards the outskirts of the forest, suddenly halting as they caught sight of the fleeing figures. Shui Tian, Li Xian, I didn't expect to find you all searching for the Su family. Brother Bai, let us deal with them all at once. That Su Hu's voice resonated, and a dark red mist enveloped Shui Xiao and the others, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washing over them. They attempted to channel their spiritual energy to disperse it, but to no avail. This feeling of helplessness filled them with despair. Terror flickered in their eyes. The peak of Gathering Spirit realm? The light of vitality dimmed in their gazes as they looked towards the figure beside Su Hu, someone they recognized from past encounters. But wasn't he at the late stage of the spiritual connection realm? Before they could ponder further, their consciousness was eroded by the dark red mist, leaving them limp on the ground, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, lifeless and without resistance. Who? Su Wanner suddenly turned, her delicate face icy cold as she felt a heavy pressure, a presence exceeding her own. The Su family had not concealed their aura, revealing 2 at the late stage of Gathering Spirit realm, 1 at the mid-stage, and 3 at the early stage. The situation was bound to become more interesting with a peak Gathering Spirit realm royal consort struggling to engage. As the parched lips of the figure licked, he strode forward, exuding an overwhelming martial presence. Though he had not removed his disguise, the members of the Su family were acutely aware that he was not from the Su family. They had sought external aid. At that moment, Su Hu stood frozen, without the protective aura of Master Baiyu and the others overshadowing him. He could clearly sense that alongside Yu Qi, there were actually 7 in the gathering spirit realm among the Su family? This shouldn't be possible. Moreover, most of the disciples had broken through to the late stage of the spiritual connection realm. Did the Su family possess an unparalleled secret realm that allowed them to cultivate spirit herbs abundantly? Otherwise, how could they advance so rapidly? A sense of unease crept into his heart. Although the disciples of the Su family saw the gathering spirit warriors, their eyes glowed with fervor, akin to hunters spotting prey, filled with desire and without fear. For they were finally able to utilize the pills and the profound battle formations provided by the clan. Not a single disciple from the Su family would be spared. Su Wanner's voice, light and crisp, seemed to carry a hint of frost as she took the lead, sword in hand, charging forth. Numerous disciples of the Su family, fierce as wolves, brandished their weapons, intricate profound patterns manifesting above their heads. The battle erupted, meanwhile, in the martial arts square as they watched their mother's points soar and ascend to first place. Leaving Su Hu, Xue Tian, and others far behind, they began to doze off to AT that moment. A prompt surfaced in their minds that Su Hu, upon seeing that the average cultivation level of the Su family disciples had reached the late stage of spiritual connection realm, was utterly shocked, firmly believing that the Su family possessed an unparalleled secret realm, a means that allowed their home to sprout spirit herbs abundantly. Progress. 100 deep within the ancestral land of the Su family, an unparalleled cultivation secret realm was set to emerge, requiring the strength of the heavenly profound realm to unlock. The rich spiritual energy emanating from it would cover the entire Su family, transforming all flora into something extraordinary, purging impurities, and granting a semblance of sentience that as time passed, these plants would autonomously advance, breaking through their limitations. The more spirit herbs that flourished, the higher their quality, and the faster the accumulation of spiritual energy, which would aid in cultivation. That Wai Changqing's small face displayed astonishment. Such a fortunate occurrence? While I took a brief nap, the Su family has transformed into a sacred land for cultivation. Chapter 49. Are you threatening me? The Su family courtyard spans several miles, filled with countless flowers and greenery. The resources required to create such a cultivation site would be monumental, that a single yellow tier spirit herb could be worth hundreds, if not thousands, of spirit stones. Naturally, a place abundant with spirit plants would gradually attract the surrounding spiritual energy, surpassing a yellow tier gathering spirit formation. While it is not difficult to establish a large-scale yellow tier gathering spirit formation, the daily consumption of spirit stones would amount to an astronomical figure. In simple terms, it is an exchange of spirit stones for rapid cultivation. Only the royal palace of the entire Qing dynasty enjoys such privileges, receiving uninterrupted supplies. Even the 7 major royal manors possess only a couple of small gathering spirit formations in their core courtyards, and those are merely yellow tier. Yet the Su family does not require spirit stones. When they need them, they simply uproot some flowers and plants to sell, replanting them afterward, as they will naturally grow back. Based on the information provided, can I expand the Su family? The spiritual energy emanating from the secret realm of the ancestral land is within the Su family's territory. After all, moreover, if these spirit herbs continue to evolve, wouldn't they eventually transform into profound tier, or even earth tier, or even the legendary heaven tier? In that case, why would they need to purchase spirit herbs? They could directly acquire high-tier spirit herb seeds and amass wealth. Yi Changqing mused, somewhat incredulous. Even within the Qingyang sect, such a cultivation environment was likely unheard of. Coupled with the gathering spirit formation to rapidly elevate the quality of spirit herbs, Wun Ti that enable them to soar to great heights? Su Hu of the Su family truly is a benefactor, gifting them a spirit herb estate that as he pondered, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted from outside that Su Ming, Su Tai, and Su Lu surprisingly ranked second, third, and fourth respectively, each accumulating scores of 20 to 30 points. Had they been at the late stage of spiritual connection realm, how could they be so formidable? With Su Mo executed yesterday, only the mid-stage Su Hu remained, yet he ranked fifth. In the first place, Su Wanner amassed an impressive 120 points. Had these 5 individuals wiped out the disciples of the Qingzhou families? Furthermore, the total score of the Su family reached 200, while the Su family collectively only garnered 150. Who then truly stands as the foremost family of Qingzhou, as numerous martial artists gazed at the rankings. They were left in a daze, voicing their doubts. The Su family's Gathering Spirit Realm disciples were scarcely visible in the rankings, with only the top 10 displayed. The next 5 spots were entirely occupied by Su family disciples, such as Su Qing and Su Hu. Meanwhile, the Shui family, Xinyu sect, and others were nowhere to be found. Wai Changqing raised his head, his lively eyes flickering. This is quite peculiar, but why uncle and the others had thoroughly investigated the Su family's information. How could these 3 suddenly soar in progress? It is impossible. Su, who was previously the strongest among the younger generation, yet now he ranks 5th. The master of the 7 Stars Pavilion, the Yu Hong Pavilion Master, remains with the Su family. They must have sought external assistance. With my mother in the late stage of Gathering Spirit Realm, combined with the profound level perfect killing formation crafted by you and me, they achieved such a slaughtering effect. However, it matters not. Even if they are at the peak of Gathering Spirit Realm, they can still be easily dispatched. This killing formation was meticulously chosen by Yi Changqing, and with his mother's current strength, it was enough to unleash their full prowess. 1 or 2 at the peak of Gathering Spirit Realm would be insufficient to contend against them. Yet, from where did the Su family recruit such a prodigy? To reach the late stage of Gathering Spirit Realm, or beyond before the age of 20, one must possess exceptional talent and require vast resources along with guidance from formidable mentors. The 2 major royal manors would not dispatch individuals, as that would openly undermine the system and disgrace the royal family. Even training hounds requires adherence to rules. There are hardly any such individuals in the entire Qing dynasty. Could it be that the 7 Stars Pavilion is involved? Surely, one wouldn't be so audacious, would they? If discovered, the entirety of the Su clan could find themselves descending into the underworld. The royal family of Daqing would not tolerate such an affront. Master Qinghe, too, was quite curious. When he escorted Su Waner back to her clan half a year ago, she seemed to be at the peak of spiritual connection. How could she have made such rapid advancements in such a brief period? To suppress the younger generation of Qingzhou at this speed of slaughter would require at the very least a late-stage gathering of spirits that in an instant, he formed an ancient seal with his right hand, which soared into the mirror suspended above the martial arts square. Buzzing filled the air. One could only discern a vague location, and the hazy surface of the mirror began to clarify. Ripples emerged, revealing dozens of figures engaged in fierce combat, dense spiritual energy, surging in powerful martial techniques, manifesting in relentless succession. Vivid crimson blood sprayed through the air, with severed limbs occasionally flailing about. As the mirror became fully clear, many martial artists were left in a daze, staring blankly at the scene before them. How could the disciples of the Su family be retreating one after another, and falling so swiftly, astonishingly? The Su family had unleashed over a dozen floating profound grade formations, intricately designed, and those who sustained injuries were promptly consuming medicinal pills. Wasn't he that merely the ordinary spirit element blood fusion pill? Hadn't this individual just ingested one? How could their physical form have returned to its original state, with their vitality unyielding? Moreover, it seemed they were each equipped with one and that youth clad in the Su family martial robes. How could his martial prowess be so formidable? With a single sweep of his blade, he severed over 10 ancient trees and sent Su Hu retreating. Wasn't he that a ground-tier martial technique? And he was continuously delivering swift strikes against the mid-stage Su Hu. The gathering of spirit martial artists from various noble families felt a chill of trepidation. Although the Su family had profound roots, how much of such consumable profound-grade medicinal pills and formations could they truly muster? Even if they were to take the field themselves, they felt they could hardly endure 10 breaths before meeting certain demise. Had the younger generation of the Su family reached such an astonishing level? Familiar faces from months prior, seen in a certain location of Qingzhou, had merely exhibited initial stages of spiritual connection, and now they showcased late-stage capabilities. Each one, if placed within their own families, would be regarded as core disciples deserving of focused cultivation. Yet within the Su family, they appeared to be commonplace. Crack! The sound of splintering would echoed, and Su Xiu's previously calm demeanor turned grave as he suddenly rose, declaring in a low voice, "The Su family must have practiced demonic arts, descending into the path of darkness. How else could such talentless disciples elevate a whole realm in just a few short months?" Master Baiyu had only recently become a protector of the Su family 2 months prior. Laboring day and night in alchemical pursuits, that it was inconceivable that there could be so many profound grade formations, the resource consumption required for which a mere Su family could not possibly possess. Master Qinghe, I demand that the competition be halted and a thorough investigation into the Su family be conducted. Should you refuse, I may suspect that you, too, conspire with the Su family. In that case, I shall have no choice but to act preemptively, suspending the competition and reporting this matter to His Majesty and the Northern Prince's residence. It is crucial to note that it was only with the assistance of 3 core disciples from the Seven Stars Pavilion that we could barely halt the momentum of this debacle. If it were solely the Su family's kin, they would likely be slaughtered clean in short order. Moreover, at this pace, within a mere half an hour, the entire younger generation of the Su family would perish without a trace. Thus, it is imperative to suspend the competition, lest the Su family face a grievous decline. Master Qinghe narrowed his eyes, gazing with interest at the old marquis. Are you threatening me? Chapter 50. The 4 Great Masters. How deeply hidden is the Su family? Master Qinghe was eager to take action. He had been troubled, unable to find an opportunity to settle accounts with the Su family. With the innate holy body, Yi Changqing present, it was a chance to witness his assistance. A fortuitous connection not to be missed. He understood that his own potential was limited and viewed Yi Changqing as a chance for his own advancement, hoping to seize the opportunity to break through to the heavenly profound realm. Given such a monstrous rate of growth, even a few decades would suffice for him to leak a mere fraction of treasures through his fingers. Enough to sustain him for a lifetime. In life, one must invest for the long term. Previously, he lamented that Yi Hao had not acted against the Su family, as it would have afforded him a chance to showcase his capabilities. Now, the Su family had delivered themselves to his doorstep. How could he not accept? As a protector of the royal family, intervening in matters within Qingzhou was somewhat excessive. A ghostly voice echoed outside the city lord's estate. As a man clad in ancient bronze armor strode forth, an overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from him, enveloping the entire martial arts square. The pressure of his aura caused the martial artists of various Qingzhou families to feel an immense weight, as if their spines might break. Master Qinghe rose tall, his expression grave, eyes glinting with cold light. What? You wish to report for attacking the dogs of the Northern Prince's residence? Lin Yu, as the Grand Elder of the Northern Prince's residence. Why have you appeared in Qingzhou, causing unrest, to halt the competition? Are you courting death? He had not anticipated the Northern Prince's residence making an appearance, that if it were an ordinary master, it would be of little consequence. They could simply be suppressed under the guise of righteousness. After all, forcibly halting the spiritual vain competition was indefensible. Yet this Lin Yu was formidable, a rarity in the Earth origin realm, having single-handedly slain 4 master elders from the Heavenly Mountain province at the border without sustaining a scratch. They had once crossed paths, and he had felt himself at a disadvantage. This was proving to be rather troublesome. The protector he had brought along was only at the mid-stage of Earth origin. I have come to visit the Su family, to reunite with an old friend. Upon witnessing injustice, I must draw my sword. I must inquire, Master Qinghe, how can you harbor a demonic family? Such an accusation is enough to condemn you tenfold. The Su family, situated at the edge of the realm, has but one Earth origin master. How could they possess numerous ground-tier martial techniques? Every aspect raises suspicion. Withdraw the Xintian mirror, halt the competition, and investigate whether the Su family's disciples are practicing demonic arts to rapidly enhance their realms. If no connection is found, the competition may continue without further hindrance. As his words fell, he had already appeared beside Su Xiu, his plain blade vibrating subtly at his waist, a cold glimmer emerging as the temperature within the city lord's estate plummeted. Akin to plunging into an ice cavern, such a murderous aura instilled fear in countless martial artists, who dared not meet his gaze. A faint smile graced Su Xiu's aged visage, his eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. Did Master Qinghe truly believe he had no means to counter him? Upon learning that Master Baiyu had arrived with the Su family in Qingzhou, he had swiftly dispatched individuals from the Northern Prince's residence to oversee matters overnight. Should any unexpected conflict arise, they would directly suppress the Su family. Within his palm, light flickered as abundant spiritual energy surged into a talisman, esoteric runes glimmering like stars. Boom! The earth beneath the city lord's estate trembled. Resonating with a thunderous roar, ancient formations materializing above, each stroke intricate and profound, coalescing into an array. Last night, I had already revoked Su Tiangan's status as the estate lord. Are you attempting to provoke the Su family into seeking their own demise? The master of the Jade Balance Pavilion behind him also subtly prepared for action. Though he did not anticipate defeat in life-and-death moments, the White and others would resort to the means of the Seven Stars Pavilion. There were simply too many profound grade formations. Only hidden trump cards could ensure victory. Eliminating all present would naturally cover up these affairs. He chuckled softly. Let us see how it goes. The two masters truly believe themselves capable. We still hold the advantage in numbers. Master Ching stepped down from the estate lord's seat, azure spiritual energy emanating in dazzling brilliance. Astonishing in its potency, preparing to strike, that he conveyed a message to Su Qingyun. Instruct your Su family members, along with young Master Chongqing, to depart. I shall ensure the guards protect them thoroughly. Let Master Baiyu remain. We need him to counter the demonic suppression formations and endure for an hour. As the Su family patriarch, you and Elder Tianyuan must collaborate with another protector to swiftly deal with Marquis Lingshan. Leave the old fellow from the Northern Prince's residence to me that a bloody battle is imminent. While we may have the numbers on our side, the ultimate outcome rests upon myself and Lin Yu. Su Qingyun, however, did not comply. Instead, he directly relayed a message. Chongqing, Master Qingha has instructed your withdrawal. What shall we do next? Despite having broken through to the Earth origin, he felt uncertain in the face of such a grand conflict, now viewing Yi Chongqing as his pillar of support. Openly seeking guidance, Yi Chongqing, with his small eyes narrowed, had not expected to encounter such significant figures in Qingzhou. This aligned with his intentions. Even the Grand Elder of the Northern Prince's residence was present. A perfect opportunity to collect some interest. The master of the Jade Balance Pavilion would be dealt with by him. Stepping forward, he recalled how the old Northern Prince had been more flustered than anyone else during his departure, and would undoubtedly take action. Just as he prepared to speak and take action, two overwhelming auras re-emerged that a youth and an elder entered the city lord's estate, exuding an air of ease that Su Xiu's old face bore an increasingly radiant smile. His legitimate son Su Tiangan and cousin Su Jin had arrived. Master Qingha, it seems you may be overthinking matters. Master Qingha's expression was grave, and he offered no response, directly transmitting a message to Su Qingyun. I will retract the Xintian mirror and find a way to escort Madame Su out of Qingzhou. All members of the Su family must leave. I shall cover your retreat with the Qingbai protector. It was not that he lacked trust in the Su family. Rather, Su Qingyun had only just broken through to the Earth origin, while Su Tiangan and the others had grasped a thread of Dao intent as masters, making them incomparable. Master Baiyu was merely at the peak of gathering spirits and could at most assist in resisting the city lord's demonic formations. He turned to see Su Qingyun standing motionless beside Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing blinked his lively eyes before speaking, his voice soft and melodic, since the Su family's masters and the old fellows from the Northern Prince's residence are present. Let us resolve this together. Uncle, please see them off. Lin Yao and the Jinbei Wangfu have repeatedly placed their mother and the Su family in peril, and this is merely the beginning. Master Qingha and another royal offering were momentarily taken aback, and upon turning back, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Good. Su Qingyun spoke in silence, his body brimming with combat intent as he unsheathed his long blade, launching it fiercely towards Su Tianran at the entrance. Although Su Qingfeng had lost an arm, his vitality remained robust. Without uttering a word, he summoned a silver-white spear and hurled it with tremendous force, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Su Jin. The overwhelming aura of the master surged mightily. The two brothers, each targeting one opponent, were perfectly synchronized. That it has been a long time since my old bones have had a good workout. I shall gladly take the head of Lin Shanho. Yi Tianyuan, clad in azure, brandished a spiritual weapon sword. Despite his aged appearance, he moved with remarkable agility, his steps as elusive as a ghost, heading towards the Su family. Master Baiyu shielded him, ensuring that Yi Chongqing would not fall into peril, while simultaneously activating the Su family ancestral formation. This moment, the entire Qingzhou aristocracy and sects were left in a state of shock. 4 Great Masters. The Su family conceals such depth. Previously, when Su Qingyun revealed his Earth origin strength, it had already left them astounded. However, Given that Su Qingyun's right arm had been severed, how could he possibly ascend to the rank of a martial arts master? With a compromised physique, he could not circulate a complete cycle of energy during cultivation, leading to sluggishness and obstructed spiritual energy. Furthermore, with only a fourth-grade talent, which is moderately above average, it was already a stroke of luck for him to reach the mid-stage of spirit gathering under such circumstances. How was it possible for him to break into the Earth origin realm? The Su family, having withdrawn from the Qingzhou stage, could only shrink back to Tianlan County, yet they frequently displayed formidable strength, leaving many perplexed. The Su family is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Did the calamity years ago truly lead to their decline? Someone voiced their confusion. The city lord's residence was now in utter chaos, with families and sects that had not taken sides clustering at the periphery of the square. Remaining vigilant that if all goes as expected, my sect's disciples have perished, without a trace to be found. The expression of the Xianyu sect master darkened as his gaze swiftly swept across the Xiantian realm. Yet he could not find his own disciples. His direct disciple, possessing second-grade aptitude, had the potential to challenge the Earth origin realm. He had imparted all his teachings to him, and now he had perished during a grand competition. The head of the Shui family, now donned in battle armor, looked somber and sighed. Why concern ourselves with this now? I may not even preserve my own life. Once the battle between the two sides concludes, whether it be the Su family or the Su family, we will face retribution. Neutrality is acceptable, but at such a moment, choices must be made. Although his son had perished, it mattered little. He still had 300 years of life left. Finding a path to survival was the true way forward. The three of our families shall form an alliance, responding to one another's strengths, ensuring the preservation of our foundations and remaining undefeated. The head of the Zhang family spoke with a faint smile, maintaining his calm demeanor. His strength was his assurance. With three great masters joining forces, regardless of who emerged victorious, any retaliatory actions would necessitate careful consideration. The other two Earth origin masters exchanged disdainful glances. How has such a fool remained at the helm of the Shuling Zhang family? The Su family is shrouded in mystery, continuously revealing powerful figures, bolstered by the royal backing, that if you do not take a stand at this critical moment, how could you possibly be spared? The Su family, with a lineage spanning several hundred years and being the foremost in Qingzhou, held the backing of the Jinbei Wangfu. Once they dealt with the Su family, they would undoubtedly be concerned about whether another Su family could rise in Qingzhou, seizing the opportunity for a purge. They had long harbored such thoughts as for responding to one another's strengths, with several masters present who would dare assist another faction before annihilating one. They would inevitably prioritize their own survival. The Xianyu sect master, with a malevolent expression, could not allow the Su family to persist, having severed his own lineage. The Su family must face defeat. They were merely newly emerged Earth origin practitioners, capable only of stalling Su Fuju and Su Jin for a while. Once they resolved those two, their numbers would be sufficient to crush. Muttering to himself, he made a resolute decision, a dark red long knife materializing in his palm, with obscure runes flickering. Moreover, Lin Shanhou had already sent a message promising that should he assist in securing victory, he would be rewarded with Earth-grade longevity pills, extending his life by several decades. Enough time to cultivate another disciple. With a stamp of his right foot, he shot forth like a streak of light. Raising his voice, a dignified lord colluding with demonic cultivators, employing forbidden techniques to enhance one's cultivation. How can we, as righteous practitioners, tolerate this? Xianyu sect elders swiftly act to subdue the Su family. Numerous late-stage spirit-gathering elders summoned their spiritual weapons. Charging into the fray, the elderly Su Xiu struggled against Yi Tianyuan, bearing several sword wounds. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, he felt a surge of exhilaration, laughing heartily, with the Xianyu sect master aiding us. Subduing the Su family is a mere formality. Once today's turmoil concludes, all spiritual veins of the three counties shall belong to the Xianyu sect. Shuiping, Zhangwei, act swiftly. Aside from Qingzhou City, the spiritual veins of the other counties shall be divided between your two families. However, before his words could finish, among the families, Shuiping, adorned in jet-black battle armor, summoned the essence of fire, merging it with spiritual energy to form a fiery dragon spirit, launching it towards the back of the Xianyu sect master. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the Xinyu sect master's back, his garments torn, flesh seared, and pain excruciating. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Apologies, I stand with the Su family. The warriors of the Shui family cut down all Xinyu sect members outside the battlefield. Shui Ping, you seek death. The Xinyu sect master, instantly grievously wounded, blood erupting from his mouth, turned in fury, wielding his blade to retaliate. Not only that, but several late-stage spirit-gathering elders were also ambushed, with one directly perishing. They all turned back, the battle turning into chaos. Yi Changqing watched the scene with keen interest, realizing why the Shui family had endured for over 1,000 years in Qingzhou. They possessed discernment. He then glanced at Baiyu, who was currently pouring spiritual energy into the incomplete formation plate in his palm. Senior brother, are you ready? This farce should come to an end in his childlike voice. There was a faint chill that AS expected. A mere Earth-grade mid-tier killing formation can be extinguished with a wave of my hand. Master Baiyu was drenched in sweat, astonished at the formation's staggering consumption. Not being in the Su family's ancestral grounds, he could not directly activate the formation's core. With his level of skill, it had taken him half a quarter of an hour just to activate it, demonstrating the formation's horror. Boom! The formation plate emitted a blinding radiance, ancient runes floating like countless stars, coalescing into a vast sea of stars that enveloped the entire city lord's residence. Illusory stars condensed immense power, overwhelming in magnitude, directly overshadowing the phantom of the white-eye tiger, surging towards the Zhima killing formation, slowly devouring it. In an instant, thousands of profound-grade formation runes vanished, merging into the Su family's ancestral formation, making the stars appear even more brilliant. How can this be? What level of formation is this? Not only Su Xiao, but even Lin Yu, who was engaged in bloody combat, felt a tremor in their hearts. Had their prepared trump card been so effortlessly neutralized, the Jinma killing formation could suppress the white-eye tiger phantom for almost an hour. But now, another even more astonishing killing formation had emerged. How many more hidden weapons did the Su family possess to engage with me? Do you dare to split your focus? Azure Sea swallowing sky. The Master Qing has summoned azure waters, dark currents swirling within. Anyone swallowed would be directly obliterated by an Earth origin master. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated, yet he still could not extricate himself in time, forcing his martial intent to break free. Water splashing everywhere, ancient armor shattering, his complexion turning deathly pale. Fool die! He then attacked once more, engaged in combat. The Su Xiao, witnessing this, felt his eyes redden. A defeat was looming. How could this be? This killing formation instilled fear in him, shattering his resolve. If the demon-slaughtering formation were consumed, there would be no possibility of recovery. He urgently transmitted, Yuheng Pavilion Master, if you do not act now, the Su family will be exposed, and you will not escape from Deqing. In the audience, the seemingly composed Yuheng Pavilion Master, disguised as an elder from the Su family, rose, stepping into the void, which trembled as though about to shatter. The one orchestrating matters for the Su family must be this child. He had been observing for quite some time. Su Qingyun and the others were deliberately moving closer to this child. Moreover, the Earth-grade perfected killing formation had originated from this child, although he appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old. He possessed the power to overturn Qingzhou and was undoubtedly an extraordinary prodigy. As the one in control of the Su family's affairs, he could not be left alive. The sudden rise of the Su family must have its reasons. And their hidden cards were certainly not limited to these few masters. Indeed, as I suspected, they have grasped a perfected Earth-grade killing formation. Had he intervened earlier, his rash appearance might have inflicted some injuries upon him. Now, with their trump card expended, what a pity. Such a young prodigy. Yet born into the wrong circumstances, he appeared directly hundreds of meters away, gathering spiritual energy into a colossal hand, wielding the power of heaven and earth. Directly pressing down upon the porcelain doll and Baiyu, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. He had been waiting to see if the Su family's legendary figure, the Tianxian, truly existed, that if they intervened, he would retreat without hesitation. But now that the situation was dire, and they had yet to reveal themselves, it indicated either they were hidden within the Su family or simply did not exist. Everyone was taken aback. Channeling the might of heaven and earth, their Tao intent reaching fruition, Was this a Tianqian master? Where did the Su family find such a powerful figure? Even the entire Qing dynasty had only a few legendary figures. While the head of the Shui family held the upper hand, his complexion turned pale, his expression grim. Had he made the wrong choice? Crack! At that moment, a long sword, imbued with ethereal energy, sliced through the vast sky, hurtling towards the city lord's mansion, colliding with a magnificent hand and piercing through it effortlessly. The enormous hand shattered into countless crystalline fragments of spiritual energy that scattered in the wind. A man clad in a black robe stood resolutely in the martial arts plaza, exuding an aura as formidable as the waves, effortlessly blocking all assaults. That is the Su family truly under the protection of a celestial Xian? The head of the Yuheng Pavilion, concealed beneath a human guise, narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with dread. Could it be that the enemy had discovered his presence, after lying in wait for so long without making a move? Were they merely biding their time for him? Was the Su family truly this treacherous? The battle within the city lord's mansion came to an abrupt halt, with numerous masters withdrawing their attention. How had the power dynamics shifted to the level of celestial Xian? Yi Changqing's pristine visage remained eerily calm, for everything had unfolded as anticipated. Flashes of insight appeared in his mind. The Old Town North King, witnessing the adversary's immediate intent to kill, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness that he regarded the enemy as a fool. If they had first dealt with those Su family masters, he wouldn't have intervened at all. Protecting the Yuheng Pavilion head was merely to prevent complications that could hinder his plans for possession. The Yuheng Pavilion head, recognizing the presence of a celestial Xian defending him, was utterly convinced this was indeed the Su family's celestial Xian guardian. Mental calculations surged to completion, as the celestial Xian ancestor, buried in the Su family's ancestral ground, began to resurrect, soul returning to form, spiritual energy condensing to reshape his body, extending his lifespan by a century. Master Baiyu, witnessing the Su family's ancestral formation devouring the town demon-killing formation for enhancement, was utterly astonished. The ancestral formation was already extraordinary, and he firmly believed that once restored, it could harness the power of devouring to challenge the legendary holy level formations. The ancestral formation was inherently a quasi-holy level array. Its devouring effects doubled, possessing a certain chance of reaching holy level and achieving unparalleled transcendence that if it were in your hands, bolstered by the celestial fortunes. The success rate would increase by 55%. Chapter 52. The celestial level ancestral formation demonstrates its might. Does the Su family have more secrets? Masters Qinghe and Yi Tianyuan, along with other allies, revealed expressions of disbelief. A protector? Who could it be? I have spent 8 months within the Su family, yet I have never encountered one that moreover, if a celestial Xian truly guarded them, the Su family, having fallen from grace with many of their kin perishing, should have revealed themselves by now. The elders of the Yi family were equally perplexed. Who would allow their kin to bleed in vain? Had it not been for Yi Tianyuan's timely arrival, Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng, the last remaining gathering spirit warriors, would have been ambushed by the Zhang family. Not to mention them, even the current members of the Su family were somewhat bewildered. Who was this? Now, within the city lord's mansion, the only sound was the rustle of the black robe. The Old Town North King felt a pang of despair. Was the Yuheng Pavilion head a fool? Why avoid killing so many Su family masters to eliminate a mere child who had yet to mature? What purpose did this serve? He couldn't comprehend how such a simpleton had reached the celestial Xian realm. Instead of addressing Qinghe's offerings and the capable forces like Yi Tianyuan that could influence the battle, he had initially thought his plans were secure, allowing him to eradicate the entire Su family here and seize Yi Changqing tonight without drawing the attention of familiar faces. Once inside the martial king's mansion, with the assistance of his granddaughter Lin Yao, he could conceal his presence for a while. At that point, as long as his cultivation improved to a certain level, he could proceed to the Qingyang sect and become a true disciple. Soaring to greatness, he was but a step away from achieving his final goal. Yet now, with foolish allies, he felt utterly helpless. The Yuheng Pavilion head, beneath his human guise, wore a grave expression, refraining from rash actions, and spoke gravely. Who are you, lurking in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal your true form? The Old Town North King stood quietly over 10 meters in front of Yi Changqing, channeling spiritual energy to create a line of sound. A vague voice echoed in the Yuheng Pavilion head's mind. You may kill anyone, but this child must not be harmed. Could it be that this child's protector was not the Su family's celestial Xian ancestor? The Yuheng Pavilion head's expression shifted unpredictably, but regardless of the truth, a trial would reveal all that he turned swiftly, moving like a wraith, gathering the might of heaven and earth, intent manifesting upon him as he charged towards Master Qinghe with lethal intent. Master Qinghe's countenance changed drastically as he caught sight of the black-robed celestial Xian, standing calmly before Yi Changqing, who had made no move to intervene. His figure retreated violently, unwilling to linger. Old fool. Who permitted you to act? A soft yet domineering voice resonated, accompanied by a vast expanse of stars within the ancestral formation, becoming increasingly solid, flickering like meteors as they hurtled toward the Yuheng Pavilion head. Boom! As meteors rained down, the entirety of the city lord's mansion trembled. The Yuheng Pavilion head felt as if his arms were about to shatter, the barriers of intent he had formed fracturing under the assault. A celestial-level killing formation, moreover, it had absorbed the town demon killing formation and the white-eyed tiger killing formation. How could the Great Qing dynasty possess such high-level formations? The Seven-Star Pavilion and the Great Qing dynasty had clashed for over a millennium, with constant skirmishes, even erupting into celestial Xian battles in the shadows. Yet he had never seen the latter deploy a celestial-level killing formation that a mere Earth-level killing formation already demanded immense resources and required the summoning of an Earth-level spiritual array master. There were only 4 in the entire Great Qing dynasty. Furthermore, such formations only needed to replenish their consumed resources to maintain the combat prowess of warriors at the same level. Given the foundation of the Great Qing dynasty, it would require the depletion of half its national strength to create one. And only the Qingyang sect possessed celestial level or higher spiritual array masters within the Kanglan main domain. How could they possibly be summoned? Moreover, this formation contained devouring intent, capable of continuous evolution, which was even more astonishing. Where had this Su family emerged from? Did they possess such a trump card? Had this child, the one who grasped the situation, foreseen all of this? The Yuheng Pavilion head's expression darkened to the extreme. Unwilling to act further, retreating from the bounds of the Su family's ancestral formation, Yu Qingyun and others did not remain passive spectators, instead roaring, "Eliminate all the Su family warriors, leave none alive." Channeling their blade intent, they charged once more towards Su Tianran and his companions, who, once a proud lord of Qingzhou, now found himself in a dire predicament, his eyes filled with shock. The Su family's hidden cards were emerging one after another. Why had he never heard of them before? Originally, the clan had planned to eliminate a family from Tianlan County during the Spirit Vein Grand Competition, and many high-ranking members of the Su family had dismissed it entirely, failing to take it seriously. Yet now, the younger generation was being suppressed, and even the Earth Origin Master was held at bay. Even the celestial Xian expert summoned by his father struggled, trapped by the killing formation and unable to exert their influence. Fear gripped their hearts. Thoughts of retreat began to form, but they were entangled by Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng, trading wounds for wounds. Boom. The entire city lord's mansion erupted into chaos once more, with powerful beings clashing fiercely. The patriarch of the Shui family, though bloodied and gravely injured, wore an excited expression, his face flushed at a celestial-level killing formation, a black-robed celestial Xian, 2 against 1. How could we possibly lose? The Old Town North King, standing before Yi Changqing, felt his teeth nearly shatter in frustration, bewildered as to why they were at such a disadvantage. The Su family's hidden cards seemed endless, as if there were no limit to their resources. A chill crept into his heart. He needed to resolve this quickly, or the Su family would face annihilation, and next, it would surely be the Town North King's mansion. The combat capabilities the Su family had revealed were already astonishing. Apart from their mid-tier warriors, they could rival any of the 7 great lord families. Their ferocity knew no bounds. With a celestial-level killing formation in play, his plans for possession had become exceedingly difficult. If discovered, his soul would be obliterated, and he had to collaborate with the Yuheng Pavilion head. Otherwise, a catastrophe loomed. His possession scheme could not be interfered with. With a flick of his black robe, he surged towards the engaged Master Qinghe and Lin Yu. His murderous intent palpable and intense. The royal patron, having repeatedly thwarted his plans, must be dealt with first. The Yuheng Pavilion head, struggling against the formation, seethed with anger. This man aimed to eliminate the town North King's Grand Elder. What a scheme. The Su family were all deceivers. This old fool had intended to trap him within the killing formation, using it as an opportunity to strike. He cursed the black-robed, celestial Xian's ancestors for generations in his heart. This was utterly despicable. Everywhere he turned was a trap. He had exercised caution throughout his life, only to be ensnared by a mere family from the borderlands. His heart brimmed with resentment that in just a fleeting moment. He had closed the distance to mere meters away, when a sharp and potent sword intent erupted from outside Qingzhou City, soaring skyward, converging upon the city lord's mansion. What audacity! Which celestial Xian dares to wreak havoc in my great Qing dynasty? An elderly man with white hair and a pale complexion soared through the air on his sword, like a divine ray, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. After Master Qing had took control of Qingzhou City, he promptly relayed messages to the royal family, indicating signs of turmoil that could involve the Su family. Upon learning of this, the great Qing's ancestors immediately emerged from seclusion and ultimately decided to send the Sword King, who mastered the way of the sword and possessed extraordinary speed. He could reach the scene within half a day's time. Initially, he had thought Master Qinghe was overreacting, but as he approached within 20 to 30 miles of Qingzhou City, he sensed the battle waves of celestial intent erupting nearby, along with the manifestation of a celestial-level killing formation. He was instantly struck with terror. Swallowing 2 Earth-level recovery pills, he burned his blood essence, unleashing a tremendous sword strike, intent on halting the conflict, that if that innate holy body were to be harmed, he would be struck down by the great Qing's ancestors on the spot. Their dreams of an immortal dynasty would be shattered. Chapter 53, The Slaughter of Masters, the Su family's annihilation. With a swift motion, the sword radiated a dazzling light, extending over Tianzhong, exuding a fierce sharpness, as if it sought to cleave the void itself. The king of the Qing, the lord of Yuheng, ensnared within the ancestral array of the Su family, experienced a sudden change in complexion. What are the Wangfu of Jinbei and Wu Wang doing? Why has no news reached us? Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from action and departed directly. What chance do we have now? That damned old Sword King has arrived. The old king of Jinbei seethed with rage. This plan was monumental, yet not a single core member of the Su family had been dealt with. Useless, all of them. Should I take action, I would undoubtedly expose myself. In their youth, they had known each other, rising together to establish the Qing dynasty and ascend to the realm of Tianxian, that if I were to be exposed, revealing my martial skills and techniques, it would surely lead to discovery, for they are far too familiar with one another. Presently, the founders of the Qing wish to support Yi Chongqing, awaiting his rise to lead the dynasty to glory. It is not that they are unwilling to seize his body. Rather, the risks are immense. Even with thorough preparation, failure is a possibility, especially considering he is a prodigy with a congenital sacred body, making the endeavor all the more daunting. They possess several hundred years of lifespan left and wish to avoid sacrificing their current cultivation. They simply bide their time, waiting for him to mature, which is merely a matter of decades. Yet I am different. In my youth, I suffered hidden injuries that have diminished my lifespan, leaving me with only a few years remaining before my time is up. Even in failure, I must possess another body to live a second life that, of course, this would inflict irreversible damage on Yi Chongqing's soul, potentially leaving him a fool. This is precisely why the old king of Jinbei cannot be discovered. The founders of the Qing and the Sword King would unleash their full might against him, leaving no opportunity for escape. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Once the tomb of the Venerable opens tonight outside Qingzhou City, all attention will be drawn there. That I end their moment of vulnerability, I shall seize my chance. There is no time for hesitation. Should I succeed, I will surpass countless prodigies, and I shall become the protagonist of this era. With this thought, the old king of Jinbei hesitated no longer. He stomped his right foot fiercely, shattering the blue stones beneath him, transforming into a streak of divine light as he fled far away. As for Lin Yu, the grand elder of the Jinbei Wangfu, if he dies, so be it. As long as I survive, I could easily establish 10 more Jinbei Wangfus. Over 2,000 years, he had witnessed too many lives and deaths. Now in the prime of his life, with his parents deceased and his eldest son, though of the Diyuan realm, also having passed away. Lin Yu was but a distant memory, with little emotional connection. Boom! In an instant, the astonishing sword light arrived, striking towards Lord Yuheng. 7-star technique. Draw upon the power of the stars, the essence of celestial intent. Lord Yuheng held nothing back. His human skin mask shattered into dust, revealing his true form, that a pale silver radiance descended from the heavens, flowing into his body, faintly resonating with the stars beyond. His injuries began to mend, and the spiritual energy within him surged that a vast phantom of a star, towering over 100 zhang, coalesced in midair, meeting the sword light, that a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a tempest, as the shockwave shattered the entire martial arts plaza. Numerous cultivators of the gathering spirit realm were sent reeling, spitting blood and sustaining grievous injuries. Even the Diyuan masters could barely protect themselves. The Tianxian realm is rare because it can harness the might of heaven and earth, mastering the essence of the Tao to perfection. With each strike, one can invoke the forces of the cosmos, rendering them terrifyingly unmatched. Warriors of the lower three realms, battered by the residual waves multiple times, would inevitably perish. This is why, in the entire Kanglan main domain, only a scant few warriors could break through to the Tianxian realm. Only those with exceptional enlightenment and fortuitous opportunities could succeed. Master Bai Yu conjured formation patterns, instantly manifesting a terrestrial-grade formation to shield himself and Yi Changqing, thus avoiding calamity. The Yi Changqing's pale visage reflected the overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth, leaving him breathless, but he had underestimated the Tianxian realm. Martial cultivation begins simply, relying on the refinement of the physical body and the tempering of the soul. Anyone with determination may tread this path. Yet as one progresses, the mediocre without resources find each breakthrough increasingly arduous, requiring time and accumulation. This is why Yi Changqing's previous display of gathering spirit cultivation and alchemy in the Su family astonished his uncle and others. They had spent over 20 years, and only under favorable conditions could they barely step into the realm of mastery. Yet Yi Changqing, born merely 6 months ago, had been labeled an unparalleled prodigy, rendering any comparison moot, as it would only dampen his resolve. Lord Yuheng of the 7-star pavilion? Excellent. Excellent indeed. Disrupting the rules of the 7 great powers, the Tianxian realm has intervened. Then do not blame me. Today, you shall not escape. As the dust in the air slowly settled, the Sword King stood upon his flying sword, hands clasped behind his back, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Fortunately, I arrived. Otherwise, the fall of a congenital sacred body would have driven these old fools mad. Die for me. Star Cleave. The flying sword beneath his feet shrank, held within his palm, yet his aged form erupted with overwhelming vitality, pressing down upon the entire city lord's manor, crashing into the Su family's ancestral array. His sword was swift, so swift. Yi Changqing infused his soul into his eyes, seeking to glimpse the battle of the Tianxian realm, yet he could scarcely trace their movements. Only the sounds of astonishing collisions reverberated, the shockwaves reducing the entire city lord's manor to ruins. Many of the Su family's gathering spirit warriors suffered significant injuries, all thanks to the protection of the ancestral array. Senior brother, activate the ancestral array to contain the residual waves of these 2 Tianxian realm battles within this area. Do not let them escape. Then, eliminate this group of Su family masters that it is time for the curtain to fall. Agreed. Master Bai Yu nodded solemnly, his deep-set eyes radiating tranquility. With hands forming seals, he gathered spiritual energy, condensing formation patterns that surged into the somewhat damaged ancient array plate in his palm. Buzz! The illusory starry sea manifested fragments of meteoric stones, each over 10 zhang in size, plummeting into the city lord's manor. Imbued with vast power, Su Tianran's pupils widened in terror, desperate to flee, but it was far too late. The speed was overwhelming that he summoned his entire Tao intent, attempting to resist, yet felt as though his arms were made of paper. Shattering instantly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation flooding his heart. His bones shattered, countless formation patterns ensnaring him, and within a breath, it was over. Beside him, Su Jin met a similar fate, not even having the time for thought before blood streamed from his 7 orifices. His body enveloped in minute starlight, half kneeling on the ground, the light of life slowly fading from his gaze. The two martial masters of the Su family perished. Su Xiao, already suppressed, wore an expression of utter despair. Tears of grief spilling forth. My son, third brother. In that moment, he regretted it all. Had he known the strength of the Su family, he would have outright refused the two great Wangfis, never foreseeing the loss of his kin. What awaited next would likely implicate the entire Su family, leading to their downfall at the hands of the 9 clans. The venerable Lin Shanhou, whose lineage had endured for hundreds of years, collapsed in an instant. Despair filled the depths of his eyes. With a crackle, countless meteoric stones formed from condensed formation patterns enveloped him. The aged Lin Shanhou transformed beyond recognition, utterly powerless to resist. This included the Lord of Xianyu and the last Grand Elder of the Jinbei Wangfu, both now filled with despair, their plans unraveling that a mere ant family from the borderlands possesses a celestial-grade killing array, extinguishing the invincible myth of the Jinbei Wangfu. Now it's your turn, old man of the Jinbei Wangfu. Coordinating with the Su family's ancestral array, Master Qing's sword pierced through his heart, crimson blood cascading upon his garments. Each droplet gleamed faintly, harboring astonishing energy, as he had nearly reached half a step into the Tianxian realm, grasping the essence of the Tao with minor accomplishments. Every part of him was extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Yu slowly knelt, his head bowed, collapsing in a pool of blood. His eyes were hollow, vitality extinguished, as whispers emerged softly. The Jinbei Wangfu shall perish due to Lin Yao. Chapter 54. The Greed of the Jinbei Wangfu. The curse must come. The Jinbei Wangfu stood tall within the Deqing dynasty for over 2 millennia, producing numerous prodigies, among whom Lin Yu was the most illustrious, an unparalleled figure, having reached the late gathering spirit stage by 18. His swordsmanship transcending, defeating many princes and heirs, that he ventured beyond the Deqing dynasty, engaging with the true inheritors of Yushan Prefecture and the 7-Star Pavilion, gradually forging an invincible heart of the Tao. At 30, he comprehended the essence of the sword. At 50, he attained the Diyuan realm, earning the title of master. Though aged now, he glimpsed a half-step into the Tianxian realm, with a faint chance of breakthrough, requiring merely the right opportunity and fortune. Yet, he met his demise in Qingzhou City, extinguished by a border family. The reason? Merely a conflict between the principal consort and a concubine. Even Lin Yu himself had not anticipated such a fate. This incident, once revealed, would send shockwaves through the myriad powers of the Kanglan main domain that a celestial-grade killing array could alter the balance of the 7 great powers. Isn't this the ancestral array of the Su family? To think it has reached the celestial grade. How peculiar today Bai acted, annihilating the masters. A storm of astonishment surged within the heart of the Sword King. He had assumed an external enemy had unleashed a celestial-grade killing array and was curious as to which great power was behind it. He never expected it to stem from the Su family's ancient array. These venerable individuals, having witnessed the splendor of the Su family over 2 millennia ago, once stood tall in the realm of Kanglan, with a formidable Tianxian master presiding over the ancestral formation, which had once compelled a Tianxian powerhouse from the Tianshan mansion to bleed profusely, nearly leading to his demise. Their renown reached its zenith. But after the fall of that great figure, the Su family failed to produce any formidable talents, their strength dwindling until they faded into obscurity, were it not for the sight of this ancestral formation in action. The Sword King might have nearly forgotten the glory of the Su family. It is likely connected to that innate holy body, as each prodigy bears the weight of the world's fortune, protected by it. Given the expertise of this Master Baiyu, it is exceedingly difficult to repair the Su family's ancestral formation. Improvement in fortune might enhance the Su family, but perhaps only through the ancestral formation can transformation occur. Of course, there may also be secrets unknown to us. The Sword King speculated that the current Su family is displaying extraordinary prowess, with numerous spirit-gathering experts, several masters, and coupled with this heavenly tier ancestral formation. The landscape of the Daqing dynasty will inevitably shift. The stronger the Su family grows, the better it is for them. The old lord of the northern town is approaching his demise, and the dynasty has lost the Tianxian, significantly weakening its power. They're preparing to adopt a strategy of conciliation, avoiding conflict, and assisting Yi Chongqing in his growth, which is beneficial for Daqing. This time, the Lin family is colluding with Lord Yuheng, aiming to seize Qingzhou. With the shadow of the northern town lord's manor lurking behind, he sighed inwardly, knowing he was destined to take a stand on the opposing side. That night, the head of the Qintian Bureau observed the celestial phenomena, while the old lord of the northern town, upon returning home, chose to take action against the Su family, indicating much about the situation. After this return, it is imperative to discuss with his elder brother and others to resolve this hidden danger. They do not shy away from taking action against the Su family, as it can serve as a trial, provided that Yi Changqing remains unharmed. But now, even the Lord of the Seven Stars has appeared, intent on eliminating the Su family. Was this a final act to clear obstacles for the Lin family? What an opportune moment! The beleaguered Lord Yuheng, with a glint of determination in his eyes, noticed that the Sword King had become distracted. His skin flushed crimson, as if an inexhaustible flow of vitality surged within, igniting the essence of his blood. His gray hair darkened, youthful vigor restored, and his combat power nearly doubled. Each strike astonishing like a divine miracle, causing the ancestral formation to tremble, that a mere swordsman dares to contend with me. How laughable! The celestial arts, starfall, the gathered stellar energies around him emitted a pale, blue radiance, instantly expanding like miniature stars, hurtling toward the Sword King. They then surged directly toward the heavens, seeking to shatter the Su family's ancestral formation. Do you think you can escape? The Sword King remarked nonchalantly, wielding his spirit sword to shatter the oncoming stars. That he had seen this ancestral formation once before. Even in its incomplete state, it could make a Tianxian bleed. Master Baiyu smiled faintly, understanding that this was no ordinary heavenly tier-killing array. Even in its current incomplete state, it was exceptionally formidable, that is burning essence of blood, truly effective. Manipulating the celestial seas, he enveloped Lord Yuheng, ensnaring him within. Each formation pattern shone with utmost brilliance. Sword King, I will restrain him. You take the offensive. Very well, cut. The Sword King responded, unleashing a gleaming blade of ice, gathering immense spiritual energy, coalescing into a monumental sword light several tens of feet long, striking forward with lethal intent. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Lord Yuheng's expression turned grim, weary from the onslaught, his injuries worsening with each passing moment. Even as he shattered the sword light, countless silvery strands of sword intent marred his skin, blood gushing forth. The sword intent surged into his body, rendering his arms nearly immobile, continuously ravaging his meridians and organs. Even his consciousness began to blur. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, he was on the brink of demise. Then, gritting his teeth, Lord Yuheng activated the scant spirit energy remaining in his dantian, attempting to separate his soul from his body to escape. Star drawing, utilizing the power of the stars. He directly breached a gap in the ancestral formation. That I have been awaiting your emergence. That a smile crept across the Sword King's aged face as he grasped his sword, positioning it before him, and struck into Lord Yuheng's soul. Crack, crack. Lord Yuheng's soul shattered like fragments, the final remnant morphing into a twisted, grotesque visage, utterly indistinct. I am willing to forsake reincarnation to curse the northern town lord's manor and the Su family's children, rendering them innately flawed, incapable of cultivation. He felt a deep-seated resentment. How could such an insignificant family possess so many trump cards? The key was that the northern town lord's manor had not even received a whisper of this foolishness. If he must perish, he would drag down the descendants of these two families with him. To break this curse, the fundamental essence of a Tianxian expert would be required, a self-destructive act before his demise. A wisp of black mist slowly ascended, soaring toward the heavens. Before his words could fully escape, the chilling sword intent erupted violently. That a once mighty ruler, a Tianxian powerhouse, had fallen. The Sword King furrowed his brow, inwardly exclaiming, "This is dire." The curse established with his life. Could it be? Would the future descendants of the Su family be doomed? Would it not affect that young ancestor? As for the northern town lord's manor and his own connection to this, he vanished from his location, reappearing beside Yi Changqing, gazing anxiously at the porcelain-like child at his feet, eager to preemptively dispel the curse to prevent future repercussions. That Yi Changqing was somewhat bewildered. What was this old fellow up to? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Lord Yuheng, having forsaken reincarnation, has established a curse upon you, the Su family, and the northern town lord's manor. The heavenly path senses the one who bears the curse is you. Retracting the curse, the heavenly path discovers that the other half of the curse resides with a royal family, joyfully accepting and absorbing its soul, merging it directly. Lord Yuheng's forsaking of reincarnation is thus utterly obliterated from existence. The descendants of the northern town lord's Lin family will have a probability of being innately flawed, with the direct lineage facing a chance of being waste bodies, the ASA bearer of great fortune. The curse rebounds. Lord Yuheng's descendants will be innately flawed, unable to embark on the path of martial cultivation, with a 50% chance of premature demise. The Yi Chongqing's heart leaped with joy. He had seen in ancient texts that curses always come with costs and risks. Warriors of the same tier can expend some essence to dispel them. Of course, the old northern town lord had little time left. If he were to extract his fundamental essence to repair this, it would mean certain death. The northern town lord's Lin family had been too greedy. Chapter 55. The Shui family submits. Su Wanner emerges. The turmoil subsided in merely a matter of hours. The entire city lord's manor lay in ruins. The blood of masters, imbued with energy, splattered everywhere, emanating a faint glow until it dimmed after a quarter of an hour. The Su family had betrayed, colluding with the Seven Stars Pavilion, plotting against Qingzhou. Qingzhou's military and the Imperial Guards, heed my command. Proceed to the Ling Mountain Marquis' residence and execute a full-scale raid. Qingbai, you too shall go. Not a single remnant of the Su family shall escape Qingzhou. Master Qing's expression was cold as he thundered. The royal envoy behind him nodded gravely. Understood. Immediately, they surrounded the Su family, leaving no room for escape. Without a word, drawing their blades to kill, the entire manor became a river of blood. No one escaped, neither servant nor direct descendant, as the screams of the torn victims echoed throughout Qingzhou's inner city. At this moment, within the city lord's manor, the Sword King stood before the Su family members with a heavy expression. You dare to bring a child under 1 year old into Qingzhou? Are you not afraid of calamity? He gritted his teeth in frustration. If such a prodigy were to appear within his own manor, he would want nothing more than to offer them up. Who would dare to take them to a dangerous place? These fools from the Su family. This is a holy body. Had he not come, and something had gone awry, the heavens would have collapsed around these old fellows. Su Qingyun and the others sheepishly rubbed their noses, offering awkward smiles. This matter was indeed a lapse in our consideration. However, our clan lacks the strength, and we could not bear to leave Chongqing behind. Otherwise, if something were to happen, we could not bear the consequences. They were acutely aware of Yi Chongqing's significance. Yet they had not anticipated that the Sword King would care so much. Could it be that he had already recognized Chongqing's talent? That should not be the case, as Su Wanner had only just returned to the Su family and had yet to give birth. The Sword King took a deep breath, his lips twitching slightly, fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, that if Su Qingyun were one of his own, he would truly want to slap him to death. Next time, if manpower is insufficient, send word to the Sword King Manor, and let my little ones come to assist. The Su family, after all, was a newly promoted marquis family. Such perilous matters were ill-suited for them. Additionally, do not take him to dangerous places again. Do you understand? As his words fell, he intended to reprimand and educate Yi Chongqing. But upon reflection, the boy was already nearing half a year old. What if he held a grudge? Should he grow up and find an opportunity to punish him, his old face would be truly embarrassed. The Su Qingyun and the others were bewildered. When did we become so familiar with the Sword King Manor? As a marquis, can he command the resources of the royal manor? Numerous martial artists from Qingzhou's noble families, witnessing this scene, cowered in the corners, trembling, their expressions dazed as they gazed at the Su family. Is Qingzhou about to undergo a transformation? The tumultuous upheaval was utterly staggering, leaving every soul in turmoil and unable to find inner peace. From the grand battle among masters to the intervention of the celestial realm, even the venerable Sword King has arrived in Qingzhou. The root of all this chaos lies with the Su family. With resolute determination, they have resolved to deal with any disciples who have borne enmity against the Su family once the grand competition concludes, while also offering a bountiful compensation for their transgressions. Otherwise, when autumn arrives to settle accounts, it would be too late. At this moment, The head of the Xue family was flushed with rage, trembling in his body. Overwhelmed with emotion, the Su family had triumphed, and he felt he had made the right choice that he hurriedly brought along the elders of his clan and all the martial artists accompanying him to offer apologies and reparations. Xue Ping addressed the head of the Su family and the esteemed friends present, stating that upon investigation, over a dozen disciples from the Xue family had assaulted those of the Su family in the past 2 years, employing strength to bully the weak, including the young clan leader himself. From this day forth, all responsible parties would face execution as a gesture of our family's regret. Additionally, one of the 8 spiritual veins in Baihe County, alongside a low-grade spiritual vein, would be entrusted to the Su family to manage as further compensation. The Xue family, comprised of 3,000 members, is willing to become a vassal to the Su family and aid in their conquests. Xue Ping half-kneeled on the ground, his ancient armor stained with blood and shattered, his complexion pale and appearing quite disheveled. Biting his lip, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This was a moment of life and death. Although the previous incident was minor, with the 2 county cities separated by 1,000 miles and infrequent encounters resulting in the loss of 2 or 3 lives, it nonetheless required resolution. The might exhibited by the Su family was astonishing, wielding a heavenly-level killing formation and annihilating the noble families of Qingzhou as if they were mere dogs that as for himself, a mere earthly origin master. What was he worth? Su Qingyun hesitated, glancing at the porcelain doll beside him, and conveyed through voice, "Chongqing, how shall we handle this?" Yi Chongqing was taken aback, replying, "Uncle, you are the head of the family. I am merely a junior. Why do you ask me about everything?" Reluctantly, he spoke in a soft, melodious tone. The earlier intervention by the head of the Xue family, which restrained the master of the Xinyu sect, was indeed a significant favor that it was acceptable to deal with all Xue family members who had acted against the disciples of the Su family, leaving none behind. Furthermore, the Xue family must provide compensation for the deceased Su family disciples, offering 5,000 spiritual stones to each family, with a personal commitment to educate their descendants. Lastly, while the head of the Xue family possesses adequate strength to serve as a protector for the Su family, he need not be a vassal. The disciples of the Xue family seem unnecessary, as their strength falls short. In a few brief sentences, he concluded the matter. Had the Xue family refrained from intervening earlier, it would have posed a considerable problem that an additional martial arts master could have been a threat to him, especially since senior brother Baiyu was preoccupied with controlling the ancestral formation to suppress the Lord of Yuan, making it difficult to divert attention. As for the majority of the Xue family members, who had not acted against the Su family, there was naturally no need for their complete extermination, although possessing a heavenly-level killing formation did not obligate one to become a butcher. It was vital to distinguish between grievances and kindness. "Thank you, esteemed young master of the Su family." Xue Ping sighed in relief, though he had originally hoped to become a vassal of the Su family to strengthen his own clan. Regrettably, they seemed to disdain such an arrangement, prompting a bitter smile to surface. Many formerly neutral families wore expressions of trepidation. They had intended to express their allegiance after the grand competition, only to find that even the Xue family was deemed unworthy. It was important to note that the Xue family boasted nearly 20 martial artists, a staggering force that if the Su family only sought a master like Xue Ping, then what hope remained for them? In the future, Qingzhou would unequivocally be governed by the Su family. However, it became apparent that the Su family appeared to be rallying around this young child, who looked to be merely 3 or 4 years old, yet displayed remarkable clarity of thought. Earlier, when a celestial realm expert had intervened, the child remained composed, clearly exhibiting prodigious talent. Coupled with the Sword King's and royal family's endorsements, the Su family was on the brink of ascendance. At this juncture, a notification appeared in Yi Chongqing's mind. Xue Ping, subdued by the martial might of the Su family, sought to find a path for his clan, exhibiting profound loyalty. "You are imbued with great fortune. Any martial artist who submits, but later turns traitor will face a terrifying, thunderous punishment, resulting in immediate annihilation." Yi Chongqing was taken aback, realizing the versatility of his own fortune, that he waved his small hand, exclaiming, "All right, I want to see my mother in battle now." The members of the Xue family quickly dispersed, not daring to obstruct the line of sight of this young ancestor, although the prior battle had been intense. Yi Chongqing had been closely observing the 3 peculiar disciples in the rear. who had unleashed the peak and even later stages of gathering spirit strength. They revealed the martial arts techniques of the Seven Stars Pavilion, exposing their identities, as the killing formation wielded by Su Wan'er was far too terrifying, utilizing Earth-level array patterns as its core, unleashing combat power of half a step into the earthly origin realm. The likes of Hao Bai and others were utterly astonished. This was outrageous. Even he did not possess such an array configuration that in the end, he burned his essence blood, remaining in a passive defensive stance, waiting for Su Wan'er to exhaust her spiritual energy, then striking to conclude the battle. And indeed, it came to pass. Controlling such an array at the late stages of gathering spirit was immensely taxing. However, when Su Wan'er was on the verge of depletion, she produced a spirit-replenishing pill, instantly revitalizing her spiritual energy. She then relentlessly utilized the formation to wear down the three disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion. At that crucial moment, the Sword King appeared, shielding the aftermath of the battle. Dawei Changqing rose on his tiptoes, peering intently, only to discover that the mirror world was now drenched in blood, corpses strewn about, and many remnants lay scattered. The battle was over. The Shintian mirror rippled, revealing the silhouettes of dozens of young men and women. At the forefront stood Su Wan'er, clad in a white martial robe. Nearly drenched in blood, her sword grasped in one hand, her long black hair cascading chaotically, strikingly beautiful, yet fraught with urgency. Her light, ethereal voice rang out immediately. "Elder brother, second brother, the Su family has colluded with the Seven Stars Pavilion. They have a sinister plot to annihilate our Su family in Qingzhou that we must leave swiftly." The martial artists of Qingzhou twitched at the corners of their mouths. Indeed, there was a conspiracy. However, the news was too late. The Su family had already been thoroughly exterminated. Chapter 56. The Tomb of the Elders emerges. The disciples of the Su family wore expressions of deep concern as the final moments of the spiritual vein competition unfolded. The Xian-level formations bombarded the Su family, and those three-peak gathering spirit prodigies revealed their original cultivation techniques and martial arts, unable to conceal their identities any longer. This revelation left countless Su family disciples in shock, particularly as the direct descendants Su, who had practiced the soul-searching technique, enabling them to glean fragments of information after the three had sustained injuries to their dantians. However, this left them greatly astonished. As the competition concluded, they rushed out at the first opportunity to relay the news. Yet they were met with a scene of devastation. The entire city lord's mansion resembled a ruin, with shattered stones standing like sentinels, as if it had weathered an earth-shattering battle. Had they already engaged in combat? Discovering that the head of the family and others were still alive eased their anxious hearts. That Su Wan'er's anxious face scanned her surroundings, and upon spotting a porcelain doll, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hastened to Yi Changqing's side, exclaiming, "Had I known, I would have kept you in Tianlong County. This situation is far too perilous." She was unwilling for her child to be embroiled in danger. The Seven Stars Pavilion had even dispatched their inner disciples solely to eradicate the younger generation of the Su family. Had it not been for the extensive preparations of Xian-level formations and recuperative pills, the fate of the Su family would have been uncertain. Hee. Yi Changqing chuckled innocently, inwardly dismissing the gravity of the situation. Had he not brought the ancestral formation with him this time, the Su family would have been wiped out entirely. However, as a result of this incident, the strength of the Su family would experience a meteoric rise, positioning them as the foremost family beneath the seven great powers. The ancestral formation would devour the killing formations, evolving into a heavenly grade entity. The ancient ancestor buried within the ancestral land was on the verge of revival, which was indeed good news. Coupled with the abundance of spiritual veins, it was merely a matter of time before they soared to greatness. The next step would be to address the issues with the old Northern Town King, thereby resolving his immediate crisis. Meanwhile, the Sword King was somewhat bewildered. Was this indeed Su Wan'er? How had she advanced to the late stages of gathering spirit? More than half a year ago, during their time in the royal city, they had received reports from Master Qinghe indicating that her breakthrough to the spirit communing realm was facilitated by the profound spiritual energy of the innate holy fetus. He raised his gaze to the Xiantian mirror, where Su Wan'er's name prominently topped the leaderboard, her score exceeding 200 after vanquishing the three true disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion. Her points surged dramatically. placing her far ahead of the competition. In second place was Su Hu, and in third, Su Qing. A glance at the top 10 revealed that all were disciples of the Su family. He felt somewhat dazed. After all, this group of celestial realm experts had spent 2 to 3 years perfecting their techniques. With only Qinghe aware of the communications from the Qinghe Protectorate during this period, that he never anticipated that the Su family's advancement would be so astonishingly rapid. Why did that corpse seem so familiar? Was it Hao Bai, the favored disciple of the Tianquan sect? He gasped slightly, for this individual had an impressive track record, having broken through to the peak of gathering spirit at merely 19, with first-rate talent. It was rumored that the Tianquan sect had actively employed great measures to elevate him to a Yin's spirit body, offering him future opportunities to glimpse the earthly origin realm that in the borderlands. He had slain several noble offspring, displaying unparalleled strength. Furthermore, he ranked 24th on the list of prodigies in the Kanglan main domain, a compilation of those under 30 who sought the pinnacle of their realms, each possessing the potential to ascend to the earthly origin realm. Naturally, there were also thorns in the sides of other factions. This transformation occurred far too swiftly, akin to a rocket's ascent. The most exceptional member of the Sword King's residence remained stuck at half a step into the earthly origin realm, having grasped a thread of sword intent, and he was already 25 years old. Meanwhile, Su Wanner was merely 20. If rumors were to be believed, it appeared that the essence energy of the innate holy fetus indeed had the capacity to reflect back upon the mother. The first-rate aptitude is insufficient to achieve an elevation of one major realm and 2 minor realms within half a year. That Su Wanner has most likely ascended to the level of a postnatal spiritual body. His heart was filled with speculation, stirring up tumultuous waves, and he could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the martial King Yi Hao is truly a fool. Clutching 2 treasures, he foolishly relinquished his wife and spread rumors to slander her. If the other party were to ascend to the human ranking of the Kanglan main domain, he would surely regret it deeply. Well, if given the chance in the future, I shall let my own descendants attempt to approach Su Wanner. Should they forge a harmonious bond? Ha! Yi Changqing, held by his mother Su Wanner's jade-like hand, was fearful of losing her in a moment of distraction, upon seeing the Sword King before him. A silly grin occasionally surfaced on his face, reflecting his astonishment. The Sword King, having discovered Su Wanner's astonishing advancement, realized it far exceeded the cultivation speed of a first-rate talent that he had once seen in ancient texts, the innate holy body in its embryonic form, transmitting its original energy back to its mother, that he firmly believed that Su Wanner had progressed to a postnatal spiritual body. Imagining the scenario at 100%, since Su Wanner is your mother, the manifestation of favorable circumstances will grant her the Xianling body, completing her transformation within 3 days. Her comprehension of the profound path will be particularly intimate, making her cultivation remarkably efficient and increasing the probability of breaking through to the Tianxian realm. Yi Changqing could not help but be astonished. He had initially thought that assisting his mother in achieving a first-rate talent through the innate spiritual technique was already extraordinary. His mother could embark on a path befitting a prodigy. Just then, Master Qinghe stood amidst the ruins of the martial arts arena, lightly clearing his throat. The Spirit Pulse Grand Competition has concluded. According to the family rankings, we shall raise our banners high and reward the best with a mid-grade Spirit Pulse. The top 3 on the list are also disciples of the Su family, and 3 low-grade Spirit Pulses will likewise belong to the Su family. Continuing with the subsequent rankings, they will acquire an additional 27 ordinary Spirit Pulses. The numerous disciples of the Su family did not exhibit excessive excitement, for their side possessed nearly 20 Xin-level killing formations and as many as 7 gathering spirit cultivators, that if they could not resolve the Su family, they would indeed be deemed useless. Moreover, they aimed to settle scores with those who bore grudges, and everyone felt their Tao hearts were clear and unobstructed. However, following this battle, the Su family was poised to soar. And coupled with the 8 ordinary Spirit Pulses from Tianlan County, this would amount to 35 in total. Naturally, such grades could only be considered as mines, with a low yield, approximately over 30,000 Spirit Stones monthly. If extracted all at once, a substantial quantity of Spirit Stones could be acquired, yet this is a sustainable resource, typically harvested within normal limits. The 3 low-grade Spirit Pulses collectively yield around 100,000 Spirit Stones monthly, along with a mid-grade pulse, bringing the total to over 100,000 presently. the Su family could achieve a monthly yield of approximately 300,000 spirit stones. This is an astonishing figure, one that the former Su family could not attain. Thank you, Master Qinghe. Master Qinghe waved his hand. The head of the Su family is being polite. I should be the one thanking the Su family. Had it not been for this heavenly grade killing formation, I might have already been slain by the Yu Hung of the Seven-Star Pavilion. Resolving the Su family today, as well as the Seven-Star Pavilion, is a significant achievement. I shall send a message to the royal family tonight, requesting His Majesty's reward. A noble title is just around the corner. Ridding ourselves of a rebellious marquis house barely warrants a title. But vanquishing a formidable Tianqian expert is enough to shake the entire Kanglan main domain. It has been hundreds of years since such a powerful figure has fallen. A noble title is sufficient. This means that within a short span of months, the Su family has leaped from an ordinary family to achieving nobility, standing at the pinnacle of the Deqing dynasty. This will leave countless individuals envious. Outside Qingzhou City, this aura. The Sword King's expression shifted slightly. A faint yet transcendent aura beyond the Tianqian realm slowly emanated, permeating the heavens and the earth. Within the Deqing dynasty, legends have long circulated that this land once birthed a Nirvana realm powerhouse, who, in their twilight years, returned home and was buried in these verdant mountains. However, after establishing the Deqing dynasty, they have yet to be found. Could it be that they are about to emerge? At this moment, a prompt surfaced in Yi Changqing's mind. Due to the supply of heavenly materials and earthly treasure from the Martial King's residence, a portal has been opened to the tomb of the Revered One. You have resided in Qingzhou City for several days. With fortune accompanying you, the tomb has sensed the presence of a fortuitous anomaly and has emerged early. Chapter 57. If the Su family does not wish to be treated like dogs, they shall face extermination. The owner of this tomb is the Revered One of the Vast Sea, who returned to the Kanglan main domain 10,000 years ago, buried in his homeland. However, he did not wish for his legacy to dissipate and placed his artifact spirit within the tomb, awaiting a fated individual. The artifact spirit detected a surge of fortune in this place, speculating that an unparalleled anomaly is within 100 miles and has opened early, enhancing your success rate in accessing the Great Tomb by 55%. The dangers posed by the assessments laid out will be mitigated, becoming commonplace, thus easily passable. Yi Changqing was taken aback. So fortune possesses such utility? Compete. It is imperative to compete. Entering the Great Tomb will also provide temporary safety. No one knows where that old thing is hiding, and he cannot enter to seize control. I can take this opportunity to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of gathering spirit, to prepare for confrontation. Upon emerging, I shall directly break through to the Earth Origin realm, collaborating with Senior Brother Baiyu to manipulate the ancestral formation and decisively eliminate this old fiend. Furthermore, Yi Changqing is eager to test his current abilities and see how many punches the prodigies of the Kanglan main domain can withstand. Refining precious medicines, bathing daily in the blood of ferocious beasts, washing and tempering my sinews and marrow, that my physical strength has reached an inconceivable level. The ultimate limit of the gathering spirit realm is 50,000 pounds of strength in one arm. And I have already surpassed that limit during the spirit connection realm, paving a longer path ahead. However, upon heading to Qingzhou City, I felt I had hit a bottleneck, unable to further enhance my vitality. Additionally, after consuming a pill to enhance my spiritual awareness, my perception could extend up to 80 meters, breaking the shackles of gathering spirit. You girl, why not consider trying this tomb of the Revered One? With the array in your hands, it would be sufficient to rival the top talents on the human ranking and afford you a fighting chance. The Sword King extended an invitation that a tomb of this caliber would surely attract the attention of the 7 major forces. Su Wan'er could be considered a top-tier combatant. As long as the legacy does not fall into the hands of the 7-Star Pavilion or similar forces, it would be a good thing. He had already sent a message to the royal residence, calling upon his own descendant ranked on the human ranking to compete for the opportunity to connect. This is of utmost importance. That fool Yi Hao could not grasp the situation. Then let it be the Sword King's residence that takes charge. If successful, that would be best. If not, it cannot be forced. Matters of fate cannot be coerced. The Sword King simply hopes this young man can bring him some honor. That Su Wan'er hesitated slightly, her jade-like hand holding on to Yi Changqing, fearful of him encountering troubles outside. The Sword King noticed her concern and displayed a benevolent smile. Do not worry. Young lady, this lad will not encounter any issues outside. If a single hair is harmed, I shall present my head to you. Subsequently, the other Elder Kings were also preparing to take action, heading to Qingzhou City to bolster their presence. These old fellows, feeling somewhat envious, wished to acquire a fragment of the legacy to elevate themselves further. All right, Su Wanner bit her crimson lip, nodding solemnly, and no longer troubled in her heart. She only wished to seize this legacy for her Chongqing. After all, her own aptitude was weak, and it was likely that reaching the Earth origin realm would be her limit. The cultivation methods above Tianxian were scarce even in the Qing dynasty. Paving the way for Chongqing was of paramount importance. Very well, let us depart. A glimmer of joy surfaced in the Sword King's deep-set eyes as he summoned his spirit sword, expanding it to several zhang, and swiftly carried the Su family members and Master Qinghe towards the outskirts of the city. That as for the young scions of Qingzhou, they were not worth considering, barely qualifying as cannon fodder. At that moment, in a shadowy corner of the city, the Old Town North King, clad in a black robe, had a glint of cold light in his eyes. That old Sword King is actually heading to the tomb of the Revered One. This shouldn't be the case. According to the progress relayed by Lin Hai and the others, it will still take several days to fully open the portal. Yet now, that great tomb has inexplicably leaked its aura. This has disrupted my plans. With the Sword King present, I cannot seize control without being discovered. And at that point, not only would my avatar be at risk, but even my true self would be in peril. No, I must quickly spread this news. Stir up chaos in Qingzhou City and seize Yi Chongqing for possession. I can no longer delay. He felt a sense of suffocation, having repeatedly failed to target a mere border family like the Su family. Moreover, with the Su family's ancestral formation now upgraded to the heavenly tier, attempting to seize control would likely result in being crushed. Anxious beyond measure, the rapid growth of the Su family was staggering. Soon, even approaching their residence would be difficult. With this thought, he took out a jade pendant glowing with a faint blue light and promptly relayed the news from this location to the Seven-Star Pavilion. The Su family discovered your Seven-Star Pavilion's disciples taking decisive action to eliminate the threat. The direct disciple of the Tianquan Pavilion Master has perished. The Su family has allied with the Qing dynasty to set a heavenly tier killing formation, and the Sword King has arrived. Slaying the Yu Hung Pavilion Master, that a tomb of the Revered One has emerged in Qingzhou City. If you wish to compete for opportunities, you must arrive within a day, should the Qing dynasty's old fellows acquire it. The Seven-Star Pavilion will never have a chance to rise again, and the remaining Tianxian will become fish in a barrel. Furthermore, he ensured that the news from this location was discreetly conveyed to other forces by the North King's residents. Their own prodigy ranked 30th on the human ranking would not suffice. Su Wanner, in conjunction with the killing formation, had already dealt with the peerless talent of the human ranking. Only with more forces and more talents arriving can this tranquil lake be stirred. Everyone believes this great tomb to be an opportunity. Yet in reality, it is Yi Chongqing's physical body that is the greatest fortune. In the vast expanse of the Kenglin Master Domain, in the farthest western reaches, there lies a magnificent mountain that pierces the heavens. Its steep, knife-like midsection. Ancient pavilions stretch endlessly, suffused with a rich spiritual aura that wafts through the air, resembling an ethereal paradise atop the summit. A grand palace stands resolutely, adorned with engravings of countless stars, shrouded in a hazy, silvery divine radiance that seems to illuminate the very fabric of the universe, exuding an extraordinary mystique that I end this moment. Within the palace, a powerful force surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous cries of astonishment. What? The life token of the seventh brother has shattered? How can this be possible? Is not the Su family merely a peripheral force? 4 indistinct figures stood within the hall, their auras unfathomable, like a bottomless abyss, exuding an alarming presence that distorted the very void around them. The man seated in the high position sensed a disturbance from the jade pendant at his waist, its spiritual energy tugging at him, and the words of the Northern King echoed in his mind, causing his brows to furrow in contemplation. The death of the seventh brother was at the hands of the Sword King. However, the ancestral array controlled by the Su family had inexplicably restored itself to a heavenly tier, ensnaring him within it, something that the Sword King alone could not achieve. Furthermore, the fourth brother, your only disciple, has perished. Slain by the concubine of that martial king, one of the indistinct figures stepped forward and took a seat in the hall, his corpulent form seemingly on the verge of bursting through his leather armor. His expression a mix of disbelief and suspicion. Third brother, do not jest on my disciple has already ranked 28th on the human list, having undergone the baptism of a great elixir to attain a postnatal spiritual body. Nearly invincible beneath the earth origin. Su Wanner of the Su family is merely a discarded concubine. 6 months ago, she was only at the spirit communication realm in the imperial city. How could she possibly have slain Hao Bai? This is inconceivable. That if you must jest, at least speak of someone credible. The descendant of that old sword king might have this possibility, as he has vaguely touched upon the sword intent. Whether Yu Hung lives or dies is of no concern to me. Just hasten to inform me of my disciple's whereabouts. The anxious lord of Tianquan implored, his heart unsettled over the past 2 days, anxious to know the fate of the true disciple he had nurtured with countless resources and great elixirs. For any mishap would be catastrophic. Hao Bai is indeed dead. This matter can be verified. That old fellow Lin Hao has no reason to deceive us. The man in the high seat spoke calmly. The rotund lord of Tianquan was momentarily stunned. Unable to accept the news that Tio die at the hands of a genius from the human list was to be expected, but to perish at the hands of a mere concubine was beyond his comprehension. His slitted eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Outrageous. This Su family truly deserves destruction. Months ago, they slaughtered the elder of my 7-star pavilion, and now they dare to lay hands on my true disciple. They seek death. I shall personally venture forth to annihilate their entire lineage and raise their ancestral graves. The other 2 indistinct figures trembled slightly, equally astonished. The news was too explosive. The loss of a nurtured postnatal spiritual body and the death of Yu Hung was unprecedented. For over 1,000 years of conflict with the Deqing dynasty, they had never suffered such a catastrophic loss. The man in the high seat stepped forward calmly, his demeanor cold as he spoke. My 7-star pavilion has been dormant for far too long. If we do not take action, even the most insignificant of creatures will dare to tread upon us. Not only must you go to the Deqing dynasty, but we all must go. A revered tomb has emerged in Qingzhou, potentially housing earth-shattering legacies. According to Lin Hao's information, those under 20 may enter to compete for treasures. Gather all 4 eligible true disciples. This time, we shall easily resolve the young generation of the Deqing dynasty. When the moment comes, we will slay that old sword king and obliterate the Su family. They have been given the opportunity to act as dogs. Since they refuse, they shall cease to exist. Their ancestral array shall be repurposed as the protective formation for my 7-star pavilion. With the finality of his words, for beams of resplendent light surged skyward, vanishing into the stars above. A flying vessel, measuring over 10 zhong, cleaved through the void and soared forth. Observers from various other factions outside the 7-star pavilion took note and hurriedly reported the news. The 4 masters of the 7-star pavilion were emerging, heading straight for the Deqing dynasty. The Kanglan master domain was on the brink of chaos. In a brief span of time, news of the emergence of the 4 heavenly Xian masters of the 7-star pavilion spread across the 7 great factions. Astonishing numerous martial artists. The emergence of heavenly Xian masters was strictly regulated, a rule established to maintain balance. Yet now, apart from the missing Tian Xian and Tian Shu, all the higher combatants of the 7-star pavilion had emerged. Targeting the Deqing dynasty, in an instant, the various factions mobilized their forces to investigate, ultimately discovering that the source of the turmoil originated from Qingzhou of Deqing. How could such illustrious heavenly Xian masters remain hidden in a single state, seeking to strike at a peripheral family, only to suffer a devastating counterattack? The Linshan Marquis house plotted treachery, colluding with the 7-star pavilion, resulting in the beheading of 3 masters and nearly 10,000 people. The news echoing throughout the 7 states of Deqing, causing an uproar. Moreover, the Northern King's residence was demoted to a marquisate, with over 10 direct descendants captured, including masters and elders, prompting the royal family to issue a warning. The esteemed elder of a king's residence had assisted an enemy in an attempt to seize control of Qingzhou, committing an unforgivable crime. Had it not been for the fear of the old Northern King's wrath before his death, the Deqing ancestral line might have considered a sweeping punishment, demoting them to commoners and executing the direct descendants. After all, the vengeance of a heavenly Xian master upon death is a formidable force. Yet, failure to take a stand would surely dishearten the Su family and that innate holy body. Thus, a gathering of the young talents from the 7 great royal houses was organized to venture into Qingzhou. Intent on seizing the revered tomb, other factions, too, saw ancient heavenly Xian monsters, who had lived for millennia, emerge from their secluded retreats, eager to discern the truth of the tomb and to lead the talented youths of the human list. They were all immensely eager to obtain the legacy of the revered, to break their shackles and emerge from the Kanglan master domain. The supreme elder of Tianshan province, upon exiting seclusion, unearthed old grievances, directly accusing the Su family of injuring their own ancestor in years past. Should they fail to surrender the heavenly tear-killing formation, a bloodbath would ensue. Many onlookers finally grasped that this heavenly tear-killing formation was under the control of the Su family. They hastily inquired with the Wanbao Pavilion, investing significant resources to uncover the mysteries of this Su family. When the white papers detailing the Su family's history appeared before them, all were left dumbfounded. A nearly fallen minor family that, just a few years prior, had only a single master to guard it, had been obliterated by 90% of its members to assist the ascension of the Deqing martial king Yi Hao. In a brief period, however, they had transformed into a colossal entity, establishing several masters and giving rise to prodigious talents. The discarded concubine had even slain the true disciple of the 7-star pavilion. At merely 20 years of age, fair-skinned and beautiful, she seemingly possessed an extraordinary opportunity, becoming a postnatal spiritual body. Otherwise, her rapid breakthroughs could not be explained. As the human list was updated, Su Wan'er's name ranked 28th, igniting ambition in countless young talents who flocked to the Deqing dynasty, eager to win her favor and be welcomed into her abode. Across the vast lands, mockery echoed, branding the Deqing martial king a fool for allowing such a celestial beauty to cast aside her marriage. It was said that to be honored as an ancestor would not be excessive. This was an existence poised to stand at the pinnacle of the Kanglan master domain. To speak bluntly, had Yi Hao achieved such glorious feats at the age of 20? Now, at 26, with merely initial Earth origin cultivation, he ranked only 31st. His qualifications were somewhat lacking, and his rise had been slow. The Wanbao Pavilion's evaluation of him was that he held potential, yet his intelligence was insufficient, leaving him at risk of slipping from the human list at any moment. Now, the concubine he had discarded had already far surpassed him. How could this not be a source of ridicule? 100 miles outside Qingzhou City, atop of Verdant Hill, ancient trees stood tall, their emerald leaves swaying continuously in the breeze, as if heralding the gathering storm within the Kanglan master domain. Deep within the green hills, numerous martial artists, robust with vitality, clad in fine iron armor, remained ever vigilant. At the center of their circle stood an ancient bronze door, corroded and etched with intricate ancient runes. As though ravaged by the passage of time and on the verge of crumbling, that a slightly lifted corner revealed an endless darkness within, illuminated only by a faint glow, seemingly coalescing into a passageway. The aura emanating from this great tomb was extraordinary, harboring ancient treasures and spiritual relics, each hinting at the remarkable that, if obtained, they could undoubtedly enable the masters of the 2 great royal houses to break through to the heavenly Xian realm. An elderly master marveled, his deep-set eyes sparkling with desire, wishing to dive straight in and seize all the treasures. Somewhat perplexed, he recalled earlier efforts that had consumed nearly 100 mysterious tier spiritual herbs and 3 earth tier spiritual herbs, merely rendering the bronze door faintly visible. Yet now, it had suddenly revealed a corner, and he sensed a grave danger within. An elder clad in a robe adorned with the character for Marshall in gold thread spoke in a low voice, his expression uneasy. Merely a glance feels like gazing into the abyss, as if falling into an icy cave. Isn't this better? According to my cousin's instructions, we are to lure the remaining members of the Su family here and eradicate them all. Right? However, does a mere peripheral family warrant such trouble? At worst, there are just a few old fellows at the gathering spirit realm. Should I take action myself, they would be effortlessly dispatched. My cousin personally came to retrieve Su Wan'er. Yet this wretched woman showed no gratitude. Who does she think she is, scorning my royal house's dignity? She deserves extermination. Clad in the robes of the Wuwang mansion, the young man spoke with an air of indifference, as if addressing a matter of little consequence, that he was Yi Ting, the prodigious talent newly risen within the Wuwang Mansion, having ascended to the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm within a mere few years. Rivaling the geniuses of the human rankings, the royal family sought to protect the Su clan. While they aimed for a facade of resolution, the underlying complications were undeniable. It was simpler to eliminate them here rather than concern themselves with trivialities. What we must contemplate now is our imminent entry into this grand tomb to seize the coveted treasures. The future may very well hinge on our influence over the royal family. Lin Su smiled faintly, holding no regard for the Su clan, a peripheral family, as his sole desire was to procure the treasures. Lin Hai, with hands clasped behind his back and his gaze slightly elevated, proclaimed, "Next, we shall cast all the spiritual herbs into the depths to swiftly open the bronze portal. The commotion has grown rather substantial. We must act quickly, lest the other prodigies from the royal mansions arrive." This time, obtaining the legacy of the revered one was imperative to prolong the life of our ancestor. "As you command, young master." Upon hearing the decree from the eldest son of the Lin family, the others did not hesitate, swiftly casting the spiritual herbs into the portal. Activating at point one step ahead, every subsequent step follows that as long as we acquire the legacy of the revered one, our two royal mansions will undergo a rapid transformation, rivaling that of the royal family. However, Lin Hai remained oblivious to the impending demise of their ancestor, which loomed within the next 2 years. Even with the legacy, they would not break free from their shackles to extend their lifespan. Lin Hai gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed in concern. Why has there been no news from the Su clan? With the true disciples of the Seven-Star Pavilion stationed, an unexpected turn of events was implausible. Even my nephew Lin Su may not surpass him. The prolonged silence stirred a sense of unease within him. Initially, he had dismissed the Su clan, but after witnessing their prowess yesterday, a vague apprehension emerged. Nonetheless, the Spirit Vein competition permitted the slaughter of the younger generation of the Su clan without issue. Now, time had passed. Utilizing the sound transmission array to summon the Su clan yielded no response, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Let us venture to Qingzhou City to observe the progression of the Spirit Vein competition." Yet, before his words could settle, a Tianzhong-long spiritual sword, akin to divine radiance, shot towards them as it approached. Lin Hai's eyes widened in shock, but Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng were alive, and not just them. Dozens of the Su clan's younger generation remained unscathed. They were still alive? Chapter 59. The Grand Tomb Awakens, intent on slaying the Old Town North King. What could have transpired during the Spirit Vein competition to rouse even the Sword King? An ancient figure. The survival of every single member of the Su clan implied that the Su clan had suffered defeat. But what of the Grand Elder? Was he not in Qingzhou City? Why had he not made an appearance? Lin Hai's countenance darkened, his mind filled with confusion. That it was known that the Su clan possessed 3 grandmasters, along with the Grand Elder, 4 formidable figures capable of obliterating the noble families of Qingzhou City. Was it possible they had suffered a setback? Furthermore, the Spirit Vein competition featured prodigies at the Gathering Spirit Pinnacle. How had the younger generation of the Su clan survived? Buzz! As the flying sword descended, Lin Hai's pupils constricted tightly. For Su Qingyun and Su Qingfeng to exude the grand aura of earthly origin grandmasters was astonishing. With the conclusion of the competition and the dismantling of the Hiding Sky array, the presence of the Su clan's cultivators became palpable. Were all 6 or 7 of their younger generation at the Gathering Spirit Realm? And there were dozens at the later stages of Spirit Communion. Not only Lin Hai, but also many formidable figures from the Town North Mansion and the Wuwang Mansion felt a tremor in their hearts. The intelligence they possessed did not align with this revelation. Originally, there had only been 2 Gathering Spirit cultivators. Now, a multitude of 20 or 30 had emerged. This was preposterous. Even the once mighty Su clan had barely reached this level, a status accumulated over centuries. Have the prodigies from your 2 royal mansions already arrived? The Sword King squinted, a faint chill flickering in his eyes. They had raced from Qingzhou City, barely taking a moment. This meant that the 2 royal mansions had long been aware of the revered one's tomb, perhaps even having unearthed it themselves. The Town North Mansion had failed to report, suggesting an intent to monopolize the discovery. Or did they believe that their prodigies could breach the revered one's tomb? Lin Hai slightly bowed in respect. We happened to pass by and have yet to report to the royal family. The Sword King was not easily convinced. Calmly, he remarked, the Grand Elder of the town North Mansion. Lin Yu has colluded with the Seven-Star Pavilion and has been suppressed by me. Your presence in Qingzhou City raises suspicion. Do not provoke me. Within 3 breaths, seal your cultivation, and the Imperial Guard shall escort you back to the royal city for the Emperor's judgment. A gentle flow of spiritual energy coalesced into a silvery sword light, hovering in mid-air, locking onto all members of the 2 royal mansions. Deep within Lin Hai's eyes, shock emerged. Had the Grand Elder been killed? Could it be that the Lord of the Jade Balanced Pavilion and others had been exposed? He hastily clarified. We are unaware of the events that transpired. We merely chanced upon this disturbance and arrived. We do not dare to inquire into the Grand Elder's affairs, only knowing he has exited seclusion that we hope for your understanding, Sword King. Lin Hai felt immense frustration. Resisting was tantamount to courting death. The Sword King could easily obliterate them with a flick of his hand, as their combat prowess was entirely mismatched. I shall not repeat myself. The Sword King raised his right hand, the silvery sword light beginning to tremble. Preparing to strike that I am not yet dead. An elongated sigh resonated, and from beyond the ancient tree, an elder clad in white emerged. His frail frame, little more than skin and bones, exuded a feeble vitality. Each step he took seemed perilous, as if he could collapse at any moment. That Wei Changqing's youthful form tightened at the sight of this individual. The old town North King, the very one who had long sought to seize his body. The Sword King advanced, his white hair billowing, sword energy swirling around him. Are you here to obstruct me? Lin Hao, you know your intentions well. I am here to prevent you from making a mistake. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the Sword King had his suspicions. His old friend likely intended to take advantage of the situation to usurp Yi Changqing. The old town North King remained unfazed, speaking calmly. The Emperor's judgment has yet to be rendered. They are not yet guilty. The Su holds a grudge against my granddaughter. It is only reasonable for her to assist the Su clan, the AS, for Su Xiu's collusion with the Seven-Star Pavilion. I am unaware. Upon our return to the royal city, should any of my kin commit heinous acts, I shall personally intervene. That he sought to avoid a confrontation, knowing that engaging directly would lead to defeat for his current body. His appearance was a reluctant necessity. Should Lin Hai and his companions be captured, the Sword King might resort to soul-searching, leaving him no safe haven within the entire Deqing dynasty. That he felt an overwhelming rage. Had it not been for the foolishness of his kin, who failed to handle matters properly, they would not have attracted the Sword King's ire. Why must the situation be so convoluted? His circumstances grew increasingly precarious. He needed to seize Yi Changqing's body without delay. Once the other 6 great powers' heavenly profound experts arrived, amidst the chaos, he would have his chance. Very well, my old friend. I hope you do not deceive me. The Sword King spoke with a chill in his tone. While he understood the town North Mansion harbored treacherous intentions, he could not act. His earlier exertions in Qingzhou City had severely drained him. Even with the Heaven-Tier killing formation, it was uncertain whether he could protect Yi Changqing and the members of the Su clan. However, news had already spread. Within half a day, those old royal lords would arrive. At that time, the old town North King would also be accounted for. Once there was a bond of affection, but now, Yi Changqing represented the very foundation of the Deqing dynasty. Any misfortune could befall anyone. Even if those old, heavenly profound figures fell, they must safeguard him. Buzz, as the sword energy dissipated, Yi Changqing, witnessing this scene, extinguished any thoughts of violence. Should the Sword King strike, he could activate the Heaven-Tier killing formation and eliminate him outright, dispelling the crisis. Yet uncertainty lingered regarding the old town North King's relationship with the others. Without absolute certainty, fortifying himself and the Su clan with ancestral formations was the prudent course. The Sword King led the members of the Su clan to the opposite side of the bronze portal. Speaking gravely, this grand tomb is on the verge of opening, housing treasures within that if Miss Su can secure the legacy, she may ascend to greater heights, and Deqing shall witness the emergence of a new heavenly profound expert. The revered one's tomb typically harbored dangers. None wished to be disturbed in eternal slumber. Yet, they also feared their legacies fading into oblivion, hence setting thresholds for the younger generation to enter, should a fitting prodigy arise. The legacy would be bestowed. The Sword King's faction would send several to guard Miss Su. Once inside, one must exercise caution against Yi Ting of the Wuwang Mansion and Lin Su of the Town North Mansion. Both possess combat prowess that placed them among the human rankings. Initially, the old man intended to use this opportunity to eliminate them, but unexpectedly, the Old Town North King had arrived, causing him to miss his chance. Su Wanner nodded slightly, yet she remained unperturbed. With medicinal pills for recovery and the complete formation of the Xian tier at her disposal, her current combat strength was formidable enough to contend against her contemporaries. As the Revered One's tomb, since the approach of the fated child, it continued to activate, and the bronze portal would open tonight. At this moment, a thought flashed through Yi Changqing's mind. This time, he was unwilling to let his mother face danger alone, that he intended to take action, swiftly dealing with those few ill-intentioned prodigies from the Wang Mansion, and then seize the inheritance for himself. Once inside, he would seize the opportunity to break through to the Earth element, becoming an Earth-level spirit array master. Upon emerging from the Grand Tomb, it would be time to confront the Northern King of the Old Town. A sense of unease lingered over him, as if a knife were perpetually suspended above his head that in the pitch-black night, atop the Green Mountains, a radiant divine light surged forth from the bronze portal, heralding the imminent opening of the Grand Tomb. Lin Su exclaimed in surprise, donning a dark red, Xian-level spirit armor in preparation to enter. The elder of the Martial King Mansion wore a somber expression, casting a heavy gaze towards Yi Ting beside him. Once inside, they should cleanse some of the stains on the Martial King Mansion's reputation. Presently, the Imperial City was rife with rumors that were quite detrimental to their lineage, especially considering that a congenital spirit body from the Yi family was unable to reclaim its honor. Even many branches of the Yi family voiced their grievances. However, as long as they dealt with the Su family and Su Wanner, they could rightfully reclaim that child for the Martial King Mansion, that AS for the Sword King's warning. It bore little significance. In matters concerning the 7 great mansions, everything could be discussed at a table. The Northern King of the Old Town had already made an appearance, and to him, this was merely a trivial matter that could be resolved. Why Yi Ting's eyes reflected indifference as he spoke. Elder, you worry too much. She is but a lowly maid, easily disposed of. That my true opponents will only be the geniuses from the other mansions and that sword Taishu. Nonetheless, we shall seize the initiative. The tomb of the Revered One will surely be ours. The opposing party had subtly brushed against the threshold of sword intent, and in terms of combat power, they were slightly inferior. The 8th elder of the Martial King Mansion wore a smile. The failure of the 7-star pavilion's true transmission, bye-bye, might have been due to Master Qing's interference during the Spirit Vein Grand Competition, that he did not believe that Su Wanner could grow this rapidly. They had been focused on activating the Revered One's tomb during this time, and had not witnessed Su Wanner's prowess. Hence they had not taken her seriously. Dealing with her would merely facilitate the retrieval of that congenital spirit body. The 8th elder's gaze fell upon the porcelain doll behind the Su family, igniting a fervent glimmer in his eyes. Boom. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from the heavens, that in the dark expanse above. Faint streams of light surged forth, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing, and a flying vessel, over 10 zhang in size, gradually emerged. 4 majestic auras enveloped the entire Green Mountain. Good. It seems the Sword King has not departed. Thus, my 7th brother's grudge can also be avenged. A vague voice resounded, belonging to the elegantly robed man, the master of Tianji Pavilion, but he stood at the front of the flying vessel, surveying below, where he spotted the Sword King and members of the Su family. A chill creeping over him. The other 3 pavilion masters revealed their true forms. The master of Tianquan Pavilion, resembling a lumbering pig, moved with each step, causing his ample flesh to jiggle. The master of Kaiyang Pavilion donned a red robe, his demeanor indifferent, with faint flames floating beside him, seemingly conjured from thin air. The master of Yaoguang Pavilion was a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a split cheongsam. Her presence was captivating, each smile and frown ensnaring the soul. The Sword King's expression momentarily froze. How could this be? The remaining 4 Tianxian from the 7-star pavilion had all appeared at this time. They had already eliminated the Su family during the day. Even if they had spies, it was improbable that news could spread so swiftly. They arrived even quicker than those ancient figures from the dynasty. He felt an ominous premonition. If they decided to strike, he might not be able to withstand it. According to the rules established by our 7 families, Tianxian are not allowed to intervene. Are you attempting to break the rules and invite the wrath of the other 6 families? The Sword King bellowed as strands of sword intent coalesced, enveloping the Su family to guard against ambush. Have the rules not already been shattered? The master of Tianji Pavilion sneered, a faint white divine light emanating from him as he summoned an ancient long sword, adorned with intricate formations, revealing its extraordinary nature. The fall of a Tianqian powerhouse would greatly diminish the strength of the 7-star pavilion. They had expended a considerable fortune to summon the flying vessel, solely to eliminate the Sword King. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the revered one's tomb and the Su family, which had suddenly risen to prominence, boasting 2 early-stage gathering spirits who had both broken through to Earth Element Masters within less than a year. The opportunities they possessed were likely substantial. Boom! The immense pressure from the 4 Tianqian powerhouses was suddenly unleashed, sweeping across the entire Green Mountain as they soared through the air, descending to besiege the Sword King. Just as the Sword King prepared to use a communication jade to summon those ancient figures, a deep voice resonated through the world. Gentlemen, you have overstepped your bounds. A flying vessel approached from the direction of the Imperial City, slowly coming to a halt in midair. The founding ancestor of Da Qing, clad in plain robes, lifted his gaze slightly, relieved to see that the porcelain doll behind the Su family was unscathed. Fortunately, nothing has happened. Otherwise, my heavens would surely collapse. The master of Tianji Pavilion gestured for the other 3 to halt, his brow furrowed. Qingning, you are still alive? They had utilized the flying vessel to arrive early, spending a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones to do so. Yet the old figures from Da Qing had also made their appearance. The critical point was that this founding ancestor of Da Qing had already lived for 3,000 years. He should have reached his end by now. Yet here he was, still alive. This posed a significant challenge, as he had reached the pinnacle of early-stage Tianqian, putting him at a slight disadvantage even against himself, not to mention the likes of the King of Yu and the King of Tsong. If it came to a life-and-death confrontation, they might have to leave 2 pavilion masters behind. Even with the old town's northern king intervening, the Su family possessed a heavenly-level killing array. Now that they have arrived, there is no need to retreat, Qingning stated coldly. Not having anticipated the simultaneous emergence of the 4 Tianqian from the 7-star pavilion, as he stepped forward, the entire Green Mountain trembled, a surge of royal might emanating. However, should this group be placed before the revered one's tomb, if Yi Chongqing's identity as a congenital holy body were to be discovered, he would be in grave danger at any moment. Kill! Roared the King of Tsong, gripping his silver-white spear, leading the charge directly at the master of Tianquan Pavilion. It had been a long time since he had exercised these old bones. The King of Yu lifted his gaze slightly, his vigorous vitality surging forth like a battle god. It was a pity not to have killed you 300 years ago. Today is not too late. The master of Kaiyang Pavilion spoke indifferently, crimson flames coalescing around him, transforming into armor. The 2 sides erupted into a breathtaking battle in midair. 3 against 4, the Sword King hesitated, unsure whether to join the fray, as that old fellow Lin Hao was keenly observing. At that moment, outside the Green Mountain, several flying vessels emerged slowly from the void passage, belonging to Wanbao Pavilion, Tianshan Mansion, and the nearby Spirit Sect, all arriving in succession. The founding ancestor of Da Qing and his companions frowned upon witnessing this rapid arrival. Who had leaked the news? Sensing the presence of several Tianqian auras, they hastily withdrew, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Gentlemen, how lively it is here! A mere tomb has summoned you all. A chubby man adorned in golden jewelry ambled forth, revealing a naive smile. Behind him stood a robust, rugged man, his muscles bulging, brimming with vitality. Ranking 20th on the human list, Su Kuang, a group of women clad in light white robes, concealing their true appearances, stood upon the flying vessel, quietly observing. The martial artist from Tianshan Mansion, dressed in blue martial robes, had one member furrowed their brow. So many have arrived. The Su family's killing array will be difficult to seize. Upon learning that the ancestral array of the Su family had revived, Tianshan Mansion was the most agitated, eager to claim it. After the fall of that Tianqian powerhouse from the Su family, they had previously dispatched individuals to seize it, injuring the Earth Element Master of the Su family at the time, only to find it had already deteriorated to Earth-level quality, thus losing interest. They merely exterminated the opposing faction. Considering the power of the Da Qing dynasty, They did not annihilate the clan. Now, hearing news of the revival of the Su family's ancestral array, they hurried to Qingzhou, hoping to seize it and perhaps even snatch the revered one's tomb. However, upon seeing the 5 old figures from Daqing emerge, it became somewhat troublesome. The founding ancestor of Daqing and his companions returned to the flying vessel, gradually descending, accompanied by several talented youths, approaching the Sword King. We initially thought you were overreacting, but it seems the situation here is indeed dire. They had believed it was nothing significant and planned for the king of you to handle it alone, which would suffice. Yet the Sword King had informed them via a communication jade that he had sustained serious injuries and had slain the master of Yuhing Pavilion, leading to the possibility of a riot from the 7-star pavilion. This had startled the founding ancestor of Daqing and the others, prompting them to gather the prodigies from other mansions and hastily summon the flying vessel. But this was not merely the 7-star pavilion. More than half of the 7 great powers had arrived. The Sword King wore a bitter smile. Initially, he had served as Qing's patron, fearing that Yi Changqing might encounter mishaps and he would be unable to protect him. Thus, he had intimidated the founding ancestor of Daqing and the others. However, other forces had arrived with a full 7 Tianxian. What was once a jest has become reality. Chapter 61. Entering the revered one's tomb. Intent on bloodshed, the news spread too swiftly. Within just half a day's time, it had traversed the entire Kanglan main domain that if there were no ulterior motives behind this, they would certainly not believe it. The founding ancestor of Daqing turned his gaze towards Su Wan'er, revealing a benevolent smile. Miss Wan'er, though you remain unveiled, I have long heard of your name. You are now considered a top prodigy of the Daqing dynasty. As for the forthcoming revered one's tomb, my suggestion is that your Su family refrain from entering. It is not out of fear that the inheritance might be taken from you, but rather that if only the young talents of Daqing's Martial King Mansion were to participate, it could serve as a trial to hone their skills. However, in the present day, an assembly of prodigious talents from various factions has converged at Su Kuang from the Wanbao Pavilion, ranked 20th on the human list, possesses innate divine strength and has refined his body through blood and marrow, achieving the pinnacle in every realm. The 4 prodigies from the 7-star pavilion, each a direct disciple of Tianxian, possess first-class talents and have the potential to ascend to the postnatal spiritual body, all of whom are ranked on the human list. Furthermore, the Tianshan Manor, having harbored grievances with your Su clan's ancestors, likely seeks to seize the opportunity upon hearing of your ancestral formation's revival, aiming to reclaim its status within the heavenly hierarchy. Although Jian Taishu and his companions are formidable in the face of such numerous prodigies on the human list, should a chaotic battle ensue, they may find themselves unable to intervene. He does not wish for anyone from the Su family to enter the tomb of the Venerable, as it is fraught with peril. Should any misfortune befall them, Yi Changqing might hold them accountable for the enmity that follows. The Tio speak frankly. The tomb of the Venerable is dispensable for the current Daqing dynasty. If it can be obtained, that would be splendid. Yet if not, it could serve to temper the younger generation. The speed of growth for the innate holy body will ensure that decades hence, in the Kanglan main domain, there will be no rivals left. Their purpose for coming here is solely to protect Yi Changqing, fearing for his safety amidst countless monstrous talents, many of whom meet untimely ends that Su Wan'er fell into contemplation. If they could acquire the legacy, it would indeed be of immense assistance in the future, particularly in facilitating a smoother path for Changqing's cultivation. Ultimately, she shook her head. I apologize, esteemed elder, but I must contend for this item. The ancestors of Daqing were somewhat taken aback, but found themselves powerless. After all, they could not forcibly prevent Su Wan'er from acting. They subsequently conveyed a message to the talents of Daqing, Jian Taishu, Yu Ming, Ning Feng. Your foremost task upon entering the tomb of the Venerable is not to vie for the legacy, but to ensure Su Wan'er's safety. Should you emerge unscathed, each member of the royal family will reward you with a piece of Earth-grade spiritual armor, as well as a fully developed defense formation of mysterious rank that I shall also impart teachings for 3 days to assist you in breaking through to the Earth origin realm. Upon hearing this, the 3 were struck with astonishment. Since the Emperor's fall, he had been concerned for Su Wan'er, issuing various admonitions. Now, he even sent word for their protection. Moreover, the promise of Earth-grade spiritual armor. This item was exceedingly precious. Even within the royal palace, There were only 2 or 3 pieces, rarely falling into their possession. Each piece of Earth-grade spiritual artifact was particularly rare, given that the rarity of artifact masters is akin to that of alchemists. With only 2 such masters existing within the entire Daqing dynasty. But Ancestor, are we not here to seize opportunities? Jian Taishu inquired with a serious expression, bowing respectfully. Yu Ming and Ning Feng, with bitter hearts, also bowed in compliance. As you command. Why was Su Wan'er so favored? Both were perplexed but soon understood why the martial king faced setbacks in the imperial city. It was due to the intervention of this esteemed ancestor. They could not help but mourn silently for the martial king for 3 seconds. Should he continue to target Su Wan'er, it was likely that the remaining martial king's estate would vanish entirely. Qing Ning's gaze fell upon the withered king of the northern town, remaining silent and contemplative. He had initially intended to leave these 2 major royal houses to Yi Chongqing for training. But it seemed unnecessary now. While he had no qualms about colluding with the 7-star pavilion, the motives behind it were all too clear. An attempt to seize Yi Chongqing's body, having lived for over 1,000 years. He was no fool. The various actions of the king of the northern town were glaringly obvious. However, the success rate for such a monstrous possession was exceedingly low. Should one fail, enmity would ensue. And as Yi Chongqing grew stronger, he would undoubtedly eradicate the king's descendants. This was precisely why they had not pursued such thoughts. Qing Ning had already sent a message to the imperial city, instructing the imperial guard to surround the king of the northern town and the martial king's estate, waiting for Su Wan'er to emerge and handle the situation. The king of the northern town, who was sitting in meditation, appeared calm, sensing the scrutiny but choosing not to respond. He no longer wished to conceal himself, for the fate of his current avatar and the main body in the imperial city mattered little to him. As he awaited the impending battle, he planned to strike secretly and seize Yi Chongqing. Boom! A resounding tremor echoed from the bronze portal, its pressure far exceeding that of the Tianxian realm, permeating the atmosphere. Even Qing Ning and the others felt an overwhelming weight that a Tianxian strongman could, with a mere flick of his wrist, shatter mountains and sever rivers. Yet, those in the Nirvana realm were even more astonishing, transcending the bounds of mere mortals with lifespans extending to 8,000 years. They had comprehended the forces of heaven and earth, mastered the legendary realms, and could manipulate fragments of the energies from the 3,000 great paths to alter the very fabric of reality. Within the entire Kanglan main domain, only the Qingyang sect possessed such unmatched power. Prepare to enter the Great Tomb. Yu Ming and Ning Feng stepped forward, their eyes sparkling with determination. Their mission was to protect Su Wan'er. Yet if the opportunity arose, they too desired to contend for the legacy of the venerable Su Wan'er. Closely followed behind, fearful of lagging behind. Jian Taishu silently trailed her, his spiritual sense extending a dozen meters. Should anyone approach with ill intent, he would draw his sword at the first opportunity. Lin Su, Yi Ting, and the others resembled hunting beasts, ever ready to plunge into the bronze portal. Several disciples of the spiritual sect, clad in white robes that concealed their faces, also advanced. Since the Daqing dynasty aimed to protect the Su family, they might as well eliminate them. Moreover, upon capturing Su Wan'er, they would immediately extract her soul to uncover the secrets of the Su clan. The master of Tianji Pavilion raised his gaze slightly, speaking coldly. Rest assured, my lord, that Su family girl is merely at the late stage of spirit gathering. Defeating Brother Haobai was likely due to relying on formations and sheer luck. Jian Taishu and his companions would also be entombed within the Great Tomb. Their gazes remained fixed on Jian Taishu, entirely disregarding Su Wan'er. To them, she was no more than an insignificant insect, easily extinguished. However, they were grateful to this Su family girl for daring to venture into the tomb of the Venerable, thereby granting them the chance to achieve merit. Boom! A silvery white, divine radiance erupted from the bronze portal like a pillar of light piercing the heavens, illuminating the vast expanse above. To In that moment, it was completely opened. Enter. Over a dozen prodigies from the human list surged forth like unleashed tigers, pouring into the portal. Positioned behind the Su family, Yi Chongqing observed as these Tianxian strongmen confronted one another. He exchanged a glance with senior brother Bai Yu, who wore a bitter smile, tremors coursing through his heart. This young ancestor truly intended to enter the tomb of the Venerable. For earlier, on their way here, Yi Changqing had sent word to activate the ancestral formation at the tomb's opening, concealing his presence and figure, allowing him to infiltrate the great tomb unnoticed. There should be no issues, though this young ancestor was not yet a year old. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of spirit gathering, possessing a thread of Tao intent, with mastery over mysterious rank formations rivaling that of Earth-grade masters. Once inside, he would undoubtedly be able to protect himself. Furthermore, his exceptional talent placed him far above these prodigies, making his chances of obtaining the legacy of the venerable exceedingly high. He swiftly activated the ancestral formation's array plate. Yi Changqing's diminutive figure gradually faded from view behind the crowd. Their collective focus taut, rendering them oblivious to his disappearance. He then pressed himself against the rock wall, stealthily slipping into the bronze portal. Yet, within that small frame lay an overwhelming intent to kill. Kill his mother. This group of incompetents thinks themselves worthy. At that moment, the Emperor of Daqing observed that the gathered individuals had yet to take action and calmly spoke. Sword King, escort the disciples of the Su family back to Qingzhou Prefecture. This place is ultimately unsafe, as a battle among Tianxian experts could erupt at any moment. Should the aftermath of the fight harm Yi Changqing, damaging his foundation, it would all be for naught. Moreover, these old fellows have revealed themselves. They would not permit any Tianxian expert to leave the vicinity of this great tomb. Returning to Qingzhou, the Sword King will have the protection of the city's great formation and the Su family's ancestral array, ensuring utmost safety. Understood. The Sword King nodded solemnly, as he turned to depart and escort the Su family members away. A sense of urgency gripped him. The young figure had vanished? What in the world? Expanding his spiritual sense, he found nothing within 100 meters. Qing Ning, sensing the Sword King's urgency, turned back to look, only to be struck dumb. Where was this young ancestor Yi Changqing? Not good, Yu Wang exclaimed. Pointing ahead, Yi Changqing's small figure had emerged from the range of the ancestral array, gradually disappearing into the bronze portal. Upon witnessing this, Qing Ning and the others felt as though darkness had descended upon them, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Young ancestor, what are you planning to do? Chapter 62, The Awakening of the Su Family Ancestor, Kill. In the Su family's ancestral land, buried within an underground wooden coffin, an elder clad in coarse garments lay quietly inside. That a stream of spiritual vitality surged into his body, coursing through his veins and revitalizing his entire being. His skin regained its luster as the deathly pallor gradually faded. With heavy eyelids fluttering, he opened his eyes to a world of darkness. Is this the underworld? Or the path of reincarnation? Was I not dead? Su Ming's consciousness slowly emerged, and a myriad of memories flooded his mind. He extended his withered right hand to pry open the nailed wooden coffin and rose to his feet. Scanning his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate courtyard with over a dozen tombs standing sentinel. Confusion washed over him. Why was he in the Su family's ancestral land? Had he truly come back to life? What year was it now? He hastened toward the exit of the ancestral land. Gazing upon the familiar ancestral hall, his emotions stirred on the dust-covered redwood tablet. He beheld his own name. His heart could no longer remain tranquil, unleashing a tempest of emotions. Who saved me? Why have I been resurrected? Could it be the legendary saint ancestor? Who, aside from the supreme beings of the realm, could possibly bring back a deceased cultivator after a millennium? Yet, has not that venerable saint ancestor already fallen? Is it conceivable that they still live? Su Ming felt a sense of disorientation as he gazed upon the unfamiliar ancestral tablets within the ancestral hall, a testament to the long passage of time. It is said that even the revered ones of the Nirvana realm, let alone those of greater strength, cannot achieve such a feat. He merely considers himself a cultivator of the celestial profound realm. With a lifespan of merely 2 to 3 millennia, the notion of resurrection, aside from that of the saint ancestor, eludes him. Of course, this remains mere speculation. For what purpose could the resurrection of a celestial profound being serve? As his thoughts spiraled, a rich essence of spiritual energy surged within him, and he suddenly turned his gaze outward. Every flower, grass, and tree planted within the ancestral hall appeared to harbor a spirit, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Poised to attain the rank of yellow-grade spiritual herb, the entire courtyard of the Su family was enveloped in a faint mist, with the pavilion appearing ethereal, as if a realm of immortality. Were these abundant spiritual herbs truly the Su family I once knew? Su Ming found it hard to believe. This was akin to a mysterious gathering of spiritual energy. He recalled that during his prime, he could not elevate the Su family to such heights. Are the descendants of the Su family so formidable now? If only such a cultivation environment had existed in the past, he might have glimpsed the pinnacle of the celestial profound realm and extended his lifespan. This is undeniably a sacred ground for cultivation. Yet, why does the Su family harbor so few clansmen, merely a handful of spiritual cultivators? His brow furrowed as he extended his spiritual awareness for thousands of meters, covering the entirety of the Su family courtyard. Perplexed. Wait a moment, there are several Earth Origin Masters outside the left gate. Are they practicing the techniques of the Seven Stars Pavilion? They seem to have grasped a few strands of starry intent. Furthermore, why are there individuals from Tianshan Prefecture infiltrating the core of the ancestral formation? Could it be that after all these millennia, they still covet the secrets of the Su family's ancestral array? A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Ming's deep-set eyes. Once, when his vigor had waned and his strength diminished, he had allied with the ancestral array to slay a supreme elder of Tianshan Prefecture before his demise. It appears that the previous warnings were insufficient, and now this notion has resurfaced. Although he remains uncertain about the reason behind his resurrection, he feels a surge of vitality within him, not brimming but potent. As if he has returned to the zenith of his power, his limbs buzz with boundless energy. Stepping outside the ancestral hall, his figure appeared almost illusory, his gait light and buoyant as he transformed. His once stooped form straightened, the wrinkles on his skin diminished, becoming a dignified middle-aged man. In a secluded courtyard deep within the Su family, several disciples were bound to the ground, their bodies battered and stained with crimson blood. At the center lay a dark meteorite, inscribed with intricate and profound array patterns, ethereal stars revolving around it, emanating faint rules of energy. Since Yi Changqing had collected the core of the ancestral array into the array disk, only this meteorite remained as the core of the array. Yet previously, it had reached the heavenly tier, and the patterns had become animated. When it had fallen to the earthly tier, it had resembled an ordinary stone. Two Earth Origin Masters clad in Tianshan Prefecture attire stood to the side, observing with raised brows, astonished. According to the records of the ancestors, the Su family's ancestral array should have remained dormant. Yet the patterns are alive, which confirms the truth of this matter. This is a significant achievement. If we can extract this core, we shall establish great merit and surely obtain heavenly tier cultivation techniques. Another elder squinted, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Why the haste? The third supreme has already arrived in Qingzhou City. Can the Su family's members truly survive to return? Moreover, with the masters of the Seven Stars Pavilion all present, the great celebration dynasty is in peril. Why not take this opportunity to comprehend the array? Should we grasp even a fragment of the celestial profound realm? Breaking through to the peak of Earth origin would be effortless, Tio put it bluntly. This clan merely stumbled upon good fortune, accidentally activating this ancestral array, in the hands of these Su family waste. It is nothing short of a squandering of resources. One elder on the left also revealed a greedy expression. There's merit in that. Let us cultivate for a few days first. Then take all the spiritual herbs from the Su family courtyard. Such treasures, left with the Su family, would be an utter waste. Upon their arrival, they discovered the Su family to be a veritable treasure trove, replete with spiritual herbs, and their storage bags were quickly filled. Then his gaze fell once more on the several Su family disciples. That I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not divulge the Su family's opportunities, then your existence shall hold no value. The memory extraction is fragmented and difficult to piece together. The command from the prefectural lord is to unearth the opportunities that have allowed the Su family to ascend rapidly during this time. Naturally, they too harbored greed. The Su family, though impressive now, lacked a true powerhouse to safeguard them, rendering them a walking treasury. The severely injured Su family disciples gazed coldly, saying not a word. They were unaware of the reasons behind the transformation within their clan. But even if they did, they would remain silent. Had the patriarch not gone to Qingzhou, would these thieves have dared to enter the Su family? Their only regret was their own weakness. unable to protect the ancestral array. The Su family still retained around 100 members, and if they slaughtered the entire clan and extracted their souls, they could surely piece together a complete memory. The voice of another master rumbled low. As the faint black mist descended upon the heads of the disciples, a thunderous roar erupted. "You vile creatures dare to slaughter my Su family." Su Ming stood at the courtyard gate, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, tangible and oppressive that a faint flame surged from the void, enveloping the courtyard. Seeking death, indeed. The mastery of the Tao is complete. This is a celestial profound expert. The two elders from Tianshan Prefecture were overtaken by terror, the aura of death cloaking their hearts. Desiring to activate their techniques and flee, they found Su Ming's figure already upon them. A fist descending with the weight of 1,000 June, causing the air to tremble ominously. Crack, crack, the crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed from the chests of the two elders, all their ribs shattering in an instant. The two collapsed to the ground like lifeless dogs, utterly powerless to resist. The fear in their aged faces was palpable as they hoarsely cried out, "No, you cannot harm us. Our supreme elder from Tianshan Prefecture is in Qingzhou." Before their words could finish, Su Ming's hands pierced through the heads of both masters, spraying red and white matter, then delving into their consciousness to extract their souls. The excruciating pain was akin to a heart-wrenching torment. The two masters felt as if they were suffocating, their souls seemingly tearing apart. That Su Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid. It turned out the Su family had not fared well after his demise. Even among the masters, only two were of the main family, while the others were merely retainers. Moreover, a mere martial king dared to divorce the true heir of the Su family. Such audacity, with a flick of his hands. The flames cleansed the bloodstains, returning to their pristine state, pure and unblemished. His murderous intent surged, realizing that after his death, the Su family had endured such hardship. Now, having acquired some treasures, they were still being targeted. "Are you, the saint ancestor Su Ming? After 2,000 years, you still live." A Su family disciple, lying on the ground, gasped in astonishment, but he had long guarded the ancestral hall and was quite familiar with the portraits hanging above. Instantly recognizing Su Ming's visage, that Su Ming's countenance softened. "Indeed, I am. Take these few recovery pills. Within 3 to 5 days, you shall regain your former self." But he extracted several recovery pills from the storage bags of the two masters and flicked them into the mouths of the Su family disciples. At that moment, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed from outside the courtyard. "The Su family has indeed acquired opportunities, abundant spiritual herbs, quite extraordinary. Yet, how unfortunate that they do not understand discretion, daring to act against my 7 stars pavilion. This family is no longer worthy of existence. First, slay all the disciples of the Su family, and hang their heads outside the prefectural gate as a warning to the world." Yet before the words could leave his lips, the figure of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the three of them. I almost forgot. You 7 stars pavilion dogs are not to be spared either." Faint flames danced upon the bodies of the three masters. The three masters' pupils dilated in shock, about to speak. Celestial profound. Before they could utter another word, 3 hands of flame coalesced and pierced through their heads, shattering their consciousness. Their souls were extinguished without the slightest struggle. Su Ming activated the ancestral array, the ethereal sea of stars floating above, and although the core patterns had been taken, dispatching a few masters was still within his capabilities. Then he soared into the sky, heading straight for Qingzhou City. Having been granted a second life, it was only right that he clear the obstacles for the descendants of the Su family. Within the bronze portal, a tranquil ancient path stretches infinitely before the eye, suffused with an overwhelming pressure that hangs heavily in the air, causing the countenances of those who have just entered to stiffen. This tremendous aura is such that even the most formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of spirit gathering might find themselves unable to traverse this passage. The grandeur of this tomb is indeed formidable. Dada's prodigies listed among the ranks of the elite. Their physical forms have nearly reached their zenith, capable of wielding at least 3 to 400,000 pounds of force with a single arm. Yet they still feel an immense oppressive weight. Sweat beads trickled down Su Wanner's delicate face as she activated an intricate array to fend off the oppressive force. finally allowing herself a long sigh of relief. Observing this, Yu Ming and Ning Feng exchanged worried glances, their brows slightly furrowed. They had initially thought that Su Wanu's rapid ascension to extraordinary heights was due to some fortuitous encounter. Yet they were taken aback by the fragility of her physical form. Such weakness and strength was disheartening. Having heard tales of the Radiant who had vanquished the Seven Stars Pavilion, they feared there might be embellishment in those accounts. Ning Feng conveyed his concerns telepathically to Yu Ming and Jian Taishu, his tone grave. The ancestor of the Qing has instructed us to abandon the legacy of the esteemed and safeguard an ordinary spirit-gathering practitioner. This is exceedingly unfair to us and could hinder our progress. Yu Ming understood the implication, hesitating before responding telepathically. After all, it is the will of the ancestor. However, she is shielded by the array and should be fine. Perhaps we should first enter the tomb to seize the legacy. If we find no opportunity, we can return to protect her. Taishu, what do you think? Among the trio, Jian Taishu was the strongest, having grazed the precipice of sword intent. Without his support, acquiring the legacy would prove challenging. Jian Taishu remained silent, cradling his iron sword and standing resolutely behind Su Wan, akin to a guardian deity. The two were deeply troubled. As a sword cultivator, Jian Taishu adhered strictly to commands. Moreover, with Su Wan bolstered by a profound array, what misfortune could befall her? They could simply hide within this passage, awaiting their return after securing the legacy, that a twinge of resentment lingered in their hearts. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from behind them, that it seems you wretched woman have not strayed far. Since my kin is indecisive, allow me to clear the path that Yi Ting strode forward, emanating a crimson flame. Advancing like a blazing sun, illuminating the passage, he had always held pride in the martial king's manner, yet was incensed that Su Wan dared to defy his kin's command and even threaten the manor itself. To him, it was nothing short of ludicrous. Lin Su trailed behind, his expression apathetic, a sneer playing on his lips. The Tio confront my third aunt in the royal manor is to disregard the entire North Town royal manor. Jian Taishu Yu Ming, this is our family matter. Do you intend to shield her? He continued. Leave now, and we shall act as if nothing has transpired. Yu Ming's brow furrowed, his expression one of dissatisfaction. What do you think you are? Who we choose to protect is none of your concern. Moreover, your Northtown Royal Manor is virtually defunct, colluding with the Seven Stars Pavilion to betray the De Qing dynasty. Do you still presume to command this young lord? Although he resented the task assigned by the De Qing ancestor, and while compensation awaited, it paled in comparison to the legacy of the esteemed, that he could allow Su Wan to remain on this ancient path, but could not permit her to be threatened. Ah, if you seek death, then let us perish together. Lin Su sneered. Four youthful figures emerged behind him, each exuding a faint blue luminescence, brilliant as the stars. Lin, there is no need for more words. Kill them, one declared. Being ranked among the elite, their strengths were comparable, and they boasted 6 members on their side. Eliminate them, and then slay the others, securing the legacy for ourselves. Lin Su grinned at the words. They had already established contact with the disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion upon entry. With both parties in agreement, they would first eliminate Su Wan and the De Qing practitioners, leaving little threat thereafter. You speak wisely. Yufer will handle Jian Taishu and the young Lord Yu, while Ning Feng and Su Wan shall be dealt with by us. Jian Taishu slowly drew his sword, a chilling aura emanating from it as he stood before Su Wan. Those who approach within 5 meters shall you truly believe you have subdued all your peers. Jian Taishu, you fell to my hand years ago. Today, I shall not let you leave alive. Attack, Yu mocked. With numbers on their side, there was no need for hesitation. They launched into action, fulfilling the task entrusted to them by their leader. Boom! The 6 figures surged forth like cannonballs, unleashing their prowess to strike. Spiritual energy coalesced into celestial bodies, the shadow of a great sun towering above, illuminating the entire passage. Yu Ming and Ning Feng's pupils constricted sharply. They were at a numerical disadvantage, and it was uncertain whether Jian Taishu's hidden cards would suffice. Su Wan, protect yourself. Engage. The two clashed, the shockwaves of battle rippling outward like waves. Utilizing her array, Su Wan managed to restrain one of the true disciples from the Seven Stars Pavilion, though it was somewhat taxing. She had recovery elixirs on hand to AT that moment. true disciples from Wanbao Pavilion, Tianshan Manor, and Lingjiao had arrived, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene, eager for entertainment. These two have actually begun to fight. How foolish. Once they are both wounded, we shall have fewer opponents, Su Kuang mused, towering and muscular, yet not lacking in cunning. Ling Kong, the senior brother of Tianshan Manor, smirked, whispering to his fellow disciples, prepare to strike and seize Su Wanner. The array of the Su family, along with their fortuitous opportunities and the legacy of the esteemed, lay within their hunting targets. Several true disciples stood resolute, their vitality slowly circulating, ready to engage. Does the Su family truly lack defenders? A youthful voice rang out from behind the crowd that Wai Changqing, a small child, darted forward like a streak of light. Witnessing his mother besieged, a murderous intent surged within him. Ling Kong turned to see a porcelain doll-sized child. Astonished that, the Su family's little one, he possesses spirit-gathering cultivation. It seems the Su family has significant opportunities. I heard this child of Su Wanner was born less than a year ago. Capture him. Soul Search. Several true disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement. This would be a great merit. They moved swiftly to intercept. Since we are to slay everyone, let us start with your Tianshan Manor. Yi Changqing declared, his youthful voice resonating. His small fist clenched, gathering his vitality, faint arcs of lightning flickering around him. Having honed the white tiger slaughtering technique, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level, one he himself could scarcely gauge. Within him coalesced 3 strands of the path of thunder, directly igniting, boom. An explosive sound reverberated through the air as his small fist met the palm of a true disciple from Tianshan Manor. Crack, crack. The expression of the Tianshan true disciple, once jubilant, froze in horror. Unleashing a wretched cry, he felt his palm endure the impact of 1,000,000 pounds, his entire arm shattering, bones reduced to splinters. Boom. Yi Changqing soared, his small fist crashing into the disciple's face, sending his body crashing backward, and in an instant life fled, his visage grotesquely mangled, blood and flesh a macabre sight. All present stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, that a mere child felled a true disciple from Tianshan Manor with a single blow. This was a practitioner at the peak of spirit gathering. Even if he hadn't reached the rankings, he was a prodigy destined to become a legend across the land. Yet he had perished in an instant. Ling Kong stood in a daze, trembling inwardly. How was this possible? Even if I were to engage with my third junior brother, I would struggle to defeat him within half an hour. This young scion of the Su family seemed like a young beast of slaughter. With each punch, he wielded the force of a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 3 true disciples from Tianshan Manor barely had time to turn and flee, only to be crushed by Yi Changqing, their crimson blood streaming upon the ancient path. We must flee. Ling Kong, in a fleeting moment, summoned his abilities, a gentle breeze swirling beneath his feet, his body as light as a leaf. Yet he collided with an invisible wall. The intricate array converged, blocking his path. I do not permit your departure, Wai Changqing approached steadily, his petite form exuding a heavy aura of slaughter, even more formidable than the pressure of the ancient tomb. Chapter 64. Imagination, the resurrection of the sage ancestor. Lin Su. What is this child of the Su family? Bai Yu, the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars Pavilion, roared in a low voice, anger palpable. Their peripheral vision caught sight of the battle unfolding behind. A near one-sided massacre. Fear gripped the crowd as they beheld the scene. Where did this powerhouse emerge from? Why have we never heard of them? Have these 2 royal manors concealed some information? This is inconceivable. Yi Ting was momentarily stunned in battle, his gaze vacant. This child of Su Wanner is so ferocious. I thought he was a natural spirit body. How could he have reached the late stage of spirit gathering in such a short span? And what of this physical strength? He had dispatched a true disciple of Tianshan Manor with several punches, leaving no room for retaliation. Their physical strength had nearly reached 400,000 pounds. Yet they could not achieve such feats, at the very least. An arm strength would need to exceed 800,000 pounds, this truly human, comparable to the legendary young beasts. My goodness. Yu Ming and Ning Feng were both rendered speechless, their hearts brimming with gratitude for not having abandoned Su Wanner earlier. They could scarcely imagine the consequences had that fist landed upon their frail forms. Such a prodigy, when fully matured, could effortlessly suppress the entire Kanglan master domain. Their astonishment knew no bounds. No wonder the Su family had risen with such ferocity. It was likely connected to this young child. "Shanin!" Yu Ming exclaimed, casting aside all pretense and revealing his trump card with grandiosity. A magnificent mountain materialized out of thin air, bearing down upon the four true disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion. Wind manipulation technique. Ning Feng seemed to soar with the wind, his form flickering as he struck. Each sword thrust emanating a chilling aura. This moment, the two of them needed only to stall their opponents. "Retreat. We must withdraw and enter the tomb of the Venerables." Yi Ting's face was a mask of terror. Devoid of any desire to continue the battle. "Come as you please. Depart as you wish." Cut. The fierce iron sword erupted with a sharp energy, a faint sword light hovering in the surroundings. Sword Tai Su faced two opponents, refusing to be at a disadvantage, and launched a powerful counterattack. Su Wanner also activated the formation to assist, occasionally unleashing beams of light to disrupt their escape routes. At this moment, she felt a bit disoriented. She knew of Chongqing's extraordinary talent, having aided the Su family in their growth since mere months after his birth. Yet she never anticipated his strength would ascend to such heights. Even more unfathomable was the fact that when she found herself in peril within the tomb of the Venerables, it was her son who came to her rescue. That a sigh escaped her heart. If both the Su family and herself were powerful enough, there would have been no need for Chongqing to risk his safety. As a mother, she should rightfully protect her child. Yet, Yi Chongqing's prowess filled Su Wanner with immense pride. Boom! The entire corridor erupted into chaos, a battlefield of clashing forces. Ling Kong's body trembled slightly. He had never felt such trepidation even when facing numerous talents of the same rank. He quickly spoke, "Your mother is being besieged, as are several heirs of the great Qing dynasty. Your enemies should be them, not me. That I am willing to assist you in eliminating the true disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion." Before he could finish, a formation materialized, manifesting a mysterious killing array that resembled a long blade, striking with ferocity. Ling Kong, caught off guard, felt an extraordinary strain as he hastily set up a perfect level killing array. Who on earth was this prodigy? According to records, Yi Chongqing was merely half a year old. Even if one cultivated from the womb, they could not be this formidable. Killing you would be child's play. Yi Chongqing's youthful voice rang out as his tiny fist shattered Ling Kong's armor, each blow landing with brutal precision, blood spraying forth. Seizing the moment of weakness, the long blade of the formation coalesced with murderous intent, slicing through Ling Kong's head. The true disciple of the Tianshan mansion fell. Without hesitation, Yi Chongqing stepped forward with incredible speed, charging toward one of the true disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion. In his lively eyes, a faint crimson hue flickered. "The Seven Stars Pavilion has sought trouble thrice. I have endured long enough that it's time to take action." Boom. Just a mere child, not a deity. What could he possibly be? His physical form had shattered the limits of spirit gathering, and while he was indeed powerful, there would inevitably come a moment of exhaustion. Baiyu roared, summoning the phantom of a star to defend, only to collide with Yi Chongqing's fist, shattering his formidable energy. The pale blue fragments scattered into the darkness of the ancient path. Ascending into the air, Yi Chongqing stomped down upon Baiyu's head with a resounding crack. His face collapsing inward, that a faint arc of lightning surged into his sea of consciousness, obliterating it. Those who reach the spirit-gathering realm must break through their sea of consciousness. Otherwise, they risked escaping with just a wisp of their remaining soul. Indeed, it was easy to exhaust energy. Yi Chongqing observed the corpse with a calm demeanor, that he then retrieved several small pills resembling candy from his bag and consumed them, in an instant. The energy he had expended and the spiritual energy within his dantian were restored. "It's your turn." His tender, soft voice resonated like the harbinger of death. The true disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion felt despair rise within them as they witnessed his revival. "How are we supposed to fight this?" He casually consumes recovery pills of the Dan Yun level. Boom, boom, boom. His small, electrified fist struck their bodies with no power to resist. The battlefield was soon littered with corpses. Were outsiders to witness this, they would be astounded. Two top-tier forces of the Kanglan Master Domain lay vanquished by a mere child. Yu Ming and the others found their mouths dry, their voices trembling. Only sword Tai Su's expression hardened, a flicker of battle intent igniting within his eyes that he yearned to test his mettle. Since leaving the Sword King Manor, he had not encountered any worthy adversaries. Even Lin Su and his companions ultimately fell short of his prowess. Yet that spark of ambition quickly extinguished, and a shadow of despair crossed his face. Within 3 strikes, his sword heart would likely be shattered. Give me time, and I will catch up. He thought to continue accumulating strength until reaching the pinnacle of spirit gathering, so that he could face Yi Changqing in a fair fight. Avoiding an embarrassing defeat, Dawei Yi Changqing stood suspended in the air, fixing his gaze upon Lin Su and Yi Ting. Will you take your own life? Or shall I take action? That vile woman gave birth to such a monster. Yi Ting was utterly stunned, murmuring in disbelief that in this moment, he deeply regretted his decision to act, blaming Lin Yao in his heart. Had she not driven Su Wanner from the Martial King's Manor, then this prodigy would have been a descendant of the Martial King's Manor. But before his words could fully escape, the blade of slaughter descended upon his head. Soaring several meters, Dawei Yi Changqing cast a cold glance at Lin Su, who now wished to kneel and beg for mercy, his previous arrogance stripped away. The actions against the Su family by the Northern Town King Manor were orchestrated by those old bastards. I have no part in it. Before he could finish, Lin Su's eyes glazed over as the sole imprint of the old Northern Town King seized his sea of consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, his gaze turned profound. That I never anticipated your rapid ascension. Had I known, I would have seized your body 6 months ago. Even a fragment of a congenital saint body would not have posed such difficulty. However, even if you manage to break through to the later stage of spirit gathering and become a half-step Earth-level formation master, you will not survive that in my presence. You are but an ant. Unable to escape my grasp, he was already in contact with the leaders of the Seven Stars Pavilion, preparing to collaborate in taking down the great Qing ancestors. At that point, seizing control would be a certainty. In this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he first infused his soul entirely into Lin Su's sea of consciousness, he could have seized control, then that he never anticipated Yi Changqing slipping through the bronze portal, disrupting all his plans. Boom. Without even lifting his eyelids, Yi Changqing struck down toward Lin Su's head. Red and white splattered across the ground, and the entire corridor fell into silence. You are worthy, Yi Changqing cast a glance, dismissing him entirely. His ancestral figure must have awakened by now, combined with the Su family's ancestral formation. To put it bluntly, what was the Northern Town King Manor? They lacked even the qualifications for a fair confrontation. As for seizing control, killing you, old man, would suffice. At this moment, a message surfaced in his mind. Ancestral figure Su Ming had discovered his resurrection. Such earth-shattering methods led him to speculate that the Su family's sage ancestor believed he was still alive. Progress toward manifestation. 30. Since ancestor Su Ming was merely at the Tianxian level, the stronger the existence, the higher the probability of successful manifestation, and the stronger the willpower. Upon reaching 100, the sage ancestor of the Su family would be reborn into the world. Yi Changqing was utterly astonished. If this sage ancestor were to revive, would he not be able to walk unchallenged throughout the entire Ling Yuan realm? By heavens! Chapter 65. The Divine Body of 10,000 Paths and the Appearance of the Golden Crow Killing Array. Such a prodigy had never been heard of before. I once read in ancient texts of the congenital saint body, capable of absorbing spiritual energy from the womb, achieving the spirit-communicating realm upon birth. Yet even so, one could not reach the later stage of spirit gathering at merely half a year old, breaking through the limits of vitality while mastering profound level formations with such casual formation skills. He must have reached at least the upper tier of profound level. That Su Kuang smiled bitterly. Originally, he had brought numerous disciples of the Wanbao Pavilion, intending to showcase their prowess within the Tomb of the Venerables. They even aimed to compete with the young talents of the Kanglan Master Domain, forging their own path and advancing to surpass Earth Elemental Masters. But they never anticipated that Yi Changqing was so overwhelmingly powerful, single-handedly toppling 7 renowned talents from the human ranking, and doing so with astonishing speed. How could they compete? Would they even qualify to serve as stepping stones? The disciple of the spirit sect, cloaked in white, trembled as he spoke. Above the saint body lies an unparalleled and tyrannical physique, known as the Divine Body, capable of transcending the divine. That it can be innate or forged through later cultivation. In the distant ancient era, the golden and resplendent age, prodigies from all realms vied for supremacy, seeking to tread the path of immortality. Even those with congenital saint bodies faded into obscurity, with legends of divine bodies among them. Each of them was a figure of immense historical significance. This Su family child, I believe, is comparable to those divine bodies, and no matter how swiftly one cultivates, time's accumulation is indispensable. Thousands of years ago, the progenitor of the Qingyang sect was an innate holy body. At the tender age of 3, they gathered their spirit. At 8, they reached the earth origin stage, and by 20, they transcended to the celestial profound realm. In the chaotic realm of spiritual essence, they ventured forth, conquering all directions and establishing a lineage that rivaled the great sacred lands. Yet, they did not exhibit the prodigious talent of Yi Changqing. Apart from the divine body, she could not fathom any other possibilities. With such a prodigy emerging from the Kanglan main domain, our generation truly feels overshadowed. That Su Kuang's expression darkened as he spoke in a low tone. It is not necessarily so. Those who perceive life as bleak are bound to be more than just us. The proud children of heaven from the Qingyang sect would pale in comparison before him, left only to look up in admiration. The true inheritor of the spirit sect chuckled lightly. Her perspective was quite broad, to be candid. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly find a stage beyond the Kanglan domain. Perhaps even the realm of spiritual essence would not contain him. As the true inheritors of both families conversed, Yi Changqing's mind was once again flooded with prompts. Due to your tender age of merely half a year and the astonishing combat power you have displayed, both Su Kuang and the various true inheritors of the spirit sect firmly believe that your constitution far exceeds that of an innate holy body, reaching even the level of a divine body. Progressing towards 1,000,000 paths of the holy body will transform into a myriad of divine bodies within a quarter of an hour, and you are destined to become the most radiant presence of this era. When you comprehend the great Tao in the future, should divine assistance be at hand, your cultivation speed will be further doubled. The pinnacle of every realm will be effortlessly surpassed, granting you infinite possibilities. Before Yi Changqing could fully regain his composure, another surprise awaited him. Indeed, revealing one's divine power before others is the fastest path to progress. This initial foray has already elevated his constitution to that of a divine body. Naturally, it requires a steady heart, free from arrogance that in this world, the most abundant resource is the prodigy. Those who have not matured are but ants. What he currently lacks is time. Only in this way will he not be subjugated by others. The incident with the Old Town North King shall not reoccur. As Yi Changqing resolved within his heart, a gentle hand, clutching a gauze cloth, began to cleanse the blood from his clothes and hair. Su Wanner said nothing. She understood that after this moment, her child would depart, stepping out of the Kanglan main domain and into a broader stage. This was all she could do. "Mother, are you all right?" Yi Changqing's bright eyes sparkled as he spoke in a childish voice, resembling that of a neighbor's young cub. "No longer the fierce little beast that shattered heavens. That I'm fine," Su Wanner replied softly, wiping away the last trace of blood from his brow. She then took Yi Changqing's small hand and walked slowly towards the depths of the serene ancient path. "Come, I initially intended to seize this venerable one's inheritance for you. But since you have come personally, there's no need for your mother to intervene. It's not that I wish to trouble mother. Besides, these so-called prodigies are merely paper tigers, easily dealt with, not worth your mother's effort." Yi Changqing's small face broke into a sunny smile as he chuckled. The figures of the large and small beings gradually faded into the ancient path. Yu Ming and others felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Paper Tiger, Bai Yu, Lin Su, and others who held great renown within the Kanglan main domain were among the elite of their generation. That if they were paper tigers, then what were they? Their hearts ached with tears, unable to refute, and they could only silently follow behind, their gazes lifted in admiration towards the duo, afraid to approach, as if it were a sacrilege. Jian Taishu sheathed his iron sword, crossed his arms, and silently trailed behind, for his duty was to protect Su Wanner and ensure her safe passage. The true inheritors of the spirit sect exchanged glances with Su Kuang of the Wanbao Pavilion, both revealing bitter smiles. Competing for the same opportunities as such a prodigy, how could they possibly claim a share? Since they were here, they might as well enter and observe. At the very least, they could witness how the divine body prodigy obtained his inheritance. That makes sense. Should Yi Changqing become a prominent figure in the realm of spiritual essence, this will be our bragging right. Even the old fellows in the sect have never witnessed the spectacle of a saint receiving their inheritance at such a young age. Thus, a dozen or so individuals hurriedly followed behind. Yet, at this moment, it was no longer about seizing an inheritance. It was merely to witness the spectacle. After a brief interval, they arrived at the tranquil passageway where faint light filtered through, signifying they had reached the exit. The sky was overcast, and the land was littered with shattered armor, broken ancient swords, and decaying corpses, resembling an ancient battlefield. The chaotic laws of the Tao scattered in strands across the heavens and earth, each imbued with tremendous energy, rendering it difficult to gaze directly upon. Yi Changqing was also taken aback by the scene before him. This place had witnessed earth-shattering battles. The fierce clashes of ancient strong beings left behind an energy so potent that even in death, it stirred his heart with an extraordinary sensation. Roar! A resounding cry echoed through the heavens and earth, as if faint flames were rising that a dilapidated formation manifested in the air at the exit, with ancient and cryptic patterns swirling, coalescing into a shadowy golden crow, measuring over 10 zhang in size. Its eyes were cold and indifferent as it surveyed the entrance of the ancient battlefield. You are the challengers who have entered this realm? The Golden Crow's killing formation held a rank that surpassed the profound tier. Those who could breach it would obtain the inheritance of my master. Its gaze was sharp as a blade, each word striking fear into the hearts of those present. Finally, its attention settled upon Yi Changqing's diminutive form, causing it to momentarily pause. Half a year old? Late stage of spirit gathering. A superior tier formation master. In this unique constitution, could it be the legendary innate holy body? It swallowed hard, stuttering. My master has decreed that there is no need to breach the formation. Its form quickly shrank to less than a meter, spreading its wings to approach Yi Changqing, retracting the terrifying pressure it had emitted. Its beak seemed to curl into a smile, somewhat obsequious, as it gestured towards the depths of the Golden Crow's killing formation. Dear young friend, oh no, fellow Taoist, I shall carry you forth, to be cautious not to step into the void. The many prodigies of the Kenlan main domain felt black lines appear on their foreheads. Rendered speechless, the disparity between individuals was simply too vast. Just moments ago, when it made its entrance, it exuded an air of grandeur. Furthermore, they need not even face the trials. It might as well have stated, your talents are rather mediocre. Why not just return home? Breach the formation. The Golden Crow's killing formation, renowned in antiquity, was said to have spilt the blood of saints and slain countless strong beings. Even in its incomplete state, and despite having fallen from grace, none of them had yet reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering. Would they not be destined for death should they enter? Despair crept into their hearts. Indeed, when one stood alongside true prodigies, opportunities were but a distant dream. Chapter 66. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, the saint's soul seal awakens. The mark of the venerable sense that you were the one he awaited. Deeming you exceptionally suitable for his inheritance. Progress update. 100 AS Yi Changqing stepped onto the back of the Golden Crow. A prompt appeared in his mind, dispelling the doubts within him, that he entered the dilapidated ancient killing formation with a sense of ease. As he traversed the surroundings, the deathly still and gloomy aura enveloped the air. As if recounting tales of past valor, in an instant, he arrived at a yellow earth hillside that a shadowy figure stood with arms crossed. Gazing intently at the young child before him, that it had taken millennia for the Kenlan main domain to finally unveil a suitable disciple for its teachings. Initially believing his tomb had been unearthed, he had contemplated blocking the passage for the younger generation. The visage of the elder Han Hai broke into a warm smile, exuding kindness that a prodigy bearing the fortune of heaven and earth is exceedingly rare. This was precisely why he had urged the little Golden Crow to hasten the opening of the great tomb. Though this ancient battlefield was rich in Tao essence, having once entombed numerous ancient powers, he remained merely a Nirvana realm warrior. The mark had sustained itself for millennia, yet it was bound to dissipate into the cosmos. Time was of the essence. Greetings, Elder Han Hai, I am the junior. Yi Changqing, Yi Changqing extended his tender hand, bowing in respect. Elder Han Hai offered a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. I am but an old fellow who has returned to the earth. Let me assess your constitution. I shall select the most suitable teachings to pass on to you. Once upon a time, I was an unparalleled prodigy of the Kanglan main domain, witnessing the true brilliance of the realm of spiritual essence. Not confined to this small corner, that I, in the future, I hope you will venture forth and fulfill the regret of not having stepped into the fusion Dao realm. With a step forward, the illusory figure flickered and appeared before Yi Changqing. Two fingers converged upon Yi Changqing's forehead. Not bad, not bad. Wait a moment. This constitution does not resemble that of an innate spiritual body. You are merely half a year old. Elder Han Hai instinctively took a step back. Astonishment reflected in his eyes. Half a year in the late stage of spirit gathering, and had even shattered the limits of the physical body? This profound vitality must possess at least 80,000 gene of strength. He was somewhat bewildered, let alone an innate spiritual body. Even an innate holy body at this age would at most be in the early stages of spirit gathering, merely beginning their journey into cultivation. Before him stood a child of extraordinary prowess, unmatched even by the most prodigious talents emerging from ancient sects at such a tender age. As the child's consciousness flowed through Yi Changqing's being, it was repelled by an enigmatic energy, as if dismissing him with disdain. The corner of the Han Hai Zunj's mouth twitched slightly as he regarded Yi Changqing. You cannot merely be a congenital spirit body. Can you? Could it be that you possess the legendary innate sacred body, or perhaps a divine physique? Yi Changqing nodded his little head. Since the other party had already discerned the truth, there was no need for further concealment. Coupled with the hints he had imagined, Han Hai Zunj bore no malice, but simply sought a successor. That a look of despair crossed Han Hai Zunj's face. My legacy is not particularly suited for you. A question mark appeared above Yi Changqing's head. That shouldn't be the case. Hadn't the hints indicated that I was exceptionally suited for the inheritance? Observing the confusion on his face, Han Hai Zunj forced a bitter smile. My heart technique is merely of medium quality within the Dao tier, at most allowing one to achieve the perfection of a Zunjia. While it may seem formidable to others, for you, it is simply too weak. You are indeed the most suitable for my cultivation technique within the Kanglan main domain. And you are also an array master, but pursuing it will only hinder your future prospects and potential. Yi Changqing blinked his bright eyes, pondering the inadequacy of the preliminary Dao tier. I end the entire Martial King's mansion. There were only 2 tomes of Heaven tier heart techniques, revered as treasures, and it was debatable whether the Deqing dynasty possessed any Dao tier techniques at all. How could one be lacking? Han Hai Zunj continued. In the Kanglan main domain, your innate advantages are considerably diminished. You must now focus on the quality of your heart techniques, which differ from martial skills that can be swapped at will. Once you reach the Tianxian realm, or even the Nirvana realm, changing techniques will become exceedingly troublesome, as they will have already taken root in your foundation, potentially causing a drop in your realm. This is why ordinary loose cultivators find it hard to compare with the prodigies emerging from long-standing noble families. Yi Changqing began to comprehend. It was no wonder that there had been no breakthroughs to the Tianxian realm in the Kanglan main domain. The issues were primarily those of talent and resources, followed by the path of cultivation. Without solid heart techniques to support them, even a congenital spirit body would struggle to attain higher levels. Of course, prodigies of such caliber would be accepted as disciples by the Qingyang sect, for the entire Kanglan main domain was essentially a vassal of the Qingyang sect. Thank you for your guidance. Senior Yi Changqing nodded, having grasped the significance of heart techniques. Viewed in this light, Han Hai Zunj's core heart technique indeed posed a limitation on his potential. Achieving the Nirvana realm in the future would necessitate extending his martial arts foundation, a process that would demand considerable mental effort. With a wave of his hand, Han Hai Zunj revealed a dark golden ring that shimmered with a faint glow, connected to the nearby golden crow killing array. I have little to bestow upon you, but since we crossed paths before my demise, it signifies a bond. This golden crow killing array, along with a medium-quality Dao tier martial skill, fist that shakes the mountains and rivers, I gift to you. My young friend, my capabilities are limited, preventing me from fully realizing its potential, which is a pity, for I shall not witness its zenith, nor whether it can indeed slay immortals and gods. Ha. The little golden crow let out a soft cry, fluttering to the side to nuzzle Han Hai Zunj's ethereal form, its eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Han Hai Zunj continued. However, I have one request. Upon your departure, please close the bronze portal. Let the ancient battlefield's predecessors rest in peace here. Dawei Changqing expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Senior, for your teachings. Should I possess the capability in the future, I will endeavor to set up a grand formation to completely entomb this ancient battlefield underground. Yet, the pervasive energy of rules here raised questions. What level of cataclysmic conflict had transpired in ages past? Han Haizun sighed deeply. By chance, I too entered this place long ago, acquiring the Golden Crow killing array and the legacy of a predecessor, which enabled me to break through to Nirvana and leave the Kanglan main domain. In ancient times, there were battles across myriad realms, with countless races vying for supremacy. While humanity waned, these predecessors perished in that great calamity. Each inch of land was paid for with blood. Without these ancestors, the Lingyuan realm would not exist. However, you may venture deeper. There lie the remnants of fallen saints who were once mighty rulers, pioneers of the path to immortality, each one remarkable in their own right. With your talents, they are bound to bestow upon you their legacies, although which one, I cannot say. This may very well be your opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield. Yi Changqing felt a wave of disorientation. He was not well versed in the history of the Lingyuan realm, as the Kanglan main domain held no records, the past too distant. Yet the atmosphere here was undeniably grim. It was undoubtedly a grand war. 10,000 years hence, the imprints remain, and the battle spirits endure. Each soul that perished on this ancient battlefield had once been an unparalleled powerhouse that I shall give it a try, Yi Changqing thought, harboring a glimmer of hope, yearning to delve deeper and explore. Your great fortune has descended, the heavens bestow their blessings. Your presence shall stir the souls of the saints, enhancing your chances of obtaining their legacies by 55%. Chapter 67. Join me, and you shall become a saint within a century. Drip that a drop of blood was squeezed from Yi Changqing's fingertip, landing upon the dark golden ring. Buzz, a dark golden array pattern floated from his fingertip, surging into the little golden crow's ethereal form, establishing a profound connection between them. Yi Changqing gently urged the fragmented vast killing array, and in an instant, countless patterns coalesced, summoning forth a golden crow several dozen feet in size. Radiating a fierce aura, engulfed in flames before collapsing. Concerned for Yi Changqing's safety, Su Wan'er and the others at the edge of the ancient battlefield were filled with trepidation, fearing he had encountered danger within. On the small dirt slope, Yi Changqing's face turned pale. The spiritual energy within his dantian was drained in an instant, leaving him unable to control it. Han Haizun just stood dumbfounded, gazing at the golden crow killing array before him. Is this truly the case? In his pursuit of the golden crow killing array's recognition, he had spent several tens of days mastering it to the level of an array master to manipulate it. And yet this child had merely paled in complexion while executing such a lethal maneuver. His understanding of formations was already comparable to that of a master. The child's prodigious talent was indeed astonishing. The little golden crow flapped its wings, urgently interjecting, "Young master, your current cultivation is too low. You cannot recklessly manipulate the killing techniques within the array, or else your dantian may dry up, harming your foundation." Yi Changqing's dark pupils widened. Are you saying I have acquired a killing array, but cannot utilize it? Initially, he had hoped to leverage the Golden Crow killing array to eliminate his enemies, the Old Town North King and his ilk. But now, it seemed he could not activate it. The little Golden Crow chuckled. Of course you can manipulate it. Once you reach the Tianxian realm and ascend to the status of a Tian tier array master, your comprehension of formations will deepen, and the energy consumed will be significantly less. Given your innate talent, it shouldn't take long to achieve that. There is also a second method, by infusing 100 spirit crystals into it. As the array spirit, I can also trigger it, which will allow you to match the combat strength of a Nirvana realm Zunjia for a quarter of an hour. Yi Changqing's eyes widened in astonishment. 100 spirit crystals? Each one is worth 10,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum. Yet the spiritual energy contained within was far purer, akin to 1,000 spirit stones condensed. However, spirit crystals were quite scarce within the Kanglan main domain, primarily utilized by those at the Tianxian realm for cultivation. To shorten the time needed to absorb spiritual energy, that 1,000,000 spirit stones to eliminate the Old Town North King and his companions doesn't seem like a bad deal. Han Hai Zun just smiled faintly. In the future, should you find Daotir precious iron, you can use it to repair the Golden Crow killing array. Its power is far beyond what it currently displays. Now, venture forth into the depths of the ancient battlefield. I am also curious to see which ancient beings you will rouse that I shall place both the martial techniques and heart methods into this Chinkoan ring. Should you encounter any spirit-level prodigies in the future, please impart them to me. His presence grew increasingly ethereal, on the verge of dissipating that it was a lingering attachment from long ago, although Yi Changqing had not become his disciple. Based on Yi Changqing's talents, his legacy would find a worthy successor. Why? Yi Changqing nodded solemnly. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment that I shall certainly pass this heart method to a suitable candidate that I in an instant. He strode forward with agile steps into the depths. The little golden crow flapped its wings, following closely behind Yi Changqing, glancing back every 3 meters, revealing a reluctance to part. Yet, this was unavoidable for the revered Han Hai. This was already a splendid conclusion. From a mere rogue cultivator, he had entered the realm of nirvana, witnessed the grand tides of the Ling Yuan realm, engaged in philosophical discourse with the prodigies of various mighty sects, and became a legend in the domain of Kanglin. With a heavy heart, the little golden crow took to the sky, trailing behind Yi Changqing. That moment, it sensed some changes within itself, its ethereal form becoming more substantial. The divine energy had repaired a portion of the array's flaws. Its pupils widened in astonishment. It had previously assumed that its master was a congenital sacred body, yet it turned out to be the legendary divine body. Henceforth, it would undoubtedly be restored to perfection, and it might even surpass its former self, transcend the path of enlightenment, and become a true golden crow. The desolate and grim battlefield continued to sweep by, the ancient pressure growing ever more astonishing, the energy of the Tao becoming increasingly dense. Even though Yi Changqing's physical body had attained a strength of 800,000 pounds, he felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain. Incredibly heavy, it was no wonder that the revered Han Hai had not ventured deeper. Merely the oppressive rules of heaven and earth could suppress prodigies who had reached the pinnacle of gathering spirit. Boom! At that moment, a dull thundering sound erupted from a nearby withered bone. The earth trembled, and the surrounding rules dissipated. Unexpectedly, after countless ages, a prodigy with a divine body had finally emerged. After the ancient calamity, it appeared that our human race was about to give birth to another unparalleled powerhouse. Yi Changqing halted, casting a wary glance towards the withered bone from which the hearty laughter emanated. After all, there was the cautionary tale of the old northern king. What if these top-tier powerhouses sought to seize his body? A wisp of pale white mist rose, coalescing into a middle-aged man whose demeanor was imposing. Akin to a deity, standing in mid-air, he revealed a faint smile. Young friend, there is no need for concern. I am but a remnant of my former self. Even if I wished to seize a body, I would lack the strength to do so. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Pure Yang Saint, who once established a lineage of longevity known as the Pure Yang Sacred Land. If you are from the Ling Yuan realm, you should be aware of my legend. He confidently raised his head, clasping his hands behind his back, preparing to await Yi Changqing's praises, anticipating to be acknowledged as a disciple. From ancient times until now, he had waited for 100,000 years, and finally, a prodigious talent had arrived. He must secure this disciple swiftly. He could not allow him to be encountered by other old geezers. Upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment appeared on Yi Changqing's fair, delicate face. However, it was astonishing that a being of such caliber could read minds. Senior, I have not heard of you. The Su family had scant records of the past, extending only several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. The ancient era had transpired 100,000 years ago, so naturally, he had never heard of it. The Pure Yang Saint's confident expression faltered slightly. You have not heard of me. How is that possible? Back in the day, I achieved sainthood and made my deeds widely known throughout the Ling Yuan realm, solely so that future generations would be aware of my legendary path. How glorious it was! What are the descendants of the Pure Yang Sacred Land doing? They cannot even manage this trivial matter. He quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing his desire to angrily chastise his future disciples, and began to explain. A cultivator who has attained the Tao can perceive the true intentions of those weaker than themselves. When encountering such cultivators in the future, one must use divine consciousness to clear the mind. Since you have not heard of me, it is of little consequence that I once single-handedly battled 3 sacred beings of the divine clans. Not yielding an inch, even injuring them, WY becoming my disciple, with the pure yang decision, a sacred-level technique I created, coupled with your innate talent. Within a century, you shall have the opportunity to glimpse the realm of saints. Moreover, upon entering my pure yang sacred land, you will directly become the Holy Son, your status surpassing even that of the Supreme Elders. What do you say? His remnant imprint was on the verge of dissipating, and he did not wish to linger, eager to impart his legacy to this divine body youth and fulfill his wish that I end the entire Ling Yuan realm. Only one divine body had emerged in ancient times, transcending the realm of saints that I end the future. When Yi Chongqing reached such heights, he could proudly declare his master's name. Just the thought of it exhilarated the pure Yang saint, that as Yi Chongqing prepared to agree. A chorus of furious roars erupted. Lin Yang, you old fool! How dare you secretly accept disciples? Back in the day, when we fell, we clearly established rules. If a congenital sacred body prodigy appeared, he was to be taught collectively. Allowing him to choose, you treacherous scoundrel. When you were besieged by the 3 sacred beings of the divine clans, had it not been for our rescue, you would not have been able to leave even this remnant imprint. Young friend, do not listen to this old fool's nonsense. With your talent, if you practiced any of our techniques, you would also be able to glimpse the realm of saints and comprehend the Tao in a few hundred years. What does he matter? He is nothing. 4 ethereal figures swiftly swept through the heavens and appeared several meters away from Yi Chongqing, glaring angrily at the pure Yang saint. Chapter 68. The descendants of the Su family? So fierce. The little golden crow trembled at the sight of this scene, sensing an overwhelming aura that left it breathless. Was this truly what a mere array I was meant to endure? Yi Chongqing gazed at the figures before him in confusion. Each remnant imprint exuded a terrifying presence. One was an elder with silver hair, a mere ethereal shadow, yet surrounded by countless stars swirling around him. Another was a handsome youth clad in white, emanating a sword intent that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. That a middle-aged man stood, as though he were the sovereign of the cosmos. The last figure was somewhat hazy, difficult to discern, vaguely resembling a woman, yet she radiated an aura of slaughter, suffused with an overwhelming will to kill. The pure Yang saint's lips twitched slightly. He had indeed been discovered. He should have acted sooner. Instead of pondering over apprenticeship, he ought to have directly infused his legacy into this youth's mind and helped him step onto the path. This was a miscalculation. These old geezers were unexpectedly sensitive, sensing him from several or even dozens of miles away. He had underestimated them. With a cold snort, he declared, whether or not to assist is one matter. Did I not battle those 3 sacred beings of the divine clans? Did I not inflict injuries upon them? Besides, I died swiftly. You remnants of souls should not linger for several decades, or even 100 years. Let me pass on my legacy to him. In due course, he can seek suitable disciples for you. The prodigies tend to cluster together. I can bring you 2 divine bodies to choose from later. His reasoning was sound, but before he could finish speaking, the sacred beings' imprints unleashed their lethal moves, preparing to strike. Hey, wait! Don't strike. If my imprint disperses, let him choose. Anyone will do. The pure Yang saint hurriedly backpedaled, not daring to continue his bravado. The elder's gaze sharpened as he admonished. If he is truly a congenital sacred body, we would not be contending with you. Your imprint indeed has only a few years before it dissipates. But how dare you monopolize a divine body? His anger intensified, almost ready to roll up his sleeves and directly hammer the pure Yang saint. At that moment, a middle-aged man radiating imperial might spoke in surprise. Oh, this youth's bloodline is quite extraordinary. He is actually a descendant of the Su family elder. Upon hearing this, the ethereal figures halted their movements, approaching Yi Chongqing to probe with their techniques, revealing looks of astonishment. Indeed, he was the descendant of that elder from the Su family. What the hell? By what right? That elder was a schemer who barely broke through his shackles to reach sainthood. How can his descendants possess a congenital divine body? Indeed, we have been virtuous and kind, yet not a single congenital sacred body has emerged among us. This is outrageous. The heavens are unjust. The crowd displayed expressions of indignation, as the later disciples, if deemed congenital sacred bodies and practicing their techniques, would surely be sensed by them that at this moment, memories of past grievances flooded their minds. They had been swindled by that elder from the Su family out of countless treasures, including many sacred-level items. The key issue was that they could not retaliate, merely swallowing their anger. The little golden crow was momentarily stunned, realizing that its master had an extraordinary lineage. No wonder he was a congenital divine body. Their ancestors had once produced a saint. Observing the situation, he seemed even more formidable than these ancient beings. After all, powerful saints would seek vengeance on the spot, who would harbor grudges indefinitely unless they were incapable of retaliating. Yi Chongqing, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. What had the Su family's ancestors done to incur such lasting enmity? He hesitated momentarily before speaking to clarify his ancestors' actions. Those esteemed seniors, you must have mistaken me for someone else, that I am the ancient records of my Su family. There are only scant mentions. Tens of thousands of years ago, our Su family only produced one saintly ancestor, which should have been after the ancient era. Therefore, there should be no connection between us. Moreover, he has already vanished. The pure young saint's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? That old fool became renowned in the ancient era. Unmatched in strength, stepping onto the other shore of enlightenment, he was even targeted by the source of chaos, setting up a shocking assassination scheme. Even if he had not perished, he could not possibly emerge in this world. Could it be that it was that little brat Su Haoran? The young lad possesses an innate holy body, and it is rumored that he has been hidden away by the elder of the Su family, thus escaping scrutiny. Goodness gracious! Descendants of the Su family have already produced saints? Are we of the pure young holy land merely idling about, yet to discover my own progeny, the pure young saint? Feeling a surge of indignation, even disregarded his dignity and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the descendants of that old man from the Su family, each one more formidable than the last. In stark contrast, his own disciples remained unheard of. Had their lineage been extinguished, the other four ethereal figures also revealed expressions of dissatisfaction, lamenting within their hearts the injustice of the heavenly order. At that moment, a handsome young man stroked his chin, sensing something deep within Yi Chongqing's bloodline, and hesitated to speak. Wait a moment. This lad bears the bloodline of the Yi family, albeit faintly. Even that old fellow from the Yi family has a hand in this. Can you direct me to the location of the Divine Sword sect? Before I meet my end, I wish to traverse this realm and give my descendants a good thrashing, to impart some lessons upon them. His tone was remarkably calm, as if stating a mere fact that he is a swordsman. His resolve was steadfast, yet even he felt the sting of inequality. The two from the Su and Yi families back in the day were not virtuous beings, while his own disciples had yet to make a splash. Filling his heart with resentment, the Yi Chongqing hesitated. It turned out the Yi family once bore the blood of saints, which was indeed a pity, as both families had fallen from grace. Nearby, the little golden crow observed Yi Chongqing's bewilderment, as if he had never heard of such things, and softly explained, "Young master, the Divine Sword sect and the pure Yang Holy Land are both part of the eternal life lineage. Immensely powerful, standing tall in the Qing Tian Dao domain, with 6 major realms beneath them, one of which is the Kanglan realm. When I traveled with the old master, I encountered disciples from these two families. They were fearsome indeed. One pursues the ultimate sword path, while the other strives for the pinnacle of the fire path. Each one that emerges is a paragon. Although the Qingyang sect, which reigns over the Kanglan realm, is formidable, it pales in comparison to these two families. Lacking the ancient heritage, that a look of dissatisfaction crossed Yi Chongqing's delicate face. The Yi family bloodline, once I reach a higher level, I shall willingly expunge it. The bloodline of that ingrate Yi Hao disgusted him. The others were somewhat astonished. This was the bloodline of a saint, and with the innate divine body as potential, it would surely be activated in the future, granting them the legacy of the Yi family elder. The young man smiled gently and spoke calmly. It seems there is a vendetta against the Yi family, likely related to your parents, and no need to worry. The fiercest competitors have already been filtered out. Such grievances were not trivial. Just then, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area as an ancient figure rushed forth. Wait! You rascals, this is a descendant of the Yi family. I sensed his presence half a year ago, and it is by my merit that he has entered this ancient battlefield. The saintly elder of the Yi family arrived in haste, panting heavily. However, due to the depth of his burial, upon sensing his descendant's entry, he immediately awakened, not daring to hesitate. Yet, the words he had heard earlier made him feel as if the sky had collapsed. Chapter 69. The Tragic Demise of Yi Hao. Excluded from reincarnation. 6 months prior, Yi Mingwu sensed that a descendant of his had been born with an innate holy body. The lingering mark he left behind instantly awakened him, and he had been filled with joy at the prospect of bestowing his legacy upon the child once the holy bloodline was activated, thus restoring the former glory of the eternal life Yi family. Little did he know that this child had inadvertently entered this ancient battlefield, only to be preempted by several other old geezers, startling him into rising from his tomb. Yet, Yi Changqing's words left him utterly dazed. To think of expunging the Yi family bloodline in the future, it was evident he had suffered a grave injustice. The ancient beings, including the pure young saint, were taken aback, realizing this old fellow had kept a secret, having known all along of the innate holy body's emergence without informing them. The elder of the Yi family, clad in azure, stood before Yi Changqing with a complex expression. Might you share with me what has transpired? If it is indeed due to the descendants of the Yi family, I am willing to apologize and offer all that I possess, transferring my legacy to you. Even if you truly wish to expunge the bloodline in the future, I shall accept it. Yi Changqing felt a twinge of wariness. Was this the ancestor of the Yi family? The Martial King's mansion, once a forebear, had also produced a saint. If he were to eradicate the Martial King's mansion and preserve only the line of the Grand Elder, would that not equate to cleansing his own progeny and becoming their adversary? Yi Mingwu sensed his thoughts and chuckled helplessly. No need for wariness. I have been dead for 100,000 years. In the realm of martial arts, the law of the jungle prevails. If my descendants are too weak, their survival would only tarnish the name of the eternal life Yi family. The emergence of a prodigy like you is a blessing for the entire Lingyuan realm. Even if I were to take action, I would soon be overwhelmed by the other old geezers at the level of a saint. One's concerns transcend mere family or territory. It is the broader picture that matters. Moreover, did he not still retain a lineage? If one were truly of poor character, their existence would be a disgrace to Yi Mingwu. Yi Changqing rubbed his forehead, his small face reflecting a bittersweet expression. He did not forget the importance of saints keeping their hearts in check. Rather, he habitually pondered within that moment. A hazy figure, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, spoke softly. Do share. The old man Yi has contributed greatly to the Lingyuan realm. In the past, when the Yi family faced the invasion of the Divine Clan, countless strong warriors fell in succession, with only a tenth of martial artists surviving. They surpassed those who self-proclaim as unmatched saints, only to focus on their own survival when crisis strikes. The Yi family's bloodline can be considered noble within the entirety of the Lingyuan realm. Hence when you mentioned expunging the bloodline, the heart of Saint Mingwu felt a chill. Yi Changqing noticed and nodded slightly. The Yi family of yours is now the Martial King's mansion of the Deqing dynasty. My father's name is Yi Hao. He was once a collateral branch of the Yi family, possessing first-rate talent, yet was forcibly expelled from the Martial King's mansion due to his claim to the throne. Subsequently, he deceived my mother, Su Wan into marriage, leveraging the strength of the Su family's martial artists to enter the imperial city and contest against his direct lineage. Yi Changqing recounted how his mother was deceived, and how the lives of the entire Su family's martial artists were sacrificed to pave his path to the Martial King's position. All the saints listened in stunned silence. Was there truly such a beast in this world? More outrageous than those beasts of saints hiding in the shadows. It was akin to a husband's family exhausting all efforts to support him, only to turn around and marry a legitimate daughter of another mansion to solidify his position. And out of fear of offending that viper, he betrayed all past promises. Were it not for Su Wan bearing the bloodline, she would likely have perished, and the Su family would have ceased to exist. In the end, he sought to claim Yi Changqing, directly divorcing her and mobilizing forces to annihilate the Su family. If such events occurred in other clans, they would deem it normal. But this was the once illustrious eternal life Yi family. Character and virtue were the very things Yi Mingwu had once held dear. After 100,000 years, the ancestral teachings had been lost, Utterly decayed, Yi Mingwu trembled, his spectral fist clenched tightly, his complexion ashen, wishing to purge the descendants of this lineage right then and there. An overwhelming killing intent surged, shaking the very ancient battlefield. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Were I in your shoes, I too would find the Yi family bloodline repugnant. I sincerely apologize to you. Furthermore, I shall impart all of my legacy to you. Whether you choose to cultivate it is entirely up to your own will. This is my expression of remorse. Additionally, I will handle this matter. All of Yi Hao's lineage shall perish as compensation. Though Yi Mingwu was but a spectral figure, his stature stood tall, yet now he seemed to bend slightly, a hint of desolation in his demeanor. You cannot blame this on yourself. After all, you perished in ancient times. The descendants have changed, and you cannot restrain them. Dawei Chongqing's small face also bore a bittersweet expression. The Yi family of yore was an unparalleled existence. Sacrificing for the greater good, that it was merely the branch of Yi Hao that had gone awry. The lineage of Yi Tinyuan still bore goodwill, having protected him and his mother on numerous occasions. Whether for the sake of the martial king's descendants or due to their own talents, one must judge by actions, not merely intentions, for no one is perfect in heart. Furthermore, it seemed inappropriate for such a noble elder to apologize on behalf of Yi Hao. The sins of the son reflect upon the father, tracing back to Yi Hao's father and even his grandfather. The others all wore expressions of astonishment. The Su family was in such dire straits, reduced to a single master, and yet it was the descendants of the Yi family who had caused this. They quickly began to voice their thoughts. What a pity! The Yi family initially sought to ally with the Su family. And now it has come to this. Fortunately, the old man Su is not around. Otherwise, even you, the elder of the Yi family, would face a severe beating. This is simply inhumane. With all virtue lost, their existence is merely a waste of resources. They have sullied the Yi family bloodline. They must be dealt with. Though the elder of the Su family relied on deceit and trickery for treasures and resources, they held a deep respect for the lineage. The descendants' near extinction infuriated them, even sparking thoughts of avenging Yi Mingwu. I shall take action right now. Allowing them to live is a disgrace to the Yi family. Yi Mingwu's countenance was as frigid as ice, and he slowly closed his eyes. The force of the world's laws transformed into strands of white divine radiance that flowed into his body, solidifying his ethereal form. In an instant, he pinpointed the location of his bloodline, and an opulent royal mansion surrounded by barriers emerged in his mind. Following the resonance of his lineage, he ventured within, discovering a richly attired man in an underground chamber, his lips stained with fresh blood. Beside him lay several corpses of youths, their bodies still emanating faint wisps of soul energy, indicating they had recently perished. At this moment, Yi Hao murmured, the Su family actually managed to annihilate the Linshan Marquis during the grand competition, and even killed that old man Lin Yu. Now, the royal mansion is besieged. These few with third-grade talents can barely break into the postnatal blood spirit body. That I must find 2 disciples from within the clan to devour their talents. And tonight, I will break through to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm and hastily escape the Imperial City. That as long as I locate my progeny, there is even a chance to attain the perfected blood spirit body. For the bloodline is inherently darker. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingwu felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. That is this a human, cultivating the demonic clan's techniques, to devour the talents of one's own descendants? Kill! It is imperative to kill. He then gradually activated Yi Hao's bloodline, a surge of vitality erupting forth. Yi Hao was taken aback, sensing an abnormal change within his bloodline. The ancestral records state that my Yi family once birthed unparalleled power. Could it be that I am breaking the shackles of the spirit body and unlocking the chains of my bloodline? Excellent. As long as I obtain the ancestral legacy, the mere Qing dynasty could be extinguished with a flick of my wrist. He then closed his eyes, concentrating his mind. He felt the boiling bloodline. A hazy figure of an elderly man in a blue robe materialized in his sea of consciousness, the ancient aura stifling Yi Hao's breath. He hurriedly bowed. I pay my respects to my ancestor. Yi Mingwu's face turned ashen, his voice heavy. I am unworthy to be your ancestor. Wretched beast, that I have come to send you on your way. He extended his massive hand, directly seizing Yi Hao's soul and gradually crushing it. The indescribable, excruciating pain left Yi Hao gasping for breath. The boiling vitality shattered his meridians, his dantian dimming, shattering into fragments. As spiritual energy coursed through his organs, slowly causing them to explode, the Yi Hao's soul widened his eyes in disbelief. He could not comprehend why his ancestor sought to kill him after activating the bloodline. Yet the intense agony made even the thought of death feel like an unattainable luxury. This torment persisted throughout the night, his flesh and skin rotting, covered in a crimson deluge, resembling a malevolent spirit. A faint glimmer escaped from his body, the last wisp of his soul, which was then grasped by a large hand and violently shattered, leaving not even a remnant behind. The cycle of reincarnation was also severed. I fear I may be reborn as a descendant of the Yi family. That night, all members of Yi Hao's lineage activated their bloodline powers, countless individuals rejoicing with uncontainable elation that on that night. Hundreds from the Martial King's manor perished tragically, their souls obliterated, unable to enter reincarnation. Chapter 70, Bloodline Reversion, Thunder Intent Manifested. Yi Mingwu further traced the bloodline to Qingzhou Prefecture, locating Yi Tianyuan and several elder members of the Yi family. Sometimes, choices outweigh efforts. Trapped within the ancient battlefield, the remnants could barely survive. This time, utilizing the power of the bloodline had already depleted his essence. Thus, he would also assist Yi Tianyuan and others in their enhancement. At the very least, his own lineage's descendants were relatively reliable, able to rally at critical moments and sever ties with the current Martial King's manor. While cultivating in Qingzhou Prefecture, Yi Tianyuan and others seemed to sense the agitation deep within their bloodlines. As if some shackles binding them had been unshackled. They experienced numerous profound insights from powerful beings manifesting in their minds. Yi Tianyuan felt his talents transforming into the extraordinary, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth becoming increasingly lucid. He formally stepped into the realm of minor mastery, standing among the elite masters. Other elders of the Yi family also, on this day, vaguely approached the bottleneck of the Earth Origin Master Stage. On the verge of breaking through. Could it be that the ancestors had manifested? Yi Mingwu achieved his goals and retreated. This time, he had expended a significant portion of his essence, shortening the duration of his potential slumber. Yet, he understood that if the descendants of the future erred, it would be remiss of him, as their ancestor, not to correct them that I end the ancient battlefield. Hints emerged in Yi Chongqing's mind that Yi Mingwu was aware of the actions of the future disciples. Meting out rewards and punishments, the entirety of Yi Hao's lineage met a tragic demise, inciting the imperial city to deem it as an act of heinous wrongdoing, thus invoking divine retribution. The shackles of Yi Tianyuan and others were unbound, granting them the ancestral bloodline's reversion, their talents undergoing a metamorphosis. Should they break through to even higher realms in the future, the memories of their bloodline's legacy would be unlocked that Yi Chongqing's vigilance eased. This ancestor of the Yi family was indeed just and discerning, having once dedicated himself to the well-being of all beings in the spirit origin realm.